My wife is gone, my child is also. Now I have nothing left. Because of you, you took everything. If the law of this country requires me to respect you to be deemed human, I'd rather be an animal than ever forget. Kim Xian, the pain that I, my wife, and my child I will return to you 100-fold, 1,000. It turns out this desperate man's name is Kim Jo-soo-suk. He was an inspector. His life was originally very full, but as of today a psychopathic killer murdered the two people he loved. Even though he was surrounded by police, remained calm and fearless. Seeing the cold bodies of his only two loved ones lying on the along with the blood-stained family, Do-suk's heart ached as if someone had torn it apart. He was so pained and enraged that he unconsciously clenched his fists. His colleagues understood his situation and tried to approach him to comfort and calm, but all emotions within Do-suk seemed to have died at this moment, leaving only desperate pain and burning hatred towards Kim. Do-suk clenched his jaw, and tears streamed down his a life for a ignoring his colleagues. Do-suk now only wanted to directly kill this wretched Kim. His colleagues, not wanting him to fall into a life of crime, tried their utmost to but Do-suk was a rigid, veteran police officer with extraordinary talent and thank you watching for vid. Therefore, even though he was still strong enough to take on the police officers even with their weapons in hand. Thank you watching for vid. The brawl continued and thank you watching for vid. Gunshot from the police chief rang. Thank you watching for vid. Police chief was a close acquaintance of Do-suk's. This was precisely why he even more didn't want Do-suk to make a mistake out of it. The police chief held his gun pointed straight at Do-suk and begged him to. But for Do-suk, the family he loved most was no. Do-suk now had nothing left to lose, so he didn't need to hold back. If accepting his crimes makes me human, then I don't want. Do-suk continued to walk towards Kim. Police chief, out of options, had no choice but to fire a shot that grazed Do-suk. He cried helplessly, begging Do-suk to. But it seemed that fury and hatred had now completely blinded Do-suk's. Just as he disregarded everything and lunged forward to grab this, the police chief reluctantly fired a shot directly at Do-suk's leg to stop him from committing a sinful. Do-suk now collapsed on the still tried to crawl to the killer in helpless desperation. I want anyone Do-suk. After Kim Xian was arrested, his identity immediately made headlines nation. His targets were households with children. Currently, the reported number of victims he had killed was over 28. The central police station, reporters and citizens crowded the. Facing the questioning, Kim Xian calmly gave an enigmatic. Families are supposed to be together. Everyone who heard him was. They didn't understand what this sick individual. Families and relatives of Kim Zin's victims, seeing him mocking, were extremely distraught and cried pity. Kim Xian, seeing this scene, was not only unafraid but even wore a very satisfied expression. Afterwards, Kim Xian was compelled to cooperate with the police to reenact the crime. Thank you watching for vid. Before he broke into the house, the mother and child victims were still sleeping, embracing each. Hearing a sound, the mother groggily woke up, thinking her husband had but when she turned around to look, it wasn't her husband, but infamous killer Kim X. Without letting the mother Kim Xian lunged forward and covered her mouth, threatening that if she screamed, he would kill her. Protect her child, the mother had no choice but to obey the killer's. Afterwards, he locked the child in the bag. Then he began his depraved. Kim Xian asked the mother for her son's favorite song and forced her to. If she sang the entire song, he would mercifully spare the boys. Returning to the reenacted, Kim Xian sang the song the mother had sung while recounting his crime. He pinned the mother down and tied her, then used a knife to slash her. Meanwhile, the mother still tried to finish singing the song he requested, but in the end, she couldn't resist and passed away before the song finished. As a result, the child's fate followed them. As for Do-suk, after being treated and discharged from the hospital, desperate pain of losing his family still clung to him. Do-suk swore that even if he had to sell his soul to the, he would make that sick killer pay for this loss 1,000 times. Everyone knew that the law in South Korea was the most incomprehensible thing in the. If a pervert who harmed a 6-year-old child only went to prison for 12 years, then Kim Zin's case here was no. Though he received a death sentence from the. In the past 15 years, no death penalty had been carried out in South Korea, so Kim Xian only received a life sentence. This enraged the public as well as the victim's family, including this boy named Ji-ho was a special. He once had a happy family, but that bastard Kim Xian plunged his life into dark. The police chief, seeing his pitiful situation, kindly adopted. However, ever since Kim Zin's sentence was officially announced, Ji-ho's personality completely changed. Thank you watching for vid. Became colder and quiet and very stubborn, playing many mischievous tricks that made the police chief have to go to the school to apologize. However, the pranks Ji-ho pulled were specifically for those who were rude or bullied. The teacher said that to date, Ji-ho had fought with classmates 4 times. If those kids were wrong, he still needed to report them to the but when the police chief asked for the Ji-ho simply said that if he reported to the teacher, at most they'd just get scolded, and that would. Those who do bad things need to be punished appropriately, so they won't do it. The police chief, hearing these words and seeing Ji-ho's frighteningly serious expression, was too surprised. He took the boy's hand, trying to advise him about humanity, justice, and magnanimity. Thank you watching for vid. The police chief hugged Ji-ho and comforted. He didn't want the boy in front of him to later turn into a cold-blooded killer who harmed people mercilessly. Ji-ho listened and only agreed to please the uncle. But with such an inherently evil human nature, it's hard to change. Because for him, there was too much trash in this world that no one was clean. Therefore, he needed to take matters into his own hands. For the fat guy who bullied old and filmed it for, he secretly put a stone in a piece of, making him bite in and bleed from his, or for the thugs who bullied others to extort. Ji-ho secretly stood from and dropped bricks on the head, each one to punish. Ji-ho's eyes everywhere he looked, he saw trash. No matter how much divine justice he dispensed, this world still let them exist. His target this time was perverts who wanted to drug and assault. Ji-ho secretly cut the gas pipe in their house, then quickly. Thank you watching for vid. When those scum returned and lit a sick explosion occurred, causing the entire house to burst into flames. The large fire attracted quite a few people to gather. Seeing the two young men inside, everyone was angry but only stood still and whispered. However, this bearded uncle reacted very differently from everyone. He stood watching the fire, constantly bursting out laughing with amusement. He even cheered for the fire to grow. People, seeing the uncle's strange behavior, were very displeased and criticized. But he didn't care at all and turned to Ji-ho, saying, "Joke with fire is truly funny, Ji-ho," Do-suk said in a teasing tone. "Ji, why do you look so surprised?" With that, he directed his gaze towards Ji-ho's left chest. "Your name tag is right." Each word was as if Do-suk deliberately emphasized. Soman High School, Yeo, Ji. He shrugged coldly with a contemptuous gaze. "Must be some weirdo's name." Meanwhile, the crowd started screaming. "The fire truck is here. Over here, this way." Screams echoed one after another. "Move aside. Move aside. There are still people in." A few years earlier, Ji-ho's father kept muttering, "If I take one more step, then Mom's." He continued to whisper into the void. "2 more steps. Dad's." A moment later, Ji-ho's father burst into tears, sobbing, always filled with laughter when seeing. On the other side, Kim Exin gently stroked Ji-ho. He suddenly burst into tears, his voice gradually quieting. Kim Exin gently spun the knife and muttered, "Your father." He paused and looked at him with malicious eyes. "Made me think your father really." Even though Ji-ho trembled with fear, Kim Exin continued to stroke him. How truly. And at this moment, Ji-ho woke up with a start from a nightmare. He burst into sobbing tears on his familiar. Hearing a sound, Tae-seo quickly covered himself. "You're making a lot of noise again. Another night." Ji-ho nodded, his eyes still teary. A small roll of paper was handed to him with teasing words. "Take it, your face is drenched in sweat and tears." Ji-ho hastily took it. The atmosphere seemed to lighten when he chuckled. "Crying makes me so hungry." Hearing that, Tae-seo urged, "Let's." Ji-ho had lived in the orphanage for 10 years after losing his. Screen turned on, and a female announcer's voice sounded steadily over the background music. "This morning's weather forecast is hot and sunny, with the highest temperature for the next 3 days at 27 degrees Celsius." In the dining hall, it was a warm, bustling scene, full of children's voices. Tae-seo had just arrived and teased, "Why are you so greedy? Can you even eat all that?" Jang Rong replied confidently, "Of course I can eat it all." The director immediately reprimanded, "Jang Rong, there's still more, child. Don't be so self." On this side, Ji-ho gently coaxed Yoon. "Little Yoon, sit on my lap and eat." The child raised her tiny hands, trying to reach for the meat plate. Tae-seo immediately stopped her in a serious tone. "No, you can't. No eating with your hands." Seeing this, Jang Rong immediately made a disgusted face. Yoon's perpetually wet hands are touching the cold cuts. The boy next to him also groaned. Just then, Tae-seo bluntly teased, "How can someone older than Yoon still wet their pants?" Ji-ho next to him quickly joined in. "Both of you are still in elementary school." Jang Rong stood up and immediately retorted, "I already cleaned it, didn't I?" He feigned a bit of anger, half pretending to be mad, half boasting. "You cleaned it? How many times have I had to wash your blankets?" The director walked over. "Tae-seo, I used to have to wash your blankets like that." He turned to look at the director with a displeased expression. "Dad, why are you embarrassing me in front of the kids like that?" The director emphasized each word, as if recounting his lifelong accomplishments. "The pile of clothes I had to wash for you could probably cover all of South Korea." A moment later, he turned his gentle gaze to the children. "How's school lately? Anything interesting?" Tae-seo quickly replied, "It's our last year of high school, so we just bury our heads in studies, sir." Ji-ho next to him glanced sideways, curling his lips into a teasing smile. "You, burying your head in studies?" Tae-seo smiled but didn't forget to lightly huff. Just then, Tae-seo suddenly exclaimed. His eyes slightly narrowed. There was an incident where some friends' houses at school burned down. You know? That kid Do Young from class. He didn't look back and just answered vaguely. Oh really? I didn't know. Tae-seo helplessly reminded him. Pay a little attention. They said that kid and his friend were hospitalized with severe full body. The director's face briefly saddened. Full body burns? Only 19 years old. How pitiful. Surely God has prepared a great chance. He directed his gaze towards the cross. Let's pray. Everyone in the room bowed their heads. Hands clasped tightly together. God above, have mercy on the children's naughty friends at school. May they recover. Soft sounds echoed. May they always be happy and peaceful from now. Ji-ho also bowed his head in prayer. He muttered in his throat. The prayer ended quickly. The director smiled kindly. Enjoy your meal. Ji-ho and Tae-seo nodded. Thank you for the... Suddenly, the background music abruptly changed. The female reporter reported with urgency. Next up, an unforgettable name. Kim. Hearing this, his pupils began to... Voice continued to ring steadily, like a knife cutting into his mind. 10 years ago, targeting households with small children. Kim Sin. The one who killed 28 people and struck fear into the entire... At this moment, Ji-ho's gaze was almost glued to the... The reporter continued. Life in prison has made him remorseful and repentant. An interview with an informant who shared a cell with Kim Xian and was released from... Just then, the TV screen suddenly went blank. Tae-seo pressed the remote hard with an annoyed expression. These bastards on TV run out of things to say. Ruined my app. Noticing his unusual expression, the director asked worriedly, Are you alright? He looked up, his expression very calm. Yes, I'm... Ji-ho smiled as if nothing had happened. I've already forgiven every... The scene shifts to a neighborhood where shimmering neon signs glowed. Seo bluntly held out his hand and said aggressively, Give it. A younger male student, trembling, handed over a packet of cigarettes. Here, is the... Taking the packet of cigarettes from the boy, he smiled gleefully. You students smoke. Huh? Probably not. Student lowered his gaze. No, sir. Seo clapped him hard on the shoulder, satisfied. Right? You should probably quit. Huh? Then he unexpectedly threw his arm around the student's shoulder. As you said, you'll film a video now and send it to your parents, telling them you've quit smoking. Okay? The boy hesitated slightly. That's... Seeing this, Seo glared. Any objections? You don't like... Under his malicious gaze, the student fearfully lowered his head. No. Seo smirked once more. Exactly. And while you're at it, express your love to your parents. Immediately after, Seo enthusiastically instructed. Alright, look at the camera. This moment, Ji-ho had silently recorded everything. Inside, the student mumbled, Mom, I'm sorry for smoking. I promise not to smoke anymore in the future. He shyly continued, I love you, Mom. Hearing that, Seo reminded him loudly, You have to say you love your dad too. Initially, everyone thought Seo was just a school bully. Who knew that the more they watched, the warmer and kinder he seemed. He was truly cold on the outside, soft on the inside, making everyone... A moment later, Seo smiled with satisfaction. That completes today's mission. Park Seo will continue to strive for the future of the younger generation. He held up his hand in a popular pose, then winked at the camera. Please subscribe to Park Seo's channel. The two kids next to him also hesitantly followed suit. Yes. Please turn on notifications to watch the latest video. The group shouted in unison. See you next... After the broadcast ended, Seo angrily slapped the student's head. You idiot. Not many views lately. You animal. You should pay more attention. The boy bowed profusely. Immediately after, he bluntly slapped the student hard in the face. Why didn't you slap yourself in front of the camera? My plan was so good. And you cut it out? Still, the boy kept bowing. I'm sorry. However, Seo repeatedly hit the student. You idiot. What did I say when I chose you to act? He gritted his teeth and raised his hand. If the views drop anymore, you're done for. Did you think I was gentle so you could mess around? Park Seo, 23, was a burly guy who specialized in bullying when he was in high... The time reverts to a few years ago. At that moment, he mercilessly swung his hand. The slap was like a thunderbolt, landing straight on the man's... Seo approached him and shouted loudly, This madman, what's wrong with us drinking and smoking? His friend next to him added a few words. What a brave old... Faced with Seo's aggressive demeanor, the man fearfully covered his face. No. You shouldn't drink in front of a convenience store like that. I only meant well, just a small reminder. His wife behind him shouted worriedly. She roared furiously, with tears welling in her eyes. Stop it. I've already called the police. How dare you act like this? The child next to them kept calling for his... Hearing that, Seo wore a provocative expression. You bitch! You think I'm scared? The child still couldn't help but shout loudly. Dad! The wife, seeing this, threatened. The police will be here. Seo almost laughed at her words. He clenched his fist, then swung it up. So what about the police? I don't give it. Immediately after, Seo bluntly threw a punch at. Under his force, the man fell back. His head accidentally hit the ground. Seeing this, the wife screamed in pain. Honey, those behind were extremely excited. What a punch. One hit and he on the ground. The man's body was convulsing Seeing this, Seo mockingly laughed along. This bastard. Foaming at the mouth. This guy is so weak. Student Park Seo assaulted a 30-year-old man, leaving him in a vegetative. However, he didn't stop but crouched over the man. Seo said scornfully, Uncle, smarten up. He continued to raise his fist high with provocative words. If you're so tough, bark. Immediately after, Seo continued to punch the man hard in the. That moment, the wife hastily knelt down. Please, please, I beg you. Have mercy on us. Stop it. I'm begging you. The child behind also screamed. Dad! One of the bystanders suddenly reminded them. Hey, the police are here. You can stop. However, his aggression didn't make Seo stop. He smirked maliciously. Don't mess with me. If you're so good, come here. I'll take on all of you. Because he was still a minor, the only punishment Park Seo received was 2 years in prison. Seo still didn't abandon his insolent habits. He angrily cursed. Faced with taking a life, Seo merely sighed wearily. My luck is truly rotten. And after serving his sentence, Park Seo started a YouTube channel about his life during the broadcast, he wore an excited expression. Hey everyone, today I'll start telling you about prison life. Okay? Prison life. Huh? I'm sure you guys don't know, but wherever people live, there is. Seo began making strange gestures, accompanied by sarcastic remarks. Those guys who make trouble or fool around with those holes. Quite like. Looking at the series of supportive comments below, Seo couldn't help but feel a little smug. Everyone, it's disgusting. That's how you see that love is truly beautiful. A moment later, he turned back to introduce himself. So, me? Confide in me whatever you want. In Park Seo. You'll listen to everything, okay? The channel is called Park Seo TV. 426,000 subscribers.
728 Videos.
His subscriptions rapidly increased through his vulgar. Returning to reality, Seo resumed his thuggish behavior. He gently patted the student's cheek. Try to do better. The boy fearfully nodded frantically. Yes, I will. That. He turned around but didn't forget to curse, all you idiots. Still, the student respectfully bowed. Please be careful, sir. Goodbye. Meanwhile, Ji-ho had observed the whole situation. He muttered softly. Sometime later, Ji-ho silently strolled down a deserted. Seo looked at his phone screen with a displeased expression. These privacy diggers again. Turning normal people into vegetative states. The screen showed a video of a famous YouTuber brazenly operating. Condemned. Couldn't help but curse. Can't speak directly to my face, so you stab me in the back like this. A moment later, Seo smiled proudly. Park Seo is much gentler now. Otherwise, all of you would be. Just then, he suddenly noticed a scratch on his car. What is? He shone a flashlight on the car, constantly cursing. Damn it! Which bastard did? Seo angrily hissed through clenched teeth. Damn it! These dogs! Damn it! If I get my hands on you. A moment later, he trembled violently. You dare? Now, what are you? Ji-ho raised a hammer high, aiming it at Seo. While he wasn't paying attention, Seo hastily lunged forward. He immediately restrained Ji-ho by hugging him. The hammer in Ji-ho's hand fell as a result. At this moment, Seo tightly squeezed his neck. Another suicidal dog. He spoke while tightening his grip. You'd use a hammer to hit me? Ji-ho beneath him furrowed his brow tightly. Not enough. That hit wasn't strong. Seo briefly smirked at his small hands. You call this a p-? With that, Seo slowly raised his fist high. Immediately after, he forcefully struck Ji-ho's face. Seo didn't forget to teach. It's like he continued to swing his hand up. You dog! You dare to As soon as he finished speaking, Seo continued to hit Ji-ho hard in the face. He cursed wildly. You lunatic! Seemed to shrink before Seo's large. His hand continued to hit. Ji-ho's fingers were stained with Ji-ho's. At this moment, Ji-ho almost fell into a stupor. He tried to open his eyes. Still, Ji-ho's consciousness began to fade. While he was unconscious, Seo suddenly screamed. What is this? Ji-ho only managed to hear his furious voice. Motherfucker. At the same time, Seo was gripped by the neck and lifted high. He struggled with all his might. You dog! Let me. Then, Du-suk suddenly poked his head out. Your opponent is 50 kilograms heavier. He emphasized his teaching. No matter how strong your punches are, If you don't hit the weak points, it's you. On this side, Seo pleaded desperately. Gently. Gently, please. Do-suk gently twisted his arm. Take advantage of his weak points and escape. The pain immediately shot to Seo's brain, making him scream miserably. Motherfucker. You. Despite Seo howling in pain, Do-suk focused on instructing. Then counterattack by aiming for the opponent's openings. The best tech. Do-suk tightly squeezed his neck. He enthusiastically reminded him you should choke him. No matter how big your opponent is, when the carotid artery is blocked, he will lose all strength in just 3 seconds and pass. True to Do-suk's words, Seo was completely unconscious after just 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Ji-ho still attentively listened to every word of his instruction. Do-suk's voice continued, however, it still doesn't end. Placed his hand on his neck again. If you continue to squeeze even tighter, the opponent's body will tire and become. This moment, Seo trembled violently. Then when he still held the chokehold tightly around his neck, his face as cold as ice. If you continue like this until they suffocate, the opponent will 100% die of suffocation. Meanwhile, Ji-ho could hardly take his eyes off Do-suk's move. While he was still bewildered, he continued to teach. Whether it's a teenager, or a man or a... Ji-ho's eyes widened with every word Do-suk spoke. And even the elderly will die. There are no exceptions. Then, he suddenly remembered his murdered... Do-suk's words echoed in his ears from when he was young. Even if it's a mon... At the same time, Kim Exeon was smiling opposite. Returning to reality, he gritted his teeth and roared. Then his fate will surely still be. Ji-ho's eyes widened to their fullest. His face clearly showed. At the same time, Seo completely lost the ability to resist. Seeing him gradually fading away, Ji-ho hastily pushed Do-suk. Seo fell to the ground as a result. Ji-ho exerted himself, giving him CP. Faced with his strange actions, Do-suk wore a bewildered expression. What are you? At this moment, Ji-ho repeatedly used his hands to compress Seo's. Sound came from his mouth. You mustn't kill. A moment later, thanks to Ji-ho's help, Seo fortunately woke. Seeing him awake, Ji-ho faintly parted his lips. Just killing him. He suddenly uttered veiled words. Would mean. Ji-ho hissed through clenched teeth. This trash has to slowly feel the pain of the victims he. His hands clenched the hammer handle so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Ji-ho looked at Seo with a cold gaze. The pain of permanently losing the chance to use his. Ji-ho's voice was heavy with hatred, but his eyes still held a chilling control. He will die in ultimate torment for the sins he has. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the hammer in his hand. Hearing each hammer blow land, Do-suk smiled. At this moment, the sky had gradually turned to a deep black. He calmly took out a cigarette. In the quiet atmosphere, Do-suk held a pack of cigarettes in front of Ji-ho. Want a? Ji-ho didn't take it but looked up at him cautiously. Who are you? Do-suk glanced at him and slowly replied. Someone in the same boat. And I want to help. As if those words were a joke, he replied coldly. I can do it myself. So I don't need any help. Hearing this, he sighed slightly. His eyes held a mocking look. Someone as weak as you to have succeeded so smoothly until now truly is. Du-sik's harsh voice suddenly echoed in Ji-ho's ears. But if you continue like this, you'll quickly end up in the grave with your. The words were like a knife piercing Ji-ho's heart. He angrily gripped Do-suk's neck tightly. Ji-ho roared each word. What do you know about? In contrast to him, Do-suk was extremely calm. He looked straight into his eyes, his voice somewhat solemn. I used to be a police investigator tracking Kim Exeon. And I am also a man who lost his wife and son because. Hearing this, Ji-ho seemed to freeze in time. Before he could compose himself, Do-suk suddenly grabbed his hand. And I am the one who will help you become strong. Immediately after, with one move, he threw Ji-ho straight to the. Do-suk looked at him and frowned. This week, how can you be a hero? There will be many more incidents like today. So you need to be even strong. Faced with his insulting words, Ji-ho clenched his. Immediately broke free from Do-suk's. Ji-ho looked up at him. I don't want to play the. At this moment, he couldn't help but say sharply, if you're so all-powerful, then go act alone. I have my own. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Do-suk pulled out his final trick. If you join us, then you can kill Kim X. Ji-ho froze. His eyes flashed with surprise mixed with. In that moment, he declared loudly, people who have made themselves into arrows and live with only one single purpose. That is to make Kim Exeon writhe and die. And hearing this, he repeated Do-suk's words in confusion. He silently extended his hand towards Ji-ho. Exactly. The arrows that will pierce Kim X. This moment, Do-suk seriously made his offer. And you, become our. He looked straight into his eyes. Each word seemed compressed, creating undeniable pressure. Go to prison. And kill Kim Exeon. Just then, Seicha's voice pulled Ji-ho back to reality. Who was that bastard? Who? His voice softened, as if trying to hide it. No, it's nothing. I was just clumsy and fell down the stairs. She directed her gaze at Ji-ho's wounds. Hey, how did you fall down the stairs to end up like... Realizing Saya didn't believe him, he continued to explain. It's true. I fell and my face hit the stairs. So, Taeseo next to them also wore a skeptical expression. Even if you fell on purpose, it wouldn't look like... Despite Jiho's constant denials, Saya concluded on her own. Did someone hit you? He hastily shook his head. Of course not. She pressed on. Tell me right now who hit you. They'll give him a good beating, he chuckled, teasing her. Saya is so fierce. Taeseo next to them didn't forget to add a few words. With hands as thin as paper, who can he hit? Saya, being teased, pretended to get angry. Do you want to... Moment later, she resumed her gentle demeanor. You guys should get some exercise too. Just burying your heads in studies isn't good, you know? Taeseo just smiled it off. Oh, hearing that, he retorted immediately, you exercise quite a bit. But how are your academic results? Saya suddenly punched him hard in the stomach. Taeseo is quite brave today. Huh? Jiho next to them couldn't help but laugh loudly. Got hit. At this moment, she switched to a gentle tone. What are you guys doing tonight? He seemed to be thinking. Tonight? Below? Taeseo clutched his stomach, groaning. I can't. After a moment of thought, Jiho replied briefly, I don't know. He suddenly bowed his head to check his phone. Taeseo next to him still kept complaining. My teeth are... A message clearly displayed on the screen. If you're interested in becoming an enro, come to the place I mentioned to you earlier. They'll be waiting. While Jiho was still pensive, Saya suddenly spoke up. Mom wants me to watch the store for her. Do you want to work? Taeseo answered without hesitation. That's a sweet part-time gig. I'm hungry, let me go instead. She scorned him. What good are you at? Just as the two were still discussing, he suddenly... Jiho embarrassedly scratched his head. I just remembered I have to meet Jiangsu today. So sorry. You two go to... Saya tilted her head and asked again. Jiangsu is your friend from elementary school, right? Taeseo replied irritably. Are you pushing us? Hearing that, he teased, are you jealous? She immediately chuckled in response. No way. You're getting all red. Chess parents opened a convenience store near their orphan. Inside, she constantly reminded him, you absolutely must check IDs when people buy alcohol and cigarettes. Okay? Taeseo replied with dissatisfaction. I know already. It's not like this is my first or second time working here. Saya immediately retorted. I've lost faith in your face. That's why I have to remind you. Because of this, Jiho, Taeseo, and Saya had been close like siblings since childhood. Suddenly, she pointed towards the glass door. Jiho. He quickly poked his head out to look. This guy's always hanging around with Jiangsu these days. Inside, Seicha's mouth suddenly moved. The corners of her eyes unconsciously curved downwards in an unusual... Both Saya and Taeseo simultaneously made ugly faces, accompanied by a polite middle... Jiho stood there smiling in return. What are you saying? You two work so well together. He laughed loudly alone, then slowly quieted. Jiho silently turned around. His lips were pressed tightly together. Immediately after, Jiho strolled alone down a deserted... The scene shifts to a desolate mountain. At this moment he walked, shining a flash. A moment later, Jiho kept panting heavily from exhaustion. Suddenly, his father's familiar voice echoed again. If I take one more step, then Mom's smile. 2 more steps and it's Dad's. Jiho looked at him bewildered. Dad, is this what you wish? On the other side, his father was peeking from behind a tree. He kept muttering, just seeing the baby, filled with laughter. Still, Jiho chose to walk past. He suddenly stepped on a sign. On it were the words, Warning. This is military territory. All trespassing and unauthorized photography are strictly prohibited. 508th Div. Jiho shone his flashlight straight ahead. Is it? He approached cautiously. Even though I'm here to discuss killing Kim Xian, I can't let down my...
Jiho stood silently outside.
He kept reminding himself, if I feel anything strange, I must attack immediately. He knows everything about me, and everything I... While Jiho was still hesitating, a light suddenly shone.
Du seuksterd at Jiho.
So you found your way. The corner of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Thank you for coming, Jiho. Come in. Suk carefully pressed the switch next to the... Inside it was like a basement, however it was well... Spoke, his voice echoing steadily. This is the place that will make you... Jiho suddenly noticed a newspaper on the wall. It stated that 3 police officers pursuing Kim Xian were killed by him, and the culprit had curiously looked around. What was this place used for before?
Du seog bluntly en swerd, a training bunk.
After a moment of silence, he continued, I know this place from my time in the military. It was overlooked by the army when the military left, so you can use it with peace of... Jiho raised an eyebrow in disbelief. You said you were a police detective and now you're a soldier too? Du-suk stammered in response. When I was... He stood stiffly before a map. I used to be a special agent. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. So, To kill that Jin Xin who's lounging in prison, what do I need? Without letting him ask further questions, he replied curtly, become strong. Du-suk looked straight into Jiho's eyes, and survived. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel confused. What? Before Jiho could finish speaking, Du-suk unexpectedly punched him hard, and even as Jiho groaned in pain, Du-suk casually continued, Jin Xin isn't just a killer. He's a monster who killed 3 skilled police investigators with his bare. He moved closer and gripped Jiho's neck, his voice deep and dull but sharp as a knife. A weak arrow only reveals the position of the bow. So we need to make the arrow stronger than. At this moment, he seemed to have no air left to. However, Du-suk mercilessly tightened his grip even more. He emphasized each word, otherwise the only outcome awaiting you is immediate.
Du-seok's eyes flashed coldly.
Imprint this in your mind. The relationship between us right now is merely a tool for. Below, Jiho was foaming at the mouth, his eyes wide and revealing their. As soon as he regained consciousness, he frantically searched his. Jiho quickly pulled out a knife and slashed fiercely toward. Seeing his resistance, Du-suk looked amused. I commend your prepare. He suddenly changed his tone. But if you rely on blades like
Du-seok glared at Jiho.
then you'll never be able to kill Jin X. Elsewhere, a shrill scream echoed from inside. The trembling prisoners clutched paper cuts. Fearful crowd dared not approach. One of them whispered, B-boss, stop it. Then, Jin Xin suddenly swung a sharp needle in one direction. A man covered his face with his hands, blood gushing from his eyes. My eyes. Seeing this, the subordinates looked urgent. Boss. Jin Xin raised a hand to signal. Oh, quiet down, the terrified man shrieked. Listen, obey this kid immediately. You guys back. Suddenly smiled meaningfully. Entering someone else's room in the middle of the night to kill them like this. Perhaps we should stop now. The group stammered, pleading.
Yirin-sin.
We were wrong. We'll never dare to touch you. He merely opened his mouth wide and lunged at. Jin Xin ferociously bit and tore at the man. Man clutched his ear, screaming terribly. The others rushed forward. This man. He smirked devilishly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I want. Jin Zin's eyes lowered like a predator's. His voice grew more cruel. He'll just break everything in half. Legs, arms, eyes, you have 2 of each, so losing half won't hurt. While the man was still groaning, he quickly grabbed his. Jin Xin angrily threatened. Too noisy. If you don't shut your mouth, it'll kill you. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from another part of the room. Jin Xin, stop your filthy hands and come play. Seeing him, the subordinates immediately knelt.
B-boss, I'm sorry.
I didn't know Jin Xin was in here. The person who had spoken walked in, his voice deep with anger. I've also done all sorts of filthy things and lived like a. The big man gently warmed up his joints. But seeing you act like. Stared at Jin Xin. I can no longer turn a blind. Big man raised his voice. I find it laughable that I, myself, am stepping in to sacrifice for justice like this.
Yin-sin merely scop.
Oh, Jin Xin stood there, sneering. I often hear phrases like. Before he could finish, the big man unexpectedly punched him in the. Immediately after, he struck him repeatedly, without letting up.
Jin.
Elsewhere, Du-suk approached the knife blade with his bare. He suddenly gripped Jiho's hand. Immediately after, Du-suk forcefully pinned him against the opposite. At this moment, he didn't forget to twist Jiho's arm to the blow. Du-suk had clenched his palm into a. Just then, he ruthlessly punched him hard in the. Jiho clutched his body, kneeling in agonizing. Du-suk looked coldly at Jiho. Don't rely too much on weapons. To those much stronger than you, it's no different from a child holding a toy. At the same time, he couldn't help but dry. Even so, he paid no mind and sternly instructed, this game of playing hero is over. You're not strong at all. Jiho raised his head, his voice noticeably hoarse. Yin exhaled heavily. How strong is that bastard? Is he even stronger? Faced with the unexpected question, Du-suk fell silent. After a moment of silence, he suddenly mentioned an event. I once watched the CCTV footage of Jin Xin killing 3 police investigators with his bare. Du-suk easily recalled every moment. Breaking human bones is as easy for him as snapping a chop. At the same time, Jin Xin had choked the big man with his bare hands, while also twisting him. The big man screamed in. Immediately, Jin Xin used both hands to pry open the man's. On this side, Du-suk continued, he will tear apart every muscle like shredding.
Yin-sin's my mini funfu.
I thought you wanted to be an envoy of justice. Saying so, he pried the man's mouth open even wider. Let's have a little more. The subordinates angrily shouted. Beep. Immediately after, those holding knives rushed forward. You dog. We'll risk our lives against you. That bastard doesn't have a knife. Du-suk spoke in a low voice. That strength and speed. It's inhuman. It's truly a primal. As the fat man charged, Jin Xin, with nimble movements, swiftly He paused for a moment, his cold eyes sweeping over his opponent, then let out a dry laugh. I don't have a knife. As soon as he spoke, Jin Xian punched the fat man hard in the He casually stomped his foot onto his opponent's Immediately after, Jin Xian cheerfully lunged at the remaining. He brutally slammed his fist into the man. Jin Zin's laughter was like a death knell. I don't need a knife to kill you. Saying so, he looked around with sick eyes. Because I only use it to cut things and make them more. Jin Xian advanced slowly, like a predator savoring its game.
À shrill scream échoed, don commire.
Go away, you But it was too late. He excitedly swung his arm towards his Jin Xian merely slammed his fist directly into the prisoner's. He raised his lips, his voice tinged with nostalgia and madness. When I was a kid, a few brats called me that. Jin Xian looked up at the prisoner and whispered, so I have 6 fingers and 6 nails. On the other side, Du Suk's voice seemed to catch. He doesn't need a knife, because his bare hands can even pierce human abdominals. In the blink of an eye, the group of prisoners lay scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, Dong Man chuckled approvingly. What a wonderful performance. He smiled with relish, as if he had just witnessed the most beautiful massacre. Nice. He burst out laughing, a wild, raw laugh. It was truly. At the same time, Li Rang walked in from outside, followed by a line of subordinates. Li Rang muttered discontentedly. Damn it, they called us here to clean up bodies. He continued to curse. The boss is addicted to that psycho. For a killer like him, the underworld means. At this moment, the bodies were successively dragged out. The group of prisoners diligently wiped away the blood. Li Rang anxiously turned to Dong Man. Boss, call me when a fight breaks out. Okay? Being next to that sick Jin Xian is really dangerous. He gently placed a hand on his shoulder. In a small place like this, it's better to try and get along than to. Dong Man didn't forget to tease him. Don't be too jealous. You just need to do your job. Hearing that, Li Rang's face contorted. Jealous? I'm just worried about you, that's why I said. At the same time, Jin Xian unconsciously chuckled. His laughter reached Li Rang's. Li Rang immediately snapped, dissatisfaction evident in every word. Problem? What the hell are you laughing? He smiled mockingly. Worrying won't help. And hearing this, he couldn't help but grab Jin Zin's collar. What did you just say, you bastard? Say it again. Do you want to? He smirked. His eyes clearly showed contempt. You think you're going to kill me? I'm so. Immediately after, Jin Xian squeezed Li Rang's wrist. The pain made his entire body tremble violently. Noticing the conflict, Dong Man stepped in to mediate. Now, he smiled gently. Family members should live in harmony. Should.
Dong Man suddenly paused.
That's right. Some pictures were sent over the weekend, and I completely forgot about. He merely pulled out a thin end. On the other side, Du Suk spoke in an emotionless tone. As far as I know, no one can defeat him in a one-on-one. He looked at Jiho with stern eyes. But that's why people like us have gathered and devised a plan. The plan to kill that devil is codenamed.
Du Seok déclarait decisively.
You are not alone, kid. There are others who share the desire to deliver death to that bastard. To accomplish. His eyes flickered with doubt. So I need to become stronger? Alright, then help me get stronger as soon as possible. Instantly, his foot unexpectedly shot out beside. Du Suk unleashed a powerful kick, aimed directly. He didn't forget to warn. The fastest way to get stronger is to put your life in danger. At this moment, Du Suk sternly corrected him. In a real battle, even a slight slip-up means only death away. Seeing Jiho unconscious on the ground, he let out a sigh. Today's training ended. Next morning, his leg was seen trembling. Light accidentally shone directly into Jiho's eyes, making him wince. Jiho struggled to open his eyes. He couldn't help but. Jiho's gaze suddenly landed on a small corner of the house. Glow-in-the-dark stick. He looked around bewildered. Where? In the corner of the room, an old toy box. On the wall hung a happy family photo of 3. Jiho stared at it. Family. Looking at the expressions in the photo, he couldn't help but exclaim, so he used to have such an expression. A moment later, Jiho cautiously opened the room. He hesitantly stepped outside. All around was plastic. Unpleasant smell permeated the air, making Jiho wince. He looked at the pile of trash with displeasure. Only that room is neat and tidy. Out here it's like a pig. In that situation, Jiho could only lament. I wonder how long it's been since it was cleaned. As he walked, he accidentally stepped on. Jiho picked up the postcard. Clearly written on it was the sender, Jin Xian. The recipient, Kim Du. He lifted the envelope, his fingers tracing the italicized words, then fell into thought.
Yin.
The messy handwritten words inside seemed to whisper a confession. To my dearest father. Dad, how have you been lately? I've been here for 10 years now. Father, over this time, you must have changed a lot by now. Even so, I am sure I'd still recognize you instantly. Am living well. Reading this, Jiho froze, his facial muscles almost still. Then, Do-suk unexpectedly appeared. You're awake. The curiosity welling within him made him shout, what's your relationship with Jin Exyan? Why does he call you He immediately snatched the envelope from Jiho's. Do-suk lost control and tore the postcard apart. Nonsense. Don't concern yourself. On his side, Jiho also gradually lost his composure. It says father in the letter. Explain to me why he calls you. The small pieces of paper slowly fell. Seeing this, Jiho became even more furious. What kind of relationship? What is that relation? Losing control, he frantically screamed. I don't know. Do-suk stumbled back a few steps, his trembling hands clutching his head. A sudden burst of anger erupted within him. But why would that bastard call me father? On this side, Li Rang gently rubbed his wrist. That pervert. All those disgusting he muttered doubtfully. Why does he ask for photos of the father of the child he killed every week? The subordinate replied with clear dissatisfaction. How are we supposed to know what goes on in the minds of those This moment, Jin Exyan caressed the photos of Do-suk. He unconsciously chuckled. Father is still alone. Huh? He must be very... Returning to Do-suk, he spoke as if he could no longer control his words. 15 years ago, I met Jin Exyan and his Do-suk's voice dropped, mixed with regret and pain. Every day I think about it. If I hadn't met them in the park that day, then nothing would have happened. Going back 15 years. The scene focused on a cluster of green
Du-seok groaned softly.
Hiding like this is so... He irritably bit down on his cigarette filter. That dark-skinned bastard who knows when hell show up. He might have even run away. The person next to him complained. It's already Tuesday. I wonder how much longer we'll have to wait like... Suddenly, a voice rang out. My love, are we meeting? Hearing the sound, Do-suk seemed to itch on the... Jin-suk smiled brightly. We truly are destined for each other, aren't we? His eyebrows furrowed, confusion flooding his face. Who is this woman? The person behind him suddenly teased. Are you her lover? Hearing this, Do-suk snapped. Hey, do you want to? She paid no mind to his words, continuing her act. My love, it's me, Jin-suk. Oh, Jin-suk, we're so deeply in...
Du-seok frowned.
Ma'am, keep calm. We are police officers. If you keep spouting nonsense, you'll be arrested. She suddenly called out softly. Come here. His colleague kept teasing. It's really not true. On this side, Jin-suk was still pulling someone's arm. Come here and say hello to your father. She smiled happily. My love, this is our son. His name is... Shock flashed across his face, then quickly turned to anger. What game are you playing with the kid? Are you... Jin-suk was instantly startled by Do-suk's angry expression. You calm down. Don't raise your voice like... This moment, he almost lost control and roared. How can this be my son? Senior. His colleague quickly intervened. You're too agitated, she whispered in her throat. I have... Suk stiffened, his eyes filled with doubt. What? Jin-suk bowed her head, her lips continuously moving. You and I loved each other, and Jin Exyan is the result of our... Immediately after, she pulled out a dirty paper. Jin-suk shyly presented it to him. See for your... Do-suk stared at her, his facial muscles. She just smiled and lightly shook the paper bag. Our love memories. They're all... Jin-suk waved the paper bag in front of Do-suk's eyes. This all... She grinned with a crazed look. Our love memories. Seeing his hesitation, Jin-suk urged again. Open it yourself and...
Du-seok frowned, making a displeased face.
What is it? Are you... After a moment of hesitation, he decisively snatched it from her. Jin-suk ignored Do-suk's words, her eyes brightening like a child's. I kept it very carefully, just waiting for the day to meet you. Don't you remember me? Or our Trying to stay calm, he glanced into the box. Do-suk's finger touched the first thing in the box. Just a discarded advertisement. A colleague nearby sighed softly, shaking his head. This woman is really high on drugs. The other didn't forget to threaten. Ma'am, we really are police. If you keep this up, you'll be in big trouble. Only then did he dare to breathe out. I thought it was something serious. Jin-suk suddenly lunged forward. What is it, my love? You said it's trash? Why is it She painfully clung to Do-suk. Those are all our precious memories. The colleague rushed over. Despite the group trying to stop her, Jin-suk clung on, refusing to let go. My love, it's me, the love of your life. Oh, Jin-suk, I'm here. Immediately after, she screamed in despair. Why do you pretend not to know me? You're everything to me and my...
Du-seok gradually grew annoyé.
He angrily shouted. Seriously, what's wrong with this crazy woman? You're taking things too... At the same time, Jin Exyan unexpectedly grabbed Jin-suk. He stood there and spoke in an icy tone. Stop. Jin Exyan looked up at her with cold eyes. Let's go. Jin-suk turned to him and sobbed.
Kim,
Mom has met your. Seeing this, he approached her with sharp, cold eyes. Stop it immediately and leave. You're an I. She paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. It's time for us to go home. A colleague standing nearby muttered under his breath. His eyes mixed with annoyance and confusion. What is that kid doing to his mother? This punk is really disrespectful. They didn't forget to reassure him. You've worked hard, senior. What a troublesome mother and son. Do-suk still stood there, quietly observing the two from a distance. He couldn't help but call out loudly. Hey, wait a—
Du-seok sighed softly.
It's not right to send you two away like— He walked closer, taking out some money. Take this. Buy something and eat it with your— Before that, Do-suk didn't forget to remind him. Treat your mother. He looked straight into Kim's eyes. Kid, don't talk to your mother like— Quickly took the money from Do-suk.
Kim merely similet.
Yes, I understand. Hearing this, Do-suk showed a displeased expression again. Why do you keep calling me that? What's wrong with you and your— A nearby colleague chuckled, unable to hide his excitement. Senior, you're too kind. Wouldn't it be better to give that money to us juniors for— Returning to the present, his voice echoed in the old room. That was the first day I met Jean Ek. He recounted in a low voice. At the time, I simply thought they were just an ordinary crazy mother and son. As he spoke, Do-suk's expression gradually changed. Then, 5 years later, when Jean Xian was 20 years, at this moment, Jiho interrupted him. He had started killing people, and his first victim was my— It seemed he was deeply obsessed with his— He turned to look at the family photo, unable to suppress his anger. Everyone he saw head grab and call father. Then, seeing other families, his murderous intent would— Do-suk emphasized the lingering pain, especially happy families. The happier they were, the more— When he was little, Jiho excitedly looked up at the sky. It's really an air— He excitedly boasted to his father. Super close. Dad. You're the— He smiled benevolently as he looked at Jiho. Glad our little pilot likes it. On the other hand, he angrily clenched his fists. Let me kill that Jean X. Jiho raised his head, his eyes showing clear determination. As long as I can kill him, you can use any method you want. Make me strong. Noticing his bravery, Do-suk nodded in agreement. All right. Always engrave this in your— He seriously reminded him. Now, you are no longer a human. You are an— A few days later, Jiho still went to school as you— Chaira unexpectedly patted his shoulder from behind. Seo Jiho, where are you going all by yourself? He suddenly hugged Chaira's shoulder. She looked bewildered. What's wrong? Seemingly sensing the concern from the eyes directed at him, Jiho quickly explained. I was startled. That's all. I did push-ups yesterday, so my muscles are just— Chaira frowned doubtfully. Sore muscles? Why does your face look like— He quickly replied, trying to force a slight smile. I fell. That's all. Hearing this, she grew even more suspicious. Taeseo stared at Jiho. How do you fall twice and injure your face both times? Chaira also chimed in, asking what have you been doing lately? No. He kept denying it. I really just— Saying so, Jiho looked at his phone with bright eyes. I have a date with Chong-su now, so I'll be going— Hearing this, Taeseo frowned tightly. That Chong-su again? Have you ever seen that Chong-su guy? She shook her head in reply. His figure gradually disappeared, leaving Chaira standing there, still not entirely convinced. I wonder what Seo Jiho has been up to these past few— Elsewhere, his body was kicked mercilessly. The ruffians took turns punching and kicking. One of them angrily charged. You dog. You just charged in and barked like— He frantically kicked him, along with insults. Are you— Hearing the siren, the leader flinched. Damn it. Someone called the police. Hey, Immediately after, the group left, leaving him alone and vulnerable. At this moment, Jiho slowly regained consciousness after being out for— At the same time, Do-suk walked out holding a meg. He looked at the watch on his wrist. 4 guys knocked out in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Do-suk evaluated with dissatisfaction. You lost because you lack strength and
À moment laté, Du-seok monologued again.
Each of these 80 caddy sandbags will help train your strength and Jiho's entire body was visibly trembling under the weight. He continued to emphasize, especially your supporting leg. It will help you maintain good balance and land properly. On the other hand, Do-suk ordered seriously. Drink it all. Eating is also a way for you to— He didn't hesitate, gulping down the entire bowl of porridge and— Seeing Jiho vomit, he reminded him again. Try to eat. You need to gain weight to have the physique to confront that gene. The nausea was still coming on. He tried to suppress. A moment later, Jiho managed to swallow everything. Just then, Do-suk unexpectedly wrapped his arm around his— He spoke in a harsh voice. Even when you're eating or taking a dump, don't let your guard— Do-suk continued, his eyes staring straight as if to pierce his soul. Always keep your body ready. These training sessions are hell. The days of exhausting fights on the streets, followed by fainting, continued. but clearly it was effective. Some time later, Jiho was able to knock out his enemy. Another man aggressively charged. You dog! How Jiho realized that his body felt incredibly. At this moment, Jiho directly swung his fist towards the. He fell into thought. I can feel the move. Then, a stick unexpectedly struck Jiho hard on. The man gnashed his teeth and cursed. He swung the stick again. Who do you think you just hit? Huh? What the hell can you do by your... The stick slammed straight down onto his head. The man seemed to have no intention of stopping. He shouted, where do you think this is? From behind, a hand grabbed.
Du Seok smirkte coldly.
You guys sure had a tough time, didn't you? Playing dirty with weapons because you couldn't beat a little. Seeing him, he became even more furious. You? Who are you? You bastard! Are you tired of... Immediately after, screams echoed throughout. The man's body was thrown directly onto him by Dusuk. He slowly spoke. How much longer are you going to lie flat on your back? Dusuk turned to look at Jiho. Today's training isn't over. His small hand was seen relentlessly punching the tree trunk in front. From behind, he kept reminding him. Earlier, you struck and knocked him down with your stick. But he still got back up. Make your hands as hard and sharp as well. Dusuk's words echoed in Jiho's ears. So that with just one attack, you can defeat your... At this moment, his hand continued to punch powerfully. For months later, Jiho's fist flew straight into his opponent's. He was seen knocking out each opponent with his bare hand. At the same time, the man suddenly squeezed Jiho's neck tightly. This time, he casually lifted the man and slammed him to the ground. The man's body slid across the cold ground. He was in so much pain that his face contorted. Immediately after, Jiho's foot stomped hard on the man's. Scene shifted to another page. His face was beaded with. Jiho carried 3 heavy sacks of rice on his. In a flash, he swung his leg and kicked the opponent opposite. Another man immediately charged with a knife. You dog! As the knife blade lunged, Jiho swiftly spun to. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly punched him hard in the. On the other hand, the wooden post showed signs of. However, not just one, but a series of tree trunks were devastated. At the same time, a madman grabbed Jiho. You bat! He hoisted him onto his shoulder. You're not good enough to beat. The man shouted smugly. Stop dreaming. You dog. Suddenly, Jiho he frantically turned his head. The man cursed angrily. You bastard. Before he could finish his words, Jiho lunged and attacked him. In the final moment, Jiho's hand shot rapidly towards the. He bluntly punched him hard in the. Dusuk next to him nodded in approval. Now that's much. Smiled slightly with satisfaction. An arrow has become sharper, sharp enough to pierce through the. In that moment, Jiho appeared with a tall, muscular physique. His eyes also changed over time. Dusuk quickly ordered, let's go. Scene shifted to a bustling. Zubiu constantly cursed. You clever bastards. How dare your company ignore. He was seen swiftly unbuttoning his pants. Taking care of business. Zubiu kept cursing repeatedly. Damn it. Is it just because I have a criminal record? You damn animals. Do you clever bastards think I have nowhere else to work besides your... From inside his earpiece, Dusuk's voice echoed. Target 47 years old. Oh Zubiu. He brutally murdered a restaurant employee while drunk, but was released after only 6 years due to mental and physical. A moment later, he tiredly returned to the room. You animals. They'll kill all. Seeing Jiho, Zubiu screamed in alarm. You startled me. You. He fearfully backed away. You. Who are you? How did you get in? Suddenly, Jiho stood up and approached. Zubiu couldn't hide his panic. What? On the other side, Dusuk was still giving instructions. Your training on how to fight is complete. Now it's time to train you on how to kill a person. If the past was training on how to fight, now it's time for training on how to... Jiho looked straight at him and introduced himself. I am the death...
Dusuk spoke in an icy tone.
Remember, the next one is also a murderer just like Gene X. His eyes glinted coldly. He also brutally murdered innocent. Dusuk's every word echoed in Jiho's ears. He is no longer... He paused briefly, his voice noticeably deeper. An arrow that cannot decisively strike its enemy is a flawed... Dusuk suddenly looked straight into his eyes. And that very arrow will harm its own... On this side, Zubiu frantically screamed. His face showed clear indignation. How dare you just barge into someone else's house like... At this moment, Zubiu furiously grabbed Jiho's collar. You dog! Are you trying to steal? He clenched his fist tightly, gnashing his teeth. You... Zubiu roared in anger. It's almost like that. But suddenly, Jiho twisted his arm. The pain instantly came, making Zubiu scream terribly. My arm. Without giving him time to compose himself, Jiho continued to punch him hard in the... Zubiu clutched his neck and coughed violently. He calmly looked down, his eyes colder than ever. Does it hurt? But it's nothing compared to the pain of the person you... He merely saw him quietly approaching the kitchen. Zubiu quickly grabbed a knife, roaring in anger. So that's what this is. Zubiu turned and pointed the knife directly at Jiho. What else do you want? I already paid the price by going to prison. Because of that, my life is now a pile of trash. You damn— He angrily grabbed Zubius' wrist. Indeed, you are no longer— Just then, Jiho silently shoved Zubiu back. Knife in his hand, decisively plunged into Zubius' left. Immediately, Zubiu screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The pain nearly maddened him, and he incessantly begged, "Help! Help me! I was wrong." However, Jiho paid no heed, decisively punching Zubiu in the— Jiho looked straight at him, his hand swinging with the words, "Someone like you has already faced enough consequences. Your life is turned upside." Saying so, he frantically punched Zubius' right cheek. Jiho's eyes burned with indignation, his voice deep but carrying the weight of a sharp blade. "How can a hand stained with human blood like yours ever pay enough for what you—" Pausing for a moment, he raised his fist again. "Types like you should just—" As soon as he spoke, Jiho relentlessly unleashed his anger on He growled in his throat, "You must—" Jiho's hand repeatedly struck down, accompanied by cold curses. At this moment, Jiho almost lost control, wanting to take his— Even so, he was not satisfied, his mouth ceaselessly cursing, "Die." A moment later, blood splattered all over Yet Jiho showed no signs of stopping, roaring each word. In a final moment, Jiho smiled slightly. Then, he stiffened, his gaze fixed in one direction. Jiho stared intently at the dark space under the entire room suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, his face contorted. Jiho clenched his fist as if enduring. He was seen silently looking down at Zubiu, whose fate alive or dead was unknown. Only after a long moment did Jiho quietly leave. On the other hand, Du-suk angrily slapped him directly in the face. He looked at Jiho with eyes full of indignation. Du-suk's eyes burned with fury. He roared, "Isn't that a failure? You couldn't even kill." At this moment, Du-suk repeatedly slapped him hard on the right. Finally, he angrily shoved Jiho, an arrow yet so indecisive. Du-suk shook his head slightly, his eyes coldly disappointed. "I was mistaken." His eyes swept down, as if wanting to crush him with contempt. "You are merely a flawed." At that moment, Jiho's lips faintly moved. Paused for a moment, then continued. "There was a child in—" Time rewound to a few hours earlier, when Jiho was strangling. He accidentally saw a trembling child hiding under the— In the moment, Jiho gradually regained his sense. At this moment, the child was just like him. It looked at Jiho the way Jiho looked at Jin X. Turning to reality, Du-suk gnashed his teeth. "What do you—" Immediately after, he furiously yelled, "If Jin Xian also took a child hostage, would you let him go?" Jiho's face darkened for a moment. Then he spoke with a dry throat. "I said I would kill Jin Xian, not that I would become a monster." He muttered to himself, "I can't be like—" Du-suk now clenched his hand tightly. He replied, trembling. Du-suk stepped closer, his eyes burning with fury. "If you don't force yourself to become like him, you won't be able to do it." Hearing this, Jiho slowly stood up. "Then you truly have mistaken me for someone." Immediately after, he turned and walked away. "Replace a flawed product like me with another." Seeing Jiho casually give up, Du-suk angrily yelled, "Is that all?" He still coldly walked away regardless. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curse. "Is your desire for revenge truly that shallow? You always just want to play the role of a righteous—" In that moment, Jiho muttered into the void, "The child hiding under the—" He didn't forget to emphasize, "He's only the same age as your—" Meanwhile, a cake was conspicuously placed on the— He looked at it, then fell completely silent. The person opposite him looked confused. "Hey, Jin-sin, wasn't your birthday last month too?" Seeing this, his cellmate quickly interjected, "Hey, I'm sorry, this guy hasn't been here." After a moment of silence, Sin bowed his head and blew out the candle. He gently cut the cake. "It's not a birthday. This is just for commemoration." Sin confessed coldly, "It's to remember the children I—" He continued, his face emotionless, "Just like the boy Jongsu who died today. If he were still alive now, he'd probably be 50. The man took the cake, trembling with— Seeing this, Sin smiled at him. "Enjoy your—" Just then, Yi-jiang suddenly cursed, "You bet." He looked straight at him, unfazed. "You always like doing crazy things." Sin immediately offered a plate of cake. "Brother Yi-jiang, would you like some cake?" Yi-jiang immediately refused. "No thanks. It's disgusting." He then handed over a paper packet. "The boss sent this." He happily took it. Jiang stared, his eyes showing clear contempt. "You scumbag, your face really is disgusting." At this moment, Sin smiled with an unprecedented happiness. The scene shifts to a public bath. People inside turned their gazes, as if they had just seen a strange— At the same time, Du-suk forcefully poured a bucket of water over him. A quick glance showed Du-suk and Jiho sitting. Du-suk's eyes darted to Jiho. "After you kill someone with a knife, take a bath to avoid the smell of blood clinging." Listening to Du-suk, Jiho used a bath sponge to scrub his entire— Suddenly, Du-suk fell silent, his lips visibly— Du-suk paused for a moment, then spoke. Actually, his eyes drooped, and his voice slowed. Is the day Jiho? Jiho tilted his head, looking at Do-suk with a puzzled expression. Inside the bathhouse, the sound of running water echoed. Meanwhile, Do-suk gently scrubbed Jiho's back, just like a Jiho showed a pained expression. Do-suk said, I once let go of this. His voice was slightly heavy, because it's truly difficult for a human to kill a monster. Do-suk suddenly growled, his eyes flashing with rage. But even now, that hatred still lingers in my mind, and it makes me capable of doing anything just to kill that damn gene. Jiho then spoke slowly, me too. He suddenly asked if you turned into a monster like him, would Jongsu really want? Do-suk fell silent at Jiho's question. In the end, Do-suk chose to be honest. He wouldn't want that. He continued, my son, Jongsu, he was a good. Jiho nodded slightly, his eyes seeming to find empathy. My father would probably think the same. Do-suk's hand was still on Jiho's back, but there was a drops of water continuously fell, as if cleansing his. The scene now was of a young Do-suk and him as a Turning to Sin, he intently looked at the photo. Ijong looked with dissatisfaction. You pervert, why do you keep taking pictures of that old man and his deceased? Rumbled annoyedly. What the hell? You hold it suddenly. Sin shoved his hand into Ijong's. Immediately after, Sin decisively pressed down, making Ijong groan and Ijong writhed on the ground. While Sin remained perfectly, Sin gritted his teeth. He's not alone, and he roared angrily. Who is walking beside my father like? In that instant, Sin's face was covered in prominent veins. He growled each word. Father must be lonely and always think. At the warden's outside the office, two menacing-looking prisoners stood guard. Inside the office, a hesitant voice spoke. Director, please understand. Warden Beck, with a fearful expression, avoided looking at the person sitting opposite him. Can I really just turn a blind eye when facing Director Kong Gangu? It's really difficult. There are no more accidental death reports now. Young man calmly raised the teacup to his lips and took a sip. I know you find it difficult. He leaned back comfortably. My son was captured by Kong Gangu, and my daughter was captured by me. How could it not be painful? We truly are bad. Hearing this, Warden Beck leaned closer to Jongman and whispered, so please, my daughters. Jongman smiled, responding calmly, Warden Beck, you can't have. He continued, that Kong Gangu will die by my hand anyway, so don't you think you should choose a firm. Saying this, Jongman laughed even louder. And they say a daughter's filial devotion is always deeper than a. 2 years ago, a portrait of a seemingly wealthy man was displayed amidst flower wreaths. This man was Oh Jin-gu, the chairman of Utopia, a company specializing in world-class casinos and hotels, and also the deceased leader of a notorious criminal. A man standing before the portrait turned his head and smiled at the other person. Director Jongman has arrived, has he? According to accounts, a bloody civil war had erupted to reclaim the top position. Jongman at that time was covered in injuries, his face smeared with blood. I came to see the chairman's face one last. His hands were cuffed, and two people stood guarding him from behind. Jongman cursed angrily, you dog. And Jongman was imprisoned amidst that civil. Kong Gangu looked him straight in the eyes, flashing a cunning smile. Take care of yourself, Director Jongman. I hear it's quite dangerous in prison these. Jongman was not to be outdone. He sneered, it might even be worse out there than in prison. Director Kong should worry about himself first. Despite this, he continued to tear apart his rivals even while incarcerated. Back in the prison cell, Jongman held a teacup, stirring it constantly with a spoon. Those small fry that Kong Gangu sent in here to kill. Then he gave an order. Find out and provide that information. These threats made Warden Beck tremble uncontrollably. Otherwise, you won't even be able to see your daughters. Outside, a fierce shout suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of the two people in the office. What are you doing? You can't come in. Outside the door, sounds of fighting and scuffling kept echoing. Stop! Jongman silently frowned, staring intently at the. Sin burst through the door, his face angry. He was also holding the head of one of Jongman's underlings down. Jongman frowned and asked, what are you doing here? Sin's hand was covered in blood. He slowly spoke a few words. You was there to accuse Jongman. You promised you would protect that old man for me, and make him eternally. Jongman nodded in confirmation, then asked with a puzzled expression, yes, I've always done that. Is something. Sin quickly threw the photos he had onto the table, then questioned, then who the hell is walking next to my father? Jongman quickly picked up the photos and carefully observed them. It's probably just a coincidence, they must have gotten caught in the picture by chance. Sin immediately denied it. He growled, I'm sure someone is with my. Then he glared, ordering Jongman, make my father alone immediately. At Jiho's school, teacher looked at him and smiled affectionately. See, I told you, just fill it out and you'd get in. Don't waste your talent and future over some silly thoughts. Then the teacher congratulated him. Congratulations on passing your university entrance exam and being accepted into Ka Aviation University. but Jiho's attitude seemed rather Teacher happily discussed his future. If Jiho becomes an airline captain later, remember to invite me for a free. Jiho remained silent, not responding, his face devoid of any. After school, he quickly went straight. Jiho opened the door and announced. Suddenly, confetti appeared from nowhere, showering all over him. Congratulations on getting into university. The director, setting out food, looked at Jiho and laughed loudly. Welcome home, Jiho. The other kids also kept cheering. The main character has a. Jiho put down his bag, an embarrassed look on his face. What is all?
Sua smiled.
I told you, for you it'd be easy as pie. Tae-seop also praised him. Congratulations on getting into Ka Aviation University. They're all happy for Jiho. You just got back just as we finished preparing. A child asked, what's an aviation university? Tae-seop quickly replied, it's where they train pilots. The child then praised him admiringly. Brother Jiho is so. The director turned and patted Jiho's shoulder. At least you could have told me you got into university. He hesitantly replied, I just found out from the teacher myself. The director laughed loudly with a benevolent expression. Is that so? Your teacher is truly our benefactor. I must go meet him and thank. The table was laden with delicious food. All sorts of delicacies were available. Seiya took a big bite of a rib and praised. Director, your galbi gym is absolutely top tier. Tae-seop replied as if it were obvious. Our dad is famous for his galbi. Receiving the compliment, the director smiled brightly. Seeing you kids eat like this makes all my effort worth. Suddenly Seiya asked about Jiho. Jiho, when did you want to become a pilot? I didn't even know you liked this Jiho lowered his head and gave a vague answer to get past the subject. I just took the exam because the teacher kept insisting. Seiya laughed even louder when she heard this. You just took a random test and passed? That's hilarious. Tae-seop, who was eating, turned to ask. Seiya, where did you choose to study? Seiya replied, I'm going to a social welfare school. I want to work at a children's welfare facility. Just like the director heard this and praised her. I'm so proud of you. Seiya, you'll have your work cut out for you, especially with kids like Tae-seop then poked his cheeks with both hands, pouting playfully. Meeting cute kids like me is like heaven. Isn't it?
Im so adorable.
Seiya hearing this showed disdain. Then I might have to change my aspiration. The director suddenly asked, Tae-seop, are you still studying hard to pass the police academy entrance? He pressed his cheeks with his hands to form a big smile and replied, yes, I'm studying hard and training really hard. The children eating nearby heard this answer and looked surprised. You're going to be a police officer? Awesome. Amazing. Admired by the children, he hesitantly replied, but I have to pass their test. At this moment, Director Tao-kin was so happy that he shed tears. He wiped away the tears from his eyes. Just yesterday you children were so small, and now you're all grown up like this. Time flies so fast. Tae-seop complained. Dad's crying. He continued, trying to comfort the director. They'll still come home often, Dad. Seiya chimed in. They'll come here often too. Didn't notice that Jiho was sitting in silent contemplation, not saying a word. Suddenly he spoke. That's. Jiho awkwardly scratched his head. I forgot I have an appointment, so I'll be leaving. Tae-seop saw that he wanted to leave and angrily tried to stop him. We put so much effort into preparing for you, and now you're just dragging yourself off. The director looked at him worriedly. He asked, Jiho, do you have something? Without another word, he silently stood up, opened the door and walked out. Yes, it's quite important, so please excuse me. Tae-seop called out to him. Hey, COD. Outside. Jiho gently closed the door and murmured. Sorry. The door slammed shut, and Jiho showed no Seiya asked worriedly. What's wrong with him these days? Tae-seop pouted. That's enough. Let's just eat all of his. He was angry and kept scolding Jiho. Don't come back at all. That's just how my friend. That evening, Jiho walked alone into the dark. He used a flashlight to light his. Suddenly he smiled and enigmatic. Jiho mumbled. Seiya truly has a wonderful dream. She wants to become someone like the direct. Step by step through the dark forest, Jiho kept muttering. Tae-seop is also very suitable for the police force. He's really kind. After a while, he stopped before a strange door deep in the forest. Both of them will surely become good. He gently opened the iron door. Jiho had promised Do-suk that he would go to prison when he turned. Inside, Do-suk was already waiting. You're here. Do-suk thought he will commit a crime himself and go in there with Jin. Jiho took off his glasses, his face filled with determination. Yes, let's start the On this side, Tae-seop held his bulging stomach after the sumptuous meal. It's so.
Sua scoffed.
You eat like a bottomless pit. What did you expect? Tae-seop quickly retorted. I just didn't want to leave anything for. He was still sulking about Jiho getting up and leaving in the middle of the feast. Dad put so much effort into preparing everything. That rotten kid. I haven't liked his attitude these past few days. Taesiup kept scolding. He never answers when you ask him, and Saya then teased. And now you're wearing Jiho's shirt? Taesiup smiled and replied, his clothes are my clothes too. When we were little, we even shared underwear.
Saya laughed loudly in disgust. Tatsuk.
Night had fallen, and the moon hung high in the Saya walked along, speaking with a melancholy expression. Lately, I feel like Jiho might suddenly Taesiup tried to reassure her. You think he'll run away from home?
Don't worry.
If he does, he'll personally drag his butt back.
Saya quickly replied, no.
It's not like Seiji's eyes suddenly held a look of sorrow. It's more like one day he'll just turn into dust and leave this. Taesiup, having heard these words, suddenly furrowed his brow and he turned his head, avoiding looking at her directly. You're worried about Jiho? Like Thanos snap? How could he just suddenly disappear? He's just a young man. Don't worry too. Soon they arrived at Seiji's place. We're here. Saya expressed her gratitude. You really didn't need to walk me home like this, did you? You're strong as a god. Taesiup laughed loudly. He waved goodbye to Saya. See you tomorrow. She gently nodded. Okay. Be careful on your way. After saying goodbye to Saya, Taesiup also quickly strode back. Taesiup's face showed a pensive, thoughtful expression. Could Jiho just suddenly He unconsciously pulled out his phone and looked. Everyone is here. Dad, his friends, and even the kids. How could that guy just suddenly disappear? It's unbelievable. Suddenly, someone ambushed him from behind. He fell onto the road. The thug was still holding a baseball bat. Is it this man? Following quickly confirmed, yeah. Hoodie and from the orphan. Taesiup lay collapsed on the road. Moaning continued. The thug held him by the collar with one hand and raised his weapon with the other. Damn it. Let's do this. We still have to go back and A stack of Do-suk's photos lay scattered on the Sin tore them into small pieces and put them in his He voraciously chewed the photo. Sin tore another. He put the paper piece into his mouth and chewed it voraciously. He continued, chewing and looking at the photo, muttering to himself, I won't give you to. On the photo he tore only the image of a young man in a hoodie. Sin held the photo in his hand, staring at it contemplatively. Father, you're only. On this side, the other prisoners were discussing. Boss, are you just gonna let Jin Sin
Jiang spoke again.
That madman. His attitude changes constantly. The other prisoners in the room had been beaten and were covered in injuries by Zhang Man, petting the dog in his hand, said, I'm only keeping my promise this one last. He hugged the dog, his face angry. A dog shouldn't bark in its owner's face like that. Either chain it up or slaughter. On this side, Jiho continued to train enthusiastically. He was covered in. Do-suk was training. Jiho had learned how to react and dodge Do-suk's attack. Moreover, he had also learned how to counter. Jiho was now strong enough to easily lift Do-suk's entire. He originally wanted to bring Do-suk to his knees, so he attacked his. As the proverb says, the older the ginger, the spicier the taste. Do-suk quickly dodged and, in turn, elbowed Jiho. Jiho recoiled backward and resumed a defensive stance. After that strike, Do-suk praised him. You've improved, but you still need to be fast. His entire face was now swollen, his cheeks covered in injuries. Then Do-suk turned and walked away. Take a break and let. Jiho looked surprised and asked again. Eat? You mean that pureed pork? Seeing his naive question, Do-suk couldn't help but laugh. How can anyone live eating only that? You like jajangmyeon? Then Do-suk led Jiho to a restaurant. His favorite noodles were served on the. Do-suk held a glass of soju in his hand. I heard you got into university. Do you want to go? To university? That Jiho quickly replied, no. How could I? Then he asked with a surprised tone, but why do you? Do-suk calmly replied, I told you I've always been watching. Do-suk calmly brought the soju glass to his lips. It's the same now. Do you feel bad? Being watched all the time like. Jiho showed no blame towards Do-suk. No, I understand because I am the arrow. When did you start watching? Do-suk was very honest with Jiho. From the very beginning I watched you. The only surviving child in Jin-sin's. He continued. From when you arrived at the orphanage. The first day you transferred to your new elementary. Hearing this, Jiho showed surprise. When you won first place in the running races at the sports fest.
Du-seok recounted.
After you finished elementary school. You ate sweet and sour pork with the other children at the orphanage. When you entered middle school, then graduated, and even when you entered high school. I witnessed it. He smiled, looking at Jiho. From being so tiny, you've grown so big now. Time really Having listened to Do-suk speak until now, Jiho just silently looked at him. Jiho suddenly realized. Seeing him pensive, Do-suk spoke again. The noodles are getting soggy. Hurry and eat. He gently replied, yes. After some time living with Do-suk, he still couldn't see the image of his own father. Jiho had just picked up a mouthful of noodles when his phone suddenly. He picked up the phone. Hello? On the other end of the line, Sei's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. Jiho, come here quickly. She stammered. Taesiup is badly. Hearing this news, his face suddenly turned. Then he quickly ran to the hospital. At the emergency, the health monitor continuously displayed changing information. Taesiup lay motionless and in a coma on the hospital bed. He was on a ventilator. Jiho saw this scene and felt completely frozen. For a moment he couldn't say a word. The director knelt beside the hospital bed, crying tragically.
The sheep.
What's happening? Tears welling up, replied. The doctor said Taesiup had his finger. Taesiup's little finger on his hand had been half. She continued. And even all the tendons in his leg were. At this, both she and the director could only stand by the bed and cry. Jiho just stood there silently, looking at Taesiup. Saya looked at Jiho crying. She asked, who? Why would they do this to Taesiup? Do you know who? Jiho gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling with furious. Taesiup was still in a comatose. Jiho's whole body trembled. He tensed. Suddenly he turned and walked away. Saya looked at him with a surprised, confused expression. He strode straight out of the hospital room. She asked, you? Where are you going? Outside. It was raining heavily, with thunder, and Jiho took out his phone and called someone, reporting Taesiup's left hand, and he walked in the rain, talking as he went, completely soaked. It happened exactly like that time. Do you know who? This side. Do-suk received the call from Jiho. He frowned. I guess it's Jong Ki.
Jongman's un.
Do-suk had his own deduction. They intended to warn me, but somehow made a mistake and target. Jiho asked coldly, where are those scumbags hiding? They'll find them and kill them. Do-suk heard this and intervened. No, if you reveal yourself, I'm very sorry for Taesiup's situation, but thanks to this, your existence has been
Jiho yelled angrily, I don't care.
My friend was.
Du-seok fell silent.
This is my responsibility too, so let this old body of mine finish. Then he showed his determination. So you go and kill Jin-sin as planned, even if I'm not accompanying you. And Jiho froze at these words. He asked again, what do you mean? You're not going to be with me? And Do-suk coldly hung up, cutting off the conversation. Stopped before a tall building. Do-suk looked up at the. Director Kim was stripped naked and assaulted. He continuously pleaded, I'm sorry. That contract. They'll sign it. So please. The thugs laughed loudly at his writhing form. It seems Director Kim finally understands now. If you had just done as I told you from the beginning, it wouldn't have come to. The guy lit a cigarette and leaned in close to Director Kim. Damn it. Do you know that because of you, Director Kim, I couldn't get closer to Boss John? Director Kim lay on the floor, groaning. I'm sorry. Please, let me go home. The thug growled, but you have to receive the deposit money first before you go home. The thug gave a cunning smile. Director Kim said, he'll try to pay. Underling standing nearby spoke up. Boss, we haven't gotten anything yet. The thug leader smiled and replied, you guys take a small loss this. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. The thug turned to look at his underling. What is it? Did you order something? The underling quickly denied it. No, it must be someone upstairs who ordered. Director Kim lay on the floor, tears streaming down his face. He tried to groan a few times. The thug suddenly stopped paying attention to Director Kim and went outside to open the door and see who it was. Before he could assess the situation, that guy was knocked down and sent flying to the. The thug panicked, grabbing his baseball bat, and yelled, what?
Du-seok calmly stepped forward.
Grabbed the thug by the collar and pulled him close. Then he delivered a powerful punch straight to his. He glared at them, his face filled with fury. You bastards, all of you go die. Tell that brat named Jong. Do-suk momentarily yelled furiously. If you're so good, come out. And other gangsters heard the commotion and quickly ran downstairs. What's A man who had just come downstairs asked. Did Director Kang's men barge in? The fat one quickly replied, no, it wasn't. They looked utterly surprised. What is? The thugs saw that he was alone and showed contempt. Only the one who just came down asked. He came in here by himself? And he's an old man? The other one nodded, confirming. That guy looked aggressive. Old man, have you lost your? Do-suk didn't bother to listen to what he said and directly delivered a. The thug quickly fell back and was sent flying, to the astonishment of his underlings. Do-suk pressed his advance, continued to throw another punch straight to his. Stopping there, he even raised his leg, intending to give that guy. The underlings saw the critical situation before their eyes and were about to rush to save their boss. But he kicked them in the. One reckless guy pulled out a blunt knife and stabbed him. Do-suk, ambushed, became furious. He turned to look at that guy. Do you think your body can withstand this one knife? Then he used both hands to squeeze his face tightly. Where do you think this? Very calmly, Do-suk snapped that guy's neck to the. Another guy saw this scene and was terrified. He quickly pulled out a knife and pointed it straight at Do-suk. He broke that guy's neck with his bare hand.
Du Seok spoke contemplatively.
They'll give you all one last chance. He glared at them. Get out of here and start a new. As he spoke, Do-suk advanced, threatening the gangsters. If you do, I'll spare your. One guy was still unafraid. He, on the contrary, held his knife out in front, ready to attack Do-suk at any. Then, without hesitation, he charged with the knife. Stop barking nonsense. Scene returns to Jiho training with Do-suk. Jiho asked, if I continue training like this, can I defeat a dozen guys at. Do-suk quickly replied with a serious expression. That only happens in comic books. No matter how much you train, the body has its. Gangsters charged for. One madman yelled loudly. Attack him from all sides. Do-suk swung his arm and punched that. A decisive punch landed right in his face, deforming his feet. After punching that guy, he kicked another. Another gangster tried to ambush him from behind with a stick. Do-suk calmly spun around and quickly dealt with that. He turned his head and glared. At this moment, Do-suk's eyes were filled with. He continuously punched that guy in the. And he lunged and punched another guy in the. His fists frantically punched forward like. The thugs were beaten to the point of spurting blood and breaking. After a while of fighting, many lay sprawled on the floor, but the remaining ones still hadn't given up. They still held their knives, waiting for a chance to charge. Go! Attack him! Don't hold back! Do-suk stood to the side, arms crossed, smiling triumphantly at them. There's no way you can. The scene returns to Do-suk advising Jiho. But even so, there's still a way. If you make most of your enemies falter, you'll have a chance to. Jiho was extremely surprised to hear this from him. What do you mean, most of the enemies? Do-suk raised his fist forward. He thought to himself, enemies. They will always believe that with sheer numbers they can easily crush us. They believe they'll be safe when they outnumber and oppress. On this side, he continued to deal with them one by one. He recalled his teaching to Jiho. Break that belief with your overwhelming. The thugs still stubbornly pointed their knives at him, but their faces were filled with fear. Do-suk always etched these words into his heart. Instill fear. Do-suk aggressively stepped over the bodies of the gangs. He glared and smiled at them provocatively. What are you all doing? Why aren't you charging? Those people were terrified, drenched in sweat. They huddled into a. He slowly stepped closer to them. If you're not going to charge. At this moment, in the eyes of the gangsters, Do-suk was like a monster. Then this time, let me. His teaching to Jiho echoed in his head. And at that moment, the advantage of numbers will be. The terrified gangsters stepped back as he advanced. Do-suk calmly dealt with them, then stepped over their bodies. He looked at the people before him. They are merely enemies trembling in. Suddenly a voice rang out. What are you guys? Jong-ki suddenly appeared from behind the wall. Flinching in fear of an old man like him, those guys turned to look at him. He quickly advanced. He knocked one of his underlings on the head. I was only a little late. And look at you idiots. Oh my god. You dogs are Do-suk glared and asked, is that Jong-ki walked over, hugged one of his underlings, and laughed loudly with extreme disdain. Look. This guy even wet himself in fear. No. So, your little thing is this. Then, his eyes suddenly stopped, staring intently at Do-suk. Don't wet yourselves in fear like that. Why are you guys so scared? If you keep being scared, you won't grow taller. Do-suk thought to himself, as soon as that brat arrived, the fear I had just instilled was completely
Jong-ki boldly stepped toward Du Seok.
I didn't expect the old man to deal with my lovely underlings so. He stood face to face with Do-suk, showing no fear. You're quite strong, old man. He, on the contrary, showed contempt. But can you still move now? Seeing his attitude, Do-suk suddenly. Seeing Do-suk's trembling body, Jong-ki had somewhat guessed. You tried your best not to show it. But you've reached your limit, haven't you, old? Then he glared at Do-suk with an arrogant expression. Now, if you fight me, you'll.
Du Seok did respond.
He directly aimed a punch at Jong-ki's. Outside, it was still raining heavily, with thunder and. A thug was on the phone, looking annoyed. Are you kidding me? I already gave you more time. You borrowed money, and you keep procrastinating like. Stood in the middle of the road, continuously cursing at the person on the other end of the line. Damn it, if that's the case, then go sell a kidney or an eye to pay me. He continued, cursing, without noticing someone had appeared behind him. Did you forget you signed a paper to sell your rotten body? I'm coming now, so get the money ready. Jiho suddenly called out to the thug. Hey, you He turned his head in surprise. Jiho was now wearing a mask. He glared at the thug. Do you recognize me, you low? The thug saw him and quickly recognized him. It's the guy who burst into the room back. Suddenly, Jiho made his move. He grabbed the thug by the glared and brought his face close to the thug's. Tell me where that bastard Jong-ki. In the prison cell, Jong-man was training his dog. Continued with the command. Paw. The dog was very smart. It watched his actions and followed them repeat. Spin. Jong-man called. Lie down. The dog only looked annoyed and called out again. The dog looked confused. Zhang Man called out one more time. This time, he was so angry that he raised his hand, about to strike the dog. He ferociously gritted his teeth, looking at the dog. I said, lie down. The dog was scared by his attitude. His whole body trembled. Suddenly from outside, Ji Yong frantically burst into the cell. Director, I heard that Du Suk barged into Zhang Kiss. Zhang Man looked puzzled and asked again.
Kim du Seok?
Is that the guy Jin Sin calls? Ji Yong quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes. I hear he's stronger than we thought. Should we send more men? Zhang Man cruelly held the dog in his hand, his face calm. No, there's no then. He smiled a sinister smile. Because Zhang Qi is the one I personally. On this side, the thug beaten by Jiho lay collapsed on the floor, trembling. I really don't know. How could a low-ranking person like me know such a terrifying? Jiho continuously physically assaulted him. A terrifying thug stammered in fear, the head of Zhang Man's action team, Li Zhangqi. Everyone calls him Zhang Man's. On this side, Zhang Qi tilted his head and picked something out from between his. He held a tooth in his hand and exclaimed, "That's truly surprising." Then he sat down on the floor. He looked at the tooth and smiled. Is this even a human? You're quite the monster, old. He looked at Du Suk with an extremely excited expression. This is the first time I've met someone this strong. But why did you want to? He leaned against the wall, while Du Suk lay sprawled on the floor. If you hadn't met me, you'd probably still be alive. He looked at Du Suk, then bid him farewell. See you later, grim. Kim Jin frantically grabbed the prisoner's hand and nodded. He strained to pull his hand back, then screamed in pain. Quick! Stop! A nearby prisoner tried to intervene. Kim Jin didn't hear a word of what the prisoner said. Kim Jin immediately threw a punch straight at the other man's cheek. The man, even as he was being hit, tried to cry out a few times. Calm. Kim Jin raised his fist, ready to defend himself. He glared at the other prisoners. Who allowed you guys to touch my dad? I told you just to make everyone around my dad disappear. In a fit of rage, Kim Jin turned and choked another man until he gasped for. He was even more brutal, squeezing the other man's throat. Kim Jin lifted the prisoner high into the air. The man continuously cried out for help. Help! He stared blankly at the prisoners trembling below. The only one who can harm my dad is another man. His face covered in blood from the beating, spoke up in fear. Kim Jin, calm down. Please. We're on the same. Kim Jin didn't care. He directly threw the prisoner he was holding high into the air, straight onto the. The man was now completely stiff. He could only gape, not daring to say anything. Kim Jin slowly stood up. He deliberately repeated what the other man had just said. We're on the same side. But in this relation. Then he ran a hand through his hair and smirked wickedly. I'm the alligator, and you guys are just the birds picking leftovers from my teeth. And if I close my mouth, I can devour you alive anytime I. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted. A rough hand slapped Kim Jin's face with a resounding. It was Long Man. After his subordinates were all beaten, he finally took action. Kim Jin held his swollen cheek. He smiled softly as if nothing had happened. You've arrived just in time. There are a few things I need to. Forced a smile, but it held a hint of threat. However, your welcome has left me a bit surprised. Long Man narrowed his eyes at Kim Jin with disdain. For a savage dog like you, a good beating is indeed the best training. Kim Jin smirked and brushed past him. He scoffed. Are you truly stupid? Or are you just Kim Jin's hand was now poised. It was ready to attack Long Man at any moment. If you see a mad dog or a rabid dog, you should tuck your tail and run. Shouldn't you? Otherwise, you'll be bitten to. Suddenly, a piece of paper was held up in front of Kim Jin, stopping his actions immediately. Long Man arrogantly held up a photo of Du Suk lying in a hospital bed. So, who do you think holds this old man's life in their. He threatened. With just one phone call from me, that old man will be immediately thrown into the. Kim Jin looked at the photo, clenching his teeth in. His eyes kept widening in a glare. If you're so capable, try touching a single hair on my dad's head. Now having the upper hand, Long Man laughed heartily. Behave and obey, and that crazy old man will be. Then he held up another photo. Du Suk was lying, gasping for breath, needing a respirator, used to threaten Kim Jin. But if you keep baring your fangs and claws like this, you can say goodbye. Du Suk's detention location. Long Man asked about his condition. How is he doing? Dr. Kim quickly replied. Completely paralyzed. Then he smiled again. His sight and hearing are still good, but the old man has become completely sick. Long Man's subordinate heard this and complained. Sir, do we still need to keep cleaning this bastard's shit and piss? Long Man laughed loudly with extreme condescension. Well, what else can. Looking at Du Suk lying paralyzed, Eyes wide and foaming at the mouth, he teased his subordinate. Then Long Man left. Before leaving, he placed a hand on his subordinate's shoulder and instructed, make sure to wash your hands thoroughly afterward, just in case. You get the scent of CIT on you. The other man whined irritably. Long Man continued to use an extremely condescending tone to tease his subordinate. Your brother is being very serious, you brat. If this keeps up, I probably won't dare invite you to parties at the company. Just as Long Man was about to leave, Do-suk suddenly groaned a few words. Gil Dr. Kim stared at him in surprise. He can still open his mouth and mumble? Do-suk struggled to say. Long Man turned his head and smiled. No, this old man is the leash that keeps Kim Jin in check. So we need him. Do-suk lay sprawled on the bed. Though a breathing tube went straight into his throat, he still tried to make a sound. Long Man covered his nose with his hand and leaned his face close. What else are you trying to say? Just live like this and pretend nothing happened. Then he looked at Do-suk and gave a sinister smile. Sleep well. For time passed quickly. For months later, everyone shouted sweet wishes. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, dear Jiho happily blew out the candles on the cake amidst everyone's cheers. Happy birthday, Jiho. Brother. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, awkwardly scratched his head. Thank you, the director kindly asked, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Do you have any plans for tomorrow morning, son? The college entrance exams are over. You should have some fun. Jiho quickly confirmed. Yes. In planning to go to the amusement park with Seiya and Tae. Very quickly, they traveled together to the amusement park. Sitting on the roller coaster, Jiho couldn't stop savoring the exhilarating. He shouted loudly, as if releasing all his pent-up feelings. The three of them then enjoyed snacks together at the park. Jiho and Tae-seop rode the carousel. Seiya used a camera to capture them. They went to another place, dressed in cute costumes, and posed for pictures to preserve the memory. After spending some time at the park, they decided to go eat pizza together. Jiho took a large bite, cheese stretching. Large pizza shared by the three of them, a truly heartwarming. Tae-seop then took them to sing karaoke. Jiho and Seiya enthusiastically swayed along to Tae-seop's. After a full day of fun, on the way home, Tae-seop was so tired he fell asleep in the car. Tae-seop is already nodding.
Sea replied.
He probably sang too much at karaoke earlier, so now he's passed out. Looking at Tae-seop's messy sleeping posture, Jiho couldn't help but laugh. He's even more. Jiho looked at Tae-seop, the more his face bloomed with a happy smile. The more he looked, the more he wanted to draw a few lines on his. Suddenly, Seiya looked at him with sparkling eyes. Jiho, it's really a relief that you're. Jiho was bewildered. He didn't understand what Seiya meant. What do you?
Sea hésita-t-elle.
She looked down, avoiding his gaze. Actually, lately I felt you're really strange. It's like you're about to disappear. Then she gave a bright smile. But it must just be my imagination. You're still the Jiho. Hearing these heartfelt words from Seiya herself, Jiho fell silent for a moment. He became thoughtful. Seiya suddenly pulled something out of her bag. Here's a gift, simply wrapped in craft paper. For your. Jiho held the gift in his hand and asked. What?
Sea looked shy.
So, she whispered. But after buying it, I didn't want to give it to Tae-seop anymore. I was afraid it would remind him of unhappy. Jiho chuckled softly. Seiya shared her thoughts. I think we'll go to college and gradually mature. Even if we become old men and women later. Her eyes showed a range of emotions. I still hope we'll always be friends just like we are. Suddenly, Jiho called her name, interrupting her.
Sea.
He bowed his head, not daring to look Seiya in the eye. Seiya widened her eyes in disbelief.
Ye?
The door had already closed. Jiho, who had been standing next to Seiya, had vanished without her notice. Seiya softly called out in shock.
Ye?
Stepping outside, Jiho walked thoughtfully along the subway platform. He clutched the gift tightly in his hand.
I'm sorry.
Everyone. Truly. An old, dilapidated building, all the lights were off, illuminated only by car head. The thug sat beside Do-suk's bed. He looked at the old man and complained. Looks like the old geezer's about to kick the bucket. Huh, guys? I thought coming here meant joining the organization, but I never expected to be stuck doing disgusting tasks like this. The others chimed in, looking at Do-suk with utter disgust. Forget it. I don't want to clean up any more crap. Damn it. The smell is awful. The thug quickly turned back and questioned. If you try to run away, do you know what the consequences will be? He ran a hand through his hair, his face etched with fear. That guy is absolutely terrifying. Damn it. Hell. My head is through. Do-suk still lay motionless, showing no signs of act. The other man held a cigarette in his hand. Hey, sometimes you say something, right? Do-suk remained silent, not responding. The man angrily yelled. Open your mouth and tell me something. Then he turned to his subordinate and scoffed. This damn old... He sighed deeply, then put the cigarette... He held the cigarette straight to Do-suk's eye. The old man's glaring at you. Do-suk's mouth suddenly moved, uttering a few... Leaned his ear close to hear what Do-suk was saying. What? What are you... He struggled to cry out. The man laughed derisively. Speak up, you idiot. He had no idea that his accomplices behind him had already been dealt with by... Seeing Jiho, Do-suk struggled to complete the sentence. Happy birth. The man heard the greeting and scoffed. He didn't understand why Do-suk was saying that. Happy birthday to who? You're really crazy. He continued. That's right. You're just a broken shell. Your mind isn't working. Before he could finish speaking, Jiho delivered a kick straight to his... Do-suk lay motionless on the hospital. After dealing with the man, Jiho approached the bed. Uncle. Just as you planned. I've endured until... Seeing Do-suk's current condition, he couldn't hold back his tears. But what the hell is happening? What is going on? Do-suk whispered a few words. They... left. He still tried to say. Angered, he clenched his fists. Uncle. The bastard who did... Jiho's tears unconsciously streamed down his face. They'll kill... A black car also arrived at the location. Janki got out of the car, scolding his subordinate. Do you want to die? Who told you to hand this over? Those brats? I only left him with them for a... He pinched his subordinate's ear, questioning him. That's your problem. Now kick those guys out of here immediately for me. The subordinate squirmed, apologizing repeatedly. Suddenly, as he entered the door, he stopped. His face showed surprise at the scene before. Seeing the others lying unconscious on the floor made him stunned. What had happened? Before he could recover, Jiho appeared out of nowhere and landed a kick. Jiho continued to charge, intending to use his fist to deal with... However, Jiho's punch was... Jiho also appeared at this moment. Surprised? Someone suddenly showed up to visit the... Jiho glared furiously, asking for confirmation. You are... Jiho heard his name called and smiled, asking. You know, he glared, giving a sinister smile as he leaned close to Jiho's face. You knew who I was, yet you stubbornly insisted on coming here? You really are stupid. Prison bat. Thank you watching for A prisoner, brandishing a knife, aggressively charged forward. Kim Jin stood expressionless, watching the man without a trace of... Even when the knife tip was about to touch his eye, he didn't move. As soon as he saw the opportune moment, Kim Jin gently struck the man's face with one hand, blocking the... The man's head hit the wall, creating a crack. His face was covered in... Kim Jin pressed even harder. The man's head sank deeper into the... Kim Jin's face remained completely unchanged. He looked at the person in front of him with lifeless eyes. The prisoner collapsed onto the bathroom. Long Man stood outside, observing the situation. The people Kong Jang-gu arranged in prison are truly meaty. He saw Kim Jin kill the prisoner and exclaimed. That Kim Jin is indeed very skilled at killing. Jang Soo, standing nearby, replied cautiously. Even so, we still need to be very careful. There's no telling what that crazy Kim Jin is. Long Man heard his subordinate's reserved attitude and chuckled, as if he had seen it all. Whether it's a killer or an ordinary person, they're all the... Looked at Kim Jin, who stood dazed in front of the bathroom. As long as I hold their ambitions and weaknesses in my hands, those people are nothing but dogs waiting for my... Then Long Man smirked victoriously, holding his trump card against Kim Jin. As long as that old man is under my control, there will be no problem. Long Man was completely confident in his scheme. Just keep a tight hold on him, and that mad dog will devour that bastard Kong Jang-gu for me, and then I'll return to the peak where I... Kim Jin stood silently in the bathroom. Around him lay the corpses of other prisoners, sprawled on the... On this side, Do-suk still lay gasping for breath on the bed. Observing the battle between Jiho and Janki relentlessly fought. His punch blocked, Jiho used his other... Raised his leg, gathering strength, intending to use a kick to break the... Jiho swiftly delivered a kick to Janki. He glared at Janki in anger. Did you make uncle like this?
Janki smiled.
Thank you watching for He unleashed a powerful punch to Jiho's... Janki continuously threw a flurry of punches, and Jiho quickly raised his hands to defend. Then let me give you a taste and you'll know right. Jiho couldn't attack, only defend and wait for an opportunity. Immediately seeing his chance, he spun around and delivered a kick straight to Janki. Attacked by surprise, Janki couldn't defend and groaned a few times. Jiho, capitalizing on his advantage, charged forward again and threw another. This punch was so powerful it distorted Janki's entire... Another punch was delivered by Jiho to Janki's other... Janki also sought an opportunity to counterattack. Jiho said, "You're quick, but still very weak. So how does it feel to get..." Janki swept Jiho's legs with his foot. Then he unleashed a flurry of punches, and this time Janki found a chance to counterattack. and well understand each other better this. Janki quickly gathered momentum and punched extremely. Before that punch could land, Jiho swiftly delivered an uppercut from beneath Janki's chin. I don't think, taking the full force of that blow, Janki was sent sprawling to the Jiho looked at Janki, who lay groaning before him. Uncle can't lose, he glared and asked what exactly did. Janki lay sprawled on the floor, giving a thumbs up in praise. I have to admit, you're strong. He lifted his head to look. I surrender, you. Jiho was dumbfounded. Janki stood up and continued. I lost. How could I possibly He held both hands forward in a gesture of surrender. We can stop now. Jiho stared at Janki, not understanding what he was doing. What are you doing? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think you and I can stop? Janki stood up, wiping the blood from his nose with his hand. What do you want? I'll accept all your demands. Tell me, should I turn myself in to the police? Hearing these words, Jiho became so furious he nearly went mad. He lunged forward and attacked Janki again. Stop playing games, you. After the surprise punch, Janki stumbled a few steps. Indeed, you and I still can't talk. He turned and ran back outside. In that case, running is the best option. Jiho angrily gave chase. Stop right there, he yelled. What the hell are you? Suddenly Jiho looked down and saw his fingers were completely distorted. What is? Jiho's body began to show strange signs. His fingers kept twisting. My Janki no longer ran. He stood calmly, watching. Perhaps because you're still young, it takes a bit longer for the drug to take effect. He slowly approached. You understand now, don't you? In Jiho's eyes, Janki's face was completely distorted at this. Jiho began to stumble, drooling. What did you do? Janki stood leisurely, watching Jiho collapse to the floor. The poison was hidden in the ring on his hand. This is a product of my organism.
Janki explained.
If you absorb the drug, your body will gradually relax, and you'll have a truly happy dream. How is it? Feeling better already? Jiho knelt on the floor, struggling to cry out a few words. Uncle, you did this to him? Janki gave a sinister smile. He's taking the drug right now. He looked up at the 4 bag. Try to guess what I put in the 4. A fly landed on Du-suk's eye, but he didn't even read. Du-suk lay completely motionless and dazed, oblivious to the outside. Seeing Du-suk in this state, Jiho angrily mustered his strength and shouted, You bastard! Under the influence of the drug, Jiho couldn't do anything. Instead, Janki kicked him hard and he placed a foot on Jiho's head and laughed arrogantly. You can't defeat me. Janki then complained. Taking care of this old man costs us a lot of money. At this point, he suddenly realized something. That's right, let's do it this way. His face was so distorted it was no longer recognizable. I know how you can earn money for this old man's daily medication. You're young and have a good body, so surely many clients will come looking. Janki explained. Spring Dream is different from other drugs. As he spoke, he used his foot to press Jiho's head to the ground. Once it enters the body, it stimulates the brain's hippocampus. Jiho, affected by the drug side effects, lost his mental clarity, and the user's good memories were replayed as if on He held his phone, looking at Jiho with a sinister grin. Watching others indulge in their beautiful dreams is truly fascinating. But in reality, it's just the drug's effect. Yet, some people don't hesitate to spend money to relive old memories. Jiho was immersed in hallucinations, his eyes devoid of. Janki picked up his phone. Hello, Jiho, still dazed in his stupor, tried to vaguely hear the words from the conversation. A few things need to be sent to Dr. After a while, unable to hold on any longer, in his days he dreamed of the past. A small hand touched the iron fence. It's really an error. He happily turned to boast to his dad. So close to us. Dad. You're the Jiho's dad smiled with affectionate eyes. As long as my little pilot likes it, that's all that matters. Jiho, do you like airplanes? In response to his dad's question, little Jiho innocently replied, Yes, of course. When I grow up, I'll definitely become a pilot. He smiled as he spoke of his dream. That way I can travel abroad with Dad. His dad also nodded, encouraging him. Jiho, you truly make me. His dad came over, hugged him, and lifted him high like an airplane. So, let's see how well you can. He whined playfully. Dad, I'm not a child anymore. I'm already in first. His dad smiled lovingly. To me, you're still just a child who doesn't cry even when dust gets in his. Jiho squinted his eyes, a supremely happy expression on his face. That's right. Then he'll always be Dad's. So, his dad kept lifting him high, flying around. Could be said that this period was incredibly happy for. Outside, Jiho's face radiated happy. Janki sat on the side, smoking a cigarette. He smiled. Honestly, shouldn't you be thankful? Jiho had been stripped naked by Janki, who was also injecting some strange liquid into him. Thanks to me, you get to be immersed in a happy dream. Dr. Kim also approached at this moment. He sat down, a very satisfied expression on his face. Already, this guy's physical condition is really good. Janki ordered, don't leave anything behind. Take everything. Dr. Kim quickly picked up the scalpel, an utterly malevolent expression on his face. Yes, let's get to work. After we're done, remember to follow the spring. Do-suk lay on the bed, whispering a few words. No, Jiho's eyes were still dazed. He had completely lost consciousness. Jiho fell back into his childhood dream, putting a large piece of gimbap into his. He heartily praised his dad's rice rolls. So delicious. Dad's gimbap is definitely the. His dad smiled and asked, then why do you still take out the carrots? He chuckled awkwardly. Except for the carrots. It's the. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, his dad suddenly bowed his head with emotion. Jiho, I'm sorry I can't often go out and play. Little Jiho innocently replied, aren't you working hard to earn money for me? I'm not a child anymore, Dad. You don't need to apologize to me. Dad reached out and patted his son's head. That's right. My son isn't a child anymore. When did you grow so? Jiho hoped he would grow up quickly to help his dad. He'll quickly become a pilot so Dad won't have to be busy with work. And suddenly, a voice interrupted the conversation. Kim Jin suddenly appeared from nowhere, standing behind them without anyone noticing. Your family looks so. Jiho's dad turned his head, looking puzzled. Yes, but is something.
Kim Vin Similet.
How lovely. I want to play with you all. Outside, Jiho kept crying. Dr. Kim saw his state and immediately recognized it. Having a nightmare, he spoke in a tone that was both reassuring and sarcastic, his hands steadily moving the scalpel towards Jiho's chest. It's all right, it's just a dream. After all, life itself is nothing but a. Jiho's dad looked confused. Play with us? What are you talking about? This is a family pic. Without another word, Kim Jin directly delivered a powerful thrust in. He glared. Let's all play together. Don't keep all the happiness to yourself. Jiho's face turned ashen at the sight. He softly cried out, Dad, Dad. Kim Jin then turned and placed a hand on Jiho's shoulder. Hey kid, which song do you? Jiho's dad lay slumped to the side, his trembling hand reaching out to Jiho. No. He struggled to shout a few words. Heel. Outside, Do-suk used his trembling hands to grab Dr. Kim's sandal. Do-suk leaned forward, struggling to whisper.
Jiho?
Dr. Kim turned in surprise, unable to believe his eyes. What? How did you manage to get? Do-suk cried out. No. Suddenly, a foot appeared and slammed his head straight into the. Janki gritted his teeth, looking at Do-suk with disdain. So annoying. I'll kill you right. Kicked a few more times. As he kicked, he cursed. If you're a dog's leash, then act like a dog's leash. You just need to lie down and. Suddenly, a scream caught Janki's. Jiho suddenly woke up, bolting upright. He even uttered the words, piece of. Jankis' eyes widened at the sight. He couldn't believe it. What? How are you awake? I injected enough drug for 10. Jiho even stood up and lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch. But Janki managed to raise his hand to block it. Jiho's mouth now moved, uttering a few words. Quick! Kept crying out. Dad. I'm sorry. It turned out Jiho was still immersed in his dream. In that dream, he was bound and pinned to the grass, tears streaming down his dream. He saw the image of his dad hanging on the iron fence, having protect outside. Although his eyes were lifeless, tears still flowed freely. I couldn't protect. Do-suk lay collapsed on the floor, groaning a few times. And Jiho too cried out, Dad. Then, without hesitation, he lunged forward and punched Janki. Janki screamed in pain. Wait, even in his stupor, Jiho was strong enough to pin Janki. One side of Janki's cheek was beaten so badly it was completely destroyed. Then he swung another powerful punch upwards from under Janki's. He punched, crying all the while, Dad. Another blow landed on Janki's nose. I'm sorry. Pinned Janki down and repeatedly punched his. Jiho kept whimpering. The image of little Jiho reappeared. Dead. Finally, Jiho escaped the control of the anesthetic. He sat beside Do-suk's bed, holding a piece of. Jiho, happy birthday. Even when we've grown up, our friendship will last. Jiho bowed his head, carefully reading each line written on the paper. Suddenly, another voice spoke. I didn't think I'd contact you directly. Jiho looked up in surprise. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared, standing right at the door. Thanks to Do-suk, I've heard many things about you. With sorrowful eyes, he bowed his head and sincerely apologized to Jiho. Truly, Jiho asked, Detective, are you the captain? He continued, there's nothing to apologize for. Everything is my fault. You're just a Looking at Janki's corpse on the floor, he didn't deny his criminal act. I will turn myself in for. At this point, he still thought of Do-suk, who lay on the bed behind him. Uncle, please take care. The man quickly accepted Jiho's entrustment. I will take good care of Du-suk. You take care as. Very soon after, Jiho was taken to a correctional facility. He quickly had to put on a uniform like the other prisoners. If convicted, you will be placed in the same prison as Kim. Seeing Jiho, some old prisoners teased. So cute. A newcomer, huh? The man had promised him, and I guarantee that no one will know who you. Other rough-looking prisoners stood watching Jiho through the iron bars, scoffing. Welcome, you deadbeat. What kind of act are you putting on? The scent of society is so sweet. Come to our. Behind those iron bars, looking through, Kim Jin could be seen sitting thoughtfully, looking at it. For a moment, he couldn't control himself and glared at Kim Jin with full hatred. I came here as planned to kill Kim. The man pulled Jang Ki closer into a dark tunnel. On your birthday you drank too much and wandered. He instructed Jiho to match the later testimony. Then you coincidentally encountered Lee Jong-ki, got into a fight, and accidentally gave Jiho a few instructions, then gave him a new name. Your identity will be falsified in prison. You will no longer be Seo Jiho, but Kim Dong. Hearing this new name, Jiho repeated it with a hint of surprise.
Kim Yong.
The man quickly replied, that's the name Du-suk personally. Hearing this name, Jiho also guessed a few things. Dong-su and me. He must have combined his son's name with. The man bowed his head, his words filled with sorrow. I have always lived in regret, regretting that 10 years ago the person I should have shot was Kim Jin, not Du. As he spoke, he handcuffed Jiho. To this day, that incident still torments. He repeatedly used phrases like if only to express his regret. If only I had shot that Kim Jin back then, a young person like you wouldn't have to. At this point, his eyes narrowed, his face drooping, all his guilt apparent. Regarding my senior, I apologize on his behalf for using you. I am truly. Very soon after, it was time for the court. The judge announced, considering that this offense by the defendant was accidental and also his first, the court sentences the defendant to 3 years in. Jiho silently bowed his head, accepting the guilt without further. Seo heard the court's announcement and continuously cried out. Seo cried louder and louder. It can't be like that. Jiho definitely wouldn't do such a. She continued to wail and cry, while Jiho remained silent, bowing his head, not daring to look anyone in the eye. There must be some mistake. The director, who had remained calm until now, finally had tears streaming down his face.
Jiho, I'm sorry.
This father sincerely apologizes. He stood up, looked at Jiho, and cried, apologizing. It's my fault you ended up like this. I failed to guide and teach you properly. The director didn't scold Jiho at all. On the contrary, he hoped Jiho would return after his detention. Pay for what you've done, then come back to me, my son. The director was always ready to open his arms and welcome Jiho. Hearing these words, Jiho couldn't help but well up with tears. We will always be here waiting. The director looked at him with incredibly sincere eyes. We'll start everything anew when you come back. Seeing everyone sad and crying because of him, he couldn't hold back his emotions. Jiho's lips trembled.
Everione.
Immediately after, he was taken to a cell. Number 2525. Kim Dong-ho, this is your. The old prisoners in the cell saw him and jeered. He's cute, isn't he? A bit wet behind the ears. Doomin looked at him and smiled. He asked, what brought you here? Introduce yourself. Jiho remained silent. Chun-do saw the stubborn newcomer and angrily shouted. You idiot! Are you deaf or just? Jiho quietly found a corner in the cell and sat down. Another prisoner spoke up, looking for trouble. Didn't you hear what he asked? Seeing that he still didn't reply, he involuntarily stood up, intending to cause trouble. You want to mess around? Another quickly intervened. Calm down, or you'll be sent to solitary confinement. Jiang Su on the side gave a disgusting smile. This kid is probably too young to understand the rules. They'll teach him a few things. Jiho remained still in his corner, deep in thought, ignoring everyone. At that moment, Jiho's mind was flooded with. The other prisoners saw that he wasn't talking, so they didn't say or do anything else. His mind was filled with many thoughts, and his eyes glared, wanting to burn all the trash in this place to ash. Jiho's mind was an image of the entire cell ablaze. Everything should be burned to ash, but he had to endure until he could kill Kim Jin. Jiho could only be patient for now, unable to do anything. Doomin suddenly sat up, looking at Jiho with a smile. It's been a long time since we had such an idiot. Huh? Do you think the law protects you in? He squinted his eyes, scoffing. Don't be so naive. In places like this, if you make a move, you're dead. He continued to ramble. There's no such thing as law in here. And he turned to look at Long Man. Hey, crybaby. Long Man quickly replied in a panic. Yes. Doomin ordered. Go teach him a lesson. Right. Long Man trembled with fear. He asked, but what should? Before he could finish speaking, Doomin hit him straight in the face with one. Doomin grabbed Long Man by the collar from behind. Because you're always like this, you get treated like a worm, kid. You're the lowest here beneath me, so go deal. He intentionally spoke loudly for Jiho to hear. They'll give you 10 minutes. Dumin began to lay down conditions to coerce Long Man into doing his bidding. If you don't hurt him within the time I give you, you're dead meat. Min began to count. Alright, start. Long Man, his face covered in blood, stopped in fear in front of. On this side, Long Man was moving along the corridor with. He turned to ask his subordinate, does Kim Jin know about Do Suk's disappearance?
Jiang confidently affirmed, don't worry, sir.
I give him photos we took before every. Long Man instructed again, absolutely do not let him know. If he finds out that the leash around his neck has disappeared, there's no telling what will. In Jiang Dongman's head, different thoughts were stirring. We need to replace Kim Xin with another. Suddenly, something unusual in the neighboring cell caught his attention, making him turn his head. Inside that cell, a fight was breaking out. Jiang Dongman kept kicking someone's head and cursed, you bastard! Do you know where this is, huh? You knew. Jin Zhonghao didn't resist at all. He just curled up, using his arms to shield himself. Jiang Dongman continued to scold him, beg us to forgive. Although he was cursing, tears began to well up in Jiang Dongman's eyes. Beg big bro to forgive you. Hurry up, you. Dong Ming, sitting nearby, burst into hearty laughter at this sight. These guys fighting are hilarious. Chundu chimed in that crybaby is crying while. Suddenly, something from outside startled Dong. He quickly ordered, everyone stop right. Jiang Dongman glared into the cell through the window. It's bedtime, what kind of games are you? Dong Ming trembled upon seeing Jiang Dongman. WL. There's a new guy who doesn't quite understand the rules, so we were just teaching him. Hearing that, Jiang Dongman looked over curiously. Seeing Jin Zhonghao curled up on the floor, he seemed unconcerned. Alright, just beat him a few times and he'll figure. Jin Zhonghao remained expressionless, showing no resistance. Jiang Dongman implicitly gave his approval for the assault to continue. But it's getting noisy. Just hit him a bit, don't over. Dong Ming quickly replied, yes, I understand. Well, finish up right away. Director Jiang Dongman, good night. Jin Zhongha's eyes suddenly widened when he heard the name Jiang Dongman. Jiang Dongman continued walking, grumbling as he went. There's not a single useful person in this prison. Just a bunch of. Inside the cell, screams suddenly erupted again. Jiang Dongman cursed. These damn bastards. He quickly returned to the cell. Didn't you hear what I just said? It's so noisy. Go to sleep. Looking through the small window, one could easily see Jiang Dongman sitting there. Jin Zhonghao stood motionless, surrounded by a pile of unconscious. Seeing this scene, Jiang Dongman's eyes widened in surprise. He knocked out all three of them in just a few. Looking at Jin Zhonghao, who had taken down everyone in the cell with only his bare fists, Jiang Dongman was even more astonished. What's more, he didn't even use a. Jin Zhonghao glanced towards Jiang Dong. He recalled the words of the man who had handcuffed him. The prison is now completely under Jiang Dongman's. That man kept instructing him. Now, the only way you might be able to get close to Kim Xin is to work under Jiang Dong. After all, you've become Do Suk's last hope and trust. So the first thing you need to do when you get in there is try to become Jiang Dongman's eyes. And Jiang Dongman was utterly delighted at this sight. He smiled and asked, excellent. Rookie, what's.
Jin Zhonghao replied coldly. Kim Win Zhong.
Jiang Dongman opened the door and stepped in, a lecherous grin on his face. Alright Zhonghao, how do you feel about working on. He continued, in exchange for my offer to make you my eyes and ears. Tell me if you have any conditions. Zhonghao fell silent for a moment. Then he stammered, his eyes widened, his expression ferocious, as he replied to Jiang Dongman, yes, all of it. All I want is for trash like you all to be completely clean. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch straight to Jiang Dongman's. Jin Zhongha's face was ferocious. All I want is for trash like you all to be completely clean. He clenched his trembling fist in. Jin Zhonghao remained silent and pensive. It turned out that the scenes he had just witnessed were merely his imagination. Jiang Dongman smiled, still waiting for his answer. Well, you can make any condition you. Jin Zhonghao winced, trying to suppress his anger. Jiang Dongman, because, in his mind, the image of Do Suk lying motionless in bed reappeared. That old recalled the moment Tae-seop had surgery and also Tae-seop himself. But to kill that Kim X, he tensed, trying to control his emotions. I need to be patient, I must continue to be patient. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and said. Jin Zhonghao turned and accepted Jiang Dongman's offer. I will work, pointed at Chongman. In return, treat this. Jiang Dongman heard this request and burst out laughing. He asked back in surprise, but he was just beating you. Wasn't he? That's quite. But in the end, he still accepted Jin Zhongha's condition. If that's what you want, then fine. Anything else? Money or drugs? And Jin Zhonghao replied coldly. That. Jiang Dongman let out a loud hearty laugh. Good, I like strange guys like you the most. Do your job well, The open gathering area outside the other prisoners were exercising and sunbathing. Jin Zhonghao showed no interest in this activity. He sat quietly in a Chong Man shyly approached him. Thank you for asking him to get me treated, and I'm sorry for hitting you earlier. Jin Zhonghao didn't hold a grudge and forgave Chong Man. It's alright, you were forced. I can tell you're bullied by them all. The Chong Man finally spoke his true feelings. Actually, when you knocked them all out, Zhonghao, I felt incredibly satisfied. A year here has truly been like. Hearing this, Jin Zhonghao's eyes widened as he asked. So, for the past year you've never told the guards about. Chong Man stammered that I did tell them. Suddenly, other prisoners started arguing and fighting. You dog. What did you just say? Show me what's in your pocket right now. What's so funny about that? Your money went missing, what does that have to do? Without another word, these guys immediately rushed into a brawl. What? You dog, you dare hit your old. Chong Man saw this scene and explained. This place is completely different from other. Outside, the brawling continued. If you're so tough, come in here and fight. Other prisoners ran over to watch. There's a fight, guys. I said I didn't take it. These guys are so intense. I bet a pack of cigarettes on. Chong Man explained the situation here. They don't care about fights, they don't care about injuries, whether it's gambling or smoking. The guards here will ignore everything. Even if someone dies here, it will be covered up as an act, said shyly, Director Jiang Dongman. Outside, the prisoner's shouts still buzzed. Hit him. Kill him. That's. Jin Zhonghao was greatly surprised to receive this information. He quickly asked, why is that? Aren't there guards who use force to suppress? Chong Man shook his head. I don't know either, but rumor has it that Director Jiang has bribed all the. He continued, there's even a rumor that he bribed the guards with money and. Jin Zhonghao asked softly, so all the guards are his people? Chong Man replied, he even holds the guards' families hostage to make them come. Suddenly, a prisoner appeared, joining their conversation. Hey, Nuang called out, follow me. The director is called. Jin Zhonghao quickly followed. Along the way, Ji Young turned to Jin Zhonghao and asked, you look so young. You haven't done your military service yet, have you? Jin Zhonghao nodded, confirming. Yes. Ji Young asked again. Why are you in? Jin Zhonghao replied with a blank face. I got drunk, got into a fight, and accidentally killed. Ji Young laughed heartily at that. You must have been charged with involuntary manslaughter, huh? Good job. You look like this and already killed. Turned his head and smiled again. You just got in and the director already has his eye on you. As Jin Zhonghao walked, he thought to himself, just as planned. I finally infiltrated Jiang Dongman's organization. After this, the agent inside will tell me the next. His mind was filled with other thoughts. But who could the agent be? What exactly is the... In a room adorned with a ward certificate, Suk was being cared for in a hospital bed. Du Suk, I truly regret backing your... The man wiped Du Suk's forehead with a towel, his face filled with worry. The kid Jin Zhonghao has been sent to... He whispered to Du Suk, and he will become crucial for that insane... Du Suk lay unconscious on the bed. Completely... The man continued. Although I knew, I couldn't stop it. But don't you... Saying this, he bowed his head and slumped into the chair. We are also committing a grave sin. Even if you die, you won't be reunited with Yung Su and Hai. His eyes suddenly burned with indignation. Because we made a pact with the devil, we will surely suffer. On the side, Jin Zhonghao had been brought to meet Jiang Dongman director. I've brought the new... Jiang Dongman had arranged a large feast in the room. He pulled up a chair next to him, smiling warmly. Come sit next to me. Let me introduce you to Jiang Dongman announced to everyone. Today, a new member joins our family. This is Zhonghao. He looks young, but don't underestimate him. Treat him. Other prisoners stiffened in fear and shouted. Yes. Then, his expression suddenly became very serious. As I always say, we are a family here. We are all... Jiang Dongman turned and patted Jin Zhonghao's shoulder. So, you can treat the seniors here as your older brothers and... As he patted his shoulder, he smiled. And treat me like your father, Jin Zhonghao replied coldly. Jiang Dongman was cheerful. He quickly raised his glass to begin the feast. All right. Fill them up and let's... Jiang Dongman was in high spirits. Everyone worked hard this week. So let's celebrate and recharge for next week. Suddenly, Kim Xian appeared from somewhere, interrupting. Wait, carried a large box into the room and closed the door. I brought a cake for us. Seeing this person, Jin Zhonghao suddenly felt a jolt of electricity run through him. Kim Xian looked at the feast spread before him and grinned widely. So many delicious dishes. He quickly took out the cake, lit the candles and placed it on the... Ji Young spoke with disdain. You brought your unlucky cake again? Go away, you... Jiang Dongman was in a good mood, so he didn't take offense. It's all right. It looks pretty great. Who is this cake? Kim Xian used a lighter to light the candles. It's for so hot. He gazed intently at the cake and smiled. A lovely little girl with her hair tied in pig. Ji-young complained, "You're ruining my app." Kim Exeon continued to tell about the little girl. She was walking in the park with her. Hearing these words from Kim Zin's mouth, Jin Jonghao was momentarily enraged but forced himself to hold back, and waving hello to everyone around her while sitting on her father's back. Not just people, but she also waved to dogs, cats, trees, and flowers. As he told this part, Kim Zin's eyes narrowed. She looked so adorable and happy, so I couldn't let that image rub. Jin Jonghao tensed, clenching his fists. I have to be patient. I can't make a move right. Suddenly, Kim Exeon brought the cake over to Jin Jonghao. I haven't seen this face before. A new arrival. Jin Jonghao gritted his teeth, holding. He replied coldly, I am Kim Jin Zhong. Kim Exeon smiled brightly at him. Nice to meet you, Jonghao. And since you're new, do you want to blow out the candle? Kim Zin's expression at this moment was extremely in heaven.
Pray for so uni.
Suddenly, Kim Exeon was forcefully pushed. His face slammed into. Jin Jonghao couldn't take it anymore and stopped him. The Jiangdong man, who was watching from the side, was utterly startled. What are you? Kim Exeon slowly lifted his face. Now I. Jin Zongha's eyes widened. He was ready to fight at any. Kim Exeon slowly stood up, licking the cake cream around his mouth with his tongue. He pointed straight at Jin Zongha's face. I've seen it before. Kim Zin's face was covered in cake. He licked his lips and grinned, then pointed straight ahead. Now I remember. I've seen it before. Jin Jonghao was completely frozen. His heart filled with panic, his body covered in sweat. I lost my cool because of anger. What do I do? There are too many people. The other prisoners who witnessed this scene also turned pale. A new guy? What was that? Chundu asked you. What did you just? Jin Jonghao stood silently, not replying. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, before these guys attack me, I need to find a way to kill Kim Exeon first. I have to act immediately. Suddenly, Kim Exeon jumped up and pointed his finger straight at Jin Zongha's nose. Much to the astonishment of the other prisoners, Jin Jonghao stared wide-eyed, tense, not understanding this. Suddenly, Kim Exeon smiled brightly as if nothing serious had happened. I've seen these kinds of tricks ever since I was a kid. Kids often play like. And Kim Exeon burst out laughing. He smeared a little cream on Jiangdong man's face. I always wanted to try it once. Turns out it's pretty. Kim Exeon quickly took some more cream and turned to Ji-young, laughing loudly. Ji-young, you play too. Ji-young quickly flinched back, trying to avoid it. Stay away from me, you. Jiangdong man, standing on the side, started. He placed a hand on Jin Zongha's shoulder and laughed. I knew you were strange, but it turns out you have a humorous side. Seeing the tense atmosphere ease, the other prisoners quickly joined in. That's right. Kids nowadays are so different from how we were back. Jin Jonghao was still trembling all over. He hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the current situation. Kim Exeon, on the side, kept laughing loudly, playfully smearing cake cream on everyone. Fun. So much. After the joyful moment, the cell block fell quiet again. Zhang In and Chun Du sat in separate corners, avoiding each other's eyes. Jin Jonghao sat alone, leaning against a locker. He thought about what had just happened. Jin Zongha's heart felt confused and uneasy. I didn't sense his movement at. He recalled the moment Kim Exeon touched his nose, but he couldn't react in time. If that had been an attack. Thinking of this, Jin Zongha's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were wide with tension. Then I would have been. While he was deep in thought, Chong Man approached him unnoticed. Hey Jonghao, do you follow any religion? Jin Jonghao heard Chong Man's question but was extremely puzzled. He asked back, religion? What do you? Chong Man scratched his head, explaining shyly, today is for religious activities. If you're bored, let's go together. Time seems to pass faster there, and maybe ITLL make you feel a little more. At the church, a few religious prisoners had. Entering the hall, Jin Jonghao asked, did you used to be Christian? Chong Man smiled and replied, no. I only started coming to church more often after I came to. Then he lowered his head and explained in an aggrieved tone, because this is the only place where I won't be bullied. That's why I feel so peaceful. Hearing these words from Chong Man, Jin Jonghao was a little surprised. Why did you have to come in here? You don't seem like a bad. He told Jin Jonghao the truth. I had a classmate who bullied me since childhood. Because I couldn't take it anymore, I stepped. Chong Man continued. At that time he was still struggling, but I was too scared to finish it. Hearing this, Jin Jonghao had nothing more to say. He just silently observed Chong Man then looked pitiful. But it seems things aren't much better now than they were then. I still get bullied in. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Peter's here. Son. Hello. Chong Man's attitude suddenly brightened upon seeing this person. Father, when did you get? Song Jin asked warmly. How have you been, Peter? Chong Man nodded in reply. Then he turned to Jin Jonghao. I don't think I've seen you before, have I? Jin Zhonghao politely greeted back. Hello. Song Jin had only just met Jin Zhonghao but acted overly familiar, quickly stepping forward to embrace him. Welcome, Zhonghao. God will be very happy that you have found. He poured out blessings. May you find peace of mind here and prepare for a new. Jin Zhonghao's face was devoid of emotion. He simply replied. Song Jin asked warmly again, would you like to come to the confession room with me? Jin Zhonghao hesitated slightly. Confession. Seeing Jin Zhonghao's hesitation, Song Jin quickly explained. That's right. Most people come here to confess their sins there, even if sins aren't completely cleansed. Give it a try. Looking at Jin Zhonghao's innocent face, he added a few more words. Confessing your sins will lighten a little of the burden in your. After a bit of persuasion, the two of them finally arrived at the confession. Each sat in a separate booth. Song Jin's voice was serene. What sin did you commit before coming to prison? Jin Zhonghao stammered. That person. I killed him and came in. The other side responded. Do you regret killing that? Hearing this question, Jin Zhonghao was silent for a long time. Then he answered decisively, no. I don't regret it. In the booth on the other side, the priest also fell silent after hearing this answer, not saying anything. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the other booth. Jin Zhonghao's eyes were still full of hatred. That's right. About. Song Jin continued that animal donkey should have died a long time ago. Hearing these words, Jin Zhonghao. At this point, Song Jin smiled, acknowledging himself. I've heard a lot about you, Zhonghao. I am the agent. While they were discussing in the church in the cell block, other prisoners were discussing their own. Ji Young was summoned. He spoke up. Did the director call me for? Jiang Dongman ordered. Investigate that Zhonghao. Ji Young received this order with a puzzled look. Zhonghao, is that the new Jiang Dongman, seeing Ji Young's hesitant attitude, analyzed. No matter how careless Kim Xian was at the time, he couldn't have been caught off guard. His order showed Jiang Dongman's strong suspicions towards Jin Zhonghao. His background and the reason he came in here. Investigate everything thoroughly. On this side, Jin Zhonghao received the information and asked about the next step of the plan. What's the next plan? What do I need to do from now? Song Jin replied helplessly, actually, I've run into a bit of trouble in the preparation. Apart from me, the other agents have acted on their. Jin Zhonghao asked in surprise. Acted on their own? Song Jin nodded, confirming the information. That's right, there are 3 other people in. Song Jin continued, but ever since we lost contact with Du Suk, we've been very confused, and they plan to kill Kim Xian in his private room. I tried to stop them, but it was no use. At night in the cell, prisoner holding a knife entered the room and stood before another prisoner. Seeing that this prisoner showed signs of being fast asleep, the 3 of them decided to. The prisoner, his face full of resentment and tears streaming down, swung the knife high. Go.
He sao tét kim xin.
And plunged the knife forcefully into the mattress before. The other 2 also rushed forward, stabbing repeat. Suddenly, Kim Xian appeared from somewhere. What are you doing in the middle of the night? It's too. The other man turned back in fright. How? Kim Xian smiled, looking at the group. Someone told me there would be some guests visiting. He quickly swung his arm forward, preparing to. Just one punch, Kim Xian quickly dealt with that. With more kicks and punches, the other 2 were also quickly and easily taken care of. Their faces disfigured, teeth and lips. On this side, Song Jin was still recounting the story to Jin Zhonghao. After that, everyone was brutally murdered. Song Jin then spoke of another big plan. But Du Suk outlined a plan that even if only I remain, it can still be carried. No sooner had he finished speaking than he opened a small door and brought out a strange bottle of medicine. This is a poison called Odontok. If you only ingest 0.001 grams of it, your body will instantly become paralyzed. Song Jin explained the effects of this medicine in detail. And then, every cell in the body will feel like it's being burned to the extreme. A pain he has never felt before. Jin Zhonghao held the bottle with its shimmering blue liquid in his hand. A slow and agonizing death, extremely suitable for Kim Xian. He clenched the bottle, full of doubt. Is this really Uncle Du Suk? Song Jin nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, Du Suk told me. Many questions arose in Jin Zhonghao's mind at this moment. He asked suspiciously, if so, then why did he train me and why did he make me a. Song Jin replied coldly, training you was merely a precaution. He didn't hesitate to diminish Jin Zhonghao's strength. Because perhaps Zhonghao will never be able to defeat Kim Xian. Then Song Jin continued, we can't play with fire like that. To kill Kim Xian, we need to do everything we. At this, Jin Zhonghao said nothing more. He simply replied, yes, I understand. He squeezed the bottle in his hand, his face determined. But I am not here just to defeat, but to kill that Kim Xian. Song Jin continued to instruct him. Kim Xian doesn't eat the food distributed in the common canteen. The cake he uses to commemorate his victims he doesn't eat either. he just shares it with us. He added, therefore, the only way is to put this into the communal food distribution container. Hearing this order, Jin Zhonghao flinched. The food distribution container. But if Song Jin coldly admitted that, he emphasized not just Kim Xian, but we will kill all the criminals. A vision of all the criminals collapsing at the dining table appeared before Jin Zhonghao. Song Jin pulled open the small window separating the two rooms, smiling eerily at Jin Zhonghao. We will eradicate all the trash. Back in his cell, Jin Zhonghao held the bottle of poison in his hand. Deep in, he gazed intently, many thoughts stirring in his heart. Scum overflowing with sin need to be punished justly. But to kill Kim Xian, Jin Zhonghao's face began to darken. Does it really have to be at the cost of everyone else's lives too? Uncle, do you truly want? Chong Man suddenly appeared, interrupting his train of thought. Zhonghao, how did you find the confession room? The first day I went there, I cried for an entire day when I came. Being Chong Man, Jin Zhonghao hid the bottle in his pocket. You said you intentionally stabbed someone and that's why you're in here, right? Chong Man stammered. Jin Zhonghao asked further, why did you have to? Chong Man was silent for a long time, then stammered, I was originally a country. He continued, a rural area with a complete school system from elementary to high. Chong Man's face turned pale, his eyes filled with sorrow. So I was always bullied from childhood to adulthood. Someone like you, Zhonghao, probably can't even imagine. Chong Man recounted the setting of his hometown back then. It was a rural area with dense forests. He was bullied by his peers, kicked in the head, and constantly played pranks. At that time he was terrified, constantly covering his face with his hands, crying and begging, I am sorry, please. His peers didn't spare him. They laughed loudly and continued their malicious acts. Guys, isn't this brat annoying as hell? Let's play until he stops. Seeing Chong Man cry, the kids escalated their bullying. What a cry. Chong Man went on to recall how, in elementary school, his friends forced him to swallow strange things. Open your mouth, crybaby. Open your mouth willingly, or I'll shove it right. His friends repeatedly made him swallow cockroaches. Cockroaches, covered in gross stuff, made me want to puke. This is for your nourishment. Cry. Chong Man at that time was completely unable to resist. He could only let the kids bully him. You need to eat enough protein, don't you? It's protein. Where would you find a friend who takes better care of you? The bullying didn't stop when Chong Man entered middle school. His friends stripped him and mocked him. Hey guys, look, it's the crybaby's birthday today. So he wants to put on a strip. The leading boys approached and slung an arm around Chong Man's shoulder, scoffing. I heard he even practices. The story continued endlessly, through high school and into adulthood. The bully smiled cheerfully. Time flies, doesn't it? It's already been 15 years. He boasted, knowing each other this long, we must be super best friends, right? Chong Man reluctantly replied, that all that time was a nightmare for Chong Man. But the bully spoke lightly, I was just playing around with friends, I didn't mean anything by it, you understand, right?
Chong Man nodded softly.
After drinking for a while, the other guy started looking for trouble again. My glass is empty. Hey, it's just the two of us drinking, so it's a bit boring, he demanded. Call your younger brother here too. Chong Man asked back in surprise, my younger.
Chong Man smiled awkwardly.
He's still a student, so he's not allowed to drink. The other guy heard this but stubbornly refused to give up. That's why I told you to call. He flashed a sly smile, speaking shamelessly. Last time I saw him, he looked pretty good. Tell him to come and buy some tasty stuff. Chong Man wanted to refuse, but he was scared and stammered, but he's still sleeping, so let's just the two of us drink together. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other guy immediately slapped his face hard, sending his glasses, glared, his face fierce, threatening Chong Man. Why are you talking so much? Call him out quickly. Then he added a derogatory remark. You cry. Hearing these words, Chong Man suddenly froze, tears streaming down his. After finishing his story, Chong Man spoke in a voice filled with indignation. Being bullied in that countryside means you'll have to endure it. Facing the thug, Chong Man managed to say a few words, you too. The tears flow because it. The bully, also with tears streaming down his face, cursed back. Damn it. You. Chong Man had reached his breaking point. He was momentarily enraged and attacked the other guy with a bottle, knocking him to the ground. Everyone cries when they feel. At that moment, all the years of resentment and humiliation seemed to burst forth. Chong Man cursed back. I'm not a crybaby. Chong Man also admitted his actions. The crime I committed is undeniable. The more he spoke, the more the long-suppressed resentment within him surfaced. But sometimes I still wonder why I'm the one who had to come in here, and not him. I just don't understand. Jin Zhonghao had just sat silently, listening to him all this. In another place, some prisoners were two tall, muscular men plunged into a fierce fight, one getting punched directly in the cheek, his face the other was hit so hard his nose bled. He cursed, His opponent didn't stop, continuously lunging. Other prisoners stood outside, watching and cheering loudly. He won again. 3 consecutive wins. As expected of the boss of the cell block, he's incredibly... The prisoner smiled arrogantly, looking at his opponent lying defeated on the floor. Another prisoner stepped forward to collect money from those who lost their bets. Losers, hand over your cigarettes now. The ones who lost money cursed angrily. Damn it, I thought I'd win this. Having just defeated a strong opponent, the man yelled aggressively. Anyone else tough enough to jump in here? Your old man will fight anyone. Whoever wants it. Suddenly, someone stood up and clapped slowly, breaking the Jiangdong man stepped out with his subordinates, praising the man. Excellent, you won 3 matches in a row? The prisoner flinched slightly upon seeing him.
The director
Jiangdong man narrowed his eyes and smiled. So you'll fight anyone who comes up. Then he turned and pointed at Kim Xian. Then try fighting Kim X. Man hesitated upon hearing that his next opponent was Kim Xian. He started sweating all over.
with Kim Sin.
How Jiangdong man saw that the man intended to give up. He smiled reassuringly. It's just a regular game, so don't be so tense. Kim Xian, what do you think? I think it's been a while since you've stretched your mind. Kim Xian yawned widely, showing boredom. Alright, it's been pretty dull. Hearing this, the man trembled with fear. He hurriedly waved his hands and feet, refusing.
No, Mr. Kim Sin.
I forfeit.
I'm sorry.
Jiangdong man's attitude suddenly changed drastically when he heard the words forfeit. He growled. Jiangdong man's entire body exuded a murderous aura. He stared intently at the man, questioning, if you can't do it, then why are you showing off? You truly are a weak. Faced with Jiangdong man's attitude, the prisoner suddenly became completely submissive. He bowed his head, not daring to look him in the eye. His entire body trembled. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. Jiangdong man showed blatant contempt for the man's cowardice. Then he spoke to the rest of the crowd. It's true that young people nowadays are all talk and no action. So, does anyone here want to fight Kim X? To incite everyone to participate, he didn't hesitate to set any condition. If you win this fight, you can have anything you... Hearing such an enticing condition, a hand slowly rose from the... Jin Zhonghao appeared at that moment. I want to participate in the... Everyone there was shocked. Their eyes fixed on him, full of tension, except for Jiangdong man, who laughed loudly with delight. Look at our rookie. But are you sure? Kim Xian is very... Jin Zhonghao replied with a determined expression. It's clenched his fists, thinking about what had just happened. This fight could be Jin Zhonghao's hope. If I can defeat Kim Xian, the poison plan won't need to be carried.
Kim Sin stepped forward, approaching Jin Zhonghao.
He smiled. Zhonghao, you're really funny. Everyone else is scared, that's why they backed away. It was the same with the cake incident the other. Before Kim Xian could finish his sentence, Jin Zhonghao immediately delivered a punch straight to his... Jin Zhonghao was resolute, not relenting. Don't give him any chance to act. Use all your... He punched repeatedly at his face. And everything I've got... Jin Zhonghao's eyes glowed. All his hopes lay within. Then he delivered a powerful punch to his cheek. He silently prayed, and die, Kim Xian. Zhonghao roared in his heart and quickly lunged. Suddenly, this punch was caught by Kim X. He smiled and called his name. Kim Zin's cheeks were flushed. His eyes, surprisingly, shone with joy and exhilaration. Fantastic. It's been a long time since I felt this happy. Jin Zhonghao felt his heart stop for a beat upon hearing these words. He couldn't understand why Kim Xian would have such an attitude. Kim Xian launched a counterattack. No, he delivered a powerful punch straight to Jin Zhonghao's stomach. Let's get even close. Jin Zhonghao was hit squarely in the chest and flung backward. No, it can't be. I definitely hit his vital... Kim Xian delivered another blow, slamming Jin Zhonghao's head onto the... moment his head hit the tiles, Jin Zhonghao realized that his punches had no effect on Kim Xian. But he hadn't lost consciousness.
Suddenly, Kim Sin spoke.
I was having... Seeing Jin Zhonghao lying defeated on the floor, he showed a disappointed expression. I guess I hit him a bit too... Kim Xian looked at Jin Zhonghao lying motionless on the floor. He smiled innocently.
Zhonghao, I'm sorry.
Are you asleep? Jin Zhonghao lay face down, utterly still, not Then Kim Xian turned to Jiangdong man and asked for a favor. Director, remember to treat Zhonghao. Okay? So we can play again. Jiangdong man stood there, surprised, and suddenly Jin Zhonghao awoke. He clamped his arm around Kim Zin's neck, giving him no time to react. His eyes were wide with determination. Attacked suddenly from behind, Kim Xian had no time to turn, simply standing there. Jin Zhonghao whispered in his ear, even children. Whether it's a... He growled, whispering, or a woman or an old... Jin Zongha's eyes blazed with murderous intent. And even if it's a monster, his neck clamped from behind, could not resist. He gasped, struggling to breathe. Jin Zhonghao was determined not to let go. He wanted to kill Kim Xian. He will definitely... Kim Zin's face turned pale at this moment. Veins bulged across his face. His eyes were wide. He groaned a few times, trying to catch his... Kim Zin's entire body trembled. He tried to move his arms to resist. Jin Zongha's focus on restraint caused him to falter, allowing Kim Xian to successfully manipulate his arms back. Quickly used his trembling hands to tightly squeeze Jin Zongha's neck in resistance. More maliciously, he clawed at Jin Zongha's neck, creating wounds that made Jin Zhonghao scream. Jiho's face also turned pale. He tried his best to clench his teeth and resist. The battle now relied solely on the patience of both sides, seeing who would let go. Seeing Jiho seemingly struggling against his strength, Xian smiled in satisfaction. Jiho's neck was covered in bruises. Blue veins popped out along his... Only the whites of Jiho's eyes were visible as he cried out a few times, struggling to... Xian was also being choked, his eyes bulging no less, but neither side was willing to let... Xian dug his fingernails into Jiho's... After a struggle, he finally decided to release his...
Jiho fell back.
Xian remained standing firmly on the floor, while Jiho almost slammed his head onto the... Xian was covered in sweat. He sighed in... He smiled, turning to look at Jiho lying sprawled on the floor, and praised him. I almost suffocated. You're truly the... Jiho lay unconscious, not saying a word. Xian spoke again. I nearly... Having said that, Xian bid farewell and prepared to leave. See you next time. Du Man, who had been standing dazed moments before, said, I thought that guy might entertain you. The more he spoke, the louder he laughed. I never thought he could fight Kim Xian so ferociously. Quite a surprise. Jiho lay motionless on the floor, even frothing at the mouth. Du Man continued, a newcomer? No.
Mr. Kim Yi
continuously showered praise. What an interesting person. We must train him well later. Ji Yong stood behind, looking annoyed and Someone in the crowd, hearing these words, had been quietly enduring it for some... In the cold room, Du Suk lay alone on... He closed his eyes, recalling past... He remembered his youth, his face full of happiness. My love, you've worked... Du Suk held his newborn child in his arms, cherishing him with all his heart. Jiangsu, you and I, let's live happily together from now on. I will definitely protect our... His wife smiled radiantly, reaching out to caress the baby's head. You also need to take care of your health, Jiangsu. The brief happy times passed. The child grew, from his first wobbly steps to his calls of the child, with innocent, carefree eyes, reached out a hand and softly called, Jiangsu grew up surrounded by his parents' care. Du Suk praised him. That's right. Our Jiangsu is so smart. His wife also laughed along. He's so active, he must get that from you. His face radiated happiness. 1, 2. 1, 2. Come here to Daddy, Jiang. So, the family of 3 lived out their ordinary. The family lived happily from season to season. The couple watched Jiangsu grow from the moment he was born until he matured and began to understand the world around. That year, though winter came, it wasn't cold. For Du Suk's heart was warmed by his family's love. He smiled at his wife, and she looked back at him affectionately. When Jiangsu was old enough, he went to kindergarten. He came home happily to tell his parents, the teachers at kindergarten taught me how to dance today. They'll dance for you, Mom and Dad. Are we having another concert? Jiangsu's mother told him to be quiet, fearing they'd disturb others. Perform gently, okay? You might make too much noise for the people downstairs, Jiang.
Jong as you so loudly. Baby shark, do.
Danced along to accompany the song. Who lives in the deep blue sea? Do. Jiangsu sang and danced tirelessly throughout the house. Tiny and cute, do. Baby shark, do. His mother was overjoyed. She continuously clapped and cheered. So adorable, my child. I think you'll become a singer when you grow up. Receiving praise from his mother, the boy sang louder and danced with more enthusiasm. Beautiful and kind, do. She stood up, wanting to find her phone to record this moment. Where's my phone? I want to record this for you. Jiangsu sang and danced, Mommy Shark, do. Suddenly, she stood up and looked over to see Du Suk's eyes were already brimming with tears. She asked in a, what's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? He smiled, pretending it was nothing. Why are my eyes suddenly Du Suk raised a hand to wipe away the tear from the corner of his eye. Perhaps I'm getting too old. My eyes are Suddenly, he froze as if head discovered. Du Suk looked at his hand. His pinky finger was... His wife beside him didn't notice anything unusual. She smiled, comforting him. You're just an emotional... Jiangsu, who had been engrossed in singing and dancing, hadn't noticed. He even told his father, this is the first time I've seen you cry. Dad. It's okay, Dad. My teacher said boys can cry. His tears fell even more. He kept mumbling, my love. John. Having said that, he looked at his hands, his face showing reluctance to leave. It's time for me to go. There's something I have to do, but I love his wife. Hearing this, panicked, not understanding what was happening. What are you suddenly talking about? That sounds awful. Where are you planning? Jong-soo, who had been joyful, suddenly grew serious and pleaded. Where are you going, Dad? Please don't go. Stay and play. Suk rushed forward and hugged Jong-soo tightly. He bowed his head.
I'm sorry, Young-soo.
My love, wait for me, both of you. It won't be. At this thought, a few faint bloodstains, and Do-suk had now returned to his current aged appearance. They'll be back right. Room door suddenly. A man holding a basin walked in, looking very alone. Seeing Do-suk sitting despondently on the bed, he asked, Du
Du-seok.
are you?
Tir streamed daun du-seok face.
He stammered. How is Jiho? At the Thank you watching for vid. Jiho was still lying unconscious on the hospital bed. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around. A joyous voice rang out. Jiho is awake. Then, Jiho startled and sat up. Priest Song-jin quickly said, if you're still tired, lie down and rest. He had just woken up, and Song-jin immediately rushed over to ask about the situation. How did you feel fighting Kim Exeon? Can you? Jiho's body was covered in injuries. Just a little more. If I could have attacked. Before he could finish, Song-jin cut him off. No, Jiho can never defeat Kim X. He explained, if Kim Exeon isn't negligent, you won't even have a chance to choke him. Furthermore, choking him like that won't achieve anything. Only then did Song-jin carefully examine Jiho's body. And you also broke a rib. He judged, with such injuries you can't possibly defeat Kim Exeon. Jiho heard these words and simply bowed his head, listening without any resistance. After beating around the bush for a while, he finally decided to return to persuading him. So use the poison I gave you. This is an order from the organization. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, opened the door and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add a few more words. Jiho, I hope you won't think about anything. These words echoed in Jiho's ears, causing him to freeze for a moment. Just thinking about how his father was killed by Kim Exeon should be. As soon as he left the room, Song-jin quickly departed, not wanting to get into more. As he walked, he bumped into another inmate, deliberately shoved his shoulder into Song. The inmate cursed angrily. What the hell? What do you think you're? Song-jin quickly backed down. I'm sorry, brother. I was deep in thought and forgot to watch where I was going. The other person replied irritably. Open your eyes when you walk. Inmate turned and walked away, but continued to curse. Things are already messed up, and now I run into this damned. Song-jin suddenly called the man back and offered him a piece of candy. Here, I want to give you this as an apology. I don't know if you like candy? They say sweets are good for stress. The inmate took the candy with a puzzled expression. Candy? Seriously, I'm not a kid anymore to be given. Though he looked annoyed, he took the candy and put it in his mouth. Next time, make sure you open your eyes wide when you walk. Song-jin bowed respectfully, apologizing until the inmate left. Yes, I apologize. Leaving the infirmary, he returned to the Song-jin knelt before the large cross. Dear Song-jin, please guide Jiho so he doesn't. Song-jin clasped his hands tightly and prayed, and help him make the right decision. After eating the candy, the inmate felt something unusual. His face suddenly contorted. His steps became on the side. Song-jin continued his prayer. Please grant Jiho courage, as you have granted it. The inmate's hands suddenly became twisted and trembled violently. He fell to the floor, his body writhing uncontrollably. The other inmates saw this and panicked. What is it? What's going on? After writhing for a while, he began to foam at the mouth, his eyes rolled back. The other inmates quickly called for the guards to handle it. Guard? Where's the... Song-jin prayed for something else. Please help. As he said this, his face became extremely grim. He shouldn't have to grovel and humble himself before you like a delicious piece of meat was placed in a bento. The man laughed loudly. Eat up, Jiho. Jiho took the meat with a skeptical expression. Thank you. The meat was just an excuse to start a conversation. He casually asked about the previous fight. You fought Kim Exeon well last time. Where did you learn to? Jiho deliberately avoided the question. No, I didn't learn any. Du-man offered a charming smile. He placed his hand on Jiho's shoulder. Didn't learn anything, yet you're quite good at fighting, aren't you? Alright, if I teach you a few moves you'll be even. Du-man continued. Our Utopia company is based on merit. If you have good skills, the benefits are continuously patted Jiho's shoulder to encourage him. Keep up the good work, Jiho. Yes, Ji-young, witnessing this scene, showed a displeased and annoyed expression. After the meal, they quickly. On the way back, Du-man told his subordinate, I plan to put Ji-ho in charge of the Spring Dream facility in this prison. Ji-young asked curiously, manage the Spring Dream facility. Ji-young was startled upon hearing this. He quickly asked, give such an important thing to a newcomer like that when it was originally. Du-man calmly explained, fools won't know what they have to do, so we need a strong presence to react to things that seem impossible. He continued to elaborate on his viewpoint. It seemed that after the battle with Xian, Du-man began to highly regard Ji-ho. Ji-ho lost that fight, but he displayed acute sensory abilities when fighting Kim Xian. By that, I mean he is that strong Ji-young seemed displeased. But very quickly, Du-man read Ji-young's thoughts. If you think it's unfair, then go fight Kim Xian and prove you're not. As soon as he finished speaking, he showed contempt. But how could you? Because you don't want to. He didn't notice Ji-young's clenched fists, trying to suppress his. Back in his room, Ji-young punched the wall repeatedly to vent his anger. Damn it! He punched so much that his hands were covered in blood. The wall also had several holes. I've been toiling at the bottom for so many years. At this moment, Ji-young felt utterly desperate. He felt as if all his years of effort had been trampled upon. Ji-young continuously complained, I followed your orders like a dog, went everywhere with you, even threw myself into this. As he said this, all the resentment welled up, causing tears to stream down his face. But I wasn't crazy enough, so now you choose a greenhorn rookie and foster him in. The guard suddenly appeared and called out. Seeing the scene before him, the guard, a little frightened, announced, There's a visitor, sir. Someone wants to. Ji-young was surprised to hear that someone wanted to see him and turned his head. To see me? In the visitation, the CCTV data from where John Key was. It was quite damaged, so I only managed to get this one. Ji-young listened and asked casually, so, did you find the guy who did this to John? The employee placed a file on the table. Yes. But I've never seen this person before. No matter how much we investigate, we can't find any information. Ji-young took the file and opened it, looking skeptical. Could it be someone Kong Jang-gu just brought? The other person nodded. So, we've sent more spies to his. Ji-young pulled a piece of paper from the file. Never mind. He looked at the information on the paper and laughed maniacally. You're more interesting than I thought. Our new rising. At Director Kim's restaurant, he was talking to a waiter. Being a waiter requires a lot of physical activity, and you know my restaurant gets packed during peak hours. Seeing the pitiful situation of the person in front of him, he spoke up, No, it's a bit too much pressure to serve customers when your legs are limping like this. I agreed to hire you out of pity for your situation. But this is a bit too. But then he finally decided to fire the person. I'm sorry, but you don't have to come in tomorrow. Up until now, he had only endured humiliation and scolding. When he found out he was fired, Tae-seop angrily retorted, You don't even pay minimum wage, you demand I do double the work, and now you're fired. He angrily glared at the man in front of him and ordered, Check all my wages and overtime pay for the past period immediately. If even a single cent is missing, Director Kim, seeing this once friendly waiter dare to talk back, changed his demeanor. Suime? Damn my good heart for hire. Tae-seop stood up, put on his jacket, and left. Director Kim became even angrier, cursing nonstop. You bastard. If you leave, you won't find another part-time job in this town. They'll warn everyone and blacklist you. Before leaving, he turned back to Director Kim and said a few words. Oh, and one more. He stared, enunciating each word slowly, radiating menace. Watch your mouth, or it'll burn down this whole chain of stores. Someone like me, an orphan and cripple, has nothing left to lose. After being fired, he went to a fast food restaurant to find something to fill his. Sarah next to him comforted. Cheer up. Tae-seop, you'll definitely find a new. Tae-seop, biting into the sandwich in his hand, replied dejectedly. Where could a good place be that would hire an orphan, a cripple, and a recent graduate like me? There's plenty of manpower out. Hearing these words, Sarah suddenly became angry. She shouted loudly, Hey, shut up. Tae-seop, you shouldn't say things like that. Realizing he shouldn't have said that, he quickly spoke up. I'm sorry. I've sent over 100 resumes, and no one has hired. Tae-seop's face became completely gloomy. So now my head is just full of negative. He bowed his head, his face and eyes exuding despair. Can I even survive anymore? Hearing this, Sarah could only. Tae-seop reminisced about the past. At the orphanage, I loved playing with. At this moment, his phone screen suddenly lit up. A message of. Tae-seop picked up his phone to check the notification. Suddenly, Tae-seop cried out joyfully. Oh my God. Sarah, you were. His eyes sparkled with happiness. I think I found a new job at a good. Seeing him smile, Sarah quickly regained her composure. See? I told you it would be fine. Where did they hire? Tae-seop happily turned to show off. It's a super big company. As you inside the prison. After some time to reflect, Ji-ho finally made a decision. Director, there's something I want to say. Du-man furrowed his brow and asked, What? Jiho's face was tense. It's about Kim Do-man immediately stopped what he was doing upon hearing about Jiho. What about? Jiho was silent for a while. Then he stammered, Director, instead of his aggressive demeanor from earlier. Jiho was now gentle. Sir, regarding the management of the Spring Dream facility, could you reconsider and give it? Tried to explain logically. I've been with you for 15 years, and now you're giving that job to a newcomer who's been here for less than. Do-man replied, I understand. Do-man stood up and placed a hand on Jiho's shoulder. So soon. Huh? 15 years later, the first time we met, you were also circling around. He turned to look at the dog beside him. You've followed me all this time, and even struggled with all sorts of things at the man continued, while Jiho only bowed his head and listened silently. So being cast aside just because of a new kid would make you sad, wouldn't it? I understand, but at this, he smiled. You've been with me for so long, you must. Every word from Do-man now seemed to refute all of Jiho's years of effort. Fake dogs will die, swallowed by. Jiho didn't plead any further. He bowed his head in acceptance. Yes, I understand. He didn't look directly into Do-man's eyes. Anyway, we've been together for a long time. To make sure I haven't made any mistakes, I checked. On this side, Exion was exercising his muscles, from stretching and shoulder to crunches and sit. He also didn't forget to stretch his. Exion was so flexible he could bend himself into an. He lay prone on the floor. I always wondered why Jiho was so interested. His current position allowed him to clearly see a picture taped to the wall. So this is the gift my father sent. He flashed an evil smile. Thank you. Exion stared intently at the picture. They'll definitely have fun. With that, he suddenly stood up and opened the door to leave. Now, as Ji-young said, playing without Do-man would be much more. With quick, light steps he walked down the hall. Arriving where people were gathered, Exion stirred the atmosphere. Hello, everyone. Is Uncle Do-man here? The inmates quickly greeted back. Hello? Kim Do-man was talking to the head warden. Before the inmate could react, Exion elbowed him hard in the back of the. And so, Exion charged, hitting one inmate after another. Is that? The other inmates, seeing this, didn't understand what was happening. They were terrified, trembling all over. What is it? Why so? Exion stepped forward and kicked the man directly in the. He smiled in satisfaction. The others, seeing this situation, formed a line, standing in front of him to block him. Exion arrogantly declared, Excuse me, everyone, but from now on, there won't be anyone named Do-man, and he flashed a sinister smile at the inmates, because I'm going to kill every. Blood-soaked hand lay on the floor, covered with corpses in various positions leaned against. The entire hallway was stained with blood. The man saw this scene and furiously shouted, What are you doing?
He Furiosilio, Kim Sin.
Exion smiled, completely unafraid, his hand still choking another of Do-man's subordinates. You see this and you still. He smiled brightly as if nothing serious was happening. In killing, Do-man was now furious. You son of a bitch. Don't you care what I do to him? And Exion snorted, showing no He slowly approached. You forgot, didn't you? Exion stood before Do-man, whose face had gone pale. Hold tight to the dog leash named after my father. He smiled widely, blocking his path. Because it's also your life. Do-man panicked and shouted to his subordinates. You guys block that bastard. Kill him. Before anything, his subordinates quickly rejected the task. That's too much. We don't have enough. A voice suddenly rang out, causing Do-man to turn around. Do-man rejoiced. Ji-young. As usual, he ordered quickly, do something about Kim Exion. Ji-young no longer obeyed Do-man. He gently bowed and replied, Director, you told me. Ji-young's eyes widened. Fake dogs will die, swallowed by. Hearing these words from Ji-young's mouth, Ji-young pulled a knife from his pants pocket. His voice trembling, Do-man's face instantly went pale. What are you? Then Ji-young shoved the knife back into Do-man's hand. Go fight Kim Exion and prove. He leaned closer, his face near Do-man's. You are not. Do-man held the knife, trembling all over from anger and fear. You bastards! As he uttered this, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. You dare bite the hand that. Do-man slowly stood up, holding the knife. All right, they'll prove it. Quickly assumed a defensive stance. The reason why I was able to climb to this position today, and why my nickname at Utopia is the three-headed hell. Exion listened to his words, then smiled sarcastically. What a fantastic nickname. Do-man lunged, wanting to show his power. Shut your mouth. A sharp knife pierced directly into his ass. 20 years ago, the sky poured heavy rain. A man in a white shirt sat on the street, continuously crying and pleading, Help me. The other person, without a shred of pity, coldly replied, It's your fault for being weak and foolishly getting involved in this bit. The man's eyes turned sharp. The man gripped the dull knife in his hand. The only thing he had was this body of Do-man, and there was only one way he could advance to a higher position. Corpses lay on the road, eyes wide open, mouth agape. The road was strewn with people fallen under his knife. A series of men in white t-shirts collapsed and were Man coldly tilted his head and looked up. Chairman, it's done. And I've proven my The chairman stood on the high floor looking down. Truly a three-headed hell. Looked at Man with satisfaction. Such a good. Standing in the pouring rain, Man smiled contentedly at the praise. Thank you, to reality. Man was being relentlessly attacked. But even if he was the three-headed hellhound, he was no match for a demon like. Xian leaped and grabbed Man's head. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick directly to his nose. Uncle, make me enjoy this a little. Xian violently gripped his head. I've been looking forward to killing you. Zin's eyes were filled with murderous intent, like a true demon. But this is getting. He moved forward and slammed Man's head onto the. Looking at the man lying collapsed on the floor, he turned cold. I've run out of ways to play, so let's finish this. Man, with trembling hands, clutched Zin's pants. Wait.
Mr.
His face was covered in blood as he pleaded. I'll do anything you want, so please spare me. If you want me to be your dog, I'm willing. I can even give you a director position at Utah. Xian flashed a devilish smile. Man nodded, tears streaming down his face. Yes. From now on, you will be the director. This Xian approached and touched Man's ear. No, besides that, didn't you just say you'd do anything? Zin's tone turned sinister. Then let's play this game with me. What's your favorite? Man was lifted by his hand, only able to cry out a few times. Fearfully tried to utter a few words. I'm so tired. Uncle. Tired of. Man's face was now completely covered in wounds. He had lost several teeth and lips, but still struggled. Uncle. Alone in the. Warden Park sat on the side, witnessing this scene, not daring to intervene. Man still used his last breath. Truly, no.
Yeong suddenly spoke.
Nothing will change. Warden, just do everything as you. Information.
Yeong.
Are I and my daughters.
Yeong smirket.
He lit a cigarette and looked at Warden Park. You still haven't caught on, have you? It would be very dangerous if you don't realize what's happening. Warden Park quickly realized. He immediately switched to a respectful attitude. I was truly disrespectful. What should I call you?
Direct Nam Yi Yong.
You should call me. On this side, Man sang with his last breath. Uncle, can't stop. After singing for a while, he fell silent. Zin's hands were now covered in. Is that all? Using bare hands really kills faster than He mocked. At least finish the first verse before you kick the bucket. Uncle. Disappointing. So disappointing. Man slumped to the floor. Xian quickly turned and before leaving, he didn't forget to ask Warden Park for a favor. Oh right. Warden, help me with something. Warden Park accepted fearfully. Yes. What it requested, let me out. They'll be back as soon as I'm. Warden Park's face turned pale upon hearing this. Outside? No, that's not possible. That one thing isn't possible. Xian quickly took a few steps closer. Really? But Man and I are doing different. The warden fearfully bowed his head, not daring to look him in the eye. I'm sorry, but that's beyond my authority. Everyone will definitely know. He merely exerted a little force with one finger, and the warden's glasses shattered into many small pieces.
Since might return.
They'll be back quickly, and no one will ever. The warden's glasses shattered completely at that very moment. He stood trembling, not daring to say anything. On this side, a hand was trying to scoop up spoonfuls of. Suk brought the spoonful of rice to his. The person next to him, seeing this, comforted him. Don't push yourself too hard, Suk. You just woke up and you're already eating some. Suk held up the bowl of rice. I don't have time to continue like this and he looked at the bowl of rice with a serious expression. I must quickly regain my normal physical condition. With that, he picked up the bowl of rice again and quickly slurped it down. I have to keep my promise to Jiho. In an thank you watching for adult and a child spoke up. Please wait a moment. Let the two of us come up. The person inside, hearing the call, quickly pressed the button to hold the man who entered politely thanked him profusely. Thank you for waiting. The child also quickly thanked him. Thank you. Being a stranger inside the elevator, the man cheerfully started a conversation. I haven't seen you before. Did you just move? The other person replied coldly. No. My father's house is. The man smiled warmly. Is that so? Which floor is your father on? Suddenly, the child beside him spoke up. Dad, this man has 6 feet. The man panicked and quickly stopped his child. Don't say things like that. The child looked confused as to why he shouldn't say it. On this side, the man looked surprised. Promise? What did you promise? Suddenly, the doorbell rang from out. He wondered who was calling. Who could it be? I don't have any appointment. The man replied from inside, yes. Coming right, the doorbell continued to ring incessantly, annoying the man. Stop ringing the bell. The person outside the door kept pressing the door. The door opened. Exion stood right outside, smiling brightly. Father. The doorbell continued to ring even after the man had replied. He gently pressed the doorknob. Yes. And coming right, looking at the stranger standing in front of him, he asked in astonishment, who? A pink-haired girl in front complained about waiting so long. Why don't you hurry up and open the door? I'm exhausted from running all the way. The girl casually walked straight into the room. This smell. The whole room smells horrible because you two are here. The man tried to stop her. Wait a minute. She then casually ordered him. Hurry up and air out. Unable to tolerate the stranger casually entering his home, he quickly grabbed her bag. Hold on. The girl turned around, looking annoyed. How annoying. What are you doing? I went to so much trouble to get. Do-suk stumbled out from inside. I called her here. She's a sniper and also a. Do-suk introduced. Her name is Do-opa. Do-opa smiled when she saw Do-suk. Uncle Do-suk looks like a skeleton now. The other man looked very surprised to hear her name. Do-opa. From the name, I would have thought it was a girl. Pouted and turned to ask, of course. It's a fake name. Have you ever seen a hacker use their real? Do-suk's face became serious. Kim-sin. Any news about Opa also became more serious. That's why I rushed. Stared gravely. I just hacked into the prison's CCTV, and I think Kim Exion has gone out. On this side, Exion held a piece of cloth in his hand. Sniffing it, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. The scent of flesh and tobacco. The entire house was filled with garbage. Exion sniffed the scent from the cloth. So it's father's. He returned to the child. Exion lay on the child's bed looking around. Just as I thought. My father isn't. He kept smiling brightly. I need to ask Jiho where he. Picture frame had fallen to the floor and shattered into many pieces. He tore a piece of the picture and put it in his mouth. I also need to let father know I've been. Do-suk slammed his hand on the. He clenched his teeth in anger. Kim-sin. That. Do-suk trembled all over. He killed Do-man, and now he's casually roaming outside? I need to find him right. Do-suk pulled out his computer to search for information. I'm looking for the places he's most likely to frequent. But I haven't found any traces. As he searched, he mumbled, he's not someone who uses credit cards. Do-suk's face was extremely tense. If I don't find him quickly, I don't know what will happen. A notification appeared on the TV. Next up, the news quickly reported a murder. 2 bodies, a child and an adult, were discovered in a downtown apartment complex during the day, shocking everyone. The bodies were found in the complex's machine room by a security. Hearing this information, all 3 of their faces turned. The news continued to report. The 2 bodies were identified as Mr. Lee and his son. Both were residents of the complex. Based on the severity of the injuries on their bodies, police suspect the motive for the crime was jealousy and hostility. Opa hesitated a little. She spoke up, Uncle. Isn't that your apartment? Seeing this news report, Do-suk clenched his fists even. His face radiated indignation as he cursed. Kim-sin. That bad time passed like it had been quite a while since Exion left. Warden Park on this side began to calming himself. Please come back quickly. Please. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. A voice came from the walkie-talkie. Warden Exion stood before the prison. He smiled and waved inside. In the cell, Jiho began to train again. He continuously did handstands and push-ups. 16. 17. Thank you watching for vid. At this point he felt. Jiho sat dazed, supporting himself with his hands on the floor. I can only do half of what I normally. He touched the wound on his side. I must recover quickly. There's no more. A voice rang out, startling Jiho. That's incredible. You're already training? Sin appeared at the door without anyone noticing. Your ribs must still hurt quite a bit, don't they?
Jiho asked, surprised.
Yes. What's wrong? Why are you here at this? Sin looked at Jiho and smiled. Thank you very much for Jiho saving my. Hearing these words, Jiho's face turned pale and quickly took a few steps towards him. And now I should call you Jiho. Saying that, he raised his hand and patted Jiho's head. You've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize. He recalled the past scene. The boy who once wanted to become an airplane pilot. Sin's face was filled with nostalgia. You've already grown so. He smiled. Time really. Jiho was extremely tense. His entire body was covered in sweat. He found me. Can I fight in this physical condition? Jiho clenched his fists. Can I defeat Kim Sin? Sin brought up the previous song. Suddenly, I remembered the song Jiho used to. He walked past Jiho, humming the tune again. 1 step forward. Mother's smile. He still. Stop singing. 2 more steps. Father's smile. At this, suddenly turned to look at Jiho. But before he could do anything, Jiho punched him. Just seeing the child fills the air with light. Jiho continuously rushed forward, punching Sin's face. There was no other. His eyes were full of murderous intent. This is all I have. Sin was brutally punched, but his mouth still kept humming the song. Forever. My family. A garden of smiling flowers. Kim Sin is also human. He has bones and internal organs, which means he can be killed. Thinking this, Ji-ho continuously punched him in the. His face was covered in blood. A few teeth fell out. Sin didn't resist, just kept singing.
Mukhalauza.
Father smiles. Ji-ho roared loudly and lunged forward. Kim. The whole family always laughs happily. Singing this line, he grabbed Ji-ho's whole garden of smiling flowers. His mouth was full of blood. With his teeth and lips mangled, he still held Ji-ho's hand with one hand, a wide smile on his face. Imdan. He used his other hand to break Ji-ho's shoulder. With just one blow from Sin, Ji-ho's shoulder bone was dislocated. He screamed in pain. You bet. Seeing this scene, he smiled and grabbed Ji-ho's wrist and ordered. Now it's Ji-ho's. Sing for me.
Sin twisted Ji-ho's arm backward.
Just like your father, Ji-ho, used to do. And of Ji-ho's bones broke under Sin's impact. He down on the.
Sin smiled.
If you don't like. He suddenly asked him a question. Then tell me where your father is. Then he forced Ji to make a choice. You can only choose one of those two things, Sin. Either sing or tell me your father's location. Otherwise, it'll start with this arm. Tightening his grip. After that, it'll be every bone in your body. Though Ji-ho, in pain, he still struggled to answer. Uncle Do-suk and I trained every day just to kill you. Sin grunted, pretending not to hear. Ji-ho bowed his head to the ground. After training, we would go to the public bathhouse together and scrub each other's. He recounted. Every day we would eat together and.
Ji-ho continued.
That uncle has always watched over me since I was little. That's why he always knows everything about. Didn't care after hearing that. He laughed loudly. Ji-ho, what are you talking about? Sounds so childish. Just sing something. Hurry up. He ignored him and continued to narrate. Uncle even gave me the name Kim Dong-ho himself. It's a combination of Dong-sus name and mine. He turned. Look at him with a mocking gaze. Look at that. So who gave you your name, huh, Kim? Hearing this, he got angry and pulled back his. He delivered a powerful kick to Ji-ho. Ji-ho was sent. He hit his head on a. Immediately, he fell and collapsed on the floor in front. Ji-ho's recent provocation made Sin completely furious. Shut up and sing. You. Ji-ho tried to force himself to stand. He held his broken shoulder with one hand, and despite the severe injury, he scoffed. Seeing you angry is hilarious. That punch just. Ji-ho looked at Sin with a provocative gaze. Suddenly, it made me remember how to kill you. One of Ji-ho's eyes was swollen shut. Blood continued to drip from his nose onto the floor. That blow just now suddenly reminded me how to kill. Across from him, Sin raised both hands to cup his cheeks, as if enjoying an interesting joke. How would you kill? Without waiting another second, he lunged forward. You can't even stand still.
Sin didn't hesitate.
He landed a direct kick to Ji-ho's. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He coldly declared, "You're just a toy my father sent me." Another. Thank you watching for vid. The time aimed at Ji-ho's left. Watched him kneel on the floor and spoke. And they even named it. Sin grabbed his hair and yanked him up. His tone was arrogant. How meaning. He pulled his hand back. His fist clenched, preparing for another blow. Because it'll be shattered. A punch heavy as a falling sky aimed at Ji-ho's right. Sin's rage was like a torrent, pouring out with every furious strike. So I'm not jealous. His face contorted with anger. Not jealous at all. Not at. Ji-ho, meanwhile, was beaten to the point of lying sprawled on the floor. He had no strength left to resist. Sin's voice slowly echoed. He'll slowly break each of your fingers. Go ahead. And Ji-ho's face was bruised and disfigured. His eyelids slowly opened, listening to Sin's words. Just like as if by a strange reflex, he raised his remaining. 2 fingers abruptly went into his. Sin's head snapped back, both hands clutching his mouth as he roared. What did you? Ji-ho didn't reply, just looked at him. His eyes narrowed as if enjoying him. He kept laughing. The laughter echoed.
Sin spoke. Annoyed.
What's so funny? Ji-ho truly is child. This time, Ji-ho slowly spoke. I applied that. The glass bottle lay on the floor. A viscous liquid spread around it like a cruel declaration. He froze. His face changed color when he heard Ji-ho continue. Onto my finger. In a desperate effort, Sin put his hand in his mouth, trying to vomit the poison out of his. Ji-ho's eyes were cold with satisfaction. Vomiting it out now won't do any good. Just absorbing an extremely small amount is enough to paralyze your entire. His voice was low but sinister. You will die writhing in agony, with a burning pain consuming your entire. His eyes flashed with fierce red light. Give me the antidote, before I.
Ji-ho trembled.
He slowly propped himself up and replied. There is no propped his hands behind him, sitting steadily again. Even if it's you, If your whole body is paralyzed like that, you won't be able to Hearing these words, Sin's entire body went. Fragmented memories flashed in Jiho's mind. If I take one more step, mother's images appeared before him. 2 more steps and its father's. Jiho's eyes welled up with tears. His lips trembled, muttering as if speaking to a spirit. Father, now, you don't have to sing anymore. At that moment, Sin abruptly grabbed his head.
A forceful, Jiho's pupils dilated.
He struggled to break free, but it was useless. His voice was hoarse. Just a very small amount is enough to kill you. Sin's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Going to hell alone would be boring, so let's go together. Elsewhere, in front of the office, a sign hung silently on the inside. Everyone was sitting at their desk. An employee politely placed a coffee cup on the desk. Ma'am, please have this first. A woman's voice replied. How do you always know what Tae-suk squinted his eyes and smiled. Because I see you drinking coffee at this time every. The short-haired woman took the coffee cup. I could have gotten it myself. Thank you very much. I'll take it. The man sitting opposite spoke.
Tae-seok.
Yes, sir. Please help me make 10 copies of this. His head, still maintaining his usual quickness. Yes. On the other side, Director Kim raised his hand and called.
Tae-seok.
Please call Mr. Kim for me. Tae-suk nodded, smiling brightly as if he never knew fatigue. Another voice spoke up.
Tae-seok.
The room is too dirty. Please help clean it up. He replied as usual. Yes. Another request.
Tae-seok.
Please help prepare the section chief's video. He didn't hesitate. Director Kim silently stood in the corner of the room. Observing in front of the automatic coffee machine, he asked. How do you find the work environment? Tae-suk? Is it He took the coffee cup. He bowed slightly. Yes, Director. Thanks to everyone's care. Everything is going smooth. Director Kim's eyes showed affection. I admire you for being so strong. My son is about your age, but all he does is play. He awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. Not at all. He brought the coffee cup to his lips. Slowly, he said something he had hidden in his heart for a long time. Actually, I'm the one who chose you. He paused, then continued. You make me feel so nostalgic. I used to be in an orphanage. Tae-suk's face clearly showed awkwardness. Why you, Director too? Director Kim, with one hand in his pocket, replied. I also often called that place an orphan. He raised his hand and gently patted Tae-suk's shoulder, calling. Director Kim's voice lowered. I know how it feels to grope around in a dark tunnel right now, but eventually you will see the. He continued. Please try your best and work hard. Tae-suk. Then I will help promote you to a full-time. Hearing this, Tae-suk's eyes welled up with tears. Sir? He bowed deeply, his voice trembling but full of determination. I will work even harder, sir. Thank you. Director Kim quickly waved his hand. No need to be so. Suddenly, he held out a tightly closed black briefcase.
Tae-seok.
Can you take this to a client? He reached out and took it. Yes, I understand. But what is this? It's quite. Director Kim calmly replied that it was just documents for the and he didn't forget to remind him. It's very important, so please take good care of it. Later, his eyes were glued to his phone screen. The client, the director, Suk looked up at his surroundings. This is indeed the address. This place was old and somewhat desolate. He wondered, does our company also deal with people in places like. Tae-suk raised his hand and knocked 3 clear times on the voice from inside called out. Who is it? He quickly replied. Hello. I'm here on behalf of Section Chief Kim from Utopia Financial. The door creaked open. A man with a crew cut and a long scar at the corner of his mouth stepped out. Did Section Chief Kim? He raised his head and asked concisely. Where are the goods? Tae-suk held out the briefcase. His hand gripped the briefcase handle. He glanced at the tattoo on the man's wrist and thought, is he a gang? Even so, the man's tone softened. Thank you for bringing. Squinted and smiled. Please extend my greetings to the section chief and thank him. Tae-suk's face was somewhat stiff. He replied instinctively. Yes, I will pass on the message. I guess I've judged a book by its. Another afternoon, Director Kim placed a similar briefcase in front of him again.
Tae-seok.
Please help me again. He didn't hesitate, reaching out to take it. From then on, the director asked him to make deliveries every day. Tae-suk stood at the door, handing the briefcase to and then, one day, he walked down the familiar street, one hand carrying the briefcase, the other intently looking at his phone. Urgent call rang out. A girl with blonde hair, an old coat draped over her emaciated body, pleaded, just one. Please, just one more dose. He'll do anything. At the same time, in front of a tall, white apartment, Do-suk's eyes were anxious. If Kim Sin and Ki Kong have killed Kong Youngman, what is the current situation for Jiho and Gong? Akpa quickly typed on the keyboard and spoke. Jiho has been confirmed to join that organization. I'm not sure what the situation is now. A moment of silence. She hesitated. And gong. Deokpa stopped at a line in the report. While storming in to kill Kim Sin, he was murdered. All of them couldn't believe his ears, exclaiming, "What? No, that can't be." I clearly told him to. She stared at the computer screen and replied, "I don't know. I don't know why either. It's as if someone commanded them to attack Kim." Du-suk's hand clenched into a fist. Damn it. Why would they do? His entire body trembled with anger. I told them not to act on their own until the arrow entered. Dongmin's voice seemed to crack in the dense air of sorrow. Are they all dead? All three? She quietly bowed her head and replied, "Yes, they are all dead. And now only Ji-ho is in." At the same time, in the long, dim corridor, only dry, echoing footsteps could be heard. "I believe in you." The man quietly approached. His mouth gently hummed. The Lord's hands clasped behind his back. He sang softly. "How much happiness you bestow. Thank you, Lord. I swear to God. I pledge my Lord." His footsteps stopped at the threshold. Words of your people. In the room, an image of Ji-ho lay unconscious, dried nasal blood on his bruised face. On the right, not far from him, Sin's face was pressed against the floor. "Please protect us," the man whispered as if reading a scripture. "Your belief." Then he bent down, gently carried Sin onto his back. His footsteps left the room. He loves his father very much. Light from the hallway streamed in, illuminating the two figures. "I can understand your feeling of lacking love more than any." On the man's hand, a silver cross pendant glittered, swaying with his footsteps. "Because I am just like." That voice carried a strange empathy. "I will help you be Sungjin's eyes looked straight ahead as he spoke confidently. "And live again like Ji." Sungjin picked up a bottle of medicine and poured it into Sin's. He used his other hand to support Sin's head, like a priest performing a baptism for one about to be reborn from. Sungjin placed Sin on his lap. "I always think about this. Sunlight, thin as a needle, pierced through a hole in the wall, onto a cross." Tightly closed his eyes and muttered, "Why did you create me? Create a demon like." In that silent darkness, old memories rushed back like a cold wind, and the image of a butterfly, a painting with butterflies of different patterns. My Sungjin caught so many His father's voice spoke. "Since I was little, I knew I was special. You probably always came first in all your assignments." The image of his mother patting the little boy's shoulder years ago. "Will our son grow up to be like?" Those words were incredibly warm. "I don't find happiness in the normal way like everyone else." In his memory, his father quickly turned away. "Oh dear. It's already this late. Sungjin. Let's go. Hurry up and get." But I decided to live well. Sungjin closed his eyes, whispering like a prayer. "Because God is watching." Stood silently before the wall covered in paintings. "He is checking whether I succumb to." Sungjin's entire body trembled, his lips uttering words of repentance. "I was wrong. Please I was so scared, so scared." His voice choked up. "I went through a long and boring time, like an insect hiding in the dark." Before, he served at a free meal distribution center for the home, without joy or happiness. An elderly man came to receive food and spoke. "It's so hot. You're working hard, young man." Sungjin smiled lightly as a reflex. "It's alright." Sweat poured down, Sungjin's eyes sparkling as if he had found temporary peace. "Seeing everyone eat so well, I don't feel tired at all." To avoid being discovered, I lived a wretched life, but then. He maintained his posture, waiting for Sin to wake up. Kim Sin appeared in this. Brutal murderer killed 28 people. The television reported. His face filled the screen, cold and emotional. Sungjin sat in front of the screen, trembling. Though he is very much like. Didn't take his eyes off Sin's face on the TV screen. But he is a demon who is not a. Sungjin spoke. "I was curious how Kim Sin would be punished by God, so I went to the." He turned his head to look towards the light. But he was not punished. Sungjin looked at the cross on the wall. Kim Sin, he was still not. The cross remained there, illuminated by sunlight, so I grew suspicious. Sungjin chuckled. "Perhaps God doesn't care about us at all. Am I the only one who is so? So I decided to test it." He silently followed an elderly homeless man for a while, then called out. Sungjin took out a candy, smiling, and asked, "Would you like a mint?" "One person." The old man convulsed on the ground, his voice stammering. "Why did you?" "2 people, 3 people." A man slumped down, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he weakly said, "Priest, please call 119. My stomach hurts." "For people, 5 people." His hands clenched, his gaze fixed on. "Have killed more than 10 people." Sungjin's face was chillingly calm as he dragged a corpse down the dark, rainy. From above, he looked down at the brightly lit city below. "Indeed, I was not punished." Sungjin's lips muttered a sentence, and I realized his hand was still holding the medicine bottle. "God doesn't care about us at all. He doesn't love. Just Just then, Sin's soft groan was heard. He opened his eyes and gave a lopsided smile. Sung Jin bowed his head and replied, "Thank you for your praise, Miss." At the same time, a hoarse voice echoed, "Mr. Just." The skinny girl with chapped lips, wearing a long coat, pleaded, "Give me one, I'll do anything." Suk took a step back, frowning. What? Wearing a long padded coat in. She placed her hand on his shoulder, her voice trembling. "Please, don't pretend you don't understand anymore. I haven't been able to sleep for over a week." Suk's eyes widened as he asked. She bent close to his ear and whispered, "I'll do anything you ask. Please give me one from your." Her other hand touched the briefcase by his foot. "To be honest, just one won't be." Taesuk, startled, quickly pushed her away and yelled, "What are you?" He clutched the briefcase tightly with both hands, explaining, "Why, you seem to be mistaken. This is just company doc." Girl laughed, repeating, "Doc." Her sunken eyes glared, as if she had lost her sanity. "I'm speaking politely, and you still refuse to cooperate." Then, she lunged forward, grabbing the briefcase with both hands. "I said give me one." He panicked, yelling, "I'm going to die from this nightmare." Taesuk pulled back, shouting loudly, "Why is this happening?" He grappled with her for the briefcase. "Give it to me," I said. Suddenly, the briefcase lock snapped open, and tiny white pills scattered rolled all over the ground. She collapsed, clutching the pills. "There really is some." Spring. Girl's eyes glittered, her mouth drooling with desire. "I can sleep now, I can dream." Taesuk still stood there, holding the empty briefcase. What is?" Seeing the girl turn and walk away, he called out loudly, "Hey!" Taesuk ran after her, his heart pounding erratically. Stop. Didn't stop, cherishing the white pills in her hand. "This is probably enough for a year, no, maybe even 2 years. Suddenly, she crashed into someone standing in front. Director Kim looked at her and spoke. "Madam, this won't." She looked at the 3 people blocking her path. "How did—" She sat down on the ground like a doll whose strings had been. Then, Taesuk ran up, still confused, stammering, Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. I was wrong. I must have lost my—" She raised both hands, returning the pile of pills. "The P pills, I'll return them." He stood frozen in place when he heard her say, "P, please. Please spare my—" He clasped his hands behind his back and bowed slightly. "Madam, please raise your head. Why would we kill you? Don't say such frightening things. You just need to compensate for the broken medicine box." Girl raised her head, her lips trembling. "See, compensate? I don't have any." Director Kim maintained his composure. "Don't worry, we have ways for clients like you to pay." He turned and ordered, "Guide our client." The bodyguard standing behind immediately replied. Suk then approached, suspiciously asking, Director, what are—" She was led by 2 tall bodyguards to a nearby. Time seemed to pause. Director Kim called his name softly like the wind. Immediately after, he pulled out a syringe, his other hand gripping Taesuk's arm. "That's why I told you to guard the briefcase." Taesuk froze, feeling the cold tip of the syringe touch his. He whispered, his entire body feeling drained of strength. His voice held no emotion. "Because Taesuk was very diligent. I was very pleased. But what if—" On the table were surgical instruments and someone complained. "Oh," Dr. Kim, holding a scalpel, complained, "2 surgeries in 1 day is a bit tiring." The man standing next to him scoffed, complaining. Director Kim glanced at his watch, his voice decisive. "The spring dream is about to wear off. Hurry up." Dr. Kim frowned and replied, "The director is too on the operating table." Taesuk slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that, Dr. Kim asked for an opinion. "It seems he's awake. Should we give him more He took out a medicine box and replied indifferently, "What for? He's gonna die anyway, so there's no need to waste on useless." He brought the scalpel closer to Taesuk's abdomen. Yes, I know. It'll probably hurt a—" Taesuk parted his lips, his voice as faint as a whisper. "Director, why are you doing this?" Director Kim sneered, repeating. He tilted his head and replied, "I chose you because I wanted this. You're an orphan, so even if you disappear, no one would care." Just then, a rattling sound came from the metal struggled to turn continuously. Director Kim, holding the medicine box, slightly raised an eyebrow. "What's that? Who's opening the—" Sound of the door opening. Then, the door creaked open, revealing Do Suk's face.
I promised.
He stepped in, holding a bat. "I would protect his said resolutely, but I almost got into big trouble." He looked at Taesuk lying motionless on the operating table.
I'm sorry,
Dr. Kim turned his head. "Didn't you die then? You're still alive." Director Kim let out a light laugh. "So it's our injured—" He began to roll up his shirt sleeves with a nonchalant attitude. "Thanks for coming by your—" Behind Director Kim, 2 bodyguards stepped out holding knives. "But I see you're still having trouble standing. Aren't you? Do you intend to fight?" Do Suk suddenly swung his bat, striking the electrical. entire room plunged into darkness, his voice echoing. His hand gripped the bat handle tightly, veins bulging. I will kill you so you— Du-suk's eyes glowed red like a resurrected demon. Do any more troublesome— Heavy punch crashed into the— Du-suk's entire body trembled. His teeth clenched. It's because of me. Because I was deceived. The plan turned out that— From behind, Yangmin softly called. Diakpa sat on the chair and spoke, seemingly hesitant. Uncle, it might be a bit much to say, but there's one more. He turned his head in surprise, continuing to listen to her speak. Tae-suk, the person you asked me to look into. Diakpa's eyes briefly widened in shock. It seems he has been exploited by you. Tae-suk's face changed color as he exclaimed. What are you talking? Her hand flew across the keyboard. Lim Tae-suk started working at Utopia Company a month. Diakpa couldn't hide her worry. Until now, all the employees there have been spring dream addicts, homeless, orphans. Images appeared one by one on the computer screen. When I tried ordering Spring Dream from the company website, I found— Yangmin's eyes, full of horror, cut her off. So Jiho's friend, is he a Spring Dream courier now? Quickly replied, yes. And there's an even bigger problem. Her was much heavier now. During their employment, all employees who had no relatives or acquaintances soon after disappeared without a trace. Akpa suddenly stopped, her voice urgent. Where are you going? Seeing Du-suk putting on his jacket, she quickly asked. Are you going there right now? Yangmin rushed over in a panic.
Du-seok.
Where are you going with that body? Your current physical condition can't handle a— He didn't turn his head as he replied. I already She stiffened when she heard. In return for Jiho becoming the arrow, I have to protect Jiho's— His every word felt like a slap to his own self-esteem. I already failed to keep my promise.
Du-seok gripped his bat tightly.
I cannot break my promise. His eyes fixed resolutely on the two of them. Absolutely. The room was enveloped in darkness. The smashed light switch. The bodyguard standing behind Director Kim looked around nervously. Where did he— Calmly replied.
Don't panique.
Defend your weak points and wait. Fighting in the dark, you could be attacked at any— Director Kim's hand clenched into a fist. See his baseball bat? My hands are even more formidable. Time passed silently. Still no movement. He looked towards the door. No sign of Du-suk. He thought to himself. Why hasn't he attacked yet? If he's used to the dark, won't I have no chance of winning? Sweat began to drip down his temples. Or is he saying hell kill me just to lure us out? A sudden thought flashed through Director Kim's mind. Are you trying to trick us to save the red— Suddenly, a yellow light unexpectedly— The bodyguard shielded his face with his hand as the light shone directly. He slightly frowned in panic. My eyes. A blow like a falling sky from Du-suk's— The other one yelled loudly, his knife pointed forward. You bat— As he prepared to charge, darkness immediately swallowed the room. The bodyguard furiously yelled. Gone. Where did he go again? It's like hunting wild animals. Director Kim pondered silently. Hiding in the darkness, then using the light to blind, attacking, and then turning off the light and hiding. Pursed his lips and chuckled. If you want to hunt wild animals, you need— The bodyguard's hands trembled. Sweat poured like rain. A finger gently poked his back. He immediately spun around. He threw a punch backward. You damned bastard. You're there, aren't you? His other arm slashed the knife forward. His face was contorted with anger. Where are you? Come out. As he yelled, the light flashed on. I told you to come. Another blow to the bodyguard collapsed, unable to reach. Just then, a whisper behind him echoed. Why did he suddenly reveal himself?
Hand gripped Du-seok shoulder.
Director Kim, standing behind him, spoke. He used his full body weight to wrestle Du-suk to the ground. The chase is— His body spun once in the— Director Kim's glasses flew to the floor. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. Once I've caught you, I absolutely will not let— Director was once a promising judo athlete. In a previous match, Director Kim used both legs to lock down his opponent. His face was expressionless. One match. But for some reason, in all his victories, Director Kim would grip his opponent's arm tightly and then decisively. After that, he voluntarily joined Utopia. He always broke his opponent's arm. Screams echoed loudly. But Director Kim didn't hesitate in the slightest. He awoke. Thank you watching for vid. Man cried out in pain, clutching his— The director didn't use a knife like other thugs. His arms, especially near the shoulders, bulged with bare hands alone. Director Kim decisively used both hands to break the man's neck. He had tightened his grip, breaking his opponent's neck and kill. Looking at his surroundings, his lips curled into a— Now Director Kim held Du-suk's leg tightly, growling. When fighting, because of adrenaline, you don't feel the pain. I mean, even if you're stabbed with a knife, you only know you're stabbed when you see blood. His eyes were wild. But the pain of broken bones and torn ligaments is different. It's impossible not to feel. Director Kim's hand squeezed Do-suk's calf as if to crush it. Your fighting spirit. Your self-esteem will vanish. His voice continued to echo and make people just. Suddenly, the light on Do-suk's forehead flicked. He raised his head, his breathing steady, and spoke. Is that? Do-suk's finger jabbed hard into Director Kim's eye, causing him to panic and yell. What? How? I already broke your. Two hands frantically clutched his face. My eye? Do-suk grabbed Director Kim's head, saying slowly. The pain of a broken bone is nothing compared to the pain of losing. He became angry. The people you killed. They were someone's family. An image flashed in Do-suk's mind. Just because someone doesn't have parents doesn't mean they don't have a family. They were precious family to. He moved his hands, wrapping them around Director Kim's. Hands struggled for a moment. Then suddenly, seeing this, Do-suk released his grip. He gasped for. He turned his head, looking around and thinking. What's left? Suddenly, the baseball bat struck Do-suk's head. Director Kim appeared from behind. Another corpse to deal with. How annoying. What a night. The baseball bat was raised high. Just with Spring Dream you can have a happy. Another swing struck Do-suk's head. Let's just consider the current situation to be the symptoms of Spring Dream with. He tried to struggle but couldn't resist. Because his leg was broken, he couldn't counter it. Do-suk's eyes slowly closed. His consciousness is. Dr. Kim's face contorted with anger. Get lost. Help me escape this night. Suddenly, a knife plunged into his. Dr. Kim flinched and turned his head. The knife was pulled out. He stumbled, his lips trembling. It's a dream. He collapsed, only a choked groan escaping him. Damn it. It hurt so. On the ground, for bodies lay. Do-suk, half conscious, half dreaming, called out. Hey.
Taiseok stod motionless, wondering.
Is office life like? Eyes wide with confusion, he asked. What's happening? Don't you, uncle? A moment later, the car rolled down the main road in the quiet.
Yangmin drove in silence.
In the back were Do-suk and Tae-suk. Do-suk had told Tae-suk everything. The space grew quiet. He bowed his head, staring at his feet. About Kim Sin, the one who killed his family and Jiho's hands rested on his lap, gently. Also the cause that led to the consequences for Tae-suk's leg and fingers. Tae-suk sat silently, his eyes looking out the window. And what Jiho would do in. He broke the silence in the car. Indeed. And here Tae-suk's eyes filled with tears.
Jiho.
I thought he had no reason to kill anyone.
Jiho,
The car turned onto a small road.
Do-seok spoke.
Although Utopia won't look for the last courier, just in case. You should stay with us for a. He bowed his head, his hair shadowing his trembling eyes. Uncle, can you make me strong? He turned his head in surprise and asked. Do-suk's eyes, though still red from tears, shone with an iron will. I want to help Ji-ho clean up those scumbags. I also want to become the. Jongman walked into the. Stood at the threat. He saw Ji-ho lying unconscious and cried out loudly. The Jongman knelt down and supported his head. No, are you? Looking at the dried bloodstain at the corner of Ji-ho's nose. He was stunned, wondering. Who did this? Overwhelmed by emotion. Jongman's entire body trembled.
Yong,
Dongo. Kong walked in, his hands in his pockets, and yelled. Get out of here. Don't loiter. He still held onto Ji-ho tightly.
Director Nam Kigang.
His face was brimming with merciless indifference. I knew it. He's dead. It's already starting to. Without hesitation, Nam Kigang ordered. Drag him. As two other men lifted Ji-ho's body, Trongman frantically asked, Wait. Where are you going? Where will you take? Before he could react, Nam Kigang's kick landed squarely on his. Nam Kigang squatted, eyes fixed on him. Are you close with this bastard? He'll bury you with. Trongman clutched his cheek, sobbing in pain and fear. No. A moment later, the steady sound of shovels digging earth on the pale moonlight. Nam Kigang watched Ji-ho's body gradually being buried beneath layers of cold. Nam Kigang held a cigarette. So why did you intend to take revenge on that murderer? Do you think justice will tossed the burning cigarette onto the freshly covered soil? Oh, just too childish. Our promising star. The moment you thought Kim Xian was evil and you were righteous, you had already. Nam Kigang's face was nonchalant, mixed with a hint of disdain. Because he can do anything, he continued, but you can only do what's right. Afterwards, Nam Kigang turned to leave and ordered, do it properly, you guys. I'm going to sleep. The two men standing nearby immediately replied, yes, director. At the same time, the man with long hair subtly tilted him. Kim Xian stretched, his joints giving off soft. Sung Jin approached and said, you truly have amazing recovery power. You just took the antidote and you can already. Kim Zin's face was still pale as he replied. It's still a bit swollen inside. Kim Zin's gaze swept over Zhang Yu and Sun Ti, who were standing in front. Who are these people? Sung Jin smiled and answered. These are our brothers. They are not cowards. Sung Jin slowly introduced, you must have heard of John. The memory of the arson case at the prestigious university dormitory resurfaced. The fierce flames erupted, followed by thick smoke that covered the court. Inside, screams of chaos rang out. The man's eyes stung from the smoke as he mumbled, "It's all smoke ahead. I can't see anything. No, I can't find the—" Suddenly, amidst the sea of smoke, a phone light waved. "Come this way. The exit is here." Look at the phone light. Followed the light, his heart filled with hope. Alive. I'm saved. Thank goodness. Everyone, head towards that. But abruptly, a hammer swung down from Zhang Yu, wearing a respirator mask, swung the hammer forcefully at the man who had just cried. Two girls nearby shrieked in panic. What? What is? The hammerhead still dripped blood. Zhang Yu stepped forward and gave a faint smile. Zhang Yu gripped the hammer tightly with both hands. Everyone, come this way. This is the exit. The path to the other. His voice continued to echo. Abandon your desire to survive. 119 won't be. Sung Jin maintained a calm expression. He burned down the university dormitory and bludgeoned 5 people to death. And for other murders haven't been publicized because the police couldn't find any. Sung Jin's voice continued. As far as I know, his motive was an inferiority complex about his appearance and academic background. Zhang Yu wiped sweat from his forehead. That's not the eyes were cold. I just wanted to teach them a lesson. That's the price they had to pay for looking down on us. Sung Jin smirked, not hiding his approval. Yes, you're absolutely right. And the man next, his gaze fell on the silent figure standing behind. That's Han Sun-ti, leader of Meng Jun Group. He kidnapped 3 high school students and received ransom money from their parents, but inside the cold cell, please echoed. Uncle, you said you'd let us go once you got the money. Please spare us. Please, uncle. Sung Jin's voice was monotonous, as if reciting a cold-blooded verdict. He still held the children captive with his 3 subordinates stared blankly through the bars. Boss, don't joke like that. Let us go. Open the door. You bastard. This scoundrel. Han Sun-ti said, his face expression, and he gave them 10 peanuts and a bottle of filtered water. Once a captives jostled, fighting over food in extreme hunger. Mine. Damn it. Sun-ti looked through the bars, listening. They'll kill all of you. A month later, when the police arrived, 2 officers covered their mouths. Their eyes, the scene before them was scattered corpses. Sung Jin glanced at Kim Exeon and continued. There were only 5 emaciated, bloody, and decaying bodies. Sun-ti spoke without emotion, and the motive for the crime was a twisted love for. His voice continued, because I loved them, I was curious. I wondered what humans. Sun-ti stepped forward and stood before Kim Exeon, and how they act. What allows them to live? What makes them? Hearing that, Kim Exeon gave an inscrutable smile. And how to not be. Sun-ti looked at Kim Exeon, his cheeks flushed, his gaze unwavering. The reason I joined this plan is because of Kim Exeon.
I'm curious about Kim Sin.
Very curious. Sung Jin tilted his head and spoke, though they weren't prominent in prison. There are many people like us. I will find more. Sung Jin declared as if taking an oath. We will form Kim Sin's. Kim Exeon slowly replied, his voice soft as the wind. A legion. That sounds like. His eyes lit up with an idea. First, let's go on an excursion. Time passed. The atmosphere was tense like a bowstring. A voice spoke, sir. The man bit his nails, trembling uncontrollably as he heard. This is truly very dangerous. Police officer reported with a tense face. It's no different from releasing tigers and lions. On the surveillance monitor, the backs of 3 figures were leaving the detention center. Releasing all 3 of them at once. The man continued to bite his nails, speaking loudly. Too noisy. I know. Tears silently streamed down the warden's face. I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't have become the director of this. Meanwhile, the city still brightly shone, bustling into the late. Zhang Yu jumped up and shouted, Freedom! He flailed his arms excitedly in the. Sun-ti walked casually and turned to ask, Kim Exeon, aren't you curious? Sun-ti's eyes were fixed on Kim Exeon. 5 people died in my incident. Aren't you curious who survived? Kim Exeon replied as if he already knew everything. The most evil one survived. Did Sun-ti's gentle smile spread, cutting through the night wind. I'm also very curious about that process. Tell me about it later. Sun-ti's cheeks flushed. He replied softly like a budding teenager. Yes, they'll tell you when the time is. A moment later, Kim Exeon stopped and announced, where he pointed his hand at the skyscraper in front of them. Let's start our excursion. In the room, wine was poured into glasses as someone spoke. Everyone's heard, right? About Zhang Rong man being killed. They say he was bitten to death by his own mad. Kung Gu, sitting in the chairman's seat, gently swirled his wine glass. He must have passed away peacefully. Anyway, I'll return to my old position because things at the company are very chaotic. His face exuded confidence. Everyone trust and follow me. Director Kong bowed respectfully. Another person also spoke. We look forward to your guidance. A man in a yellow suit interjected. Since Rong Man is dead, I feel much. Director Kong turned and asked, when should we hold the inauguration ceremony? Chairman Konggu humbly replied, oh dear. All right, everyone is working hard. Just keep it simple. The other man didn't give up. How can it be simple? We must rent out the Olympic Stadium. Chairman. Kong Gus' deep voice was stern. Don't you know what the board of directors is doing? Do you know how to do your— The person standing outside nervously announced. They said they absolutely must see you. Kong Gus' eyes showed suspicion. Absolutely must see me? Who? Zhang Yu grabbed someone's hair and dragged them in. Behind him, Kim Xian and Sun Ti strolled in. So, Director Kong shot up, shouting, who are you? Kim Xian stepped into the middle of the room. Who else could? His eyes scanned each face. We are the mad dogs you just met. Kim Xian spoke nonchalantly, as if introducing himself at a social gathering. I'm the one who killed Uncle Rong Man. You should be giving me a reward. Konggu remained seated, showing no fear.
So yo Kim Sin.
The lunatic.
Kim Sin Riplit. Thác Giai.
It's me. He swirled the wine glass in his hand. How could I not reward the person who killed Rong? Konggu smirked. Tell me what you want, you mad dogs. Do you want scrap? Kim Xian rested a hand on the chair and chuckled softly. This old man is interesting. He casually sat down and continued to speak. More than that, I need a place to play with my that everyone in the room drew their weapons. A large, safe place where we can run. He rested his hand on his cheek and said, I think Utopia is the most suitable. Kong Gus' face immediately twisted into a grimace. He stared at Kim Xian with an annoyed expression. What nonsense are you talking about?
Kim Sin Lau Ghét Côn Ly. Esilat.
Didn't Uncle Rong Man also have shares in Utopia? He propped his chin on his hand, leaning back in the chair. His smirk revealed his nonchalance, and his voice was arrogant. Give me that and I will spare your life. Zhang Yu and Sun Ti stood behind, watching them with challenging. The men looked furious when Kim Xian said, then I will spare your lives. Each of them menacingly drew a knife, their eyes coldly hot. The subordinate stepped forward, holding a knife to Kim Zin's throat. Surprisingly, Kim Xian remained calm, propping his chin and smiling excitedly. The subordinate glared fiercely at Kim Xian, then mumbled, Director, you don't need to bother with this. The subordinate finished his sentence. I'll cut him so he can't talk nonsense. At that, Zhang Yu reached out and grabbed his hair. He yanked the subordinate up and punched him hard in the stomach, leaving him no time to react as he was sent flying. Zhang Yu used the momentum to forcefully throw him far away. The subordinate lost his balance and flew straight into the glass window. The glass shattered into shards that flew ever. Zhang Yu looked at the subordinate with contempt. This isn't where you should be standing. This is the stage for the top dogs. If you know what's good for you, stay put. If you fall, it'll hurt. Zhang Yu held the man and pushed him into midair. The subordinate immediately trembled uncontrollably, not daring to utter a sound, trying to clench Zhang's hand tightly. If you fall, it'll hurt. The subordinate screamed in fear. Why are you guys just standing there? Do something. These lunatics. The other subordinates now all sweated, eyeing Zhang Yu warily. No one dared to step forward. Suddenly, Konggu gave a calm, slight smile and spoke. Everyone calm down. They're just kids. As adults, you should be patient. He gave a meaningful smile, looking at Kim Xian. I didn't expect it. I heard you were a mad dog who didn't care about. Kim Xian gave a cold laugh, his voice deep. I already said it. Money isn't important. He smirked. I just need a place to play with my Konggu listened, still giving a forced, calm smile and replied, a place to play, you say? As if something just hit me in the— Kim Xian just smiled meaningfully, saying, Konggu understood tacitly. He chuckled softly and then spoke. All right, they'll give it to you. It's not mine. And hearing that, the subordinates all looked at him in astonishment. They cried out indignantly, Sir, Director, why are you giving him the share? How can he own Konggu nodded slightly. He adjusted his tie and smiled cordially. It's all right. He took care of Trong Man for us. That's enough qualification. Hearing him, Kim Xian slowly pushed his chair back and stood up. It's good that uncle is so understanding. He looked at Konggu with a satisfied smile, nodded goodbye, and then left. But remember to keep your word. Suddenly, he glanced at Konggu, his voice sharp and cold. Otherwise, uncle will have to— All three turned and slowly left, just like old man Trong. They left the subordinates glaring resentfully after them.
Director kang spuka zitanli. Di director.
Will you really give him the Konggu toyed with his wine glass and replied calmly, Am I crazy? I just said that so they wouldn't cause. He stood up and walked to the glass door, then looked at the seated director with a thoughtful expression. If we had escalated things just now, we would have suffered heavy losses. Besides, even if we killed those guys, we wouldn't gain anything, so there's no need to do. Gu looked down at the building with an eerie gaze. His cold smile sent shivers down one's spine. Indifferent from uneducated thugs like Trong Man. We won't suffer any loss. His gaze was directed towards Kim Zin's group as they left. Because the place they're going to is prison, after all. So there will be plenty of opportunities to kill. Down below, Kim Xian turned. He said softly, do whatever you. Zhang Yu smiled excitedly looking at Kim Xian, while Sun Tie's face remained stern. Zhang Yu grinned, see you in prison in 3 days. Because we have an alibi called. Zhang Yu looked at Kim Xian, his face serious, and asked, so what are you, Kim Xian, planning? Kim Xian looked at him and replied with a bright smile. It's been a long time since I've been home. I'm going to my mother's. Scene change. A person with a leg in a cast spoke up. You want to become an arrow. Sioke stared at the person in front of him, his voice serious. Then try attacking me. You can attack however you. TLB heard that and stammered in confusion. Sioke approached him, his voice solemn. A test. To check the qualifications of an arrow. I'm fine. Just hit me with all your. Seeing Sioke's seriousness, TSLB resolved. He immediately raised his hands in a ready stance, his eyes fixed on Sioke, but his voice was still somewhat hesitant. I am going to. TSLB gathered all his strength, squeezed his eyes shut, and swung his arm, punching Sioke in the. Sioke's voice was cold. Sioke quickly pointed out his flaws. The punch doesn't have enough force. A fist like that isn't enough to kill. And TSLB backed away in embarrassment, explaining, I know, I've never fought before, but if I were trained like Sioke clenched his fist and explained seriously, the problem isn't a weak fist, but a fist that needs. Suddenly, he threw a quick punch towards TSLB, who couldn't react in time, intending to knock him down. But your punch lacks the determination to defeat. Sioke stared at him. People like you, no, rather ordinary people like you, cannot become an. This because the previous punch was too quick. TSLB couldn't react. He stood frozen, eyes wide, staring at Sioke's. He stammered, but Jiho. TSLB bowed his head, his face resentful. I can do it too. Please give me a chair. Sioke turned and sat on a chair. If it were Jiho, he wouldn't have aimed for the face. From the start, he would have aimed for this leg with the torn leg. You are different from TSLB was startled to hear that. He lowered his head, clenched his fists, and struggled internally for a long. Suddenly, TSLB dropped to his knees. He knelt before Sioke, his voice trembling with a plea. Please help me. TSLB bowed his head, his face thoughtful, then stammered. Originally, I wanted to become a police officer. A police officer protecting justice. He clenched his hands, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. But my body ended up like this, so I couldn't. Suddenly, he frowned, his face darkened, his voice angry. Those who disregard human life. I want to purge them from this. Sioke said in a low voice, you want to eliminate the wicked from this. Then he slowly put his hand into his pocket, his voice deep. If those are your true feelings, then go out and find wicked murder. He took out a small knife, opened it in front of TSLB. TSLB stared in horror at the knife in front. Sioke looked at him with sharp, cold eyes. Then I will accept you as an change. Time slowly. The older man looked at Sioke with a puzzled expression. Why are you making TSLB do that? Find bad people and kill them yourself. Sioke bowed his head and replied, because I can't involve TSLB in this. Just dragging Jiho into it was an unforgivable crime. Hell, give up soon. Hearing that, the older man could only look at Sioke helplessly in silence. Sioke then spoke, although this world is full of criminals, finding them to punish them isn't that. Scene changed to a city view at. TSLB observed his surroundings. On the street, people were bustling. They laughed and chatted cheerfully. He scrutinized every single movement of each person from his vantage. TSLB put his hand in his pocket and slowly walked. He glanced around, his eyes scrutinizing. I can't just pick randomly. And so he walked, sighing in deep thought. What should I? Where are the bad? Suddenly, while walking, TSLB stood in front of a convenience store. He stared intently for a long time before deciding to. Employee immediately greeted him. Welcome, customer. Suddenly, she stopped and asked in surprise. What's wrong? Why are you here at this hour? He smiled faintly and replied, I was just passing by. So I dropped. She heard that, crossed her arms, and laughed loudly, teasing him. You're working now, so I don't hear from you anymore. Huh? How is it? Is working at a big company? TSLB became flustered and stammered. A company is just a company. She looked at his expression as if tacitly understanding. Doesn't seem so good. And Z gave a bright smile. Anyway, you came at the right time. I'm bored to death here. Wait a bit, I'll finish my shift and then we can go eat. How about hamburger? TSLB replied with a warm smile. Alright, deal. I'm hungry. Suddenly, an annoyed person interrupted loudly. Damn it. So noisy. I can't even focus on. TSLB immediately turned to look at him angrily. What's your problem? Z quickly put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, it's alright. Then she smiled faintly. Sorry, cuss. The man still wouldn't let it go, his voice growing increasingly annoyed. If you want to do something, go outside. Damn it. Go to a motel and do whatever you want. Hearing the man's insults, TSLB's face creased in anger. Hey you. Z frantically covered his mouth. Don't. There are a lot of weird people around at this. The man angrily stood up. Damn it. I can't stand it any. The man turned and left in annoyance, muttering nonstop. I should probably kill all these dogs in convenience. TSLB's face twisted in disgust as he watched the man leave. He spoke indignantly. Damn. This guy is truly insane. Z intervened. Alright, just let it. He looked at the messy leftovers the man had left on the table. Is it because they're dirty that I avoid them? Or because I'm scared that I avoid? TSLB's face was resentful as he stared at the man's retreating. Suddenly, he called out in a low voice. TSLB angrily looked at the man. He reproached loudly. Why do you leave without cleaning up after you eat? And also, don't you know you're not allowed to drink alcohol in the... He took step after step, approaching the man. Clean up before you... The man continued to ignore him. TSLB then went closer, slapped his hand on the man's shoulder, and shouted. The man suddenly froze. He gave a sinister smile, his voice cold and filled with murderous intent. Damn it. You're already ugly, and you have no luck. What to do? Serious. Man gestured to the beat. Jojo, check it out. I just ate a few packs of... The man, unable to contain his excitement, danced and rapped to the rhythm. I wanted to leave after eating, but you grabbed my shoulders. See? See? But I actually like it. Suddenly, the man turned his head. The mysterious person he had been all this time was Jongyu. He looked at TSLB with a chilling gaze. Alright, I'll start. Okay. Today will be your death anniversary. Scene change. On this side, Kim Xian suddenly turned his head. He spoke softly. And you, is there nothing you want? He looked at Sun T. It's been a long time since you've been out. And you're just Sun T looked intently at Kim Xian with a serious expression. I want to know about Kim X. Afterwards, Sun T looked at the scene in front of Kim Zin's house. Then he spoke hesitantly. But since you're going to your mother's house, I can't. The two slowly walked. Kim Xian led Sun T into the house. As he entered, Sun T couldn't help but look around. Gomein. This is the first time I've brought someone else. Sun T intently observed Kim Zin's family.
Suddenly, Kim Sin spoke.
Beautiful, isn't she? That's my... Sun T moved closer to the photo. He asked in a low voice, and this... He stared at the boy in the photo and asked curiously, is that Kim X? Hearing that, Kim Xian remained silent and pensive, saying, suddenly, Sun T's whole body trembled slightly. Sun T asked seriously, can you tell me about it? Your childhood... His face was now extremely excited, his eyes eagerly fixed on Kim Xian. I'm curious to the point of madness. Anything. Kim Xian subtly turned his head to look at Sun T, then smiled meaningfully, saying, at this moment he began to recall. A superhero robot was raised. A voice spoke, honey, I'm home from... Jun lifted a princess doll and replied, you're home? I made a cake for you. The two boys smiled brightly. Cake. I want some too. They began to make pretend cakes for each other, laughing and talking. At this moment, young Kim Xian smiled innocently. So delicious. As expected, your cake is the... Suddenly, a voice called from afar. Jean. Young Kim Xian brightly turned and answered. Jean Seok approached the children. She smiled gently. Let's go home, dear. It's dinner. Young Kim Xian smiled lovingly at his mother. Jean Seok held his hand and led him home. Along the way, she gently asked, what do you want to eat tonight? Young Kim Xian quickly and happily replied. She looked at young Kim Xian and smiled brightly. It's not your birthday, so why do you want cake every day? The child whined, shaking her hand and pleading. Just this. Jean Seok's heart softened. She looked lovingly at young Kim Xian. Alright, but you have to sing for mom. The three bears.
Young Kim Sin Chevelin replied.
Oh, Kim Xian believed. This is the memory I remember the most. The child's singing echoed on and on. Three bears in one house. He happily held his mother's hand tightly. Daddy bear, mama bear, baby bear. Daddy Bear is... At this moment he thought, because before my existence was nothing. Behind the tree, a figure was secretly watching the mother and son, listening to them sing. Mama Bear is the person hiding behind the tree. An unknown existence. That boy, disheveled and dirty all over, just stood there, staring intently at the mother and son laughing and playing happily, and young Kim Xian still smiled brightly and lovingly at his mother as she sang. Baby Bear is... Suddenly, a chilling voice filled with hatred rang out. A terrifying thought flashed in his mind. I want a name. Sometime later, young Kim Xian went missing. His mother desperately posted missing person notices in a state of panic and worry. She asked everyone she met, "My child is missing. Please, can you take a look?" And Jin Seok's face was distraught. She braved rain and wind, standing on the street every day, handing out flyers, hoping that one day she could find her beloved son. "Please contact me if you see him. Please." Gradually, her eyes became despairing, but her mouth still unconsciously mumbled, "My child is lost. Before you throw it away, please take a look. Please help me. Everyone, please just take..." The missing person notices remained there. A mother's pain, like heavy raindrops, poured down relentlessly. "Please." Sometime later, he appeared before Jin Seok. She, in a lifeless state, repeatedly shook her head in denial. "No, it's not him. You're not my..." She tried her best to resist. "No matter what, I would still recognize my own..." He coldly covered Jin Seok's mouth as she struggled. "Why are you impersonating my ex?" He forcefully plunged a syringe into her neck. Not stopping there, he pulled out a pile of other syringes. Then he spoke coldly. "Why doesn't mother recognize..." He then forcefully injected all those syringes into Jin Seok.
I am Kim Sin.
His voice was chilling. "Mother missed me so much. Didn't you? Your son, here." Jin Seok screamed in. Her eyes gradually became vacant. Tears welled. In a daze, she trembled and slowly placed her hand on his. Jin Seok was thus manipulated by him. Her subconscious seemed to still resist. Her hand involuntarily rested on his face, but her expression was tense. Tears continuously streamed. Kim Xian enjoyed her embrace, delightedly calling out. His eyes became crazed. "By me, change." On this side, Zhang Yu was frantically grabbing TSLB's collar and repeatedly punching him. Where did all that momentum go? And now, he continued to punch TSLB hard in the face, cursing. "The biggest mistake of your life was those foolish actions." Just punch after punch landed squarely on TSLB's face. "It's too late now, even if you beg for..." Zhang Yu's voice was filled with murderous intent. "Because my specialty is..." Choked TSLB forcefully. At this moment, TSLB thought to himself, "Is this bastard..." Zhang Yu, with an exhilarated expression, gripped TSLB's neck tightly. "Regret won't do you any good now. Your corpse will be found tomorrow." TSLB struggled in bursts, trying to resist. He thought to himself, is that all? Does he think he can... Quietly pulled out a dagger and stabbed it forcefully into Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu suddenly lost his balance and tumbled backward. He clutched his stomach in pain, screaming, "Damn! You bat..." TSLB coughed dryly, trying to regulate his... Zhang Yu was now utterly furious. He yelled curses at TSLB. "Why are you carrying a knife? You bastard! Are you in..." Zhang Yu forcefully and quickly pulled the knife out of his stomach. He said smugly, "Good thing I have abs to block." He struggled, gripping the knife tightly, taking step after step towards TSLB. Zhang Yu grabbed TSLB firmly and growled, "Otherwise I would have been done for." Then he stabbed the knife forcefully into TSLB. TSLB whimpered in pain, gritting his teeth to it. Zhang Yu scoffed with a cold laugh. "Is that your fatal blow? Not bad. Good, but that small blade can't penetrate my abs." TSLB quickly lost strength and collapsed to the ground, whimpering and clutching his... Zhang Yu excitedly licked the knife. He glanced at TSLB with a chilling look. "Your whimpers are so sweet, but I think that's an..." As soon as he finished speaking, TSLB screamed in pain. His face, his eyes wavered. His vision suddenly dark. Scene changed to a factory. At this moment, a voice spoke. "Production of Spring Dream is still going well." The researcher walked closely behind. Konggu reported, "Although the production volume is a bit high, I'm sure we can manage." Then chuckled with delight. "Selling too well is also a problem." "Huh? We'll have to expand the fact." Suddenly, the researcher reported hesitantly, his face showing reservation. "Director, the side effect I mentioned last time. It's happening again? We're still researching. We just need to replicate Chairman Ojinga's Spring Dream." Konggu was surprised and immediately turned. "What side effect?" The researcher looked bewildered. "You saw it last time." Then he awkwardly explained. "Spring Dream alters serotonin and vasopressin and causes amygdala issues." Konggu frowned in confusion, looking at him. What are you talking about? Explain it in simpler. The researcher stammered in response that, although the rate is low, one of the users of the drug fell into an unstable state. It exhibits extreme aggression but feels no. Hearing that, Kanggu suddenly gave a sinister smile. I remember now. I saw it last time, but I said it then. He narrowed his eyes, his face full of cunning as he spoke. What does that have to do with anything? Anyone looking at it would think we're making health. The researcher stammered awkwardly, but when side effects appear, it's disastrous. Kanggu cut him off impatiently. Too much. His eyes became inhuman, his face excited. Just make sure to produce it on screen. Immediately stepped away, walking and muttering with a sinister chuckle. Side effects, you say? Worry about yourself. Leaving the researcher standing, his hands silently trembled uncontrollably. He froze, his eyes horrified, continuously muttering, a massacre. A massacre could have. He looked at the white mice that died in droves from testing the dangerous. The mad mice bit and tore at each other. He continuously trembled in fear and resentment, cursing, that scoundrel only cares about. Scene change. On this side, TSLB was forcefully bending Jong-us 10 fingers back. Jong-yu screamed in pain, squeezing his eyes shut in complete chaos. Immediately, TSLB threw a powerful punch directly at his. Jong-yu groaned in pain, clutching his. TSLB stood there, glaring at him with a deadly gaze. Jong-yu trembled hesitantly, speaking, what do I do? No, I can't believe. He looked at TSLB in panic and fear. His limbs flailed wildly as he pleaded, wait, I was wrong. Without letting Jong-yu continue, TSLB lunged forward and reached his hand into Jong-us. He slowly pried open Jong-us' mouth. Jong-yu could only manage to groan, and TSLB's eyes now seemed inhuman. He looked at Jong-yu and gave a chilling. Jong-us' fingers had been bent by TSLB in every direction. Jong-yu struggled to articulate each word. I forgive. Jong-us' trembling voice. I was wrong. Jong-yu sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered, pleading please. TSLB sat squarely on top of him. No matter how much Jong-yu begged, TSLB still raised his fist. TSLB didn't hesitate, striking Jong-yu directly in the. He became as if insane, excitedly punching Jong-us' face. His personality had transformed. Fist after fist continuously rained down on Jong-us. One punch after another struck Jong-yu hard in the face. He ignored Jong-us' pitiful pleas. TSLB gave a satisfied. He continued to punch like a rampaging man. Suddenly, from behind, someone spoke with a frantic voice. TSLB. At this, TSLB abruptly. Z looked at TSLB with a horrified expression. What are you doing? Stop. She was utterly terrified, her whole body involuntarily trembling. She stammered, Why are you doing this? Why are you hitting him? You're not like. He slowly stood up and stepped off. Z nervously reached out towards him, speaking hesitantly. TSLB. No matter how angry you. Suddenly, TSLB reached out and gripped her neck tightly, making her terror. He now seemed to have completely lost his reason. He stared intently at Z with a deadly gaze, trying his best to. She squeezed her eyes shut, gritting her teeth to endure. She tried with all her might to push his hand. His eyes became even more crazed, tightening his grip, refusing to let go. Z's voice trembled more and more violently. She squeezed her eyes shut. Her whole body felt like it was about to lose all strength. As suddenly, Du Seok appeared behind TSLB. He swung his arm around TSLB's neck and restrained him. Stop it. TSLB gritted his teeth, struggling while Seok continued to restrain TSLB with all his. Du Seok tried to tighten his grip on TSLB's neck, making TSLB gradually lose all strength to resist. TSLB's eyes widened, then slowly closed. After that, TSLB passed out. Only then did Du Seok slowly loosen his. Du Seok looked at TSLB in horror. He couldn't help but feel afraid in his heart. It would have gotten serious if I were a moment later. Why has TSLB become like? He looked at Z, who had fainted from TSLB's. Along with that, the deep marks on his own hand from TSLB's struggle left him bewildered. What is this? Scene changed to the entrance of a nursing. A person politely presented an envelope, speaking up, Director. Here, Director quickly took the envelope and looked at the person with a very grateful expression. Thank you. You must be tired helping us like this every. Sun Sen, a simple and honest man, scratched his head and smiled kindly, replying, It's all right. It's nothing. It's not much. Director, please take it and buy some snacks for the. Director was moved to hear that. How can you say it's not much? He'll use it carefully. The little boy hiding behind the director also shyly peeked out, looking at Sun San with admiration. Sun Sen, Uncle. Sun San smiled affectionately at the child. Little one, remember to obey the director. Study hard to become a good person. After that, he said goodbye and turned to Sun slowly drove his vehicle, loaded with scrap, through the street. At this moment, a passerby saw him and smiled warmly. Mr. Lee, my store is closed now. You can come and pick it up later. Sun quickly smiled and replied, thank you. Sun saw an old woman huddled by the roadside. Then he asked with concern, Madam, have you eaten yet? She replied, I'm not. Hearing that, he took 2 bags of food from his vehicle and approached the old woman. Not again. You mustn't skip meals. I made some side dishes. Take them home and eat. She reached out and took them. Thank you, young man. Looking at you, Mr. Lee, reminds me of if I had stopped him from becoming a gangster. At this, she suddenly hesitated. Then he would still be alive now. Shanshang heard this and simply gazed at her with a thoughtful expression, saying, cut to a can of cat pate placed on the. Shanshang squatted down, looking at the growling cat in front of him. Kid, you seem to be. The cat still didn't touch a piece of pate, cautiously pawed at him. Suddenly, Shanshang remembered. That's right. One must be suspicious. Only by being cautious like that can one survive. He looked at the cat with a profound expression. Humans are the most dangerous. One must always be wary. Suddenly, someone spoke up. He looked at Shanshang with an annoyed attitude. Hey, old man. Move your cart somewhere else. Can you afford to pay for damages if my car gets scratched? Shanshang immediately stood up and bowed. I'm sorry. They'll move it right away. The man listened, still criticizing with an annoyed attitude. Damn it. Are you Shanshang awkwardly scratched his head. They'll be more careful next time. I apologize. Cut to late at night in a skyscraper. An employee approached Kong Jianggu and called out. Director Jiang stood upright, reporting with a serious face. I've already chosen a few people to go to the prison to kill Jin Xian. I'm just waiting for your. Behind him was a group of fierce-looking gangsters. Kong Jianggu replied. You've already chosen people without my order. Then he glanced at the group and gave a faint smile. Do you think these people can kill him? You need to send someone more reliable. Director Jiang was surprised by this and his voice faltered. If it's someone reliable, he looked at Director Jiang with a serious face. I will send Li Shanshang, Utopia's strongest. At this moment, Shanshang was listlessly pulling his scrap cart slowly down the. Suddenly, he saw a group of thugs bullying a student in an alley. Hey, you bastard. Is it that hard to buy liquor? You useless piece of trash. Just ask anyone to buy it for you. You scumbag. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Damn it. This is infuriating. As soon as he finished speaking, the thug slapped the student hard across the. Thug raised his hand high and threatened. My friends are waiting for you to bring back liquor, and you ruined our mood. Suddenly, Shanshang spoke up to stop them. Why are you doing this, kids? Don't be like. They quickly turned to look. The 2 thugs scoffed. What is it, old? Director Jiang heard the name and asked in disbelief. Surprised. Is Li Shanshang that's. Kong Jianggu slowly sat up and explained. President Wu Xinjiu. Why do you think a man with so many enemies could live so long and pass away so peacefully? If it weren't for Li Shanshang, President Wu would have been stabbed and died long. There would be no utopia now. Hearing this, he was surprised and he turned his back, clasped his hands, and continued. Wasn't there a time when the Chinese triad tried to enter Korea? After that, President Wu sent Li Shanshang alone to the Kong Jianggu began to recall past events. At that time, a group of people, brandishing weapons, looked provocatively at the person opposite them. Is it just you? Do you want to negotiate? Opposite them was Shanshang in his youth. He showed no fear, untied his necktie, stared at them and said coldly, if you want to live, run away quickly. I want Kong Jianggu's voice lowered. President Wu sent a message to the triad in Li Shanshang's name. The president warned, don't come to. There's a monster here. In a flash, he took down hundreds of the. His eyes suddenly turned terrifying. He turned to look at the people behind him and growled. I'm certain that compared to that kid Jin Xian, Li Shanshang, no, compared to anyone, he is still the strong. Cut to Shanshang holding liquor and extending it forward. Here, take. He looked at the thugs in front of him and said seriously, now you have liquor. Don't bother him anymore. The thugs looked at Shanshang and kept laughing mockingly. Yes, we know. Well, live in harmony. But suddenly one of them suggested, but, old man, can you give us some pocket money? The other one smirked and chimed in. What? Are you kidding? I'm asking you for some pocket. Shanshang listened to these words, just looking at them without saying anything. Thug, unaware of the impending disaster, excitedly looked at him. How much money do you have? If you search everything, you'll probably only find 100 units, right? Why are you so? Suddenly, as they were talking, a luxury car sped up from a distance and screeched to a halt right next to them. Thugs were astonished. not understanding what was happening. At this moment, a fierce-looking man with a long scar on his face stepped out of the... Immediately, he ordered his subordinates to bow 90 degrees in respectful greeting. "Hello, Mr. Li Shanshang. I'm here to pick you up." This startled the two thugs and the student for a moment. They watched with their mouths agape. He spoke solemnly. "I apologize for coming to find you so abruptly. Director Kong Jianggu said that we absolutely must bring you." The two thugs heard this. Their faces turned ashen. Their whole bodies trembled uncontrollably. His expression at this moment was extremely sincere. "Please help us. Come with us. They'll handle things." Shanshang's expression changed in an instant. It became incredibly fierce, completely different from his previous honest appearance. Cut to the prison 5 days ago. A man was working hard with a shovel, digging earth. Suddenly he stopped. "This should be enough, right?" The man next to him quickly replied. "Yes, it's enough." He stretched and complained. "My back. It's been a long time since I dug a pit. It's really tight." Outside, a figure was observing the situation inside. Waiting until they left, Zhuang Wan approached the pile. He intently looked at the pile of earth in front of him. Then he speculated something. Clearly, after that, he knelt down and worked hard to dig away the clump of... He recalled earlier. He had placed his hand on Yahello's chest to check. Though very weak, his heart was still beating. Zhuang Wan was overjoyed to find Yahello's heart still beating. He's still alive. "Thanks to Jihao, I escaped those guys." He recalled this, gritting his teeth and digging with all his might. "This time, it's my turn to save you." A moment later, Jihao slowly emerged from under the pile of earth. Zhuang Wan cried and pleaded. "Please, just..." He carried Jihao on his back, faintly hearing his breathing. He secretly rejoiced. Though a bit weak, he was still... Zhuang Wan tried his best to carry him on his back. His whole body couldn't bear the weight and kept staggering. He struggled to take each step. His heart was in a panic. "But what should I do?" Suddenly, someone spoke up. "What are you doing?" This startled Zhuang Wan. His face was filled with... Warden Bei approached, his face stern as he reprimanded. "Why aren't you sleeping at this hour, wandering around here? This is a prison, not a..." Zhuang Wan trembled and stammered. Major. His heart was frantic. "I've been found out. It's over." Jihao. Suddenly, he took a drag from his cigarette and spoke in a deep voice. "You're quite good. I thought you were a coward. Like me." Bei looked at him and continued. He was extremely surprised. Staring. Suddenly, Warden Bei's expression changed. His whole body trembled. His eyes seemed to be holding back something. "Now, to escape this hell, there's only one..." He stared intently at Jihao and said seriously, "Save him and let them fight each other." At this moment, Shanshang was raising a glass of wine. His face annoyed as he glanced at the people in front of him, then said coldly, "President Wu is dead. I have nothing to do with Utopia." And Kong Jianggu chuckled softly and spoke. "Nothing to do with it? You are a founding..." He chewed his steak and said amiably, "I've heard rumors about you, compensating the families of those you've killed over time. I heard you're living like a..." He angrily stood up and vehemently retorted, "That's none of your business. Don't look for me again. Live or die, you deal with it yourself." Kong Jianggu calmly wiped his mouth. Then he gently replied, "Please sit down." Narrowed his eyes, smiling, trying hard to curry favor with Shanshang. Mr. Li Shanshang is still a member of Utopia. Even though President Wu has passed away, the contract is still... He scowled, his attitude extremely displeased. "Stop talking nonsense. It wouldn't be hard to rip your mouth." Hearing this, he smirked. Then he reached into his jacket pocket. "Nonsense, you say? You'll understand if you see this. Isn't this your contract with President Wu?" Kong Jianggu took out Shanshang's old contract with the former chairman and said clearly, "This is your contract with the president of Utopia." His eyes turned sharp and cold. "And now, the president of Utopia is me, Kong Jianggu. From now on, you, Li Shanshang, will be my..." Kong Jianggu leaned on the table, smiling smugly. "You know what will happen if you don't follow orders, don't you? I will punish you just as President Wu..." Shanshang clenched his fists, angrily growling. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his fist onto the table, breaking it in half and sending food everywhere. "You beastly bat." Seeing this, he was not scared but utterly delighted. "Now you look like the Li Shanshang I know." Kong Jianggu calmly looked at Shanshang and stated his condition. "Just help me handle this matter. I will return your freedom to you. Although the damage is great, I am not a scoundrel like President Wu. Go to the..." Shanshang's anger flared, his eyes like bullets aimed directly at Kong Jianggu. Kong Jianggu then held out a photo of Jin Xian and ordered, "Kill this man for me." Yin. Shanshang's eyes narrowed. His face was very unpleasant. Kong Jianggu said triumphantly, "I was very surprised during the investigation." He excitedly laughed loudly and continued, I was very surprised during the investigation. This isn't the first time you've met him, is it?
Li Shanshang.
The world's strongest has made a mistake too. A person with incomplete teeth screamed in panic. Open up. Open up. Kong Jianggu stared intently at the prison gate and kept open up now, you bastards. His face was utterly miserable at this point. His eyes were swollen and nose battered. He had only a few teeth left for eating porridge. He cried out in terror at the prison. A moment later, the door slowly opened. Xian and a group of people came out to greet him. You're late. Kong Jianggu immediately raised his hand and stammered out the situation. That thing. I ran into a bit of trouble. I met a madman. I almost died. I didn't mean to be. Hearing this, Jean Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jean Xian wiped tears from his eyes from laughing so hard. Then he excitedly said, a murderous psychopath almost died because of a madman. How interesting. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Although his face still wore a smile, his voice was terrifying. But what can be done? I hate weak people more than those who can't keep an appointment. Kong Jianggu frantically tried to explain. No, please listen to me. It's truly the first time I've encountered such a man. He recounted in terror, covered in sweat. No matter how much I hit him, he wouldn't budge. He looked like a zombie.
Suddenly, Yin Xin interrupted.
He smiled, narrowing his eyes at Kong Jianggu with a meaningful expression. Yes, I know. You've worked hard. Now go. Kong Jianggu was surprised. Then quickly and politely replied. Yes. Thank you. They'll go rest now. Suddenly, Kong Jianggu's body stiffened. His eyes widened, his face utterly shocked. Why? All of a sudden, it turned out Sun Tai had slipped behind him and stealthily injected something strongly into the back of his neck, making Kong Jianggu instantly act strange. He drooled, his whole body trembling. My toes are Sun Tai pulled out the syringe. Kong Jianggu giggled foolishly. His face was bewildered. He kept groaning. Tingles so much. A moment later, he collapsed to the ground. Jean Xian stood still, smiling brightly at Kong Jianggu. Get some good rest, Kong Jianggu. Suddenly, Piao Chengjin turned and said coldly, if you go on an outing, you should return on, said, gazing intently at the people behind him. Only then can our prison fortress be safe. The new brothers. They all stood at attention, obeying, not daring to make a cut to. Warden Bei leading Zhuang Wan down to a basement. Come down. He walked slowly, explaining. This place used to be where political prisoners were held. It's closed now. Only a few authorized people know. Suddenly he said in a deep voice, if discovered, I know. Zhuang Wan looked at Warden Bei with an incredulous expression. Then spoke, flustered. Yes, but why? You will help us. Warden Bei turned his head, his body still trembling as he replied. Of course it's not. Warden Bei turned sharply to look at Zhuang Wan and said sternly, Utopia. He is the condition to save my He looked at Jihao, who was lying weakly on Zhuang Wan's shoulder, and resolutely declared, that guy, no matter what it takes, I must make him able to fight again. If he's also useless, I'll hand him over to Nanqi. A moment later, they both entered the room, and Jihao was quickly given an 4-drip to his face gradually regained vitality. Zhuang Wan sat by the hospital bed, thinking, it was a blessing in disguise. If Jean Xian had injected just a little more time. He recalled the scene where Jean Xian tightly held Jihao and injected him. Jihao would surely have died that. Zhuang Wan gazed intently at him. Zaheo's heart began to beat irregularly. Zaheo's body was fighting the top. Zaheo's face was gaunt. He unconsciously frowned. Zaheo's spirit was fighting Jean X. In his subconscious, Jihao was vigorously punching Jean Xin's face. He furiously charged, delivering one punch after another straight at him. Hundreds, thousands of times. Jihao then delivered a lightning kick, striking Jean Xian directly in the lost his balance and Zaheo's eyes were now filled with intense anger. He raised his fist high, attacking Jean Xian fiercely. But even in his dream, Jean Xin's hand suddenly grew large and effortlessly blocked his. With a monstrous expression, he played with Jihao like an ant in his hand. This is really fun, Jihao. You truly are an interesting. Jean Xian grabbed Zaheo's arm with both hands and pulled forcefully, making him cry out. He smirked, his 2 sharp teeth gleaming like a devil's. Sing, Jean Xian gently tugged, and Jihao's arm tore off from the shoulder, as if he were a doll being. Zaheo's head then rolled on the ground. He then seemed to see his father's figure bound in front of him. A song suddenly began. If you take 1 more step, mother's smile. If you take 2 more steps, father's smile. Just seeing you always fills me with laughter. Jihao stared intently at it. Tears streamed down his face as he continuously called out, Father. Suddenly, the voice turned cold. You are a failed. The figure looked at him with contempt. The voice was indifferent. An arrow that cannot kill Jin Xian is defective. Jihao cried out in pain.
Unkle, unkle.
Suddenly, many other figures appeared, weeping incessantly and staring at him. Jihao, if you don't kill Jin X, more and more grotesque fingers appeared. Then everyone will. Suddenly, Jihao slightly opened his eyes. Zhuang Wan saw this and cried tears of joy. He trembled and called out, Jihao, Jihao, are you? He opened his mouth and whispered. Zaheo's eyes were dull. He unconsciously muttered,
Yin Xin.
Cut to a passenger van entering the prison gate. Shanshang sighed. Thank you watching for vid. He looked around and said in a deep voice, this place hasn't changed. Shanshang gazed into the distance with a thoughtful expression. I had promised myself I wouldn't come. A group of people was walking down the corridor. Their expressions were extremely fierce. One of them spoke softly to Ji Zhang. Director Nan Qijiang. The recruitment of external organization members is going very smoothly. Most of those who used to be Zhang Zongwan's people say they will join Nan Qi. Hearing this, he glanced at them. He smirked. Is that so? Director Zhang was never good at taking care of his subordinates anyway. Couldn't you just give them a bit more money to have a loyal pack of The subordinate quickly replied respectfully and then reported sternly. Yes. Also, Jin Xian went to Director Kang Jianggu to ask for Zhang Zongwan's. Ji Zhang suddenly stopped, his voice annoyed. She frowned angrily, growling. That madman. Why didn't that bastard tell me? Suddenly, someone interrupted him. Nan Qijiang happily waved at Ji Zhang and greeted him warmly. Long time no. His eyes turned pale. He stammered as he looked at the person in front of him.
Li Shan.
Shanshang slowly approached, his voice calm. You've become quite famous lately. Your body is also firmer. Shanshang then patted Ji Zhang's head, making him tremble uncontrollably in fear. He smiled kindly. To think, the man who used to wipe his nose in an office is now a big boss like this. You've really grown. You know why I'm here, don't you? Ji Zhang was terrified, sweating profusely, only daring to stand stiffly in place without making a. At this moment, Shanshang glanced at him and ordered coldly. I'm here to rearrange a few things. Kang Jianggu said you should hand the organization over. You just need to follow. Subordinate, still not understanding the situation, angrily rushed forward and grabbed Shanshang's arm. He stepped in front of Ji Zhang and cursed irritably. You lunatic. Where do you think you're putting your hands? Do you want to? Ji Zhang was utterly terrified to hear that. The subordinate, still fearless, aggressively threatened. Or should I gut you open and see? Behind him, Ji Zhang was so scared that his face was bloodless as he stammered. Shanshang raised both hands, smiling brightly as he replied. Truly a commendable subordinate. You've worked hard. You must buy him lots of good food. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly slapped the man hard across the face, sending him crashing into. Seemed to have lost patience. His eyes, filled with killing intent, stared fixedly at Ji Zhang.
Yi Zhang.
Is there something surprising? Make your decision quickly. I don't want to play these games. I just want to go home. Trembled, sweating profusely. He stammered. The organization. Ji Zhang's face darkened. I cannot transfer the organization to you, because it's. Shanshang's voice suddenly grew cold. The organization. What's so important about a. His eyes became terrifying. His face contorted. His voice sharp as he glanced at Ji Zhang. You guys are always like this. Even though I gave you a chance to. But you still want this? As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Zhang's subordinates pulled out their weapons. They fiercely charged at Shanshang's large hand lightly. His face remained utterly calm. He casually slapped the man hard across the. Then Shanshang turned and slammed his large hand directly into another man's face, terrifying Ji Zhang's remaining subordinate. Shanshang used his strength to swing his arm, sending the man flying into. He then slammed that man into another, breaking his. Immediately Shanshang spun around, delivered a spinning kick, powerfully striking the group of prisoners. They all lost their balance and fell back. One man still yelled loudly. This guy is big, so he's not fast. Brothers, surround him and charge to. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shanshang leaped high, launching a knee strike toward. He kicked the loudmouthed man directly in the. Then he took down one person after another in the blink of an eye. Each of Li Shanshang's attacks seemed to be amplified to a terrifying. Shanshang spread his arms and tightly grabbed a man's. He forcefully swung the man towards the group of prisoners, making them collide violently and fly backward. To make them realize that the biggest difference between them was physical strength, not combat technique. Shanshang continuously attacked, his large hand swinging. He was using his fists to say, if you want to. He slapped the man hard in the face, instantly incapacitated. Then Shanshang glanced around as if challenging the remaining men, then run away. Prisoners who witnessed this scene were all terrified. They unconsciously retreated, vigilant, sweating continuously, murmuring non-stop. He's a monster. Shanshang lifted a man by his head and lightly closed his eyes. He calmly and coldly threatened. Zhizhang, deal with these. They haven't done anything wrong. His eyes, filled with menace, stared intently at Zhizhang. If it weren't for your ambition, everything could have ended peacefully. Give up, don't do anything useless. Zhizhang's face was unwilling. He clenched his jaw, trembling with hatred. That damn bat. Zhizhang, terrified, spun around and fled for his life, leaving his subordinates frantically calling after him. Boss? Zhizhang continued to run with all his. As he ran, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! That old man Kong Jianggu sent Li Shanshang? Motherfucker, to defeat that monster, there's only one. He burst open the door, his face utterly panicked, screaming, Jean Xian. Where's Jean? Yao Chengjin saw this and asked, puzzled.
What's happening?
Zhizhang's face was utterly terrified, his whole body trembling violently. He loudly explained, trembling, Utopia is sending people here to kill me. Quickly, call Jean X. Sun Tai heard this and growled angrily. Mr. Jean Xian is not someone you can call anytime you want. If you let your mouth wander again, your teeth and lips will get mixed. He still screamed in a panic. Motherfucker, do you know how critical the situation is? Utopia sent a Suddenly, Shanshang quietly appeared behind him and spoke. Zhizhang, what kind of boss abandons his subordinates and runs away? Those kids trusted you and were beaten half to death. He slowly walked in, his voice cold. So you're only capable of this, huh? Don't try to run from fate anymore. Zhizhang saw him and was instantly terrified, his face stiff, screaming in panic for a way out. Damn it! Do something, you guys. Aren't we out? Shanshang glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice. And you two, are you Zhizhang's accomplice? Chengjin calmly replied immediately. He smiled amiably and greeted politely. I am Piao Chengjin, just a priest serving here. These people here are my devotees. Feel free to do what you need to do, no need to mind. Zhizhang heard this and gnashed his teeth in anger. You bastards! Shanshang then approached and commented. Someone is about to die next to him, and he doesn't even bat an eye. What an amusing priest. He reached out and gripped Zhizhang's neck tightly, then said coldly. Shanshang squeezed hard, making Zhizhang struggle in pain. You just need to listen to me and hand the organization over to Kong Jianggu. Don't die so meaning. At this moment, Zhizhang, as if on the verge of suffocating, weakly pleaded. If I agree, will you spare my... He looked at Zhizhang and replied seriously. That's right. My purpose in coming here isn't to kill you. My target is only that bastard Jean X. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Tai drew a knife and swiftly attacked Shan. His face contorted with intense anger. He thrust the knife forward However, Shanshang merely tilted his head slightly and managed to dodge. He glanced at Sun Tai and said with annoyance, You play dirty. Sun Tai held the knife with both hands, his face filled with menace as he stared intently at Shanshang. He growled, threatening. Who did you say you were going to kill? Immediately after, he continuously attacked Shanshang, but Shanshang easily dodged Suddenly, a knife grazed Shanshang's clothing, and red blood. Then the knife continued to graze his face. Shanshang frowned. Your technique seems to have killed many people, huh? Sun Tai at this moment was still attacking furiously from the front. Shanshang said in a deep voice, It seems you're not the type to kill with just one. Sun Tai then broke into an excited knife now grazed Shanshang's face. He looked stern, his voice deep. All the places the knife tip aimed for were vital. The more Sun Tai attacked, the more strangely excited he became. He wielded the knife skillfully, as if performing a ballet. Suddenly, he thrust the knife powerfully towards Shan. The knife came close to Shanshang's eye. Fortunately, Shanshang raised his hand and tightly gripped the knife. He looked angrily at Sun Tai. You really are a wicked bat. He suddenly swung his arm high. Because the knife was held, Sun Tai was momentarily unable to. He opened his eyes wide, staring intently at the direction of the hand. Shanshang forcefully swung his large hand and slapped him directly across the. Shanshang's face contorted as he looked coldly at Sun Tai with contempt. Killing for fun isn't very good. Force of the slap immediately sent Sun Tai's head reeling, causing him to fall prone and paralyzed on the floor. This Young Jean saw the unfavorable situation and spoke up to intervene. Please stop, sir. Mr. Jean Xian is outside. Hearing this, Shanshang turned to look, annoyed, his face contorted. Outside? What kind of prison is this, like a dormitory? It's too chaotic. Chengjin said sternly. Jean Xian will return in 3 days. Shanshang calmly and coldly replied. Prefer. It's better if I just break your necks here and wait for him to come back. Hearing these words, Chengjin suddenly chuckled softly. I know you wouldn't do that. You're not the type to kill those who can't fight back. At this moment, He stared intently at Shanshang's cross necklace and boldly stated you are different from us. Then he raised his hand and smiled meaningfully, pointing to the crucifix on. Aren't you afraid that God above will see Shanshang growled, annoyed. What the hell are you babbling about? Do you think I won't kill you because I'm afraid of? Calmly looked at Chungjin. So, should I apologize now? Excuse me, sirs, I won't do that again next. Chungjin then opened his eyes slightly and preached. Everything you do is just deceiving yourself. Hearing this, he angrily turned his face away. Honestly, these guys are impossible. They'll be back in 3 days. Remember to tell Jean Xian to prepare. Otherwise, there will be no apologies then, and I will kill everyone. Piao Chungjin clutched his Bible, watching Shanshang's retreating back. Ji Zhang looked on, bewildered and disbelieving at the scene that had just uncut to a hospital room. An apologetic voice sounded. Tai Xiao bowed his head and hesitantly said, according to what you said, I'm just a normal person. Suddenly, Yushi interrupted when you encountered that. He looked at Tai Xiao sternly and pressed. You truly don't remember anything at all? Try to think hard and see if you can recall it. Too. Jihao was training hard. He punched the wall, thinking with annoyance. I must kill him at any cost. I swear it with my... Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. Damn it. Oh. Jihao looked at his uncontrollably trembling hands in panic. My hands won't stop shaking. I'm going... Suddenly, a sound attracted his attention. Outside, someone was slowly descending the stairs. Jihao cautiously hid behind the wall, silently observing. He thought to himself, I made a deal that he'd give a signal when he arrived. Who is it? Could it be Nan Qijiang's subordinate? Or... Thinking of this, his expression changed, his eyes showing a hint of fear as he unconsciously clenched his teeth. Yin. He clenched his hands, trying to hide his whoever it is, if there's no signal. Zaheo's eyes became resolute. He pressed himself against the wall, ambushing the person. Then they are not an... He frowned tightly, gathering all his strength to launch an attack at the person. Extended a large hand, easily gripping his... He subtly glanced down, his voice cold. Who is this again? Why? Without letting him finish, Jihao swung his other hand at Shan. Punch flew directly at Shanshang's. Shanshang remained calm, asking in a deep voice, are you a Jihao gritted his teeth, staring. Shanshang calmly glanced at him and mocked. This isn't a human punch. Who exactly is this? Jihao quickly spun around and delivered a diagonal. Shanshang easily caught it, calmly remarking. Fast attacks. Stared intently at Jihao with contempt. But if you're human, you should have some power, shouldn't you? What a strange... Soon as he finished speaking, Shanshang clenched his... then punched Jihao hard. Jihao could only raise his arm to block. Zaheo's face contorted as he tried to endure the pain, thinking, even if I block it, his attacks are too fast. Suddenly launched a lightning punch, striking Zaheo's small... Zaheo's expression was utterly terrified. The force of that punch had left a large indentation on his arm. How is this possible? This guy might even be stronger than Jean X. Didn't know what to do, only able to hold his stance and watch Shanshang prepare his next. He punched Jihao hard in the... Jihao lost his balance and fell back. Shanshang said in a deep voice, you're better than the guy I killed for fun earlier. He stood tall, looking at Jihao sprawled on the floor, and coldly assessed. But you're still just a weak kid. I won't kill you, but don't play with your life like this. The words fueled Zaheo's anger. He gritted his teeth, glared at Shanshang, and growled. Don't be too quick to laugh, it's not over. Then he pushed himself up with his hands and lunged at Shan. Jihao swung his arms, wrapping them around Shanshang's waist, and pushed with all his might, trying to take him down. However, Shanshang didn't budge. He scoffed dismissively. Charging in so stubbornly won't work. What are you trying to do? Charging in so stubbornly won't work. Suddenly, Zaheo's mouth puffed out as if accumulating. A moment later, he looked up and spat all the blood from his mouth onto Shanshang's face. Shanshang instinctively closed his eyes, rubbed his eyes with his... At this moment, Jihao lifted his head high, summoning all his strength. His eyes glinted with killing intent. Jihao yelled. He slammed his head powerfully into Shanshang's. Then he looked up and struck again. Continuously slammed his head hard into Shanshang's face. His eyes suddenly turned blood red. His determination to defeat the person in front of him had reached its... Shanshang closed his eyes, enduring the attacks, then spoke with annoyance. This is a bit much. Do you not want to live? And his eyes opened wide. His voice was sharp and cold. Killing intent enveloped the space. As long as the enemy is killed, it doesn't matter if one dies oneself. People with thoughts like yours are truly pathetic. He immediately swung his hand and grabbed Zaheo's. Shanshang slammed his own head into Jihao, making Jihao... Immediately after, he swung his arm and violently threw Jihao to the floor with a loud thud. He said coldly, just thinking like that and charged. Shanshang glanced at Jihao with disdain. That means you've already died before the battle even began. Jihao was now exhausted, barely breathing, lying there. He glanced faintly at Shanshang. How can a dead man like you defeat a cut to a hospital somewhere? A voice sounded. Outside the hospital room door, the police chief leaned against the wall and said in a deep voice, "Are you really going to train Taixia to be an arrow?" She bowed his head with a thoughtful expression. He replied seriously, "I might be crazy with revenge, but not to that extent. I can't drag Taixia into." Hearing this, the police chief looked at Yushi, puzzled. "Then why did you say you would train him as—" Yushi frowned slightly and explained sternly. "Given the current situation, I can't leave him behind, so I've decided to use the training to create a fortress to keep him from going out." He sadly watched Taixia's hospital bed intently. Taixia's condition now is like a ticking time bomb. If he loses his sanity again, I absolutely must stop. Yushi frowned. His voice deepened. "You understand what I'm thinking." The police chief covered his face with his hands, filled with self-reproach. "Because of revenge, I've made even innocent children like this. That's right. It's all my—" The police chief heard these words and immediately spoke up seriously to refute. "No, it's not, Yushi. It's all because of that bastard Gene X." He bowed his head low, his eyes filled with extreme regret. "And it's also my fault. The one who stopped you from killing that bastard Gene Xian back." He tried to reassure himself while also comforting Yushi. "Yushi will recover quickly.
Don't harm yourself any."
Cut to the side. After a moment, Jihao slowly opened his eyes. Shanshang stood with his arms crossed, looking at Jihao calmly and saying, "He's young, so he recovers quickly, huh?" Zhuangwan next to him was extremely worried. He approached and asked, "Jihao, are you—" As soon as Jihao saw Shanshang's face, he sprang up in terror, taking a defensive stance. What is this?" Shanshang calmly said, "You're still dizzy. Get some more." Shanshang glanced at Zhuangwan and said softly, "He's told me everything. We all share a common— I also came here just to kill that Gene Xian." Hearing this, Jihao was utterly shocked and disbelieving. "Kill Gene X." This moment, Shanshang calmly sat down and slowly explained. "That's right. I planned to wait here until he returned, so I thought I'd visit my old camp. Who knew you'd suddenly attack like that? I thought you were an enemy, so I acted that." After speaking, Shanshang couldn't help but awkwardly scratch his head. He smiled amiably. "Anyway, I apologize for giving you a beating. Luckily, you weren't seriously—" Jihao heard these words and still didn't trust him for a moment. He bowed his head, gritting his teeth in. Suddenly, he spoke. "Earlier, you said that a weak person like me had died before the battle even began. What does that—" Sun looked at him silently for a long time after hearing his question. Then he spoke slowly. "Legend has it, the image of a man with 2 swords hanging from his body. His eyes filled with killing intent, glared intently. In ancient times, there was a killer named Miyamoto Musashi, who slew people like— Facing him was another person with an incredibly powerful aura. He had participated in a life-or-death duel with another named Sakura Kojiro. However, at the time of the duel, Musashi deliberately arrived late, then provoked his opponent." He continued to narrate slowly. Kojiro, infuriated, threw his sword sheath away and yelled, "I'm over 70 years old this year, and I've never encountered a situation like this. This brat is incredibly But Musashi merely sneered and he looked at the man with disdain and mocked, "You've already thrown away your sword sheath, which means you'll never sheathe your sword again, right? In that case, haven't you already lost?" At this point, Sun Sen's eyes were pensive. He explained seriously, "I thought just like in that story, when the battle hasn't ended, yet one disregards their own life. Such individuals are destined only for fate. Being so determined as to discard one's life isn't cool at all. True strength lies in those who always strive by any means, no matter the circumstances." Hearing these words, Jihao bowed his head, lost in— Suddenly, Sun spoke slowly. "That is what makes a strong—" His face became serious. "Remember this. No matter what happens, you must struggle to cling to— Sun crossed his arms and continued, "If you want to become stronger, start thinking about how to survive. Because those who recklessly die to defeat opponents will only meet their own end." Jihao had been listening with a thoughtful expression, not refuting a single word. Trong Man, listening to their conversation, looked at Jihao with Scene change. At this moment, the police chief was slowly walking down the hallway, heading— As he walked, a pain gnawed at his heart. Even Tessop has been dragged into this mess. His eyes narrowed, and a sad, pensive expression crossed his face. Why are even the innocent being drawn into this abyss of This moment he recalled a past event. He was holding a gun, pointing it forward. If only then, it hadn't been Duseo. Suddenly his gun barrel shook. Then he swiftly turned the gun barrel and decisively shot the person next to him. It would have been so much better if it was Kim. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel sad. But I know no matter what, I couldn't do. He slowly opened the door and stepped inside. As he walked, he bowed his head sadly, contemplating. Im not do say oh see im just a. He remembered when the two of them drank together in the past. At this moment, do say oh see asked, puzzled, Huin you chicken. Why don't we have any solution? Do say oh see looked at him with a serious, confused expression. Shouldn't we go catch that bastard first? Damn it. Just arrest him and give him the professional treatment, and hell confess. Explained, you kid. We don't have concrete information, so how can we arrest someone? We have to live and work according to. Do say OC, already slightly drunk, frowned and retorted. If we just stick to the law, when will we ever catch him? That bastard doesn't follow the law either. I think you're starting to look less like a cop and more like a priest. He just chuckled softly and raised his glass. And you're like a thug. 1, 2, 3. But remembering this, he couldn't help but feel regret. Do say OC's words back then felt like a knife cutting into his chest. He slowly opened the refrigerator door and unconsciously reached for. His mind was now filled only with past events. The law is like faith to me. I only know how to cowardly hide behind that wall. His face fell. Afraid of judging myself again, yet believing in so-called justice. Suddenly a voice spoke. Uncle. Long time no see. His face quickly turned to horror. He instantly spun to. This moment, Sin sat boldly on the chair. He winked at him and smiled eerily. Why are you home so late, uncle? It's dangerous walking at night these days. Remember to come home early next time. Okay? I've been waiting for a very long. He was horrified, disbelieving what he saw. His body instinctively trembled. Esta mered? Kim? He brought his shirt to his nose, took a deep breath, and spoke excitedly. This house is filled with items that carry father. Sin's lips curled into a terrifying smile. He cast a chilling gaze at him. My father lived here. He was still disoriented, his body trembling uncontrollably. He tried to calm himself and said in a deep voice, I always thought this day would. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached into his jacket pocket, fumbling for. Immediately he pulled out his eyes turned cold. His face became stern. His hands clenched. His voice filled with determination. The day I can atone for my mistake. Sin listened to his words, calmly sitting there, enjoying the moment. He looked at him and smiled sinisterly. You're very brave, uncle. Don't do that. You. His voice grew cold. He glared at him, his voice filled with killing intent. I will live. I will kill you and save every. Scene change. Dusei OC held out the knife. Taeseo quickly snatched it. He stared at the knife with an incredulous expression. Seriously? We're really going to train with knives? He calmly replied, yes. What did you think we'd train? Dusei OC looked at him with a serious face and explained earnestly. No training method can make you progress as fast as actual combat. Taeseo was utterly shocked. His face tensed. His limbs began to assume a. Dusei OC, too, gripped his knife tightly, taking a defensive stance, ready to attack. He thought to himself, clearly, Taeseo's symptoms are related to knives. But I still don't know exactly what triggered. Taeseo gathered all his resolve and lunged forward to strike. Then I'm attacking now. Be careful.
You say quickly, get.
He observed every single one of the boy's movements. I must find the cause. Only then will Taeseo's condition have a chance to be. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to swing the knife very quickly. The knife grazed Dusei OC's. Taeseo was terrified. He immediately asked loudly, Uncle, are you? Glanced at the boy and said seriously, I told you, didn't I? This is real combat. Would you ask your opponent that way? At this moment, he thought to himself, when using the knife to attack, he still shows no strange reactions. Then he took a stance and clearly ordered, don't stop. Keep attacking. Taeseo replied in confusion. He suddenly swung his arm, spinning to change the direction of the knife. Then, what if he himself gets stabbed by an. Dusei OC frowned and flicked his hand with extreme speed, delivering an. Reflexively, he raised his arm to block. Blood immediately spurted out. He gritted his teeth and cried. Then Taeseo hunched over, moaning continuously. Sensing something was wrong, Dusei OC asked worriedly, Taeseo, are you? At this moment, Taeseo saw the blood on his hand and began to growl like a wild. His pupils began to transform strangely. Taeseo gritted his teeth, his face incredibly ferocious. A second later, he frantically lunged at Dusei OC. He quickly raised his hand to. Dusei OC reached out and grabbed Taeseo's. His strength at this moment was immense. Taeseo pushed him to the ground and tried to stab him with the knife. In this situation, Dusei OC immediately understood. So that's it. He goes berserk if he's injured by a. Taeseo clutched his face tightly with his hands. Dusei OC gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. In his mind, he silently assessed, too fast. Too dangerous. This is clearly not the strength a person of Teseo's build could unleash. Squeezed tighter and tighter. His face was completely contorted. Suddenly, he swung his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Teseo's. Immediately, he was kicked air. Losing his balance, he flipped and flew straight into the distant. Teseo quickly bounced up, staring at him and grabbed. Suddenly, Dusei Oc swung his jacket and draped it over. Then he quickly tightened the ropes to restrain. His face distorted.
Teseo.
Dusei Oc tied the ropes and pulled with all his might. I will definitely cure. Teseo struggled wildly, resisting with all his. Suddenly, the nearby door opened. De Osiba appeared, exclaiming, "So that's it. His condition is triggered when he's cut by an." She frowned, her face saddened. Those who concocted the spring dream drug call this the demonic dream state. Whenever it's triggered, they act no different from being possessed by a. De Osiba slowly walked closer to them. Although each instance will be different, the demonic dream state usually lasts from 10 to 30 minutes. She squatted down and injected Teseo with a needle. The method to stop the fit is to block oxygen delivery to the brain. His body trembled uncontrollably. The only remaining way is to inject the spring dream drug into the.
De Osiba Fasfel.
Her eyes were lost. What's more horrifying is that there's no known treatment for this. After the injection, Teseo gradually calmed down. He no longer growled as. At this moment, Seong Min approached from behind and spoke. Why treat him? He clearly said he wanted to become an arrow himself. Compared to the arrows we can't contact right now, I find him quite Seoc glared at him irritably. This boy has nothing to do with our revenge. We can't let things go too. Seong Min replied coldly. I decided to join this case because I saw that Detective Kim wasn't a person constrained by principles. I also used money to help you get the arrow to Kim Sin's. At this point, his face became incredibly angry. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Money and time have been spent. Yet all I see is that bastard Kim Sin becoming more and more carefree. Dusei Oc angrily retorted, no matter what, I said no and it's no. We must not become monsters like.
Hearing this, Seong Min scoffed.
Compared to our first meeting, you've probably changed a lot, haven't you? Since when did you become so sentimental? Scene change. Sun Sen was meditating in a state of cultivation. Jiho glanced at him cautiously, then spoke in confusion. Uncle doesn't seem like a bad person. So why are you following Utopia's orders? Sun Sen, still with his eyes closed, calmly replied, because they are holding my family hostage. He was surprised to hear that. Who is your Sun Sun slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with contemplation. Actually, it's not my family. It's the relatives of the people I've. He recalled. When I was young, I was too absorbed in my own power. So I killed countless opponents. Sun Sun coldly threw a punch directly at the man's face. I killed not just because of the chairman's order. His face immediately became incredibly excited. But also to satisfy myself. Then one day, the man Sun Sen had beaten wouldn't stop crying. Grandma. I heard sounds ID never paid attention to before. At that moment, the man, with his last breath, regretfully mumbled, for not listening to you, Grandma. Later, he dealt with more and more individuals. At this point, Sun Sen heard calls for family coming from the mouths of the bastards ID just finished. Mom, I miss you. But back then, I didn't care. Sun Sun glanced at his opponent with contempt. But to me, they weren't human, they were However, after that day, he didn't understand why he felt so uneasy. Sun Sen, with his hands bound, kept moaning. Damn it, be quiet. Every time I lay down in bed, those sounds would surround me. My love, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Mom, save me. Grandma, my daughter. Daddy loves you. Gwyn, I'm sorry, my child. Sun Sen could only cover his ears and in the cries for family. I couldn't sleep and nearly went insane. His eyes were blood. Then, as if compelled by something, I went to the home of the man I had killed. At that time, Sun Sen's expression was extremely Suddenly, an old woman behind him asked, Who are you? Causing Sun Sen to freeze in. The old woman, wearing a hat, looked at him with a gentle expression. You must be a colleague of my Huin Tak, aren't you? Because you're wearing a black suit just like. He was extremely flustered. He stammered. The kind-faced old woman looked at him with a bright smile. You came to give me news about Huin Tak, didn't you? That's wonderful. I've been hoping to hear. She quickly invited him into the house. A moment later, the old woman brought out a simple meal. You've gone to such trouble, coming all this way for my Huin Tak. There's not much in the house. Please eat. Sun Sun awkwardly bowed his head and stammered. Thank you, ma'am. She smiled gently. Judging by your voice, you seem to be from the same hometown, and she asked for a favor. Please look out for our Huin Tak. He may look like that, but he's very smart and quick. Sun Sun merely bowed his head. his brows furrowed with remorse. He listened to her speak. In high school, he was even the class vice president at a public school. He was very good at studying. His parents passed away early, and I couldn't afford to send him to university. The old woman looked at a photo of her grandson as a child. If only his parents were still alive. Perhaps he'd be a doctor or an engineer by... Suddenly, she looked at Sun-san and gently asked, "By the way, do you know when my Huintak will return from his business trip?" He said his company sent him on a business trip all the way. This moment, he only lowered his head. My face darkened, and I didn't utter a single word in response. A long while later, he left. After that, I visited the homes of several more individuals. I realized that not all of the people I had killed lived in the loving embrace of a... Some were burdens to their parents. Some were worthless fathers. Sun-san stood tall, gazing distantly at the homes of those he had eliminated. There were also those who were nothing but the dregs of society. One thing I'm certain of: the people I killed. They were all human. His face contorted. Sun-san bit his lip tightly, his eyes red, his face filled with immense regret. And I am a monster. Sun-sen's voice grew hoarse. By the time I realized, it was already too... His eyes became profound. Finally, I told the chairman that I wanted to quit this work. I didn't want my hands to be stained with any more... Sun-sen remembered what the chairman had replied. "Is that so? Sometimes it happens." The chairman's face was extremely calm. "No matter what kind of opponents they are, they're still human, after all. It's natural for you to feel pity for them. I understand." Lee-sun slowly raised his wine glass and savored it. "But for you to suddenly quit like this would be difficult for the organization." Suddenly, he smiled warmly and made an offer. "I have an urgent matter that needs your attention. Could you handle it? Just help me complete this one mission, and I'll agree to let you." Hearing this, a spark of hope lit up in Sun-sen's eyes. He asked again in surprise, Is that true? The chairman will really agree to let me?" The chairman suddenly smiled meaningfully and spoke. "Although I don't want to, you've helped us a lot. Now that you want this, I must help you, must." He gazed intently at Sun-senator, "But in return, if the mission fails, you won't be able to quit and will have to continue being my executioner. Lee-sun-senator, you understand?" Sun-san heard these words and bowed his head, deep in serious. His face suddenly contorted. To an orphan like me, the chairman was like a father. Although I felt uneasy, since it was the final mission, At this moment, Sun-sen's eyes were utterly stunned. He gritted his teeth, looking at the person in front of him. But the final clenched his fist. It was to kill a mentally ill. In front of Sun-sen were a mother and son, thin to the bone. And the child trembled and spoke. Looked at him and cried loudly, "Did you come here to kill my mother?" Scene change. The surrounding space was in utter chaos, as if a life-or-death battle had just taken place in the room. The entire house was ruined. Tables and chairs lay scattered. Shards of glass were strewn. Sin dragged the suitcase, speaking coldly, "Honestly, I didn't expect..." Suddenly, his voice became extremely excited. "But who would have thought playing with you would be this fun? You're quite good." Sin glanced at the suitcase in his hand. "You almost killed..." Suddenly, he laughed sinisterly. "It's very cramped in there, isn't it? Even if it's uncomfortable, you'll have to bear it. Because you're the invitation I'm sending to..." Sin, dragging the suitcase containing the police chief, looked up intently at the prison cell. He flashed an excited smile. "Finally, we're about to change back to the side." The boy, still bleeding, spoke up, "Uncle, did you come here to kill?" The mentally ill mother immediately stepped forward to shield him. She fiercely protected him and shouted loudly at Sun-san, "No, you absolutely must not touch my son. If you want to kill someone..." Jin Seoc was furious. She cursed incessantly, "Don't you dare touch my Sin. You mom." I couldn't bring myself to harm the two, nor could I abandon them to become the chairman's target. Suddenly, Sun-san took out a notepad and diligently wrote and drew. He approached. He knelt down and handed it to Sin, saying in a gentle voice, "Kid, take." I gave them the phone number of a police officer who wouldn't yield to the chairman. He looked at Sin with a serious face and earnestly explained, "This is the number of a police uncle who is both strong and trustworthy." Sin quickly took it. "If anyone scary like me comes looking for you again, call this number. He'll come right away." Sin immediately memorized the information. After speaking, Sun-sin turned and left. Although I don't know why the chairman wants to kill these two. Jin Seoc watched his retreating back, stunned. "Both of you take care of your..." Suddenly smiled. "We're okay." He slowly raised his hand to his mother's head, gently caressing it. "No one can kill mother," and he tightly embraced him, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Because mother is yours. She's..." Suddenly, Sin's expression became utterly terrifying. He spoke coldly, "She can only die by my..." Back to Sun-sen kneeling before the chairman. The chairman asked, puzzled, why couldn't you do it? This mission clearly wasn't that difficult. He frowned, his face incredibly angry as he questioned. Didn't you know I couldn't complete it, yet you still insisted on giving me that kind of mission? Why would you tell me to kill a woman and chuckled softly and said calmly, if it were before, you wouldn't question me like this, would you? And you even dare to glare at me. The chairman's eyes turned menacing. That woman's name is Ajin Suk. She is my half. He slowly reached into his jacket pocket. She was originally a smart and brilliant child from a young. Then he took out a vial containing a liquid. But do you know what made her become like? Sun stared in horror at the object in his hand, asking, stunned, what? He looked at the vial of liquid and chuckled cheerfully. It's the future. This is the bright future of our utopia. Then the chairman put it away and looked directly at him. Naturally, anything that could hinder that future must be eliminated. Hearing this, Sun couldn't believe his ears. He asked again in astonishment, even if it's your own. He slowly propped himself up and sat down, his voice cold. Family. That's not important. His eyes now lacked any trace of humanity. How could they be my family? They are. He calmly chided him. You're looking at me with those eyes again. It seems that from now on, you'll need a leash if I want you to follow me. Sun looked up in alarm. He stammered, a leash? Chairman replied coldly, because my loyal dog now wags its tail at strangers. I have to be careful it doesn't turn around and bite its man. His face was terrifyingly threatening. From now on, if you resist my orders or look at me with those eyes again, I will find the families of all your victims and kill them one by. Sun could only kneel there, his eyes wide, looking in terror at the madman before him. Their wives, their children, their parents, all of them will die because. Back to reality, his voice was hoarse. The more I killed people on the chairman's orders, the more the chains binding me. Suddenly, Sun clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. His voice sounded restrained. And to protect those people, I had to continue killing. Like that, the chains grew more new. Sun's face darkened, his eyes becoming profound, like an endless hell from which I couldn't escape. Because I am the demon living in that. He said seriously, you absolutely must not become like. Jiho was listening intently to the story, his expression incredibly thoughtful. Taking another person's life is also pushing oneself into hell. If that act is for revenge. At this point, Sun's voice suddenly turned cold. His next words were full of killing intent. Then I will kill him for you. As soon as the name was uttered, Jiho became utterly distraught. His eyes widened, his pupils contracted, his eyebrows furrowed. Sun looked at him and said softly, go back to the people who are waiting for you. Then live a truly peaceful and happy. Hearing these words, Jiho unconsciously clenched his mind. He thought in astonishment, hell help me kill that Kim. The image of the joyful, innocent orphanage flashed through his mind. Go back to the people who are waiting. Next was the image of him happily laughing and talking with Taeseo and Sae. Live a truly peaceful, a truly happy. Jiho's gaze became dim. Suddenly, a singing voice echoed in his head. If one step is mother's, shadowy figure of a man flickered into his vision. If two steps are father's. Jiho's entire body sagged, lifeless. Just seeing me fills them with laughter. Thinking this, Jiho immediately clasped his hands tightly. He spoke coldly, when Kim Sin stole my father, I myself stepped into hell from that moment. Jiho bowed his head, staring intently at the ground, his voice resolute. Tomorrow, if that Kim Sin returns, I will fight him too. That is the only door for me to step out of my. The shadowy figure of the father appeared behind Sun Senator. Our family is always a hill of smiling flowers. Everyone. On this side, Sin dragged his suitcase, happily humming a song. When my brother smiles, he's ready. He slowly walked down the hallway. Our family always blooms with smiling flowers. Sin's face was filled with enjoyment. He let himself drift with the melody of the song. Our family is always a hill of smiling flowers. Scene change. A person intently looked at a family photo on their. Suddenly, a police officer entered with an extremely panicked expression. He stammered, Chief, Kim Sin has returned earlier than expected. He calmly replied, Is that? He leaned back in his chair, his eyes still fixed on the photo on his phone. His voice was annoyed. He just goes when he wants. Comes back when he wants. That insane bat. The police officer awkwardly suggested, Chief, should we request outside assistance? Warback spoke coldly, and then what? If something happens to my children, can you take responsibility? His face was extremely angry. He glared at the man. And this matter also involves you. You immediately bowed his head, answering in confusion. I apologize. Jordanback slowly stood up. If you want to apologize, then give me. Hearing this, his face immediately became bewildered. What do you mean? He said indifferently. What could a junkie ask? Jordanback clutched his phone tightly, his hand trembling. The thing that will show me beautiful memories. They'll give you money. Give me. Suddenly his face contorted. Tears welled up. Even if it's just in a dream, it's fine. I miss my children so. Scene change. One person was biting his nails in extreme pain. A subordinate asked, puzzled, boss. Isn't that Kim Sin going to kill Lee Sun-sen for us? So we don't need to surrender. D-Rang was immediately furious. His face panicked as he glared at the subordinate. You don't know anything. That Lee Sun-sen is really a monster. Even Kim Sin might not necessarily. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered in a stern voice, tell everyone to gather outside. The subordinate asked in confusion. D-Rang clenched his fist, muttering continuously, there's no other way besides. He gritted his teeth, his face incredibly angry. He complained unwillingly, damn it, I can't go back to being a subordinate. I will absolutely not hand over the organization. The scene change. By now, the moon had reached its Sun-sen was fast asleep. Then suddenly a voice called out, hey. He was woken up and slowly opened his eyes. Trong Man knelt down before Sun Senator. Were the words you said to Jiho just now sincere? Uncle? Do you truly want him to have a normal? He leaned sideways to look at him and replied seriously, of course they were sincere. He's still young. He has so many chances to start. Hearing these words, Trong Man immediately agreed. I think so too. I also want Jiho to be able to live as peacefully as. Then he reported to Sun-sen, Kim Sin. He has returned a day earlier than expected. He's in the sanctuary. Trong Man lowered his head, his voice softer. Jiho still doesn't know this news. He's sleeping in the next. Jiho still didn't know what was happening. He was fast asleep. Trong Man suddenly teared up, his voice earnest. I'm truly sorry. But could I ask you to kill that Kim? Sun-san chuckled gently and replied softly, you don't need to ask. I was already planning to do so. You seem to be a good friend to. He slowly walked down the hall. Sun-san was still shaking off his sleepiness. He brought his hand to his mouth and let out a long. Then he put his hands on his head to stretch his muscles. He worked his joints. All right, time to work. The executioner, Lee Sun, slowly opened the sanctuary door. His eyes filled with sharp. He greeted coldly, long time no. Sun looked at Sin and chuckled cheerfully. You still remember me? And immediately smiled broadly in return. How could I forget? You're the one who gave me my. He gripped the lapel of his jacket tightly. Is that so? Then Sun suddenly tore it open. He glared at Sin, his voice sharp and cold. There shouldn't be any problem if I take it back now. His face became utterly ferocious. Because I was the one who gave it to you in the first. Sin chuckled faintly, his face excited as he replied. Where did you get the nerve to give something and then demand it back? You're really a despicable old man. Kim Sin asked with a sinister smile. Where did you get the nerve to give something and then demand it back? You're really a despicable old. Sun took a running start and lunged. His kick rose to Kim Sin's face. His left foot shot straight into Sin's face, making him fall backward onto the. A foot was raised in front of Sun-sen's face, filling him with dread. A drop of sweat beaded on his. Sun-sen was still surprised. He still held his position above Kim. He suddenly grabbed Kim Sin's. He couldn't resist as Sun-sen hoisted him into the powerful toss sent Sin flying towards a pile of old chairs, knocking them. Sun replied irritably, to save a beast like you, I had to take countless lives. Today, with my own hands, I will end this. At this moment, Kim Sin had sat upright, leaning slightly against a chair. He rested his hand on his chin and replied to him sarcastically, why are you suddenly blaming everything on me? Honestly, you had the chance to stop. Then he ran a hand through his hair and continued, couldn't you have just killed me yourself back then and been done with it? Why didn't you? That would have been too easy for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun-sen's expression changed to deep. Kim Sin continued to provoke. I think you were happy with your choices. As he spoke, he acted. A punch was being thrown. He was agitated. You can continue to have fun. The punch landed on Sun-sen's. The next punch. Continue to destroy. He continued, and at the same time, his hand swung up to deliver another punch to Sun-sen's other. Just as Sun-sen finished his sentence, continue to kill. This time, he landed a powerful blow right in the middle of Sun-sen's face, making him slump. Kim Sin continued to ramble, his face clearly showing contempt. It's all interesting, because in the end, you're just a monster like. Sun raised his fist to the sky. Then he yelled, that's enough barking. At the same time, he landed a powerful blow on Kim Sin's. His face took the full force of the kick from Sun. Kim Sin was weakly kicked. Sun stood upright, 2 streams of fresh blood flowing from his nose. He slowly replied, at that time, I did it only to ensure that others would be safe. If my death could end everything, then I would willingly die 100 times, even 1,000. Kim Sin still hadn't given up. He stood up and continued to provoke, you're very interesting, uncle. But him getting annoyed, chuckled and continued, You're already despicable, and now you're talking big. Sun replied indifferently, you can think whatever you. Then he slowly advanced towards Kim Sin. Because there are some things you can't see with your bare. Another person came forward and yelled loudly. Lee Sun-sen, you mother. Ignoring Kim Sin's surprised gaze, he ordered Sun-sen, stop right now and go grab Kong Jong-gu. Kong held up his phone, its screen lit, to face level and spoke. I've sent my subordinates to find the families of those you killed. All I have to do is give the order and they'll kill them. Sun-sen's face was as cold as ice. His eyes were blank and lifeless. Blood flowed from his nose.
Sun-sen replied, Ki-gyang.
Do you even know what you're— Ki-jong clutched his phone and yelled angrily. What the hell? Do you still see me as just some rag that only runs around taking orders? Now, the leader, Nam Ki-jong yelled loudly at Sun-san again. I said, go grab Kong Jong-gu for me. This surprised Sun. Suddenly, a hand reached up to adjust Ji-jong's jaw as he was still speaking. Right, Kim Sin stood up. He clasped Ki-jong's head with both hands, pushed him to the right, and then asked, I don't understand what the hell you're doing, Ki-jong. Ki-jong cried out in pain, Kim Sin provoked further, you really aren't smart at all. If you want to help, he glared, wide-eyed, and ordered Ki-jong, then right now order them to kill everyone. I was having a lot of fun, and you interrupted me. This is all your fault. His hands were still not released from Ki-jong. Sun frowned slightly, quietly trying to stop him.
Ki-jong.
Absolutely don't do that. Listen, Kim Sin forcefully pried open Ki-jong's lower jaw with his hand, causing him extreme. Kim Sin's hands still hadn't let go of Ki-jong's head. He was in such pain that his face became mottled with sweat. Kill all. Suddenly, Sun raised his leg and kicked Ki-jong very hard in the. The kick was so sudden that Ki-jong had no time to. From behind, he immediately dodged. Kim Sin chuckled mockingly, raising his left hand in a wave. Congratulations, uncle. You're free now. You don't have to lie. And he turned and walked away, not forgetting to ask Kim Sin in return. Do you know what you've just— Sun slowly continued, you just cut the last thread that held onto my humanity. Now I am a monster just as you— He turned his head slightly and continued through gritted teeth. I will tear you into pieces so you understand what a real monster— Taeseo suddenly made a— Dusei Oc heard the sound and stopped reading. He turned to look at Taeseo and asked, are you awake? Taeseo slowly sat up, clutching his head. Dusei Oc continued, you fainted during— His eyes were still intently fixed on the book. He didn't forget to remind, perhaps he'll have to adjust your training intensity a bit. Taeseo sat slightly hunched, his hands tightly gripping his ankles. Distraught, I dreamt again. The woman who was stabbed by the knife. She called my name in the— Woman lay in a pool of blood. Her trembling hand reached up. Her mouth let out a cry. Blood flowed from both sides of her mouth. Her mouth ceaselessly called out. Taeseo lowered his head, looking at the ground. His eyes filled with sad tears. The woman who was stabbed by the knife. She was my— Hearing this, Dusei Oc called out. Taeseo revealed, and remembering that dream, I recalled some things. He spoke while raising his heavily bandaged, wounded. Memories flooded back. The sound came from a person in a green shirt being choked by someone in a black. That person was Sae. Her eyes were tightly shut. Her hands were struggling to resist the choking grip of the other person. Her mouth incessantly called out. A tear streamed down one side of his face. His other eye was still staring intently at his injured hand. He said in despair, I saw myself choking. Dusei Oc sat up straight, listening to him solemnly. Tell me, what exactly happened?
Dusei Oc pausex lai.
Then he calmly replied, Taeseo, this isn't your— Then he confessed to Taeseo, I am the reason you got caught up in this. The clock on the wall showed 1:20. So time passed. Dusei Oc recounted everything that had happened recently to Taeseo. Taeseo was a little surprised. He remained silent, his eyes wide, staring straight at the— And then, after a long silence, Taeseo finally spoke. He smiled faintly. That's truly amazing. Everyone fought like a— He laughed louder, and his sitting posture became more relaxed than before. Everyone fought to defeat evil, you know. Compared to someone ordinary like me, it's truly Suk said with a remorseful expression. I will find a way to cure you no matter the cost. I will definitely restore you to a normal— Taeseo continued. But uncle, you said you would train me to become a powerful arrow, didn't you? Did you just say— Dusuk knelt down, his hands on his calves. He clasped his hands together and replied, I'm truly sorry, but I can't let you fall into danger as well. Taeseo interrupted, asking, why? Is it because I'm just an ordinary— Slowly continued, after this happened to me I truly understood. Why I wanted to become a police officer. Why I wanted to punish the— His eyes welled up again. I want to get revenge on all of them too. Uncle, please, help me become strong. Just like Jusuk raised his head slightly and softly replied, I'm truly sorry, but I already promised Jiho that I would ensure your... Taeseo replied disappointedly, I understand. Then turned, put on his jacket, and slowly walked towards the door. Jusuk watched him and asked, Where are you? He stopped and replied, I only followed you because I wanted to become stronger, not to be protected. He reached out to open the door, then turned his head slightly and replied, So, if I can't become an arrow, I have no reason to stay here. Then he slammed the door shut and left, leaving Jusuk sitting helplessly on the... His slow steps echoed on the stone. He arrived in front of the GS25 convenience store. His hands were in his pockets. His eyes were fixed on the GS20. Inside, a girl was focused on the brightly lit phone screen in her... Taeseo stood outside, worried. She must be so scared. What should I say to her? The driver was a man. His hands were tattooed. He cast a sidelong glance at Taeseo. The driver had a long scar on his face. He looked menacing. Taeseo was surprised when he saw the driver's face clearly. He stared wide-eyed at that bastard. It was the bastard he had delivered drugs to before. He remembered delivering the drugs. The man's face had looked menacing. Few men stopped in front of a... One person asked, Boss, do we really have to go this far? I feel so... Boss turned to look. He softly replied, It's Director Nam Kijong's order, isn't it? If an order is given, it must be carried. The subordinate, scared, nervously advised the boss, I think it would be better if we just went back. The boss asked irritably, Are you saying you want to go back to being a dog at Kangjanga? Without waiting for the subordinate's reply, he continued, How long do you plan to run errands? The pay isn't even that much. This time is our chance to seize our position. Anyway, they're all asleep, so there's no need to directly interfere. Motngnuokia, holding a large gas can, walked over to light it. Then, Yes, sir, a voice echoed from afar. Who are you? TCO stepped closer, then asked again, What are you secretly doing at the orphanage at this hour? His hands clenched, showing his... Boss sneered, You scared me. Isn't this the company's former employee? I'm so honored to meet you again but how are you still alive? Before he could finish, he drew his weapon, ready to fight. How strong... TCO reached into his DNHG pocket for... What are you going to do with that tiny knife? Are you planning to peel apples? That was the question TCO received after the three thugs saw his small knife. Today, he replied. As he spoke, he placed the knife on his carefully bandaged arm. Finally, I have a chance to deal with you beasts and save the... And because I'm not normal either. Before he finished speaking, TCO transformed into a truly ferocious monster. How sharp knife pointed at his palm, accompanied by his insane words. Today, I'm lucky. Because I finally have the chance to deal with you beasts and save the... When TCO became ferocious, his state turned insane. And because I'm not normal either. How truly... Boss slowly asked, What the hell are you babbling? He hadn't finished speaking. This punk. I'll handle him myself. You guys go inside now. TCO lunged forward, grabbed the boss' head, and drove his knee straight into his... The two subordinates, seeing TCO charging to attack, called out worriedly, Boss. One subordinate quickly grabbed a sharp knife and charged, not forgetting to yell, You... As the sharp knife was about to strike down, TCO's arm shot up in time to firmly grip the subordinate. He used his head to forcefully smash the subordinate's head, causing the man's face to... The subordinate's nose flattened, looking as if it had no... His large mouth gaped open, revealing two white rows of teeth, with saliva gathering in. TCO's hand still gripped the subordinate's head. The two men's heads were pressed close together. The subordinate cried out in pain, My nose! The man in the green shirt looked somewhat scared, but seeing his boss and friend being battered, he still grabbed a stick and charged, yelling, You crazy! Because the other two were wrestling and spinning around. Instead of attacking TCO, the man in the green shirt accidentally hit his dear The moment the man in the green shirt realized he had hit the wrong person was also the moment he slammed the stick into his teammates. As for TCO, after being thrown high into the air, he fell and landed directly on the man in the green shirt's shoulder, making the man in the green shirt fear for his... He put both hands on the man in the green shirt's upper jaw and... TCO remained seated on his shoulder, his legs clamping the man in the green shirt's head tightly, a malicious grin on his face as his hands firmly held the man's upper... Due to the impact, the man's face became distorted and wrinkled, with one eye tear. Tito's mouth was smeared with blood, looking ferocious. On this side, the man in the gray shirt, though scared, still firmly held his knife, muttering something. Damn it, what the hell is that Suddenly, he saw TCO stop in front of him, and he trembled. Don't come over. The man in the gray shirt yelled loudly, I said don't come over here. So his face at this moment became dangerous. His eyes were like piercing bullets, and a horrifying smile spread across his... Man in the gray shirt yelled, holding the sharp knife, and charged straight at TCO. TCO simultaneously lunged towards the man in the gray shirt like he held the man in the gray shirt's face firmly with one hand and yanked it back. Then he forcefully slammed the man's head onto the ground with a loud. He lay motionless on the floor, tears and snot streaming down his. TCO wasn't finished with him yet. He stomped his foot hard on the gray shirt man's. He laughed louder and louder, a ferocious smile on his face. Gained momentum and leaped high into. TCO positioned his leg as if to stomp hard on. His face became aggressive, his eyes became deformed, looking like a. Gradually his eyes returned to. He fully regained consciousness. When he realized everything, TCO's hands. TCO turned and walked away, his face filled with. TCO softly roared, You guys deserved. And he scowled and yelled, You trash. Killing you isn't a crime. It's just. As he walked through a gate, someone inside called out to him. TCO. Hearing the call, he turned, his expression a mix of surprise and It was the director. Seeing TCO, he asked, Son, what are you? TCO's face showed some unease as he awkwardly replied, Director. This matter, in truth, they were deliberately trying to set fire to the orphan. The director, worried, stopped TCO's advance. Son, don't come over. His voice pleaded, Please stay away from the orphanage. TCO looked disheartened, his face filled with sadness. He awkwardly explained, Director, it's not like that at all. I was just trying to protect the orphan. But the director wouldn't listen. He yelled angrily, This is where the children live. I told you to stay away from the orphan. TCO was disheartened that the director didn't believe him, and even more so that he didn't give him a chance to explain. Get out, the director cried, tears streaming down his face. Weeping, he recounted, I always thought everything would be all right. No matter who they are, as long as they are raised with love and care, they will become good. Then he asked loudly, But why has everything turned out this way? Why are you doing things like. TCO hesitated. Director, what do you mean? At the same time, a black car stopped right behind. A person opened the car door and stepped out. TCO, we will help you handle everything here. Get in the. Hearing that, TCO turned his head, a little fearful, and asked, Who? He raised his hand and rolled down the window, softly replying, We're from the same faction, the Bao. Don't worry, I am also the. Songbin tucked his glasses into his jacket pocket, stood upright, and explained, But I am completely different from Kim Do-suk. On the contrary, I fully appreciate TCO's ability. Songbin asked, Will you come with us? Everything seemed to happen suddenly, so TCO's face held a hint of bewilderment. We will help you use that power so you can punish evil and uphold justice. He smiled faintly and continued, I promise I will make you a. TCO remained somewhat motionless. He turned back and called. Then he looked directly at the director and asked, You must be very surprised, aren't you? I apologize for letting you see me in this. Having said that, he knelt on the ground. Please take care of yourself from now. TCO bowed to the director. Thank you for raising me, for letting me call you. The director cried again. He stood up as he spoke.
I'm sorry.
For becoming a monster. Before his eyes was the cross hanging on the wall. Now I will become a monster just as you. Sunsen continued, not forgetting to turn and look back. And he'll show you what a true monster is like by tearing you to Kimson replied, That's great then. But killing me will be a lot of trouble.
Sunsen.
Thank you watching for vid. Kimson lunged from a distance, kicked straight at Sunsen's face, but he managed to raise his hand to block. Kimson spun around and delivered a spinning back, but Sunsen maintained his defensive posture. Sunsen's hand swelled up. Kimson spoke as he delivered another powerful punch to Sunsen's face, but Sunsen's posture remained completely unchanged. Said you'd show me. Kimson relentlessly provoked him. Why haven't I seen any difference so far? He continued to speak, pouring all his strength into attacking Sunsen. Make me feel interested. Come on. Don't just block it. After enduring for a long time, Sunsen unleashed the strength he had been holding back, punching Kimson directly in the stomach, sending him flying far. Kimson's body was enveloped by white-blue. Each step Sunsen took was a powerful punch to Kimson's stomach, sending him reeling backward uncontrolled. The cross on Sunsen's chest emitted a blue light. His face showed a hint of bewilderment. A massive punch was hurtling straight forward, its main target being Kimson's. The punch was so powerful that it went straight through Kimson's body. He stared wide-eyed and orange light emanated all around. It seemed some divine power had helped Sunsen defeat Kimson's entire body shattered into many small pieces. He asked, staring wide-eyed in great shock. What is? Kimson felt himself being torn into pieces. Sunsen shifted into an offensive stance, then delivered a mighty punch to Kimson, making his body bend like every slightest redundancy in Lee Sunsen's punch was eliminated. Throughout his movements, Sun Sin maintained a firm grip on his. With a deep breath, the man let out a powerful even in his expression, he seemed to be weakening now. His face clearly showed fatigue, and he let out a long. All that remained was the desire to crush his opponent. The solid fist from earlier was now slammed hard into Kim Sin's. He had completely eliminated all unnecessary elements. The man maintained his attacking posture, and the cold efficiency of each punch was pushed to its. Kim Sin lay motionless on the floor, his eyes tightly shut. That was what Lee Sun Sin had learned through hundreds of battles. Sun Sin withdrew his hand, stood up straight, and assumed a defensive stance. His arms crossed, blocking his chest with utterly formidable majesty. The demeanor of an invincible. Yang approached and asked, "Is it really okay to leave it like?" He spoke, fiddling with the sharp knife in his hand. "Wouldn't it be better if we called in the entire legion?" He's going to. Sung Jin interrupted to reassure him, "It's fine, Kim Sin. He's also our god and we're not his guard." Then Sung Jin turned to look at Yeo Yang's face and continued, "Supposing Kim Sin loses this fight, that just means he's not a god. That's all. In that case, we just need to find another." Yeo Yang flashed a malicious smile and softly asked, "Isn't that a bit too?" Yeo Yang's expression at this moment was truly dangerous. He continued, "But it's perfectly logical, which means anyone can become a." That voice echoed, accompanied by an action. "Let's finish this." A hand reached out, grabbed Kim Sin by the collar, and lifted. Sun Sin spoke as he raised his fist. "Soon enough, you and I will meet again because he'll be going to that place."
Son sens face becam darkly profonde, utterly dangereux.
"You'd better wait for me obediently." Sun Sin raised his fist, then stared intensely at Kim Sin's face, muttering something sinister. "You'd better wait for me obediently." At this moment, Kim Sin let out a soft sound, as if mocking Sun Sin's. Before Sun Sin could deliver the final punch to finish off Kim Sin, Kim Sin unexpectedly threw a punch straight. Unfortunately, Sun Sin managed to dodge to the side and Sun Sin glanced at Kim Sin and asked, "Are you imitating me? Are you trying to serve?" "Thank you watching for vid." Kim Sin strained and stumbled backward, his shirt torn to shreds by Sun Sin's grip. Sun Sin lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. His massive fist slammed into the ground, shattering bricks and stone. This was the first time. Kim Sin's hand, though clenched, still trembled. This Kim Sin had to face. He knelt on the floor, one hand braced between his legs for balance, his clothes torn, his face grimy, looking like an abandoned puppy. The fear of encountering a stronger. Sun Sin's face darkened, and he asked, "I thought you only enjoyed killing others, but it turns out you know how to fear death after all?" This is all. The first time in his life. Kim Sin gritted his teeth, bloodied all around, wanting to. He held his hands in front of his chest, taking deep breaths to regain his composure, his entire body trembling violently, even if it meant sacrificing it. He exhaled sharply, then clenched his hand into a. He lunged straight towards Sun Sin, but Sun Sin was prepared and blocked with clasped hands in front of his. Sun Sin yelled angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" He frowned and asked Kim Sin, "Are you even imitating?" Then he delivered an uppercut, sending Kim Sin soaring into the sky like a. Sun Sin frowned and continued, "This isn't something a sick, killing-loving bastard like you can just imitate whenever you." A man in a long-sleeved white shirt also had a fist ready in his. He lunged and punched the man in the brown shirt, who was holding a sharp knife, straight in the. Punch was so strong that the man's face caved in, blood splattered everywhere, and one eye was shut while the other was. Two brown-shirt men behind saw the scene. One, holding a large club, and the other, a sharp knife, charged forward. The white-shirt man heard the commotion and looked, and the truth was, in battles where he had to take an opponent's life even though he truly didn't want to, the white-shirt man was surprised by. He glanced over and saw the man with the club charging, then threw a forceful palm strike. Everything was heading in a bad direction, and there was only one thing Lee Sun Sin could do for them. The remaining man, holding a knife, saw the scene and was terrified. He froze right behind his. The thing he could do was finish them off with a single blow. Sun Sin delivered a powerful punch to the green-shirt man's face, making him spit out a mouthful of. Sun Sin alone could fight against 3 aggressive thugs. He punched the man, sending him staggering, which made the knife-wielding man too scared to advance. He tried to end their suffering as quickly as possible.
Agent le brise swept across son sens.
The man swung his leg again, kicking the thug in the face, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. It was called merciful killing and compassion. He clenched his hand into a. Sun Sin only needed one direct punch to the green-shirt man's face to make him stagger. Finally, after countless repetitions of 2 seemingly incompatible, he knelt on the ground. Everything that happened made Lee Sun Sin realize something he never. Sun Sin clasped his hands together, firmly holding the cross necklace. He whispered, "Please, may you all go to a better." He muttered and cried at the same time, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, you guys. I'm truly sorry to all. His hand still firmly gripped the cross necklace, implying a plea. Sun Tzu had tried, that he must discard all unnecessary things to kill his opponents as quickly as possible. After defeating the 3 thugs, leaving them sprawled on the road, Sun Tzu knelt on one knee, showing remorse, implying a plea for forgiveness. A blue light shone around him, the invincible. Turning to Sun Tzu, who was fiercely fighting Kim Sin, he asked, "Is this something a murderous bastard like you can just imitate whenever?" Kim Sin sprang up, fighting like a controlled robot. He delivered a punch straight to Sun Tzu's stomach, and red light enveloped the surroundings. Sun Tzu found it extremely strange. He saw the cross on his neck gradually turn red, then pondered. No, it can't. Kim Sin's punch continued to shoot straight like an. He punched Sun Tzu directly in the right side of his chest, leaving Sun Tzu no time to. Kim Sin's mouth was covered in bloodstains. His mouth was slightly open, his lips slightly. He took a breath, then swung another punch straight forward, sending blood splattering everywhere, painting the entire frame. Then he mocked Sun Tzu, "So, this is what it feels like to eliminate unnecessary things." He angrily gritted his teeth and yelled, "Stop playing games." Finishing his words, Sun Tzu delivered a transcendent palm strike that sent Kim Sin tumbling to the ground. "You bastard! Where did you?" Kim Sin, face down on the ground, used momentum to lunge and punch his opponent hard in the chin, sending him stumbling back. Then he looked at his opponent with a piercing, bullet-like gaze, chewing out each word for his opponent to hear. In every movement, in every. Sun Tzu used his left hand to slap Kim Sin hard on the cheek. With intense. Kim Sin was not to be outdone. He countered with a perfect punch to his opponent's face, creating a dizzying sensation, even to his own existence. Another punch came from Sun Tzu, the plump man striking the lean one. The punch ended on Kim Sin's face, but he stubbornly added a few more words, discarding everything. "I'm already used." A boy, his hair covering half his face, stood hiding behind a tree, his face showing sadness. "Because ever since I came into this world, I've had." Someone suddenly yelled, "Get out of." Strong man grabbed Jiho's shoulder to stop him. "No, Jiho, that uncle said he'd help you take care of it, so why are you so determined to go?" Jiho yelled angrily at Strongman. "So, am I just supposed to stay stuck here? Get out of." Jiho asked, expressing worry. "Do you want your hands to be stained with blood again? Isn't it over once Kim Sin is?" Hearing Strongman's question, Jiho lost his composure a bit, clenching his teeth. "Think about it, is this what your father would have?" Strongman was so anxious that sweat poured down his face. He desperately urged Jiho, "Your father tried his best to save your life, not for you to seek revenge." Not letting Strongman finish, his purpose was. He impatiently shoved Strongman aside and quickly walked forward. Strongman lying supine on the Jiho softly said, "I'm sorry, but I can't just sit idly." Strongman cried and stammered, "Jiho, what your father." Then he slumped to the floor, 2 streams of tears running down his face, and slowly spoke with a helpless expression. "It was for you to live truly happily. The things appearing before your eyes are just originating solely from your own desire for revenge."
Jiho stopped to listen.
Then he continued to stride forward, explaining as he walked, "I came here with only one purpose, to kill Kim Sin." His clenched hand trembled violently. He continued to walk forward, leaving Strongman sitting dazed on the floor. "I am an arrow, and if I cannot kill Kim Sin, then this arrow is meaningless." On this side, Sun Tzu was gasping for one eye closed, one eye open, his hands tightly. On the other side, Kim Sin was no less exhausted. His face was haggard, his lips pale and light. His hands still tried to clench tightly, his mouth panting. Lee Sun Tzu and Kim Sin continued to exchange blows dozens of times. Sun Tzu continued to advance, determined to fight Kim Sin to the death. Both of them had surpassed human physical limits. Both their faces clearly showed fatigue, and their intuition told them that this attack would be the final blow. Kim Sin lightly raised his heels. The one who initiated the movement first was Kim. He pushed his fist forward, delivering a punch exactly like Lee Sun. Sun Tzu leaned back slightly to dodge Kim Sin's punch, but it was too close. Kim Sin didn't give up, determined to launch another punch to Sun Tzu's face. The surprise attack left Sun Tzu no time to defend. Perhaps taking the hit had made him lose his sense of distance. Kim Sin's fist landed squarely between Sun Tzu's. Kim Sin muttered to himself, "I won. Kim Sin, your life is over." Not letting Kim Sin celebrate for long, Sun Tzu clenched his fist and thrust it straight towards Kim Sin. The cross fluttering in front of his chest accidentally touched the fist, then glowed in mid. "Thank you watching for vid." Sun Tzu squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his. Sun Tzu wondered, did he anticipate that I would dodge and aim for the necklace from the very. The fact that Lee Sun Tzu lost one I meant that Kim Sin's fun game had officially ended. Thus, he wore a regretful expression like a think playing this game. Sun Tzu gritted his teeth. The cross flew high, grazing his face. Everything will end like. Sun Tzu squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth, and with all his strength, punched straight towards Kim Sin. You both pushed their fists straight towards each other. The two punches paired. Sun Sen's punch struck Kim Sin's chest, while Kim Sin aimed for Sun Sen's. Two loud sounds erupted, accompanied by two punches delivered at the exact same moment. Sun Sen's hand made contact with Kim Sin's chest, causing Kim Sin's chest to sink. Conversely, on the other side, Sun Sen's stomach also sank equally. Two monsters. Kim Sin stood frozen, his eyes staring blankly, looking bewildered yet calm. On this side, Sun Sin stood still, his eyes tightly shut, probably both stood motionless. They both maintained that posture. Just then, Jiho also arrived. Jiho was gasping for breath, his face showing a hint of surprise at their postures. Gritted his teeth.
Yelled angrily,
Kim Sin's and Sun Sen's fists were both pressed against their opponents, so their fists made contact with each other's. Both stood frozen, maintaining that posture, staring at each other for a long while. Moment Kim Sin and Lee Sun Sin squeezed out their last bit of strength to breathe. Both were exhausted and panting. Kim Sin, at this moment, was also completely depleted. They took a large gulp of air and held it in their. Sun Sin looked tired, his face beaded with sweat, his head trembling violently. Kim Sin was no less. Sweat also poured down his face, his eyes bewildered. His cheeks were sunken, trying to make his heart beat faster and cling to. Jiho walked over and saw the fighting scene of the two men. He was gasping for breath, his eyes wide-eyed in surprise. His face immediately changed color.
Jiho yelled angrily,
He lunged and punched Kim Sin straight in the face, making him spurt blood from his mouth, splattering everywhere. Kim Sin's eyes were tightly shut, and his body swayed to one side. In this state, I can finish him. Jiho lost his composure, enraged, and was about to deliver another blow to finish off Kim. Suddenly, another hand stopped, looked at Jiho's face and calmly asked, "Are you that Jiho punk?" Jiho saw someone asking and his face showed a hint of. He paid attention to Jiang's question, so Kim Sin fell to the ground. This kind of intervention to gain points now is unsportsmanlike. He hesitated, then glanced towards Jiho. Not playing fair at all, glanced and saw Jiang's hand. The hand trembled slightly, and he wondered he also has 6 fingers, just like Kim. Jiho frowned unhappily, looking at Jiang, then calculated, no matter who he is, the thing that needs to be done right now is to finish off that bastard Kim. After calculating, I don't have time for such trivial matters. He swung his arm to strike Jiang, but Jiang managed to dodge and Jiang asked why we can get to know each other slowly. Jiang gestured to stop him, indicating a desire to get acquainted. However, Jiho stubbornly refused to get acquainted. He swung his arm and punched straight at Jiang, but Jiang seemed to have anticipated his intention, leaning back to dodge the blow, while simultaneously giving Jiho a mocking. He turned his face towards Jiho and introduced himself. "My name is Zhou Jiang, and I am the one who will succeed Kim, the successor to Kim Sin." Jiho's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing that. His mouth agape.
Jiang happily replied, "That's."
He swung his arm, spun around, and launched an attack at Jiho's face. But luckily Jiho managed to raise his hand to block the blow. The one chosen to be God after Kim. I don't think so. Jiho denied as Jiang's knuckles brushed against Jiho's. Besides trying to imitate that bastard, Jiho hummed as he kneed Jiang in the. Jiang's face was distorted. He frowned and simultaneously gritted his teeth. "You're too weak," looking terribly indescribable. Each word was ground out by Jiang. "You've only hit us once. Don't get ahead of yourself." Then he gritted his teeth, clenching both hands, preparing for battle. "Because I'm gonna kill you right." Before Jiang could lunge, Sung Jin managed to intervene. "Everyone. Jiho, you can stop this now." Sung Jin continued, making Jiho and Jiang look. He held a knife to the throat of the man whose mouth was taped shut. "Otherwise, I will finish off this fake Bao member right." Jiho was startled by this. "Uncle, section." Sung Jin calmly replied, "Don't act so agitated." He kept the knife at the man's throat, because Kim Jin said he would throw a party for everyone. Sung Jin finished speaking, and then Jiho will also be in. The image that appeared before Jiho's eyes was Sun Sin and Kim Sin lying motionless on the floor. They still maintained their previous postures. That is, if our god is still alive. The image of Kim Sin lying motionless on the floor, bloodied all over, his hair disheveled, his eyes tightly shut, and on the side Sun Sin was no less. He also lay motionless, his mouth slightly agape. Luxurious red car just arrived. I always shine with confidence. The car stopped right by the. I'm always excited and eager. Down from above in the unusually beautiful and luxurious car. Mi Jin sat in the car with a very proud expression. Because I always have utopia by my. Song Min stood in the conference room, holding a tablet to project images of Mi Jin. In this advertising campaign, our company has decided to feature Mi Jin, our brightest star, to create a youthful and free-spirited image for Utopia Group's casino, hotel, and lending. Director Zhang smiled faintly and praised him. He then asked Songmin with a bored expression, "It's nice, but is that all you've got? Advertisements should be a bit more dynamic." He looked puzzled and continued to ask, "Are we spending a fortune just to film this driving scene?" The man sitting next to him quickly echoed the director's words. "Exactly. If you add something like a sexy dance, then the advertisement will be truly attractive." The director laughed and praised the man. "This young man has a quick mind." Sungmin replied indifferently, "But isn't this campaign targeting young female customers? Furthermore, the reason we're doing this is to shed Utopia Group's past negative." His wrinkled face, deeply lined, his eyes wide with caution and a sarcastic smirk, and a large X-shaped scar on his temple made him look both seasoned and intimidating. Exuding the aura of someone who had once thrived in the underworld, he asked mockingly, "I don't quite understand Director Sungmin's point. Are you saying our company's image has a..." Sungmin hesitated, well, about... Then he smiled conciliatorily and asked again, "Isn't your Utopia a black corporation?" Director Zhang was completely shocked. He yelled, "What? A black corporation?" The man sitting next to him quickly reassured Director Zhang, then irritably asked, "This kid, have we indulged him too much? He doesn't respect anyone at all." "He's right though, what's wrong with everyone?" Another man spoke up, defending. That was Jonggu. He held a teacup in one hand and continued, "Isn't our corporation a gangster organization? What's there to deny? Just admit that we'll be counting on you, Director Sungmin." Then he walked over and shook Sungmin's hand with one hand, and with the other he patted Sungmin's shoulder, motivating him. "Honestly, looking at you I see my younger self." Sungmin replied awkwardly, "Chairman, you're giving me too much praise?" Jonggu hesitated, and one more. He looked at Sungmin with a malicious expression, then slowly advised him, "Next week, I have a dinner appointment with some congressmen. Find me a platter of really juicy peaches so the congressmen can enjoy them." Sungmin bowed and replied with an understanding expression, "Understood, sir. I will select the freshest, juiciest peaches to serve the..." Jonggu still held Sungmin's hand tightly and praised him. "I like you because of this work ethic, it's very professional." Sungmin went into the restroom, flushed the toilet, and thoroughly washed his hands. He stood before the mirror, slightly bowing his head to watch the water flowing evenly over his hands, then vigorously rubbed them. He stared at himself in the mirror, his face slowly changing color. His face was distorted, looking as if he was about to... Just then, Director Zhang walked in. He smiled brightly and asked Sungmin curiously, "Director Sungmin, you're quite dedicated." Sungmin glanced at him. Then Director Zhang turned to face him, speaking to Sungmin as he acted. "For presentations like these, you could send an employee, but I didn't expect you to do it yourself." Sungmin turned towards him, leaning back slightly and softly replied, "With both the chairman and CEO attending, of course I have to do it myself." Hearing that, Director Zhang became even more sarcastic. "Oh really? And not to kiss up to the..." Sungmin felt a bit helpless after hearing. Director Zhang saw that Sungmin didn't reply, so he put his arm around him to reassure him. "I'm just kidding, just kidding. Why so serious? That's how uneducated thugs like us are. I'm sure a learned person like Director Sungmin wouldn't hold a grudge." Then he hesitated and continued to ask, "Oh, by the way, I heard earlier that you were preparing some food for the chairman." Placed a hand on Sungmin's shoulder. "Lately, there have been quite a few enemies targeting the so whatever food it is, you should let me taste it first to see if it's poisoned. I am the chief taster, after all." Director Zhang seemed to be making things difficult for Sungmin softly replied, "My apologies. I truly wasn't perceptive enough. Business must have its rules and system of..." Smiled brightly and continued, "I will deliver the selection for the director to try first. They are all prime." Director Zhang laughed loudly. He replied, as expected of our Director Sungmin, "Very intelligent. No wonder the chairman only favor..." "All right, don't forget this later. Everything has its rules, its system." He turned and left, but didn't forget to give Sungmin his final instruction. Sungmin trembled slightly. "Thank you watching for vid." He took off his jacket and threw it into the trash can next. He stood, intently watching the worker until the task was finished. Then he walked up to a woman and asked, "How are things?" The girl greeted him. "Director Sungmin is here." Jihyun replied, "Everything is still in the testing phase, but it doesn't seem easy at all." Jihyun continued, "The experiment is to keep our subject in a dreamy state without losing their..." Seo was tied up so tightly that his face was distorted, his entire bodice veins bulging. "We need to find the precise dosage of spring..." Taeseo was wearing an iron mask. He screamed when he saw Sungmin. His eyes were wide and blood. "Does it hurt that much, Taeseo?" he asked, but what could be done? Taeseo himself had wanted to become the... No matter how much agony, Taeseo had to endure it. Taeseo's hand lifted, the rope stretched, Taeseo lunged, grabbing Song Jin by the neck, leaving him no time to react. His face showed clear. Jihyun shrieked upon seeing this. Stop, director. Taeseo continued to choke him. Song Jin struggled with both hands to stop. Jihyun panicked, thinking of nothing else. She screamed, immediately, inject the maximum dose of Euphoria Dream. Now, those around responded. Song Jin stammered, his mouth filling with saliva. Then his eyes darkened. His hands trembled as he asked Taeseo, you can control it, right? Taeseo made strange sounds, as if trying to say. Taeseo's hand was still clamped around Song Jin's neck, but Song Jin smiled sinisterly, looking at Taeseo's face. Suddenly, Taeseo's hand released his. Song Jin gave an order, his face a little sinister. Immediately check the Euphoria Dream concentration from earlier. Taeseo leaned back in his chair, listening to Song Jin. Let's go eliminate the bad guys together, Taeseo. Become the hero who sinks all that trash in. The room door suddenly. Diakbie walked in with a man. Seeing the scene before her, she softly asked, what is. Seeing the room's furniture overturned, she asked again, what happened? Diakbie called out, Uncle. The uncle bent down, picked up a small orange fragment, then calmly calm down. Kim Shin has already taken. Then he opened the orange slip of paper and read, just for that plan to get revenge on the devil, so many people have been sent. Seeing the uncle turn to leave, she rushed to ask, Uncle, where are you? He hesitated, replying, I have. Then he held up the paper for the girl to see, because he sent an invitation. I'm planning to throw a party this Christmas. I've sent invitations to everyone, so Dad, you definitely have to. He instructed, I'm counting on you with Taeseo. Okay. I hesitated. He'll go to that. Kim Shin lay still on the bed, eyes tight. He lay motionless on the bed, hands resting on his stomach, looking so relaxed. One of them sighed. 3 days have passed. Yet Kim Shin is still unconscious like. Then he asked with a bewildered expression, what if he never wakes? Song Jin replied with a sorrowful look, if Kim Shin really dies, we'll have to find a new god. But right now, our god is still alive, so the only thing to do is wait for him to wake up. Because we are Kim Shin's. The man in the center seat was solemn, while everyone else looked sorrowful and dejected. Some stared blankly into space, others read books, and some fiddled with. The man with glasses, leaning back, spoke up. He smirked slightly. Every time I hear that, it just sounds so. Then he looked at everyone and continued, honestly, elevating him to godhood just because he's good at fighting sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Wouldn't it be better if we took this opportunity to choose someone? Sante heard this and reminded him, hey, you should watch your mouth. If you insult the god, your tongue might get cut. He didn't listen and continued to sneer. What the hell? It's just a fake religion anyway. We all joined because we share the same hobby of killing as him. What god or saint nonsense? Before he could finish, Sante slammed his hands on the table, springing up with one. Sante lunged, grabbed the glasses wearer's hair with one hand, and his collar with the other, yelling, are you going to shut up or not? Say another word and he'll cut your tongue. The man showed contempt, flashing a fake smile. So devout, aren't we? Your god fought Sunsun once and is now paralyzed. Don't forget, you're not the only one here who knows how. Sante frowned and glared at him. Say that again and I'll send you to reincarnate. With that, he held a sharp knife in front of Sante's face. Sante yelled angrily, if you're smart, get out of here right. Sante bit down hard on the man's knife, quickly snatching the knife. He then grabbed the man's hair and cursed, you impudent Sante angrily reminded him, raising a clenched fist with one hand. Remember that Kim Shin is God. Serving our God is our. Suddenly, another man lunged, kicking Sante hard in the cheek. What kind of damn legion? This isn't a He stood next to the glasses wearer, 1 foot forward, smirking. Besides, this friend of ours isn't wrong. Are we here because we all enjoy killing? Or are we here to suck up to Kim? Sante put his hand to his neck, twisting it. Another one wants his tongue cut. The glasses wearer angrily yelled, get out of my way so I can kill this son of a bitch. Even Kim Shin. They'll kill them all and eat their kind of damn legion. They'll kill everyone. The room door suddenly made a. Kim Shin clung to the door, head bowed to the ground, and slowly stepped in. Sante was astonished and delighted. Brother Kim. Kim Shin was silent, his eyes still on the ground, his face showing exhaustion. On this side, Sunsun was still lying motionless. His eyes were still tightly. Suddenly his eyes. He whispered something. My God, you seem to have overdone it a bit. I know I deserve. Continued to lie there talking to God. But why did you seem not to hear me when I begged for punishment? Why does it have to be now of all times? And the door to his room suddenly creaked. Yeho and Jongman walked in together.
Yeho spoke up, asking, Uncle.
Do you feel better now? Sun sat up and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Ho replied with a worried frown, "About 3 days, sir." Jongman, meanwhile, showed a bit of anxiousness and then Sun muttered to himself, "So I'm not dead after that battle. So Kim Shin might still be alive," he said with a sorrowful expression. Jiho worriedly rushed to reassure Sun. "Uncle, don't say that. You two fought to it." Sun opened his eyes and softly replied, "One of my eyes can no longer see. Not only that, but that bastard Kim Shin has become even stronger after fighting me." Sun said. Kim Shin took off his shoes and walked toward Jonggu with bare. Seeing this, Jonggu worried incessantly. "Oh crap. I wonder if he heard," and then he reassured himself. "Probably not. But if he did, what should I do?" He pondered internally. He just woke up anyway. He must still be. Kim Shin bowed his head, looking at the ground, his face maybe I can kill him. A bold thought flashed through Jonggu's mind. A hand reached out toward Jong. In the blink of an eye, his head and neck were severed into two. Jonggu was so terrified that tears welled up in his eyes. Turned out it was all just a hallucination due to fear. Kim Shin walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder.
Ignoring Yonggu's bewilderment, Kim Shin whispered weakly, "I'm so dizzy.
Can you move out of?" Then Kim Shin walked past Jonggu, leaving him trembling in the middle of the room, and the accomplices surprised. Jonggu, both scared and telling himself, "If I had made a move, I might have lost my—" The man isn't human, Jonggu thought to himself, looking at Kim Shin's back. He is the grim. Christmas is almost here. Kim Shin suddenly. He glanced at everyone and asked in a low voice, "Have you all hurried to prepare for the party?" The gray car's lights were. Large hand held a small stick of chewing gum. "This is the result of our research over this past." Songbin held the gum out towards T-Cell and reminded him, "Just chew this gum, and an appropriate level of euphoria dream will be transferred into your body. It's what will help you control your mind even when you fall into that dream. This is your treasure, hero T-Soft." Ignoring him, T-Cell sat silently, his eyes staring into nothing. His gaze flickered towards Songman. Then he asked, "Director Yu, are you on the side of justice?" Songman replied, "No. On the contrary. I am the evil." And he looked at T-Cell and slowly explained, "Although we deal with the scum, that doesn't make me a good." Songman reminded T-Cell, "After you kill Kim Shin, kill me too. Because you are the only." At this, something in T-Cell seemed to stir. He glanced at Songmin but said no. Songman continued, "My only is for Kim Shin to die. As long as he's no longer in this world. Nothing else matters." 11 years ago. Are you kidding me? Someone's shout rang. A man stood in a room full of hanging photos. He yelled angrily, "A new album just came out not long ago, and you're doing things like this?" One hand held a newspaper that read, "Top singer Songmin is dating single mother named A." He continued to ask, "Are you trying to make everything collapse?" He held the newspaper up to Songmin's face and asked, "Do you know how much money I spent for you to be where you are today?" "You bat!" He screamed and cursed at Songmin. "Even if you fool around, you should keep your eyes open and pick the right girl to date. What the hell were you thinking getting involved with those kinds of things?" Songmin grabbed his collar and spoke quietly. "Starting today, I'm not a singer anymore. And if you say one more disparaging word about my girl, I'll kill you right." Bouquet of red rose. Songmin held it in his hand and immediately called his lover. "Hello? It's me." He answered the phone, then softly asked, "I'm in front of your house. Can we meet for?" He looked at the tall girl, looked out the window and replied, "I'm afraid of meeting reporters." "And did the director make it hard?" Songmin reassured his lover, "It's fine. I already wanted to quit and this entire life. Just having you here is enough for me." At this, his face brightened. Later, we'll live happily together. Ji-hyun was on the phone, her face showing clear worry. Her daughter, Hae-hyun, was playing with she happily accepted. "Yes. Wait for me a moment, okay? I'll get ready quickly and be right." And Ji-hyun turned to call her daughter.
Hae-hyun.
The little one replied, "Yes?" Still fiddling with her. "Would you be happy if Hae-hyun had a dad now?" Ji-hyun gently asked her daughter, patting the little one. "Mom is talking about Uncle Songmin, right? Hae-hyun would love that." "Really?" The innocent little one replied. Standing under the street lamp, snow was gradually. Suddenly, Songmin's phone screen showed a message from the director. "You bastard. Do you think just leaving will end it? Come back here quickly. He'll try to deal with the reporters." He resolutely hung. Holding the bouquet tightly, he saw the snow falling and smiled. Then he spoke to himself, "It's snowing. Hae-hyun will surely love." "Excuse me, I need directions. Is that the apartment complex around?" Songmin replied, "Yes, that's right." The other person happily responded, "Luckily, I found the right." "Thank you," he said, smiling brightly to show his gratitude. At this point in the narration, Songmin's hand. The driver spoke, hinting, "Director Yu, have we arrived at our destination?" Songmin immediately regained his enthusiasm. "Then let's begin." The car stopped right behind a black car in front belonged to Director Kong. He sat in the car with his assistant, looking annoyed. He chatted with his assistant. That dog Yu Songmin. Damn it. I don't like him he just stands next to Chairman Kong, wagging his tail like a dog, waiting for scraps to pound. The assistant offered to help. Do you need me to help you straighten him out a bit, Director? Director Kong laughed, then replied, Indeed. He'll take you with me later. Well, teach that unruly bastard a lesson. Before he could finish speaking, the car suddenly shook violently. Songmin's car cut across and blocked Director Kang's. The driver in the black car stopped the car. He opened the door and cursed loudly. Are you watching porn while driving? You dog. Are you sick of... The white car's door opened, and Songmin slowly stepped. Songmin spoke, Hello, Director. He stuck his head out the car window, his face showing surprise. He asked, Director Yu, what the hell are you doing? Are you even... Songmin quickly replied, Didn't you instruct me in the restroom last time, Director? I'm just bringing my ace in the hole for you to... Hearing this, Director Kang's eyes widened. He broke into a cold sweat from... Allow me to introduce him. Taeseo slowly stepped out of the... Our ace in the hole is Kim Taeseo. Taeseo slowly put the stick of chewing gum into his mouth, his face showing a cold Kim Shin turned his head and spoke. Christmas is coming. He asked, Have you all hurried to prepare for the party? The old man lay sprawled next to a giant black. A man approached and stood in front of the warden, calling, Uncle, it's time to wait. The warden was still sleeping soundly, even drooling, and asked vaguely, What? Song Hyu smiled sinisterly. I have 2 offers for you, Uncle. 1, follow me. 2, die. Which do you... The wardens here were sorely lacking in equipment. The warden asked in a panic, What do you mean by that? Why are you still locking us? We've done everything you told us to. Before he could finish speaking, Jonggu slapped him in the face, sending blood splattering from his... Guns could only be used when escorting prisoners. A strong, muscular man maintained the posture of hitting the only damn thing they could use was a stun baton. Light from a gun's muzzle shone across the bookshelf. Damn it! Get out quickly. A scream rang. The man held a pepper spray gun and shot it directly at the bald man in front. Don't come near here. The tall, burly man coughed violently, his face smudged with tears, and he held a sharp knife in his hand, tears and snot still streaming. He cursed, Bastard! You dare order me around? Today's your unlucky... The warden firmly held the gun in his hand, trembling with fear. No, please. I was wrong. And the gas spray gun... On the other side, the warden was directly kicked by a prisoner, making liquid splatter everywhere. The other warden quickly grabbed his baton and rushed. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He turned back and asked his comrade, Hey? He asked with a confused expression, even as his feet still moved. Why would Kim Shin make us do such troublesome... After that, he glared. Wouldn't it be more fun to just kill them? I don't understand why he wants to imprison the warden. The other man walked over, grabbed the warden's head, and instructed, You'd best not doubt the gods. Suntae calmly explained, His plans are not something ordinary people like us can predict. Our only task is simply to obey and... He replied with a mocking look, Oh, my friend, you sound like you're talking to a brick wall. Walk carefully or I'll smash you flat. Someone yelled loudly. In front were several wardens with their hands tied behind their backs. The fat stood by the side, ordering the wardens, Everyone be silent and obey. The one behind watches the feet of the one in front. Anyone who messes up will be dealt with. Songjin stood next to Kijang and praised him. I never thought Kijang's minions could be this useful sometimes. What are you planning to do? Kijang replied with a question, then continued, The situation now is truly unimaginable. We've rioted and even taken control of the entire... He worriedly turned to Songjin. At this point, I don't think the chief warden can cover for us anymore. This might be exposed, and the state will send the army to suppress. The other guy held a menacing stick. You plastic pig. Do you want to die? Walk carefully. Still looking around. I'll gouge your eye. Songjin then replied to Kijang, You don't have to worry. If it's a party, it should look like a party for it to be fun. Songjin continued with a sinister expression. This is how the whole world will come to know our god. Kim, a mouth puffed out, chewing. Taeseo blew a blue bubble, his eyes like... Director Kong hesitated. You're crazy, aren't you? What the hell is... You brought this skinny kid like a stick here to deal with me? Director Kong... Taeseo made a displeased face. Then he pulled a sharp paper cutter knife from his sleeve. Your question, you mean I don't look dangerous enough? With that, he lunged straight towards Director Kang, directly kicked and shattered the... Then he crawled into the car through the broken glass. The people inside screamed, Save me. Stop. The fat man in the car also pulled out a knife. You sick of living? As he spoke, he thrust the knife towards Taeseo's chest. But Taeseo caught the rhythm and stopped. Taeseo pulled the fat man's arm, making him lunge. First glance, it looked like the fat man was biting Taeseo's, but the scene before them was the opposite. Taeseo lunged forward and bit the fat man's, bit down so hard that blood seeped from his neck, and still hadn't left. Demon-possessed. Director Kong, seeing this, was scared. It was the assistant's turn. He also pulled out a knife, and at the same time told Director Kong to leave. Sir Director, run. Taeseo quickly delivered a punch directly to the assistant's. Then he gave him another punch to the cheek, using his other hand to prevent the assistant from— What the hell? Damn it! Director Kong groaned as he frantically opened the door, and Taeseo, his face terrifying, glanced at his act. Director Kong ran and held a knife to Songmin's neck. Damn you! Don't you dare come, he threatened frantically. If you move one damn step, they'll slit this bastard's throat immediately. Driver in the car, seeing this, called out. Director Kong was terrified, screaming non-stop, I told you not to come closer. What kind of devil? Songman said, to achieve my goal, as he caught Director Kang's arm. To personally send that bastard Kim Shin to hell, I learned judo, kickboxing, jujitsu. I had to learn countless things. As he spoke, he pulled Director Kang's arm and spun him around. Although I later bitterly realized that defeating a devil, he then helped him reach the ground from a reasonable height, making him grimace in. He spoke, looking down at Director Kong. Is something a normal person like me, no matter how much I train, cannot do. But for a callous brute like Taeseo, it's never an— Director Kong quickly knelt. Please. Jidit. Face showed fear as he pleaded. I surrender. Please tell me. What do you need from me? I promise to fulfill everything. Let's settle this with— Director Kong asked in confusion, then offered to help. Do you want to overthrow Chairman Kong? I will help you. I swear I know all his weaknesses. Songmin replied. Indeed, evil people do evil. Then he sat down, keeping his face level with Director Kang's, and asked, how interesting. I'm also a bad guy like you are. Director Kong quickly flattered. Indeed, Director Yu is truly someone who lives. Songmin gently reminded him, there's no doubt that I'm a bad guy. Our hero seems to really hate bad guys. Taeseo smiled with a sinister grin, his eyes lighting up when he heard that. He was already waiting behind Director. Taeseo punched him hard in the back of the— Director Kong was so surprised he could only exclaim, what? 2 streams of fresh red blood flowed from his nostrils. The back of his neck was deeply indented. Yet Taeseo continued to strike, sitting on Director Kang's. Taeseo delivered another blow to the same indented. He raised his hand. It was covered in fresh red. After 2 blows, the director became disoriented. The blood-stained fist swung up. A mouth formed into a triumphant smile. Taeseo laughed loudly, becoming increasingly excited and not. Songmin frowned as he— Songmin's driver spoke up to stop him. You, Taeseo. Stop. Taeseo didn't, and struck even harder. The driver gritted his teeth. Director, please leave first. It seems our experiment has failed again. Then he put his hand into his jacket pocket to retrieve something. He pulled out a syringe containing liquid. I'll do my best to inject him with Euphoria Dream. This thing isn't really a— Director Kong lay motionless on the ground. It's more like a monster. Taeseo stood up, looking like a— Songmin pulled the driver's— Then he approached Taeseo. The driver yelled loudly in a panic. Please. Songmin softly said. The experiment was successful. He looked at Taeseo and continued. Look, he cannot be stopped. He cannot feel any— We have produced such a hero, Songmin said, placing both hands on Taeseo's shoulder. Looking at Taeseo's devilish face at this moment, Songmin said triumphantly, Taeseo, Kim Shin is all up. Kim Shin went to some— Around him, guards lay motionless and scattered on the— He took the key, inserted it into the lock, and turned to— Park stared intently at the gun, wondering, what the hell is going on? Oh, then he quickly glanced when he heard a noise out. It was Kim Shin. He walked in with a smiling face, gently raising a hand to greet him. Hello, Warden. Long time no see. Excuse me, but I have to clear this place out. Warden Park frantically clutched the gun in his hand. You? What else are you planning to do? Haven't I already done everything you asked? Kim Shin replied calmly, come on. No need to act so scared. We're just going to perform a Christmas song. It will be very interesting. He smiled brightly with amusement. What? The chief warden asked. Oh, by the way, are you holding a real gun? Kim Shin asked, making the warden's hands. Why yes, so what? He stammered his Why are you still standing there? Kim Shin asked, slowly walking closer to the— Then, just one squeeze and that thing can kill me. I'm also just a person. He continued, then unhesitatingly held the muzzle with one. Kim Shin pointed the gun directly at his own forehead. Why don't you do it? Or do you not consider me? Kim Shin narrowed his eyes and smirked, grabbing the muzzle and pressing it against his forehead. Why don't you do it? Or do you not consider me human? He hunched over, mocking Warden Park. Shoot. Widened his eyes, teeth clenched. Cold sweat ran down his chin as he pondered. I can. His finger pressed hard on the trigger. At this distance, he definitely can't. Warden Park's face darkened. His eyes wide, motionless with fear. But why can't? Kim Shin pulled up the corners of his eyes, veins bulging on his face, looking deranged. What are you doing? I told you to. Warden Park's face was pale, his eye sockets red. He stammered, "Emo monster." Fear erupted from deep within, paralyzing his finger on the trigger trembled incessantly, making the chief warden, even in a situation where he had a complete advantage. Kim Shin quickly took the gun from Warden Park's trembling hand. He had no choice but to kneel in submission. Cold sweat ran down his chin. Warden Park bowed his head to the ground. I just need to imprison them, right? Kim Shin narrowed his eyes. This old man is so... He smirked. But the price of that submission? You have to pull the trigger. I'd only be happy if you did. Kim Shin slowly removed the magazine from the gun. The chief warden had to trade his entire... Warden Park shivered, his eyes widening in horror. The empty magazine. The bullets. Since when? To continue living the life of a... Kim Shin tilted his head and laughed gleefully. I tried to prepare beforehand. What a pity. I'm really curious about your expression after pulling the... Sunsen said softly. That bastard Kim Shin has become much stronger after fight. Sunsen sat cross-legged on a cushion opposite Jiho. If you confront him now, you'll almost 100% fail. It would just be a useless... He narrowed his eyes, his chapped lips moved. Even so, you still wanted... Jiho said in a low voice, his gaze sharp. Yes, I will still... Sunsen tilted his head and smiled gently, his eyebrows raised, one eye tightly shut. I've repeatedly told you to try and survive, so why are you still like this? Is it all for... Jiho spoke coldly. No, I understand everything you said, uncle. But precisely because of that, I must fight even harder. He bowed his head to the ground, his pupils dilated with murderous intent. Kim Shin said, hell, throw a party. I have to fight for everyone's life. Sunsen clenched his palm tightly. Then I have no other... He said softly, if you fight a monster, aim for his... Jiho's eyes widened in astonishment. Aim for the... Sunsen rolled his eyes. Yes, when attacked there, he won't be able to stay conscious. Furthermore, if the attack force is strong enough, it could even make his heart stop. Jiho's face clouded over. He hesitated and asked again, how do you know this so well? The corners of Sunsen's lips curled up. Blood streamed from the corners of his lips. Because I'm like this, right? His face wrinkled. He smiled faintly as blood continued to flow. Kim Shin is just pretending to be fine. But actually his internal organs must be severely damaged. Just like a group of police officers were tied up and locked away. Although some wardens resisted, most of them willingly imprisoned themselves as the iron cell door creaked. A tied-up figure fell to the ground. Mr. Chief, surrounding police officers anxiously rushed over. Are you all right, sir? He slowly stood up. The police officers directed their attention to the man outside the room. They yelled, what is the purpose of all this? Kim Shin, what else are you going to do to it? He mouthed, softly, I want to prepare a surprise for someone. Is my... Kim Shin's cheeks flushed with delight, his eyes curved and sparkling like a child's. So I'm going to turn everyone into a tree. A sparkling Christmas tree. How beautiful it will be. The group of officers were speechless, their faces pale as if seeing a ghost. A tree. What does he mean by... Kim Shin turned away, smirking. Let's see. You'll know in just a little while. Excited, he left, leaving the police officers in a panic, screaming loudly in the room. Kim Shin, he said, a tree. What are you going to... The man's deep voice echoed, full of glee. A Christmas tree for his father. Huh? I thought he would do something truly terrifying. Zhu Yong narrowed his eyes, his face full of murderous intent. If it were me, the party would definitely be even more fun. Even more horrifying. That man's name was Zhu. A hand with an extra finger pressed against the cold stone floor. He was an albino with an extra finger from oversized white shoes pressed down hard on his hand. Damn it. The more I look, the more disgusting it. Two large, burly prisoners appeared. They frowned in disgust at the white-haired prisoner being trampled underfoot. You fresh meat. What did your daddy tell you? Show up when your daddy is eating. Don't you know you're making your daddy lose his appetite? Zhu Yang's eyes was swollen from being hit, and a nosebleed ran down to his lips. Why is it like this? Did I do something wrong? Thank you watching for vid. Squatted down, his eyes narrowed, looking grim. Scum like you, even here, don't expect to be treated like others. You psychotic bat. His words stunned Zhu Yang, and veins bulged deeply on his forehead. I heard you killed both your parents. The fat guy said loudly, continuing to taunt. And got a 20-year sentence, right? Wanna bet with me? Let's see if you'll get out of prison first or hang yourself in here first. He bent down and grabbed one of Zhu Yang's fingers. Today I'm just gonna lightly take one finger from you like Zhu Yang was held tightly, unable to scream. The fat guy squeezed his finger with force. If you struggle, your whole hand will go. Kid, don't pretend anymore. His face darkened menacingly. You have 6 fingers anyway. Shouldn't you have cut off this damn thing from the... Before he finished speaking, a hand from above reached out and grabbed his head. Maybe that way it would be less... Im Shin slowly walked forward. His face darkened. I'm also this 6-fingered beast. What should I do? He squeezed the fat guy's head with force, making him widen his eyes, veins bulging along both cheeks. I didn't mean to offend you. He didn't seem like he would let it go. He narrowed his eyes and smiled broadly. Oh really? But it's not good to insult others based on their opinion. Im Shin used even more force, making the fat guy cry out in pain. While your head looks like a blockhead like his scalp seemed to be pulled off. The other man hurriedly begged for mercy. I know my mistake.
I'm sorry.
Im Shin squeezed his hand tightly, and blood splattered on him. Kim Shin narrowed his eyes. Now it's not a bald head anymore, because not only is there no hair, but there's no scalp left either. The other saw this, then quickly backed away, crying and holding both hands up in surrender.
Kim Shin.
I know I was wrong. I won't do it again in the future. He squatted down, frowning, observing the other guy. Kim Shin reached out and grabbed his chin. Your chin seems a bit long. He smirked, his pupils dilated widely. It looks really inconvenient. The other guy's scream was so loud that even Durang was scared. He sat on the ground in terror. Durang knew full well that Kim Shin saved him not out of kindness or... Kim Shin licked his lips, blood splattering everywhere. Because the monster with that disgusting expression at that time could not have human emotion. His eyes sparkled with delight. It was just the image of a beast enjoying its... Durang's eyes were wide. He watched him intently and motionless. His hands were covered in... Kim Shin's palm was drenched in blood, dripping onto the... Durang was hidden by Kim Shin's small back. Opposite them, the prisoners were wide-eyed with...
Durant smirked, his face sickly.
So the ideal role model that Durang had been searching for since birth had finally mouthed sarcastically, but this ideal role model keeps saying Dad, Dad, Dad. Durang intently watched Kim Shin's back as he turned away. I never thought this damn daddy's boy was so starved for... His face was grim, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. If it were me, I would definitely be a much better god. The terror I would sow upon this world would surely be 1,000 times. Crumpled yellow letter with neat lines was opened. I'm planning to throw a party this Christmas. I've sent invitations to everyone, so Dad, you definitely have to... The shaggy-bearded man frowned, then directly tore the letter in half. Christmas stood at the entrance. Music echoed from within. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. He silently cursed. That psychotic back car roll stopped right behind him. Hey, jingle bells, jingle... Dong-min stepped out of the car, smiling.
Hello, Detective Kimo.
Don't tell me you decided to come alone with that body. Did you? You know very well it's nothing but throwing your life. The silver-haired man frowned, with an expression of dislike. Even so, I still have to go. I cannot allow more innocent people to be sacrificed. A slender figure stepped out from the back seat. I will come along. A young man with a buzz-cut dyed blonde appeared. I'll join you to kill that bastard Kim. Detective Kim, with a worried and hesitant expression, reached out his hand towards the young man.
The SEO.
The other man didn't seem to compromise. He said softly, don't stop me, uncle. Even if you weren't here today, I'd go and... He was steadfast, his eyebrows furrowed like swords. The person in front of you now isn't the TSEO from before, uncle. That TSEO is dead. I'm not a normal person and... Detective Kim was astonished. What is that? Song-min smirked. Actually, I gave TSEO a small gift. A gift that Detective Kim couldn't give him, but Detective Kim was angry. He yelled loudly. What the hell did you do to Taeseo to make him like... Detective Kim was furious. He roared. What the hell did you do to Taeseop to make him end up like... Dong-min squinted his eyes. He put his hand in his jacket pocket. Don't get so... He pulled out a small gift box. Because you also have this... Dong-min's eyes widened dangerously. It should really be called a gift for that scoundrel, Kim Sin. 3 people stood by the door, ready to move. The background music played continuously. Christmas is here. Merry Christmas. The table was littered with vials of medicine and syringe. The golden star button on his jacket. The drunken man drooled in his sleep, leaning against the woman next to him. Look at the honorable senator, sleeping Jianggu raised the glass in his hand high. He smirked. One look is enough to tell how exhausting his daily work for the nation must. He frowned cunningly. Keep dreaming those beautiful dreams. They'll be relying on you a lot later. Because we can sell you as many dreams as you. From outside the room, a young man in a neat suit timidly stepped forward. Sir, Chairman, has the mission you assigned to Lee Sun-sen to kill Kim Sin? Jiang-gu raised his eyebrows. What? So what happened to Kim? The assistant stammered. That matter. Currently, all the wardens and even the superintendent have been imprisoned by Kim Sin. All of them have been Jiang-gu angrily squeezed the wine glass, making it tremble. Has this bastard lost his... What kind of trick is this bastard? The cart carrying patient supplies was pulled. Two men diligently arranged prisoners' belongings and trash bags into 2 rows along the edge of the hallway. What the hell are you doing? Why are you suddenly arranging trash bags and prisoner clothes like... People in the cells roared. No, it can't be. Are you planning to set this place on fire? It's already past lunchtime, and there's not even any... They kept making noise, questioning. The wardens are nowhere to be seen. Hey, why are you ignoring us? And receiving no response made them even angrier. Hey, goddammit, can't you hear me asking you? Strong man sat silently, his eyes wide, muttering. I have to tell Ji-ho quickly. That Kim Sin. It seems he's planning to issue a final judgment for all the lives. He knelt on the ground in fear, watching everyone. Hey, the sound. Thank you watching for footsteps echoing on the old stone steps. A voice rang out, making the person wonder. Are you that? Ji-ho frowned, his gaze firm. The one Kim Sin sent to kill me. But I know you can't do it. Seeing this, the other person showed no particular reaction. Actually, I'm not here today to fight you. I'm just here as a disciple of Kim. His next words made Ji-ho bite his lip warily. The Christmas party is about to begin. Come outside. Detective Kim and Taeseo silently watched the cell block. He raised his hand and pushed the...
Taeseo frowned.
The prison door isn't locked. Detective Kim slowly parted his lips. Taeseo, I have a favor to ask. His gaze, sharp as ice, flickered towards the young man. No matter what happens, you must prioritize your own life. You absolutely must not. Taeseo's eyes were resolute. You too, uncle. Don't you dare. Inside the prison, Christmas music played non-stop. Detective Kim and Taeseo opened the door and stepped in. Before their eyes was a small, dry tree branch, brightly lit with lights. Christmas. Detective Kim rushed forward. Could it be? Could it? He stared up in astonishment. Fingers, cut short at 2 joints, were tied with string and hung on the tree trunk. These decorations were attached to the Christmas tree. Could they be the fingers of the warden? Detective Kim gritted his teeth in outrage. The image of Ms. Haijong collapsing powerlessly to the ground flashed through his mind. Chaotic memories of a toy car and an open book. Or does he want to do the same thing as 11 years? Detective Kim's eyes widened. By making him recall those horrifying memories, a clear, youthful voice rang out. Do you like a tree like this? Kim Sin tried hard to prepare this gift. Song Jin walked forward, his eyes crinkling in a smile. He said he wanted to see your happy face when you met. Detective Kim roared in outrage, throwing a punch at the man. Damn it! Go to hell, you devils! What do you think human lives? Song Jin, still sneering, was grabbed by his collar. If you don't let go, it means everyone will die and the party will... His dark pupils darted downwards. He said gleefully, I was only given the task of starting this party. Detective Kim gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling with anger at the man's words. Even if it wasn't me, Kim Sin would still come to... Black trousers and shiny leather shoes. Detective Kim and Taeseo followed the man. Why are you obeying that bat? He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. People like you would never do something without a purpose. What do you want from Kim? Song Jin stopped abruptly. Although we are all crazy, each person's goal is different. Some want to enjoy killing. Some want to escape prison. Others are after... He turned his face away and continued. As for me, I help Kim Sin because I want to verify the actions of God. I always wonder if, should this world turn into hell one day, God would simply stand by and watch, just as he is. Detective Kim frowned, his face gloomy. That bastard Kim Sin, and some people even worship him as a god. Utter nonsense. He's nothing more than a psychopath. Song Jin calmly replied, his tone even. If we're talking about now, then yes, that's accurate. But hasn't that psychopath killer survived until today because of Mr. Du Hai? Both Detective Kim and Taeseo's eyes widened in surprise. What the hell are you talking? Song Jin sneered. Before becoming like this, wasn't Kim Sin also a blank slate? He simply always yearned to prove his own existence. He turned to face the 2 guests he was leading. He wants to prove it to his father. His eyes were deep, and the corners of his eyes narrowed slightly. Kim Sin has grown up a lot since meeting you, uncle. Now let's see what he has been.
Detective Kim muttered.
That insane bat. He firmly pointed a finger at the man. Even if what you say is true, we will absolutely prevent that from happening. Song Jin clasped his hands together. That's not my idea either. But please, can you remove Taeseo from the phrase we? Only those who are invited can stay for the party. The blonde-haired young man's face darkened upon hearing that. How ridiculous. Go inform Kim Sin for me immediately. Song Jin remained calm. It wouldn't be polite to just eliminate you like this. Pointed towards the adjacent hallway. At the end of the hallway is where the chief detective is. Teseo, could you try to go and rescue the... His eyes narrowed into a straight line. Of course, you have to do it alone because if the party isn't perfect, everyone will be...
Détective Kim Yahello.
Will you stop spouting nonsense?
The SEO interrupted.
He glanced over. Leave the rescue of the chief to me. You go to Kim Sin. Detective Kim called out worriedly.
Teseo.
The other person didn't flinch. When I'm done here, it'll come right...
Teseo frowned.
Don't worry.
He turned his back and walked straight away, leaving only a final reassurance. Compared to the TSEO in your memory, I've become much stronger. Sante turned and walked away. The party will start now. Please wait here for a... Jiho watched the man intently. He was all alone in the empty room. Is this the execution chamber for Jiho pressed his lips together, worried in his heart. What kind of trouble are you planning now, Kim? Song Jin walked over. Just then, Jiho also... He smirked, leading Detective Kim into the room. You two haven't seen each other in a long time. His eyes widened in surprise and he stammered, Uncle.
Détective Kim froze.
He rushed over, grabbing him and asking, What happened to your... Detective Kim clutched his shoulders. You've had a hard time, haven't you?
Jiho stood still, stunned.
Uncle, have you been well? Middle-aged man bowed his head, looking regretful. Honestly, I deeply regret letting you come. Jiho gently took his arm. It's all... He bowed his head down. Because you are a bow, and I have chosen to be an... Red curtain next to them was pulled back. Your reunion moves me. Man with a noose around his neck appeared. At first glance, one might think you two are a father and son reunited after a long... Sin sat on a chair. Before him was a cake with candles lit. He tilted his head, the rope hanging around his neck. In a little envy, Detective Kim roared in outrage. He calmly continued the conversation. Father, do you like the Christmas tree I prepared for you? On hearing that, the other person trembled with rage. His hands clenched into red fists. You'd better never call me father again. Detective Kim gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his cheeks. Come out here now. I will definitely kill... Sin rested his hand on his cheek. You can't kill me, father. Don't be like that anymore. Open your heart and accept this. He crossed his legs, his eyes narrowed, staring intently at the man. If so, then I'll seek death myself to help you. Just one button press in this execution. Both Detective Kim and Jiho's eyes widened in horror. Sin remained calm, his rough, calloused hand resting on his cheek. I've tried to think carefully about how to make father accept me as his son. So I've decided to give father the gift he has always desired. Every word he spoke made Detective Kim tremble with furious indignation. Father can witness my death, and I receive father's acknowledgement. Then everyone in the family is happy, aren't they? Of course, considering me your son isn't an easy task. Simply decorated cake on the table still had flickering candles. Therefore, I need something to prove.
Sin frowned.
He said slowly. The proof I'm thinking of is for father to personally kill Jiho. Detective Kim gritted his teeth and cried out. Go to hell, you demon. You bastard. Have you lost your... He calmly continued to observe the man. What's wrong? Aren't you two a bow and an arrow? Both of you have the sole purpose of revenge. Jiho also gritted his teeth in outrage at every word he spoke. If you can defeat the enemy, then it doesn't matter if the arrow breaks. Those words completely stunned Detective Kim. Because that is the sole purpose of an... Veins bulged on Sin's hand. He said gleefully, I won't go back on my word. As soon as father kills Jiho, I will... His eyes slowly opened, revealing widened, deep and piercing pupils. So make your... Sin rested his chin on his hand and smirked. It's very simple. Father just needs to kill Jiho, and you'll have killed me too. But if father can't... He sat opposite his father, his demeanor calm and composed. Then it won't just be Every word Sin uttered made Detective Kim and Jiho's eyes widen in terror. But everyone in this prison will lose their life. Dark pupils dilated. He said cunningly, What are you still hesitating for? Detective Kim gritted his teeth in outrage at his words. After all, the arrow you trained only has one sole purpose. To kill. His rough hands clenched tightly, trembling in set. A low voice echoed in the room. Uncle, do as he... Detective Kim, surprised and disbelieving, shifted his gaze to the young man.
Jiho.
The man's eyes were wide, his face gloomy. It's all right, as long as that bastard Kim Sin dies. Detective Kim gaped in stunned silence, veins bulging on his face. That is the sole purpose of an... The small boy with oversized round glasses, clutching his schoolbag strap, walked silently along the main road. His name is Lee Jiho. He is 10 years old, this white-haired man muttered. That boy is also one of Kim Sin's victims. His face was haggard, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. But Do Hyuk, will you really? The other man in the car watched the small boy intently. He gripped the steering wheel tightly. I must send that bastard Kim Sin. Do Hyuk's haggard face was wide-eyed, his hair disheveled. No matter the boy Ji-ho walked silently by himself. Even if I have to become a monster, I have been watching Ji-ho's every. The director's eyes were gentle. Ji-ho, remember, you must not use violence under any circumstances. God taught us to love all living things, even our enemies. He knelt on the ground and hugged the boy close. Forgiveness is the only gate that leads people to happiness. The more you forgive, the more love you will receive in return. Ji-ho was unwilling but still obeyed him. Yes, I will forgive. Do Hyuk hid in a not-so-distant corner, watching them. His eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Ji-ho's wraith.
His small legs ran strenuously. Thank you watching for vid. The small boy gritted his teeth and ran as fast as he could.
Ji-ho,
run.
Go.
Finally, he ran past the finish line. Cheers erupted. Ji-ho came in. He happily squinted his eyes, smiling, as he heard the announcement. Class 3 has won the relay. Hidden among the crowd, Do Hyuk stood in a corner, silently applauding him. Ji-ho is so fast. A spectacular comeback.
Ji-ho's
3 small, decorated snowmen were lined up horizontally. Look, they look just like the three. The 3 children stood next to each other, laughing happily. Look, Taesyeop looks the most like him. I don't look like that at all. It's too cold. Wait for me, I'm gonna get my The children innocently played together. Let's play snowball fight, okay? I haven't even put on my glove. Do Hyuk watched the children, his eyes curved happily. You guys are playing unfairly. Catch this. A photo of Ji-ho with his father lit up under the. He sat silently on the stone bench, sobbing. A small cake with candles was neatly placed beside him. Today is father's birthday. Ji-ho clutched the photo in his hand. I miss you so much, father. Even Ji-ho's. Do Hyuk was still there, right behind him. I've been watching him closely for 10 long. His hand hung limply powerless. To turn him into a tool for revenge. A pair of hands, missing a joint on the little finger, reached out under the dawn's. He made an offer. Become my. Ji-ho's eyes widened in surprise at the stranger's words. Go to that prison and finish off Kim Sin. Then Do Hyuk made the offer, to turn him into an arrow. But the boy was led away. Do Hyuk personally bathed and cleansed everything. The man now helplessly moved his lips. I can't bring myself to. Ji-ho maintained his resolute gaze on him. If you don't die, everyone here will die. Do Hyuk sighed softly, his eyes strangely gentle. But I can't kill you. Sin grasped the rope and pulled it from his neck. He's just an arrow. And an arrow's sole purpose is to kill me. His face twisted into an unsightly grimace. How dare father show affection for him? That means he's no longer an. Sin clenched his fist. He violently punched and shattered the glass in front. Sin gritted his teeth. He shrieked, then everyone will die.
Including Ji-ho.
The wardens or anyone present in this. His eyes, wide and furious, were bloodshot. And even those outside. Everyone will die. Father, you know what? It's all because of your mistake. Once, a group of prisoners sat dejectedly on the. One of them spoke up. What's that? A thin stream of gas snaked through the crack in the door and into the room. It seems there's a fire. The group in the cells was terrified. There's smoke. It's on. 2 rows of clothes in the hallway were ablaze, burning fiercely. Quick! Put out the fire, you bastards! Help! Someone open the. The group in the cells watched everything through the bars, screaming in terror. God damn it! Open the. He covered his mouth. These bastards! Are you trying to kill us? Open the door. Open it. Sweat poured out incessantly. He stammered. Ji-ho! Come say. Lighter trembled in his thick hand. Boss, do we really have to go this? Another group of prisoners gathered in the hall. We all follow your orders, but even though none of us are good people, we can't be as insane as. Young was no less horrified. Damn it! Even if we don't do it, hell, just order someone else. Besides, if we don't obey, white gas spread everywhere. Then it would be us in there right now. Screams echoed through the barrier. Help! Damn it! Is anyone there? Open the.
You muttered.
And after the party ends, hell, just kill us. He said loudly with all the smoke and chaos. Let's get out of here first. Before they could run, a gleeful voice echoed from behind them. Too bad. A small man walked towards the group of prisoners. Knowing you're gonna die, why don't you hurry up? His eyes widened, his face terrifying. Now there's no chance. The person dropped the burnt-out cigarette. Song Min watched the prison with delight. The party has been. Assistant walked over. Director, you should leave here quickly. The police will surely arrive soon. The other person remained unfazed. Wouldn't it be a shame to leave? Song Min smirked. If only I could witness that moment with my own eyes. His eyes were malicious. The moment Kim Sin receives my gift. I want to see his expression. From the prison, thick white smoke billowed up. Clenched fist flew. Sin leaned back, dodged, rotated his wrist.
Yeho.
You haven't changed at all. Sin's large hand shot out. You still dare to come find me? On what ground? Hyuk jumped in from behind. He kicked his knee towards the man's face, but it was before Sin could recover. Jiho launched a kick aimed at his side. Sin ducked, making the kick lose momentum and sweep past. His eyes widened, his face contorted. He clenched his hands tightly. Let me temporarily suspend your respiratory functions. Shall I? This irritation is unbearable. Sin swung a punch directly into Jiho's face, sending blood. He stumbled, losing his balance. Blood streamed from his nose. I have to aim for his. Sin punched him with force, making him collapse to the ground. Du Hyuk screamed in horror. He rushed forward and elbowed the man in the. He gritted his teeth. I've changed my mind. His fist was raised high. I'll crush father. Powerful punch landed squarely on Du Hyuk's face, sending blood splattering everywhere. After that, I'll use many beautiful illusions. He was punched so hard his face was forced back. To truly shatter his. Sin's eyes widened, bloodshot, his pupils trembling with pleasure, and make everything return to its proper, just like mother back then. Jiho gasped, his voice hoarse. What is the reason for all this? Whole body trembling, he struggled to stand upright. The loved ones of those you killed, and uncle, he roared as he looked at Sin's figure. None of them had anything to do with you, you didn't flinch. He said coldly, father said that? That I have nothing to do with. Jiho watched him worriedly as he continued. Yeho. It seems you really don't know. And Sin sneered, rolling his eyes. Do you know what kind of person father is? Let me. Du Hyuk yelled. Kim Sin. He widened his eyes. Eyes falling to the floor. He rummaged in his jacket pocket. Sin was amused, his snake-like eyes curved downwards. What's wrong? Jiho also has the right to know, doesn't he? Shouldn't there be no secrets between people who are. Du Hyuk took the gift box Song Min had given him. He pulled the wrapping. Singuander suspiciously. What are you holding, father? A gift. Hyuk gritted his teeth. His pupils contracted, filled with murderous intent. You and I will die together. Kim. Du Hyuk raised the small gift box, threw it straight at. Inside, a bomb exploded, tearing through the flimsy wrapping. Sin's eyes widened, bloodshot, as he stared in shock at the flying gift. Inside the prison, a fierce, loud explosion. Song Min smirked. I hope he likes the special gift I prepared. His eyes turned dark, full of an eerie malevolence. Have a memorable Christmas. Kim. Slow footsteps echoed on the stone. Taesip was stopped by a group of prisoners in the middle of the hallway. Why are you so? The chief was beaten bloody and tied tightly to a wooden chair. Next to him was Glasses, brandishing two sharp knives. I thought you weren't coming, so I was about to finish off this. Taesip's eyes widened. He put a stick of chewing gum in his mouth. Release that old man, and he'll give you away. The other person didn't bat an eye. Chewing gum, are we? You seem interesting. Glasses provocatively held the knife close to the chief's neck. Hey kid, do you know which part of the body is the taste? The blade in his hand moved down to the thigh of the tied man. Thigh meat is too dry, not tasty. Then he pulled it back up. The belly is good, but a bit too fatty. You'd get tired of it. The blade tapped across the chief's shoulder. Neck and shoulder meat are exquisite. Very satisfying. Finally, Glasses hung the knife above the chief's head, terrifying him. But you know what? The most exquisite taste is the brain. If you grill it with butter, the brain membrane will be crispy, accompanied by an incomparable. Glasses took a step forward. That's for old. Narrowed his eyes, licking along the blade in his hand. As for young colts, every part of their meat is tender. He'll eat it all, not leaving a single bite. I thought I'd have to eat the meat of the old horse. Du Hyuk. Today I got. Taesip pulled a utility knife from his sleeve. I've also been very lucky. One of his eyes contorted with outrage. Lucky to have met beasts like you who kill people. And lucky that I'm not normal. Glasses became even more gleeful. You're completely crazy now, aren't you? Come on. Taesip gritted his teeth and charged forward with a raised. Before his punch landed, the other person slashed his. He gritted his teeth. His eyes widened as he quickly turned. A gleaming blade was already pressed against his. Glasses coldly slashed horizontally through his clothes. You're fast. He narrowed his eyes and chuckled. But that only makes me more excited. Keep charging like that and your body will be covered in my knife. Taesip's eyes were distorted with anger. He gritted his teeth and charged. Glasses, embraced around the waist by the young man, remained calm. Why do I feel like I'm playing with a... His eyes were calm. Charging madly, no different from a provoked... He was pushed to the ground. He sprang up, raising the knife aimed at the young man high. Today you'll be a new item on my menu, young... The flash grazed his shoulder, sending blood split. There were also knife cuts on his... The sharp blade shot straight... Taseop roared. He clenched his hands and charged forward to... Glasses stabbed the knife through his abdomen. Look, just a little provocation, and he charges in to get stabbed again. It's not wrong to call you an... Taseop gritted his teeth. He shrieked in... The other person said arrogantly, "It's over. No animal can move after being stabbed in the stomach." Taseop, quick as lightning, thrust his elbow across Glasses. He was struck, his face turning to one side. Saliva sprayed, stumbled, losing his balance. He tried to glance at the young man. It's nothing. His attack is too... Glasses' body fell to one side. As long as I don't lose focus, I can die. As soon as he stood upright, his eyes widened in surprise. What? Why? Before he could finish, Taseop thrust his knee into his head from behind. The injury to the back of his neck made Glasses' nose bleed. His eyes widened in pain. He changed his attacks. Taseop roared. He forcefully slammed his head into the... He gritted his teeth. He strongly headbutted the back of his... His face was pressed against the ground, relentlessly struck from behind. Taseop didn't stop. His headbutt made the man's hand went... His body lay inverted on the ground. The man who was with him stepped forward. A burly man with thick hair falling over his eyes. Hit by a lethal blow, yet not weakened. In fact, he became even stronger. He bounced, smiling, revealing his perfectly white braces. Try fighting me, crazy. Taseop clutched the knife in his hand. He glared back at him. With that battered body, I wonder if you can fight any... Burly man still smiled brightly. He calmly continued. How about this? I'll let you hold that knife. In your current condition, you can't fight me on equal... His tiny, squinted eye, revealed from behind his hair, was full of surprise. Before him, Taseop hunched over and stabbed himself in the abdomen with the knife. Hey kid, what are you... His eyes were blurry, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. He let out a snake-like eyes.
Sin froned.
He glanced at the person holding him. The other person's face was covered in blood, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Silent. Is he said in a calm tone, gently placing the other person on the ground. Thanks, but you're too heavy. Now get out of my... Suddenly, Sin's eyes... Du Hyuk lay motionless, his palm on the ground trembled. But father, you can't... Sin's entire body trembled violently. He frantically crawled back towards the man. Like this? You have to acknowledge the sun before you die. Jiho angrily charged forward and kicked him directly in the... Gritted his teeth, sobbing. Bastard. Why do you always have to destroy every... Jiho's punch, filled with his bitter hatred, landed, making the man's face turn to the side. Why do you want to steal everything? Jiho cried out, sobbing in agony. Both my father and uncle. If you hadn't appeared, nothing would have... Continuous punches landed, making Sin fall to the ground. Everyone could have lived normal life. His gaze fell to his father's silent... His fingers on the ground twitched slightly. Sin's eyes shut. Thank you watching for vid... Raised his hand and blocked the young man's... He bit his lower lip so tightly it creased. Nothing happened? And everyone could have lived peacefully? Sin's eyes... Thank you watching for vid... He looked at the man sitting on his chest. So Jiho knows nothing about... His eyes turned bloodshot. Let me tell you. What kind of person father? The large man diligently wrote something on... He bent down and handed the paper back to the skinny boy in front of him. Take this, kid. This is the number of a strong and reliable police officer. The boy Sin, at that moment, trembled as he clutched the paper in his hand. If bad guys like me come looking for you later, call this uncle for... The paper was a name and a phone number. That person will come right... The entire dilapidated apartment building was spray-painted red. After the day Lee Sun-sen arrived, along the dirty, dark road, glass shards and trash were scattered everywhere. My mother and I left home and lived in... Jean Hyuk, with her skinny body, clutched Kim Sin in her arms. No one is to touch my son. Absolutely. His snake-like eyes narrowed, his expression calm. Hey, check the other side. A silhouette was cast on the door by the light. Damn it. All this trouble for a crazy woman and a kid. If we find them, what do we do? The order is to capture them alive. The old, simple house was constantly noisy. In special circumstances, eliminating them entirely is also an option. At that time, it was only a matter of time before my mother and I were found by the chairman. Kim Sin picked up the phone and he clutched the corner of the paper that Sun-san had given him. Hello, who is... He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the paper in his hand. Is this Detective Du Hyuk Kim's number? Uncle, please save my mother. Parted his lips and continued the story. I called the phone number Lee Sun-sen gave me. Sin raised his hand high. He pressed it firmly against Jiho's. He pursed his lips, flipped the man over, and forcefully slammed his head into the blood streamed from his nose, his voice low. After an hour passed, that person arrived. Jiho's eyes widened in surprise. Father, is that? A tall silhouette appeared behind the locked room door. The police officer who answered my call back then opened the door. Young Kim Sin, filled with hope, dreamed of opening the room door wide. That was the first day I met. The handsome young man's face, his lips pressed together in agony, appeared behind the door. But his snake-like eyes narrowed, his face pale. He was completely not the trustworthy person Lee Sun-sin had described. The man with a gleaming gold tooth appeared. Well done, detective. The small man, his eyes malicious, stepped forward. Thanks to you I saved some time. He is a old man. Jeong-gu smiled smugly. Indeed. My Hyok bowed his head to the ground. His eyes filled with the fire in the prison burned fiercely, with dense smoke rising. Help! Save me! Please someone open the acrid smoke and fire suffocated them. Saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. Save me! The powerless prisoners lay sprawled on the ground. Strong man knelt down, dry heaving, and his eyes were bloodshot, filled with red streaks. At this rate, everyone will die. Someone. The man's blood-soaked face lay slumped on the ground. Please forgive me. A small pair of feet stepped on his face. Forgive. The small prisoner clasped his hands behind his back. Don't be such a coward begging for mercy like that. If you're a thug, act like. His words were directed straight at the man cowering on the ground. Am I right? Gang leader Ki's eyes stared horrifyingly. Just now, I heard you guys saying I'm just a lunatic, no match for real gangsters, right? What good are real gangsters if they're as weak as... Ki Jang was terrified, his whole body trembling. Please forgive. His eyes were wide open, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Please just spare my life. I promise to do everything you ask. The other person had no intention of forgiving. He raised his leg, intending to kick down. Are you ignoring everything I said? Damn it. I told you not to beg for mercy, and as he cringed, a voice called out to him. Are you Ki? Prisoner looked over, gleeful. Now a pair of large hands gripped the wall. Hey, what you just... The large man with his eyes tightly shut walked from the cell. Can I do... Ki Jang looked on in surprise. Lee Song... He frowned and asked again. If I save your life now, can you release the people in the... Prisoner smirked. Originally, I only intended to go fishing for small fry. He quickly raised his leg and rushed towards Sun Senator, but I didn't expect to catch such a big... A direct kick landed squarely on his face. And a blind fish. Sun Sen clenched his hand. His punch was dodged by the other man. So scary. Taking that punch would surely knock him out of command. The prisoner laughed gleefully. He kicked Sun Sen's knee joint, but he slipped so nothing He tilted his head and dodged a punch from his opponent. The butcher Lee Sun Sen has finally become a blind man. Truly, there's no taste left. Prisoner leaned back. A reverse kick from below landed on his... He widened his eyes, laughing gleefully. Just a tattered, discarded piece of... Then he spun around and kicked Sun Sen in the back of the neck. He took a dangerous hit. His entire body swayed dazed. Sun Sen collapsed to the ground. The prisoner sneered. Fighting with disabled people like this is truly no fun. He smirked, seeing Sun Sen's body trembling on the ground. I guess I should finish this. He raised his leg high, his eyes widened, filled with murderous intent. But the road to the Yellow Springs won't be... His eye bags swelled with amusement. Because you'll meet many companions.
Kiang yelled. Lee Song...
He clutched the prisoner tightly. Over here. Attack towards the... He gritted his teeth. Damn it. God damn it. His ankle was grabbed by Sun. Looked up. Sun swung his arm high with force, sending the other man's body flying into... As the prisoner was forcefully pulled into the air, his face contorted in a distorted... Sun forcefully slammed him to the... Dark red blood gushed from his... Then he was dragged. Sun tightly grabbed his ankle and swung him. His pupils were hazy and gray. Your road to the Yellow Springs won't be lonely either.
Don't worry.
Your legion or whatever... Brutal man slammed the other person to the ground. Blood gushed from his face. They'll send them all to join... Lee Sun-sin was exhausted, breathing. He turned his head back, gnashing his teeth. It's time for you to keep your promise. He froze when his name was called. Go, release the people now. You said you'd do anything you were told just to... Kim Sin's large hand grabbed his face. Jiho listened. His nosebleed streamed down to the corner of his mouth. My father isn't the good man you mistakenly believe him. His eyes narrowed in a crazed expression. He's also a monster just like... A younger Duasio pursed his lips tightly, his brows furrowed. Thanks to you I've saved a lot of... Jingu stepped forward with a sinister expression. Indeed he is my... The young Kim Sin frowned, looking intently at the two with an unwilling expression. Don't you dare touch my... The thin and frail Jin Suk struggled to shield him behind her. I absolutely won't let anyone do that. If you must kill, kill only. Old Jingu sneered. So, you're protecting some troublesome brat who crawled out from who knows. The wrinkles on his face deepened. That brat isn't my grandson. And certainly not your. Jin Suk yelled loudly. Don't you lie. Jin is my son. What do any of you? Old Jingu didn't care. If you're going to be so stubborn, then I have nothing more. She hugged Sin tightly as two burly men in black suits approached. Either way, both of you will die today. Jin Suk's eyes were wide and trembling as she muttered. Don't you dare touch my child. Absolutely no one is allowed to touch my. Old Jingu turned and walked back to the car. That wretched woman. I absolutely do not have such a. Duesio said gravely. He looked at the other person with suspicion. Didn't you tell me you wouldn't kill women and Old Jingu cheerfully rolled his eyes. This isn't something an arrow like you needs to concern himself with, Detective Kim. Just obediently follow my orders. And that's.
Duceo froned.
No compromise.
I said I would follow Chairman O's orders. But I never said I'd help you become a murderer like. He sneered. Then do you know what he'll do with dogs who don't know their. Old Jingu's eyes were filled with killing intent. You must know how much I hate big-mouthed old men, don't you? His words silenced Duesio. Because you're the one who caused me the most trouble. Old Jingu clasped his hands behind his back, intently watching his arrow. All right, it's not good to make each other uncomfortable, so soon after starting a business relationship. Therefore, I won't kill this woman and her. He rummaged inside his coat pocket. In return, I have a condition.
Duceo looked suspicious.
What can? The other person pulled out a small glass vial and held it up. This mass-produced spring dream isn't yielding results as good as the original. This problem can be solved, but it takes too much time and his pupils contracted, his face cruel. If you can extract a better formulation method from that bitch to help me reduce costs, I won't kill them. But I warn you, this won't be easy. Jin Suk's body trembled, still clinging tightly to Sin's shoulders. No, you mustn't. Don't you dare touch my son. Absolutely. Duesio gritted his teeth at the other person's words, wondering if anything was left in that madwoman. Jingu sneered, then turned and walked away. But if you can't complete it, they and your entire family won't escape my wrath. I give you 3 days. That's why I had 3 days to be with my. Duseo's eyes were vacant. What is the formulation method? Tell me. Jin Suk was unconcerned, happily stroking his head. Look how cute my Sin is. Truly the cutest child in the world. So adorable. Duseo helplessly sat down, hugging his knees to the ground. I know, but please tell me. My mother couldn't remember the formulation method. Jin Suk's eyes were vacant, like someone who had lost her mind. Oh, my cute Sin.
Mami's adorable Sin.
And I was completely devastated. Duseo slumped his head to the ground, dejected. If you don't reveal the formulation method, everyone will. His words stunned Jin Suk, her eyes wide. Even your son won't escape. She gritted her teeth in outrage. Jin Suk grimaced and screamed.
Don arme maison.
You mustn't. Absolutely. Man's rough hand roughly gripped her.
Duceo growled.
So, please. He stared, wide-eyed. Jin Suk's voice trembled, stammering. Don't touch my Sin. You mustn't. Absolutely. So bit his lip, his face filled with killing intent. Time passed like this until the final. He looked up at the mother and child sleeping, leaning on each other across the.
Duceo slowly stood.
He held up Sin's hand. Little one, shall we play a game with? He rubbed his eyes, muttering. What kind of? A skinny hand pounded hard on the wooden. Jin Suk sobbed, tears and snot streaming down her face. Give me back my son. Quickly. Give me back my. Her screams echoed through the wooden door. Oh, my son. Mami.
Duceo crouched down, gripping son shoulder.
The other person's screams didn't subside. Give him back. Give me back my son. He mouthed words, his voice thick. The boy's name is Sin, right? Kim's slitted eyes narrowed. Do frowned, his eye sockets red, tears streaming down.
All right, Kim Sin.
What game do you like the? The person screamed very loudly. Give me back my son. You bastard. Give him back. My SEO said with a grim face. Sin, what's your favorite? He smiled and replied. It's the Three Little Sheep song. I like the Three Little Sheep song. The Museo's eyes welled up with tears as he coaxed. All right, then choose that. He gripped his hand tightly. Sin, now let's play a game together, Uncle. Museo took Sin's hands and covered his ears while giving instructions. The rule of the game is that Uncle has to cover your ears tightly. Then you sing the Three Little Sheep song continuously. He asked again. Continue. He instructed. That's right. Even if you hear any strange sounds, you must cover your ears tightly and keep singing. Only then can you win. The pounding on the door grew louder and the person outside cried out in despair. Give me back my son. You bastard. Give him. Tears streamed down her face as she cried loudly. My Duesio stepped outside with a grim. His mother was so stunned she stammered. Where's my? He stared blankly even as she wailed. Give me back my Inside, Kim Sin had begun to sing. There were 3 little His singing was loud, drowning out the sounds from outside. Living in a Joe muttered as he wrapped cloth around his hand. In truth, I am not the chairman's arrow. On the contrary, I am the one who wants to overthrow him. His face was etched with despair. But that bastard is holding my child hostage to threat. As he explained, I'm only doing this out of necessity. Kim Sin's mother looked at him with bloodshot eyes, her mouth still crying out. My son. My son. Duesio slowly approached while pleading. I don't want to be an evil person, so please, tell me the formulation method. He pleaded, but she kept demanding Kim Sin. Bring Sin here to me, please. I can't be without. Duesio's patience gradually wore thin as he spoke again. If you don't speak, we will all die. I beg you. Tears fell from his eyes as he hit her. Snap out of it and tell me that damn Sin continued to sing. Mother sheep and father was completely unaware of what was happening outside. And baby
Duceo continuously urgait Kim Sin modeur.
Tell me, please tell me. This contrasted with his innocent, clear singing. Father sheep she was punched in the face but kept repeating 2 words. My child. Kim Sin's voice echoed from beyond the door. Mother sheep was kind. Blood splattered, staining the cloth on Duceo's hand red as he begged. Tell me. Kim Sin continued to sing loudly. Baby sheep was so adorable. Growing up so Duceo's eyes were bloodshot as he cursed. Damn it. Please tell me. I am father. His mother kept repeating one phrase. Kim Sin. My son. I am mother. Kim Sin's singing did not stop. And I am baby. Duesio stopped hitting her. He continued to question. Please tell me the spring dream formula. He was desperate and pleaded. I disconnected words. Kim Sin. Unexpectedly, he spoke up. Mom really doesn't know anything. Because I'm the one who made mom like. Then he offered with a smile. The thing you're looking for. Let me give it. Duesio asked in astonishment. What? What do you mean? You know the formula for. He smiled brightly and affirmed. Yes. But in return, you also have to give me what He asked in surprise. What do you? Kim Sin simply replied. Requested. Be my dad. Then everything will be resolved. Duesio immediately agreed. All right. They'll be your dad or anything else you. He stood before him. His figure looked so small and harmless compared to him. Tell me the formula. There's no time. His face was happy as he presented a notebook. So from now on, you'll be my dad and we'll be a. Duesio stared at it. Inside the notebook that I gave Dad, 1-page read. Today at kindergarten, I learned to sing the 3 Little Sheep song. I also danced with my friends. It was really fun. It was a diary with drawings that Kim Sin had written himself.
Duceo rit d'un ton.
Thank you watching for Another page was written. Today I went to Sang-hyun's house to play. His mom even gave me strawberries. Strawberries are so delicious. The page for May 20th, 2003, read. Today we played house. I played Dad and Mom bought me cake. Cake is my favorite. 3 later he wrote, I made a new friend. He doesn't have a name. It's the first time I've met someone without a name. Anyway, it's quite interesting. The fun continued until the 24th. I played with my new friend. He knows a lot of fun games. But I arranged to play again to. Duesio flipped through the page. On July 3rd, there was another strange entry without an image. Sin, you're here. Mom misses you so much. My son, wherever you are, I will definitely find you. Don't be scared. Just wait a little longer for Mom.
Duesio was
Thank you watching for Kim Sin's mother placed a hand on his shoulder as he smiled and asked again. Why are you so surprised, Dad? My diary entry for December 6th was tear-stained. My child, please, come back to Mom. Mom misses you so much. I love you.
Mami Sin.
The wait extended to the next year.
Sin, happy birthday.
This year, Mommy Sin is 7 years old. I bought your favorite cake. Come eat it, my child. Please come back and eat cake with Mom like before. Well, live happily. On one page, the date was no longer clear. There were only tears and illegible handwriting. Mommy loves you. Miss you so much. Mom is going crazy missing you. Sin, Mom is sorry. So sorry to you. Please, I beg you, come back to Mom. Mom can't live without you. Mommy loves you so much. My beloved child. Mom is sorry. Sorry. Duesio flipped to another page. The image, however, was completely opposite. A mother hugging her child, both happy. Sin, finally, Mom has found a way to meet you. My precious Sin, wait for Mom a little longer. Mom is coming to you right now. When we meet, you must hug Mom really tight. Don't be shy. He paused. He stammered. Thank you watching for The Formulation method for Spring Dream was written on the last page of the illustrated diary. Kim Sin asked again, he looked at Dueseo with expectation. The thing Dad is looking. Then he answered him, his voice a little hoarse. This is what I need to cut him off. Not Uncle. It's Dad, right? Dueseo fell into contemplation. A moment later he spoke. I'm sorry for hitting your. Then Dueseo quickly stood up and continued. He'll open the door. After that, both of you must quickly escape. He slowly moved towards the door, saying, once the chairman gets the formulation method, he certainly won't spare either. Sin suggested. Then Dad will also hide with us, right? Because we're a
Dueseo refused.
No, y canto nada.
I actually already have a real He smiled as if he understood. Oh, I see. Then what if that family of yours, father, no longer. Then he asked again with an innocent look. You'll come back to this family of mine.
Dueseo question.
Your name isn't Kim Sin. He slowly turned back to look at him. Then what's your real? Sin simply replied. I don't have an. He looked at him with somewhat frightening eyes. Dad, give me a. Dueseo paused at the thought. Sin continued to recount. It's hateful. Dad didn't even give me a name back. His hand pressed down on the other frightened boy's face. But I heard Dad gave that guy Jiho a name, didn't he? He forcefully pushed Jiho down while wondering. How can you bear that name given by a. His gaze fixed on him. Well, whatever, because you're not going to die. Sin's hand squeezed his neck, and he muttered.
Justi.
Jiho struggled as he heard his words. Then in this world, Dad will only have. Another person tried to speak. No.
Don't.
Weak, broken voice called his name. Paused and looked over as the cries continued. Stop right. This man, even as he vomited blood, pleaded. You must kill Jiho. He glanced. Kim Sin cut Dueseo off. He's just an arrow my dad trained to kill me, isn't he? It's all just my dad's lies. Tears streamed down his face as he continued. All right, so, if you want Jiho to. His gaze became more terrifying as he suggested. Then Dad, you'll play a game with me too, won't you? If you can sing until the end, I'll let him. Voice rang out next to someone who was unconscious. It's time for you to fulfill your agreement, this man urged. Release The other person showed a fleeting fear as he listened. You said you'd do anything to save your life. Other prisoners cried out in the fire. Help me. Jijang involuntarily looked around. He muttered. If I rush into that fire now, I'm dead for sure. Besides, who knows if Kim Sin's men will arrive while I'm trying to save those. His hand rummaged for something in his coat pocket. You're saving me only to make me die. The man asked puzzled. Jijang, what do you mean? If you don't act, what will happen to their lives? He cut him, then continued, throwing a card on the ground. This is the access card to open the cell doors. Do what you want yourself. I don't want anything to do with. Jijang still questioned, puzzled. With disbelieving expression, Jijang asked him. Why would you trust the promise of a troublesome guy like me, Lee Sunsen? Jijang, thank you watching for vid. He lunged forward with astonishing. He landed a crushing punch squarely on the other's. The blow sent him flying back. Taeseo then lowered himself to. He flew forward, pinning the man. He relentlessly rained punches down on his. He was beaten until his teeth fell out and blood splattered. He couldn't utter anything but two words. Monster. Taeseo even used his feet, leaping up to prepare for the finishing. He stomped hard on the. Taeseo's eyes were now filled with exhilaration. But in an instant, his eyes returned to normal as he. Taeseo vomited blood, accompanied by a cry of. He clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground. Taeseo painfully and angrily struggled to. His hands were also covered in. Taeseo trembled as he slowly crawled over and lifted his head to look at the man tied to the chair in front. The man cried out worriedly as he removed the tape covering his mouth. Taeseo, you're bleeding. So thank you watching for vid. A voice echoed from behind. Taeseo, is that you? Stared back at the person from earlier, then asked in disbelief. The man, who had been beaten to a pulp, struggled to utter disjointed words. Well done. Indeed. Very much like. Taeseo questioned. What do you mean? But the other person said nothing. He trembled with anger as he asked again. I'm asking what you mean by. The other person remained silent. Taeseo cried out in despair, then passed out. He was fortunately caught by the other man, who looked at him with sad. Man also reassured him. Taeseo, it's not like that. You're nothing like that bastard. Kim Sin, with tears streaming down his face, then suggested to Dueseo, if you want Jiho to live, then Dad must sing too. Cried as he made his demand. If you can sing until the very end, Jiho will. The old man lay motionless on the floor. All over him, his mouth trembled, struggling to utter each word. The sounds were intermittent, but he was still singing shark do. Jiho gritted his teeth and spoke. No, uncle, you mustn't. Dueseo seemed to be losing consciousness, but he continued, living deep in. His singing brought back memories. A happy family photo appeared. Do-do, the innocent child always hummed this song. Cute little baby clapping accompanied the music. Do-do-do-do, the childish dance, the boy performed along with it. Mother shark, do-do-do-do-do-do, beautiful kind. His mother joined her voice with her child's. Mother shark, do-do-do-do, and both of them looked at Dueseo in unison. Father shark, do-do-do-do, stood proudly there as he heard their voices. Strong, cool, Dueseo stammered with difficulty. Father final words of the song. Do-do-do-do, his mother hugged him, praising. So good. You know the whole song. Buried his head in his mother's chest and cried out. Last time, I couldn't remember the whole. Dueseo looked at him with an emotional expression as he heard those words. Because Dad sang along, you could sing the whole. Stretched out his trembling hand. Jiangsu, he braced them emotionally. Dad is. Tears streamed down his face as he told them. For not being able to protect you both, and even my revenge has failed. Im's wife gently stroked his head. It's all right. We don't need. Then she smiled understandingly. You've struggled so much. She called his name. Jiangsu, from now on, please don't leave Mom and me anymore. The little boy beside them also cheered. That's right. Dad, don't go anywhere else. Please stay with Mom. Suddenly he turned his head to another boy with glasses was standing at the doorway, staring intently.
Dueseo whispered, Yiho.
He entrusted his final words to him. You absolutely must keep. Jiho looked over and cried out in broken sounds. Uncle. Kim Sin also looked over and remarked. Dad sang the whole song? You want Jiho to live that? He looked at Dueseo and declared, all right, then I'll spare him because I'm not a liar like. Tears streamed down his face as he continued. But in return, Dad must come with me. Stay by my side. Because you are my. Kim Sin roared threateningly. Dad, you absolutely mustn't. Dueseo closed his eyes tightly, no longer moving. He passed away just like. He froze, involuntarily calling out, then immediately ran. Kim Sin lunged, reaching out towards Dueseo. Tears falling incessantly as he desperately called out. He then vigorously performed CPR, trying to hold onto his life. Desperate cries erupted from Kim Sin.
Don't die.
Dad, you can't die. Dueseo's cold body did not respond. If you must. Kim Sin's tears continued to flow. You should have accepted me as your son first. An unexpected punch landed on Kim Sin's face, sending him. Thank you watching for vid. Kim Sin's face clearly bore the mark of the. Jiho stood still, his hand raised high, tears continuously streaming down his face.
Kim Sin está mered.
Jiho didn't let him breathe. Immediately lunging, he landed another punch squarely on Kim Sin's face. Jiho struck while cursing. You bat. He painfully muttered each word. Give back Dad. Streamed down Jiho's cheeks as he poured all his rage into each punch. Give me back my dad. Jiho rushed out. Thank you watching for vid. Gasped for breath as he ran far from this. Only when he reached a safer place did he stop to catch his breath and mutter. Escaped? I escaped. Oh my. He was sweating, his face still fearful as he planned his next move. Jijang looked far in front of him and wondered. But why is there a car already parked? Jiho sneered. Looks like heaven is helping me. Fate has decided I'm not going to die in this damn. He approached and grabbed the door. The person inside looked at Jiho in surprise. Huh? What? Jiho cut this person off by putting a knife to their neck. If you don't want me to slit your throat, shut your. He threatened. Take me to the city center quickly. Start the. A voice suddenly rang out from the back seat. Hello, Mr. Turned his head and exclaimed. The person in the back seat then choked him as he continued. I've heard a lot about you, but I never expected us to meet like. Jiho asked in confusion. However, the person next to him landed a blow squarely on his. Person in the back smiled wickedly as he continued to tighten the rope. Listening to me and retreating then was indeed the right decision. I even received this Christmas present. This person smiled at Jijang, who was unconscious in the front. The driver exclaimed. Director, you are truly On this side, someone bumped into a. Lee Sun-sin let the water wash over his face while deep in. He muttered. Finally, I understand. Water flowed down his cross pendant as he continued. Why did God take my eyes? His hand clenched. This is all what I deserve. As he reached out to the flames, slowly stepping into the fire. You did right. Only hell is a fitting place for someone like. Lee Sun-sin smiled as the fire began to engulf him. Thank you. Though late, I must pay the price. I will accept it without a single On this side, Jiho was unleashing all his frustration into punches, relentlessly cursing. You dead dog. Give me back his. He landed a crushing punch straight on Kim Sin. He muttered. Jiho. You're observing his strangeness, he guessed. It's the dream, Jiho cried as he continuously punched him. Why did you kill? Blood splattered from Kim Sin's. Jiho screamed. Give them. His hands seemed tireless as he demanded Kim Sin. Give me back my. The current image of Jiho mirrored the past, when he was a little boy with glasses, constantly screaming. Give me back my dad. You bat. The sky turned a sad red in the late afternoon. Someone was hanging on a Dini Hyo relentlessly punched Kim, questioned him. My dad didn't do anything wrong. Dueseo began to sing. One more step is mom's, he muttered even though he was hanging high up. Two more steps is dad's. Jiho, with tears and snot streaming down his face, continuously punched and screamed. Give me back my dad. Hand reached and squeezed his sin mater. There are only two ways to end the dream demon state. Inject more spring dream or cut off oxygen to. He tightened his grip. Wake up from that dream. Jiho in his dream grabbed Sin. He stared at him. King Kim Sin widened his eyes and exclaimed. This. Jiho let out a piercing. He bit off his finger, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Jiho raised his hand and swung his, then delivered a full-force blow to Kim Sin's solar plexus. Kim Sin coughed up, clutched his body, crying out in. Jiho, in his dream, watched as Sin struggled to get. He delivered a, sending him flying. Jiho, with tears in his eyes, spoke. I will make you experience. His eyes were immersed in that power. 100, 1,000 times the pain my dad's. Sin crawled up and remarked. Jiho, you're really strong. At this rate, certainly. He clenched the hand placed on his body. To be honest, dying isn't so bad. Because I can still meet dad in the after. He gave a bitter laugh as he requested. Come on, Jiho roared as he charged forward. Both exchanged, thank you watching for vid. Jiho was hit directly in the. Sin was no better. He counterattacked enthusiastic. Thank you watching for vid. And Jiho kept punching him in the. Kim Sin stared at him. Jiho, in his dream, swung his arm direct, full force. Then he raised his and kicked Kim Sin in. Fortunately, he managed to block it in time to reduce the damage. Jiho balled his hand into a and punched Kim Sin directly in the. He vomited even more. Spoke. No matter if he was a liar or what. Jiho's eyes were tear-filled as he pleaded.
I don't care.
Give me back my. Kim Sin replied, blood splattering from his mouth. He stopped as he explained. Do you remember what I said?
Kim Sin Kemfest. Imjia.
His gaze fixed on the ground as he said. Truly very in Jiho's dream, Kim Sin cried as he spoke. So the knife in his hand gleamed as he remarked. You stroked the tiny, tied up Jiho's head. He seems to love you very much. His eyes were horrified as he looked at this man, listening to his so incredibly jealous.
Sin matter.
It's exactly the same as back then. I'm so jealous of you. His gaze stopped on Dueseo. Living with such jealousy is truly agony. Kim Sin's eyes were tear-filled. Blood flowed down his nose and mouth as he pleaded. Can you help me end it? Someone slowly regained consciousness. Tiny cries continuously. Fire rapidly spread toward. Lee Sun-sin stood defiantly, even engulfed by flame. The person below muttered disjointed words. No.
Don't.
This person embraced Lee Sun and heard him whisper. Kid, I can't see anything so you'll have to go. He was badly burned but still carried this person on his shoulder, pleading.
So you mustn't die.
You must live. As both slowly moved towards the exit and escape this horrifying hell. No matter how much he was hit, Sin still wore a twisted smile on his face. Can you end it for me? This agony. Tears continuously streamed down his. These words only made Jiho madly charge forward to it. He relentlessly cursed the one who caused all of this. A fatal punch landed on his. Feeling it wasn't enough, he continued to land a few more punches. Various blows were continuously inflicted upon. His legs drew up, preparing for the decisive. Jiho directly used his foot to kick Sin squarely in the chest, making him feel the blood continuously gushed from his. Clearly, he didn't care about any of this. He simply clenched his fist and charged straight at him. His eyes widened, staring intently. At the same time, his finger moved to retaliate against him after he punched. Blood from Sin's finger splattered straight onto Jiho's. He couldn't see anything anymore, so he helplessly charged forward, punching. Blood splattered onto his eye. Seizing this opportunity, Sin immediately used a pre-prepared rope to. Unprepared, Jiho was unfortunately caught and tightly constricted by his. As he pulled him high up, he sighed and complained. What a pity, he spoke as he pulled the rope up, as if trying to create a hanging scene. So, Jiho, you can't end this suffering for me. After struggling for a long time, Jiho gradually became exhausted, unable to draw another. He then continued to utter extremely disturbing and twisted words. Do you know why I killed? His tears of despair continuously fell to the ground. He burst into laughter, quickly explaining, ignoring his helpless struggling. I do it just to make Dad look. Wicked smile, as if he had planned all of this, spread across Sin's lips. To let Dad know I still exist. To make sure Dad never forget. Flashing back to the past, Sin clutched Jin Suk's hand and called out, Mom! He walked forward with the woman who claimed to be his mother. So, from now on, that police officer is my dad and that place is where. In front of them was a poor slum. But he didn't care at all. continuously hypnotizing and brainwashing. Our family once shared love with each other. Remember, Jin-suk had no idea what was happening. She just nodded in agreement. Yes, my son is. She seemed to have become a completely different person, having lost her sanity. We shared so much love there with your dad. A satisfied smile spread across Sin's lips as he spoke. Even though Dad can't be with us right now, he will definitely come looking. Scene shifted to another time. Sin's wicked smile appeared. Finally, he maintained that twisted expression and called out. I've had to wait a very, very long time. Lucio helplessly shed tears of despair, crying incessantly. All the different police officers held him tightly, preventing him from any malicious actions, even as he cried out. You dog! I'm not your dad. Absolutely, he didn't hear a word of it. In fact, he was even a little excited. Whether eating or sleeping, he'll make sure Dad can't forget me for even a twisted smile spread across his face. He quickly declared, Dad is only allowed to think about this child, and no one. Back to reality. Sin looked around the room once more. Because I only think about. He helplessly looked at Duseo's cold body lying there. But now Dad is. Sin continued to look at Jiho, who was still hanging by his neck in midair. Jiho, what am I supposed to do? He showed no movement, as if he had lost his mind. Despite this, he continuously asked, what else do I have to live for? His tears continuously fell as if he had understood his mistake. Why am I still alive in this? While he was still muttering to himself, Taeseo's hand quickly lunged to it. He immediately delivered a fatal punch straight to his. At the same time, the rope hanging Jiho fell, causing Jiho to drop to the. Looking at Taeseo's unfamiliar face, he was a little puzzled and wondered. Who are you? I don't recall inviting you. Taeseo paid no attention to his baseless words. He calmly ordered, Uncle, quickly take Jiho and leave here. He'll stay and block that bastard Kim. The police chief, though still very worried, had no other choice but to carry Jiho and prepare to leave. Taeseo, you're also in a dangerous dream demon state. He nodded, understanding him. It's all. However, his eyes were now only filled with hatred, nothing else. This is what a hero should. The thought of Taeseo being in danger made him even more worried, and he instructed, Taeseo, you absolutely must not let anything happen. As the two were talking, Sin's eyes turned furious as he questioned, who dares to take Jiho away from here without permission? The police chief still didn't care and carried Jiho. His eyes became utterly insane as he shrieked, let him go before I tear you up. Jiho lay motionless there, as if he had gradually lost all his. His gaze grew even more furious as he witnessed all. His lips slowly curved into a strange smile. Finally, he completely let go and burst out laughing. Is that? Sin clutched his stomach, laughing with delight and interest. So you resorted to this method too? Interesting. Truly very interesting. Taeseo coldly stepped forward, questioning him loudly. What's so funny, you bet? He smiled, speaking utterly incomprehensible words. I thought there was nothing left in this world for me to cling to. But thanks to you, I've just found something that makes me want to keep. This time, he looked at Jiho's retreating figure, being carried away by the police chief. Something even more interesting than seeing him like a madman. Taeseo had no choice but to pull out his blood-stained utility knife. You crazy bastard. I don't understand your rambling, but it's all over. Taking a breath, he plunged the knife straight into his own stomach. You and I will die here. Sin saw this and laughed in surprise. What a shame. That's a bit difficult, he announced, running a hand through his long hair. Because I've found a reason to continue living this wretched life. The scene shifted to another side. Du Young angrily asked the people inside the room. When will Kim Sin arrive? The more he thought, the more enraged he became, questioning loudly. We've already put on our uniforms, ready to flee this. Contrary to his impatience, Song Jin picked up a Bible and announced to everyone, we can depart slowly now. The party must be almost. Hearing this, Du Young immediately stood up without hesitation. Then let's leave here quickly. If we don't hurry, the fire will spread to this place. He smiled, closed the Bible in his hand, and announced, all right, but we still have one more task for you to complete. Young heard Song Jin say this and was a bit confused. What do you mean by? While he was still trying to understand what was happening, large hands grabbed him. Young became utterly bewildered by this situation. He angrily shouted, damn it, what is? Song Jin stood up, holding a bottle of water, and smiled as he spoke.
Don't worry, Du Young.
This is what you've always longed for. Isn't Kim Sin your ideal role? This also drove him mad with furious shouts. What are you trying to? Song Jin calmly poured the strange liquid over his head. We're just helping you become Kim. Sensing something was wrong, he opened his eyes wide in bewildered surprise. What's happening? Before his stunned eyes, Song Jin continued, flicking a lighter. We are very grateful for this final act of yours. If a body is found burned beyond recognition, People will surely look at your 6 fingers and conclude it's Kim. His gaze became utterly malicious before his next action. So, Du Young can become Kim Sin, and Kim Sin can live a new. Seeing himself about to pass on to the other side made Du Young utterly panic. He screamed in terror. Wait, no. His desperate screams echoed incessantly throughout the prison. No, but alas, the lighter fell straight on. Before everyone's expectant eyes, Du Young was burned to death by the flames. Screaming continued. Song Jin even clasped his hands in prayer. May this fire illuminate your path of divine service. The door to the room here was slowly. Seeing the person enter made Song Jin very happy, and he spoke. You've arrived just in time. The party ended smoothly. They quickly looked towards Sin. Kim Sin. He was carrying Du Sio's body as he approached. Seeing that his father had passed away, he seemed surprised. But he continued looking at his father's face now in the next world. He slowly walked forward, nodding in confirmation. He gently placed his father's body on the table here. But this time he directly used the knife, bringing it straight towards his pinky finger. Now, without any fear, he effortlessly chopped off his own finger. This can be sent to Sin even placed his pinky finger onto Du Sio's. On this side, the police chief was still carrying Ji-ho away. Very tired, he kept pleading.
Don't die.
You must. Just as he was losing strength. Fortunately, Diokbie arrived in a car. She quickly shouted, signaling. Over here. Everyone, get in the car. Her face became utterly bewildered as she hastily asked again. Why are there only 2 of you? Uncle and Tae. The police chief only remained silent, not answering her. Scene shifted to another location, inside a prisoner's room. Tae Sio's body lay slumped. He had likely been attacked by Sin, unable to resist, and had helplessly fainted. A larger fire was slowly raging. At the same time, another pinky finger had been placed on his. Seeing Sin so sad, Song Jin could only offer words of comfort. In life, there comes a time when parents leave. He immediately nodded in confirmation. That's right. Now this party can. This time he looked at Du Sio's body, still lying peacefully there. This party. Tears streamed down his face. Very. His voice echoed in the small room. Right, father? Du Sio still lay there, peacefully as tears of agony fell from Sin's face as he cried out. This party has truly gone on for 2. He looked at Du Sio's body, still lying peacefully there. Right. Song Jin, holding the phone to his ear, announced. Kim Sin, we need to hurry. We must leave before the police arrive. Hearing him say that, he could only nod, preparing to leave this sorrowful place. Let's go. I also have important work to do after leaving. Hearing his words, Song Jin seemed curious. Important work. At this moment, a bizarre smile appeared on his lips. That's his twisted mentality continuously manifested. He quickly announced to the group. I must find myself a new. He looked at Du Sio's cold body. He smiled maliciously. Thank you, father, for bringing Ji-ho. Time passed quickly. The fire department finally arrived to extinguish the flame. Looking at the tree covered with hanging fingers, the firefighters became bewildered and terrified. What in the world happened? The prison scene had become utterly chaotic as everything was engulfed in flames. This side needs more reinforcements. Bring more stretchers. Reporters even broke new news. A very serious fire has occurred at Wangsan. All of this was recorded and broadcast on television. Bodies of prisoners and officers were continuously being discovered. The number of casualties is expected to increase significantly, and currently, there are no remedial measures. The reporter's voice continuously echoed. But some bodies discovered were not killed by the fire. Diokbie was calmly listening to this news report. Inside the secret, Ji-ho was still sound asleep, unaware of what had happened. Diokbie silently listened to the new report. Therefore, the police are actively investigating information regarding brawls in the prison. Police also stated that dangerous criminals had taken advantage of this incident to his face was paler than ever. It seemed he wouldn't survive this. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he had no hope left for this cold. Back in the past, when Ji-ho was scared, Tae Seo stepped forward and teased him. Hey, you screamed really loud just now. Had another. Hearing this, he hastily took off his glasses and explained. Seeing him look so strange, Tae Seo quickly offered comfort. Go wash your face. It's covered in sweat and tears. He nodded, touched. Then, wiping away his tears, he quickly suggested. I cried so much I'm starving. Let's go. Suddenly Tae Seo became very serious. Ji-ho, I'll just say this cat. He walked outside. Tae Seo advised. It's not your. This made Ji-ho freeze at his words. What do you mean by? Before Ji-ho could understand, Tae Seo walked outside. You just need to know that, remember my words, and don't have nightmares. After this dream ended, tears streamed down Ji-ho's face, and he slowly opened his eyes. As he struggled to sit up, The police chief beside him looked at him with sad eyes. Ji-ho, are you feeling better? He cast a hopeful glance at the chief. What happened next? The scene shifted to the outside of the orphanage. The director was still on the phone. Yes. Hello? His face became extremely worried as he hastily asked the news reporters there. I'm calling about the Wangsan prison fire. I want to inquire about prisoner Seo Ji-ho. Is he on the other end? The police quickly reported the situation to him. Among those found, there is no one named Seo Ji-ho. The search is currently still underway. We will contact you when we have info. Hearing this, he sadly and helplessly nodded in understanding. Yes, the police continued to ask him, may I ask what your relationship is with this person? Hearing this, he quickly introduced himself. I am the orphanage director. After a moment of thought, the director corrected himself again. Oh no, I am Ji-ho's. The police quickly reported back to him. Yes, we will contact you as soon as we have information. He sighed with great anticipation. Yes, I'm counting on you. After hanging up, the director continued to look at his phone wallpaper, where everyone looked incredibly happy. While he was still gazing at that happy photo, Sin chuckled and approached, speaking. You really know how to make people jealous. How can Ji-ho have so many fun? Seeing him suddenly appear made the director a bit surprised. You are. Hearing this, he chuckled. He wore a sinister smile on his face and announced. I am also Ji-ho's. After hearing everything, Ji-ho clenched his fists in despair. In the end, I couldn't protect him. As if understanding his feelings, the police chief hastily offered comfort.
Don't torme yourself anymore.
You did your... But thinking about everything that had happened only made him shake with despair. Everyone died because of my useless... This side, Sin's cold hands had already strangled the director. A cruel smile spread across his lips at his recent action. I once made a mistake with father by killing everyone around. Not only did he murder his biological father and even Ji-ho's foster father, now he directly killed the director, who was Ji-ho's last companion. So that father couldn't think of anyone else but me. But in the end, looking at the happy family photo, he chuckled and announced. So this time I won't make the same mistake with Ji-ho. He'll make it clean and perfect. His face became grotesquely twisted, believing his plan was superior, not as crude as last. On this side, Ji-ho's desperate tears continuously fell. It's all my He recalled everything. The promise to make him pay. Before, when Ji-ho was bathing with Seo, he quickly asked him, if I become a monster like Kim Sin, will people still love? The memories flashing through his mind made him even more desperate, clenching his fists. They were just empty words from a weakling like me. It all turned to thinking of everything everyone had sacrificed for him made him furiously enraged. I am a failed asset. I am a piece of 2 years passed. A wooden statue carved in the image of Seo was quickly not only that, but on the table were photos of various other people, such as Seo, the director, and Ji-ho was still sitting there, lost in his own. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. He quickly read the message sent to him. Song Jiangmin, Park Man-gu, Songsan Ward 2 to 104. Ji-ho's room at this moment was only filled with incredibly filthy trash. Fifth, the scene shifted to a bustling, crowded. On the wooden wall, numerous notices for escaped prisoners were posted. All your contributions are a great help to the investigation. Wanted, murderer and prison escapee. Reward for informant. 1 billion won. The prisoner above is the prime suspect in a series of cases, charged with arson, killing 2 fellow prisoners, prison escape, and murdering the orphanage director after escaping. Identifying characteristics. Seo Ji-ho, 22 years old, height 180 centimeters, weight approximately 80 kilograms, tall and muscular build. May have changed appearance. May use the alias Kim Young-ho while on the run. Those who provide accurate information will receive a reward and their identity will be kept confidential. Any act of harboring criminals, if discovered, will be severely punished by law. Gyeonggi Provincial Police investigation. This made the surrounding people walk and laugh as they chatted. That bastard still hasn't been caught? Holy hell, his bounty is up to 1 billion. Another guy chuckled, quickly suggesting his idea. Hey, let's quit our jobs and go hunt this bastard down. They treated this as everyday banter. Nah, you'd probably piss your pants if you actually... All these harsh words reached Ji-ho's ears as he walked on the street. He's the most disgusting, perverted, murderous devil. You know how many lives he's... Very quickly, he arrived in front of an old, soon-to-be abandoned... His footsteps were resolute as he walked into the... Seeing the stranger enter, the 2 guards outside hastily stopped him. Hey, stop! How did you get in? One of them didn't forget to threaten. Get out of here before I send you to meet your... Before he could finish his sentence, Ji-ho coldly attacked the man with a... Following that, he quickly delivered another punch straight to the... He decided to use the hammer to end the life of the remaining... Sensing the situation was getting out of hand, He helplessly pleaded in despair. No, please. After taking down the two guards, Jiho unlocked the door and slowly stepped in. As he passed, the bodies of the guards were covered in. Stepping inside, holding the hammer in his hand, he coldly asked, "Who here is Song?" Hearing this, the thugs immediately drew their weapons and confronted him. "Who sent you here, you dog? Damn it, who?" Jiho's lips curved into a surprised smile, and he then introduced himself to them. "Me?
I'm Seo.
This made one of them flinch in bewilderment. You're really Jiho, the guy we were warned?" Before he could react, Jiho coldly finished him off with a hammer blow, sending him to the next. Feeling it wasn't enough, he continued to strike the larger men behind with multiple hammer. Jiho's footsteps were firm as he stomped on all their. Now, raising the hammer in his hand, he had identified his next. This time, he directly brought the hammer down, and one of them also consecutively departed this. After taking down a few men with some basic moves, Jiho tiredly sighed and complained, "Broken again." The remaining men saw this scene and were shaking with. Having no other choice, he pulled out the weapon hidden in his back. Just one strike, he directly took the lives of the. Jaeyoung-min saw the situation was bad and hastily pleaded, "Wait. No, calm down. I heard about." Continued to recount what he knew. "You're the one who hunts down people in my organization." Jiho then slowly put on his. Seeing Jiho still unresponsive made him even more afraid, and he gestured. "If you want something, just say it." He intended to use something valuable to exchange for his life. "I know you're doing this for a." But Jiho did not. He directly grabbed his head and slammed it hard onto the ground, making him feel true. After slamming his head onto the ground, Jiho coldly questioned, "Want to know why I'm doing this? Did you attend the inauguration ceremony of Utopia's new?" He showed a photo of Sin and asked again, "Did you see this bastard?" Seeing Sin's photo made him shiver slightly. I don't know. It happened a long time ago. Besides, there were too many people there." Feeling that he still hadn't gathered any information today, Jiho sighed and put the photo into his pocket. "You don't know." He then picked up his weapon again. "All the guys before you also died for saying that." Sensing that Jiho might kill him, Jaeyoung-min hastily shouted, gesturing. He helplessly pleaded in despair. I remember now. I think I did see." Jiho seemed not to care about these things anymore. "You remember now? Huh?" He quickly raised his weapon forward and shouted, "Those who know too much don't get to." This made him even more desperate. What the? Thinking that he was about to pass on to the other side made him utterly terrified. "Damn it. I told you everything. I should be spared. You psycho bat." Jiho remained resolute, raising his weapon forward. "Anyone with any connection to Kim Sin, I'll kill them." Before sending him to the next world, he also had many things to teach him, whether it be hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. He suddenly remembered the wooden statue carved in Du Sio's image that he had. Those statues represented everyone who had died because thinking of the ever-increasing number made him desperate, and he screamed, "I'll kill them." After speaking, Jiho's face was covered in tears. "Just as that beast did to me, I will return it all." Fresh drops of red blood streamed across the. Jaeyoung-min had also bid farewell to his. The place was filled with bodies strewn across the. Jiho picked up a vial of medicine and spoke as he walked. "Today I've taken 7 lives." He injected himself with the medicine, even if only a little. His eyes were dull, as if he no longer paid attention to anything else. "I hope everyone is satisfied." And so, Jiho closed his eyes tightly and drifted into sleep. Jiho no longer just wanted to see father in his dream. In his dream, he met Taeseo's familiar and gentle. He also met the director again, his second. Not to mention Du Seo, who, though very cold, still taught him many things about life. And he also learned something important. Nothing could ever go back to how it was since he decided to step into that prison. Every time he remembered everyone, tears continuously streamed down his. He suddenly remembered the photo taken with the happy orphanage back then. He had no idea that every moment he had just discarded was the happiest in his. Jiho woke up. His eyes were filled with immense pain. And when everything had passed, only suffering remained, as if buried in hell. He no longer knew what was happening to him, only sinking into. While Jiho was still in pain, the door slowly opened. Seeing Jiho in such a state of mental exhaustion made Song-min even more irritated. "Are you using Spring Dream again? I told you to stop doing." He calmly wiped away his tears and retorted, "What does it have to do with you? I don't want to live long." Song-min sighed and continued to announce, "Who has the time to care about your health? I'm just worried you won't be able to fulfill your duty as an asset." Before Song-min could finish his sentence, Jiho's large hand clenched around Song-min. He pressed Song-min backward and questioned loudly, "Duty? So now I have to go on a suicide bombing mission like Uncle did? Or become a monster like Taeseo? Is that what you—" His eyes became extremely angry as he declared, "Remember this. After I deal with Kim Sin, you're—" Hearing this, Song-min forced a strained smile and replied, Just finish Kim Sin first, then you can kill however you. Hearing Song Min say that, Ji-ho could only release his. After taking a breath to calm down, Song Min immediately shouted a signal. That's enough rebellion, kid. Now shall we talk biz? He seemed to have found new information and reported everything to Ji-ho. Kim Sin is definitely hiding within the Utopia Corporation. So infiltrating Utopia's interior is the only way for us to. His voice quickly echoed as he looked at Ji-ho. You're too famous now, so this is impossible. At this point, Ji-ho understood Song Min's intention. Therefore, I have found a new asset with a completely unfamiliar. In the trash-filled room, Song Min quickly announced, this asset also has a reason to send this Kim Sin to hell, just like you. At this moment, time shifted to a large. Inside classroom 2 to 3, greetings quickly echoed. Hello, Cheon-soo smiled, introducing himself to the students. I am your new homeroom teacher, assigned to our class for the next year. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Park Cheon. Looking at his appearance made everyone excited and laugh loudly as they chatted. Teacher is so handsome. This made him happy. Thank you, everyone. How old are you, teacher? He chuckled and replied. I'm 28. But the students were very excited and suggested. Teacher, please show us your special talent. Cheon-soo didn't know what. This time, another male student quickly asked. Teacher, do you have a girlfriend? Hearing that, he announced to all the students, I don't have a girlfriend. The reason is that my fiancé doesn't allow it. This made everyone in the class burst into laughter. So cute. Look, he's even making a finger. After class ended, Cheon-soo announced to everyone. Everyone, let's all study hard from now. He spoke to the students with sincere eyes. I will do my best to ensure we have many happy times during our year together. I hope you'll help. The scene shifted to a cafe with 2 small cream cakes on a table. A joyful voice rang out. Congratulations on your new appointment. Looking at the cream cake in front of him made Cheon-soo a little happy. You ordered 2 cakes?
Yihyun chuckled, explaining.
I ordered it for you. You love cream cake more than anything in the world. He happily ate the cake, smiling as he spoke. Not at all. Cream cake is only my second favorite thing. My favorite is Kim Ji. These warm words made her incredibly happy, and she praised him. Oh my, such a smooth talker. My love, you've worked so hard. She quickly pinched his handsome cheek. Let's see. Whose husband is this talented? Hearing this, he chuckled, teasing. See how good. Jihyun quickly nodded proudly. Of course. To get to where you are today, you've had to work so incredibly hard. Starting from an orphanage was certainly not. She quickly offered praise. My boyfriend is the best, the coolest in this entire solar system. Everyone else just carries your shoes. These words made Cheon-soo feel shy. Hey, that's a bit too much. He gently leaned in and kissed Cheon-su's lips. Who told you to be so wonderful? He hastily announced. Jihyun, people are. She chuckled, quickly teasing. Let them eat dog food. Neither of them noticed Ji-ho in the distance. Deeply engrossed in reading, quickly muttered Cheon-su's name again. Park Cheon suddenly remembered last night, when Song Min had instructed him. This asset also has a reason to send this Kim Sin to hell, just like you and I. He himself might not even know it. Song Min pulled out a phone with Cheon-su's photo and announced. His name is Park Cheon-soo. 28 years. Song Min's face was very calm as he recounted everything. A park ranger found him after he fell into a culvert at age 6. He was then taken to the hospital for treatment but remained in a vegetative state for. His voice continuously echoed. Although he regained consciousness due to severe brain damage, he couldn't remember anything from before, not even his own. Ji-ho remained silent, listening to everything. Finding these explanations too lengthy, he questioned with a hint of confusion. No need for long explanations. What's your reason for choosing this person as an. A very strange smile appeared on Song Min's lips. Because the one who stole everything from. This time, an image appeared of a very happy mother and child walking along a long road. Both the mother and. Turned out that Cheon-soo was Sin as a young child. All that he originally had belonged to Kim. The scene shifted to Cheon-su's side. As he strolled along the long road, he happily chatted. The night air is really nice, not cold. Jihyun also smiled and nodded in agreement. That's right, because spring is almost. He gently glanced at her, blushing, and spoke his thoughts. Jihyun, thank you for always waiting. But she understood these things very well. She smiled gently and explained. What do you mean? I wasn't waiting for anything. He stammered, unsure how to explain. I have nothing now. Even our dates are just at the. Jihyun was perhaps a truly wonderful person as she continuously comforted him. Hey, what do you mean by that? Walking with your loved one in the park is the happiest thing in the world. I don't like fancy places. I don't want expensive. Just hearing these words made him incredibly happy. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy wherever. Amidst the dim streetlights with few people passing by, he gently called out.
Yi.
Cheon-soo knelt on one knee on the ground, preparing to propose. I'm only truly happy when you're by my side. He quickly pulled out a ring in front of Ji-hyun and proposed. Will you marry me? I want to see the most wonderful things with you and then leave this world too. Looking at the ring right in front of her made her flinch in surprise. What? What is it? Why so? He smiled as if he had been waiting for this happy day for a long time. I've thought about this very carefully. I've also waited a long time for my life to stabilize before telling you. Continued to look at the surrounding scene. Right here at the company where we first met, full of memories. I just want you to be the one who holds my salary for the rest of my life. Jun smiled gently, very happy. So, someone wasn't focused on studying and dared to think about other things, huh? You. Happy tears continuously streamed down her face. Do you know how long I've waited for you to say? Ji-hyun then continued her vow. Although I can't give you as happy a life as others right now, I will try my best to work hard. But clearly, she only cared about him and their future happiness. You idiot. Who said you have to carry this burden alone? I'll also try my best. If things get too tough out there, come home. I'll take care of you. Hearing this, he gently placed the ring on her hand. Thank you. Let's never let go of each other. The ring was slowly being placed on Ji-hyun's finger. He became incredibly happy. I love you. Cheon-soo knelt on one knee, preparing to propose. I'm only happy when you're by my side. Unfortunately, the gold ring fell heavily onto the ring immediately bounced onto the. Incidentally, it quickly rolled to the feet of a stranger. Seeing this, Cheon-soo was a little angry but didn't want to make a big deal out of it. So he sighed and complained. My ring fell. Sir, please be a bit more careful when walking next time. The road is so. The man quickly picked up the ring from the ground. I apologize. Turned out this strange man was Ji-ho. He slowly handed the ring back to Cheon-soo. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your happy. Taking the ring in his hand, he nodded, dismissing the matter. Yes, it's fine, I guess. Realizing something was wrong. His eyes immediately became dull and disordered. Just like that, he collapsed onto the ground, causing Ji-hyun to anxiously scream. Honey! She became incredibly frightened seeing him faint right in front of her. What's wrong? Honey! Ji-ho merely stood calmly, seemed to show no emotion at these. He calmly looked at the ring lying coldly on the ground, even as she continuously screamed. Wake up! Park Cheon. This time, she directly called an ambulance, quickly stepping forward and recounting. Hello? Is this 119? My boyfriend suddenly collapsed in the middle of the. Ji-hyun became extremely worried, crying out helplessly. This is at the center of Wangsan Park. Please come quickly and help me. The more she spoke, the more she trembled as she reported the situation to the paramedics. I don't know. He was conscious just now, but after bumping into a strange. When she looked again, Ji-ho had vanished from her sight sometime. Far away on the road, Ji-ho slowly walked. His solitary figure reflected under the dim streetlights, looking utterly. He recalled that evening. Ji-ho had asked Song-min in surprise. You mean Park Cheon-soo is Kim Sin? But even after knowing that, the more he spoke, the more confused he became. What if he still has no intention of seeking revenge? Maybe he loves his current life more than revenge. Song-min's mind was too dangerous. Song-min quickly suggested. If there isn't one, then we must create. Revenge against Sin had completely transformed Song-min into a different person. We must make him unable to think of anything else but revenge. Ji-ho remained silent, recalling everything, even though he didn't want to do these things. We must turn him into a monster just like. Cheon-soo was still unconscious, unaware of what was about to happen. The scene that appeared was an image of a happy mother and child holding hands, with 3 sheep in a small. The boy, who was truly Sin, was happily playing with his mother, father sheep, mother sheep, and baby. His mother quickly chuckled and sang, Father sheep is strong, and mother and child walked along the long road, looking incredibly happy. Mother sheep is gentle and warm, and baby sheep is so adorable, growing up so. This dream, vivid in Cheon-soo's mind, made him a little uncomfortable. He slowly opened his eyes and looked forward. What met his eyes was Ji-hyun, still crying and screaming. Honey, you're awake? Are you hurt? And he struggled to sit up, then asked in confused surprise. My head, is this a hospital? Why am I here? She helplessly explained everything. Earlier at the park, you suddenly. Her face filled with despair as she recounted, tears streaming down. The hospital tests also showed that you tested positive for. His words made Cheon-soo freeze on the spot, unable to believe what was happening. At the same time, a police officer stepped forward and quickly introduced himself. Mr. Park Cheon-soo, I am Kim Young-min from Wangsan Police Station. Would like to speak with you for a. After a period of examination and analysis, he quickly informed Cheon-soo of everything. The test results show that you are not a regular drug user. He nodded, immediately understanding. Yes, sir. Before leaving, he didn't forget to advise. You just need to write a simple statement as a... After leaving the hospital, Ji-hyun anxiously helped Cheon. As she supported him, she fearfully suggested, "Can you walk? Should I call a taxi?" He smiled and shook his head, replying slowly, "It's okay. I want to walk for..." Thinking of the scenes that had occurred only made her more frightened, and she sighed. "I thought scary incidents like this only happened in movies." It's truly made her very angry, and it even involved drugs. But he remained silent, not Cheon-soo suddenly remembered his conversation with the police officer. This is a very popular drug recently called Spring Dream. It can make users experience their most beautiful and happy memories through police officer's words also surprised him. The most beautiful memory. He nodded in confirmation. That's right. His face even became serious as he explained everything again. "I don't know the perpetrator's motive for using it on you, but you absolutely must be careful. This drug is linked to many major..." His eyes became extremely worried as he looked at Cheon-soo. Moreover, it's highly addictive even after just one use. If Cheon-soo feels anything wrong with his body, he must immediately go to the hospital. Thinking of this, Cheon-soo became incredibly conflicted, lost in his own thoughts. So what he saw in that dream truly were his lost childhood memories. He suddenly recalled his mother's smile in the... His eyes became filled with eager anticipation, wondering, was that my... While he was still lost in his thoughts, Ji-hyun smiled and walked over to comfort him. "Honey," even though something unpleasant happened. Her face flushed slightly as she quickly said, "Right now, I'm truly..." Seeing Cheon-soo still standing there dumbfounded, she chuckled and explained, "I mean, when you proposed..." This time, with a sincere expression, she gently spoke to him. "Silly, As usual, Cheon-soo made a finger heart, responding to her, "I love you." His current life was enough to make him happy, so he had nothing else to worry about. We must definitely be happy. Time passed, one day after another. Every night, Cheon-soo was plunged into extremely disturbing night. Even in his dreams, he couldn't find peace, causing him to sweat continually. Everything that had happened made him scream in fear repeatedly. The narrative slowly recounted that 3 days had passed since the incident. Cheon-soo shot up. He startled awake, realizing it was all just a dream. Park Cheon-soo hadn't been able to close his eyes for 3 consecutive. His eyes became filled with immense fear, recalling everything he had experienced in the dream. Every time he closed his eyes, he dreamt the exact same night. At that time, a large hand with a sinister smile continuously pushed him straight down the cliff. In the dream, a demonic 6-fingered hand. He was completely defenseless and thus fell straight down the deep rocky, pushing him down the cliff, and he kept falling endlessly. Cheon-soo did that. Everything had been orchestrated. Those were also the withdrawal symptoms the police had warned. Just thinking back on everything he had gone through made Cheon-soo pant exhaustedly. However, Park Cheon-soo didn't go to the police or a hospital for... He recalled the happy scene of mother and child walking together. Papa was strong and sturdy. Mama was gentle and warm. He felt a pang of reluctance recalling these things, as it also meant he would completely lose the memories of the mother he had been searching for 22. Calling the melody from his dream, Cheon-soo mumbled the line, "And the little one is so adorable." He was still trying to process things when Ji-hyun suddenly called out, "Honey, are you listening?" This startled him a little. She continued to suggest, "I said we need to book the wedding." Her face was filled with anticipation for the wedding, but she was a little disheartened. "Lately, bookings have been piling up a lot, so we have to find a place soon. And booking for this autumn is even harder." She sighed and recounted everything she had planned. "I saw online that people advise going to taste the food before deciding. You only get married once in a lifetime, and it would be so embarrassing if the food wasn't..." Cheon-soo still didn't understand what was happening to him, but he nodded and said, "Then let's go and try it this weekend." While he was still bewildered, a student's voice rang out, "Teacher." This finally looked up. The female students came up to him and announced, "Class is over, it's break time. Are you alright?" The students looked extremely worried, glancing at Cheon-soo. "You've been sitting there silently all..." Sweat continuously streamed down his face, making him even more bewildered. "Am I at school?"
I'm sorry, children.
"I'm not feeling well." While he was still trying to figure things out, a voice rang in his ear. "So you're a teacher." Without realizing it, he had gone to meet both sets of parents. Ji-hyun's father smiled, chatting and praising him. "I've heard a lot about you from my daughter. Even in difficult circumstances, you still strive so hard. Well done, young." The more he spoke, the prouder he became of his future son-in-law. "I have no problem with it. As long as you two love each other, that's enough." Ji-hyun, standing next to him, immediately whispered, "See? I told you my dad is very easy." After speaking, he didn't forget to suggest, "On this occasion, let's all have a few drinks." The fish salad here is delicious. Ji-hyun's mother, right next to him, angrily gestured. This man. As soon as he sees an easygoing young person, he starts teasing them right, but he still seemed very amused by his future son-in-law. A man without wine is like a flag without wind, you know. Only Cheon-soo stood still there, completely unaware of what was happening. What is this? I don't know anything. Why is everything spinning like... He tried to process it one more time. Ji-hyun stood in front of him, questioning, Honey, what's wrong with you lately? When I talk, you never The more she spoke, the more annoyed she became, angrily blaming him. Even yesterday, when we were with my parents, you were completely cold. What's going on? But he didn't know how to answer this problem. I am sorry, Ji-hyun, he sighed helplessly. It's just that I haven't been in this new position for long, so I'm temporarily overwhelmed by the work. Seeing this, Ji-hyun became a little scared, hastily looked down and asked helplessly, Or are you not wanting to marry me? Hearing this, he didn't know how to explain anything else other than apologizing. No, it's not like that. She helplessly hit his chest. Then why are you like... The continuous incidents had made her extremely tired, causing her to lean her head on his chest. You're not like yourself. The more she spoke, the more desperate she became, not knowing what else to do in this situation. Please, give me back the old Park Cheon-soo. Give him back to me. Give me back the man I... Her voice kept ringing out, please don't change. Cheon-soo still stood there in deep thought. Park Cheon-soo had been thinking for a long... His eyes suddenly became strangely hollow. He told himself just once, truly just... As he imagined it again, he went to the transaction location. Your DM, right? He thought to himself he wanted to see his mother again. The strange man handed the drug to Cheon-soo and signaled, Please send the money to my virtual account. He immediately nodded in understanding. I understand, he said, although he had tried to tell himself that afterward, he would go to the hospital for... After returning home, Cheon-soo quickly took the drug out of the vial. He tried to tell himself to continue living his normal... So, Cheon-soo injected the drug into his own body, just one single... His eyes became extremely worried about what he had just done. Just once. He gradually fell into a deep sleep due to the effects of the... Cheon-soo closed his eyes tightly and fell into a... In the dream, he saw the woman gently place a cream cake on the... She quickly ruffled the little boy's hair warmly and asked, Do you really like cream? While buying cream cake for her son, she smiled and chatted, It looks like Mama will have to learn how to bake to make cakes for her little... Turned out Cheon-soo was truly Sin. He happily put the cream cake to his mouth to eat. Then every day Mama will make cakes for her Sin to eat. Immediately after waking up, his eyes slowly opened wide. Looking straight, he gradually recalled his not-so-good past, shedding tears of surprise. Sunlight gradually streamed into the room. He smiled and asked aloud, So that's my real... Immediately afterward, Cheon-soo quickly called his girlfriend and told her, Ji-hyun, can we meet after work today? Lately, I haven't been myself as you... He'd firmly made up his mind. I'm sorry for making you... After listening to his girlfriend's instructions over the phone, he immediately nodded in understanding. Thank you. So, after you're done with work, let's meet at the cafe. A gentle smile finally appeared at the corners of his mouth. I love... After hanging up the phone, Cheon-soo quickly made a decision. Alright, I'll return to my old self. It's a pity I couldn't see my mother's face in the... Even so, his face became very sad. But even that was enough for me. The past can never be as important as the... As soon as he went to work, his colleagues quickly noticed his cheerfulness and chatted with him. Teacher Park, is there something happy going on? You look so radiant today. Cheon-soo heard this and chuckled in response. No, it's nothing. I just got enough sleep. This made his colleague seem surprised as he chatted. Honestly, I was a bit worried. Because lately, you've looked so pale and the quality of classes has been affected a little because... He didn't forget to place a hand on his shoulder and advised, try to stay as cheerful as you are today. Okay? There was something incredibly strange in Cheon-soo's... He couldn't find his consciousness anymore and slowly fell to the ground. It turned out he couldn't stand steadily anymore and simply fell into an undefined... He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, and turned his head back in surprise. Terrifying six-fingered hand immediately pushed him forcefully. Even the glass of water in his hand flew. Cheon-soo gritted his teeth, extremely angry about... Unable to bear this anger any longer, he immediately lunged to attack the one who had pushed him into the... His colleague's piercing screams also made Cheon-soo realize something was... When he looked back, his colleague was lying still on the ground, having been beaten by him. Teacher Kim. Someone, call an ambulance. Quickly knelt down and gestured to each other. Oh my god. Stop the bleeding. This time, they looked at Cheon-soo with immense fear. Teacher Park, are you... His colleagues continuously blamed him. Why would you act like that? As for him, he still didn't understand what had happened. His face became extremely bewildered, looking at his blood-stained hands. I just wanted to attack that. The image that appeared was the orphanage where Jiho once lived. But when he saw it again, everything was engulfed in flame. He helplessly shed tears of despair. No, it can't. The demon outside the blazing orphanage.
Hio desperately screamed.
At the same time, Duziak slowly appeared and quickly spoke. It's all your fault. It's all because of your weak. Turned out he was now held captive by the fingers and accused. It's all because you couldn't do anything to that bastard Kim. Everyone's voices kept ringing out, that's why we had to die. This also made Jiho. The orphanage director behind him also shed tears of despair and pleaded, Jiho, please kill that bastard. Tessio also seemed to join in the commotion. That's right, kill him. All the innocent, pitiful children in the orphanage had died. Big brother. Gil Kim Sin. Strange fingers. They continuously pleaded as if hypnotizing Jiho. Gil Kim Sin. Avenge us. Gil Kim Sin. Gil Kim Sin. Please kill Kim. Back to reality. Throughout the past years, Jiho never felt at peace after everyone's deaths. He slowly opened his eyes, returning to reality. After realizing that reality was far more painful than the dream, he could only helplessly sigh. Did I just fall asleep? I had a nightmare. His eyes became extremely contemplative, speaking in confusing words. Lately, even when I use the dream potion, I keep having nightmares. The more I dream, the more blurry and indistinct the memories seem to be. Jiho gripped his small pliers tightly in his hand. After all, humans are never content with the happiness they. Standing in front of the strange man, he still didn't care, but simply spoke his mind. Only when everything is lost do people appreciate what they had. But by then, it's too. He sighed. His life too solitary in the face of unfortunate events. I'm talking a lot today. This time he looked up and gazed forward. His eyes became extremely cold. Please understand, normally I have no one to talk to, because all of them were killed by that bastard Kim. Looking at the thug he had tied up right in front of him, he quickly questioned, all right, now we'll ask. He gently removed the tape from the man's mouth. Where is Kim? Terrified, the man hastily reported everything he knew. I don't know. After escaping from prison, I immediately fled. Only a few guys stayed behind to discuss fighting against Utopia. Clearly, Jiho didn't care, slowly bringing the pliers towards one of his fingers. Tell me, everything. He had completely changed due to life's upheavals and questioned, after all, you were once part of Kim Sin's legion. If you keep spouting nonsense, death will be your. After threatening him a few times, he directly cut off one of the man's fingers, making him shriek in despair. You're crazy. I really don't know anything. I'm telling the. Hearing that the man knew nothing, he could only sigh and complain. Is that so? Next, the man felt the pain spreading throughout his body. This time he pleaded directly. Wait. Stop, please. I really don't know. As if Jiho heard none of it, he just continuously cut off one finger after another, making the man feel bone deep. Seeing that he wasn't getting any promising results, he could only sigh and complain. All right then. It's fine if you don't. His eyes became extremely cold as he announced. Because on any day I can kill you bastards. On that day I can have beautiful dreams. Scene shifted back to Cheon-su. He was helpless, not knowing what to do in this situation. Looking at the colleague he had attacked made him even more helpless. I just attacked that. He gripped the glass tightly in his hand, trembling, not knowing what to do. My real intention wasn't. Time passed one day after another. Sitting inside the room, Cheon-su trembled, holding a cup of coffee in it. The department head quickly approached, sadly informing Cheon-su. Teacher Kim said he wouldn't press charges for this incident, because he didn't want to make a mountain out of a. Hearing this, he trembled and nodded in understanding. Although very reluctant, but for everyone's safety, the department head quickly announced, however, the teachers in the school have voted and made a decision. Her face was completely calm as she declared an important matter to him. Given Teacher Park's current condition, we truly cannot let you teach classes, and she even kindly advised, perhaps what you need most now is rest and psychological. Cheon-su, hearing this, nodded in understanding. Yes, I understand. He looked back. He was standing in the pouring rain. The delivery man handed him a strange small black package. It turned out he was buying the dream potion again to see his mother. Cheon-su helplessly called out in the pouring rain, Mom, I miss you so. The image that appeared was a delicious cream cake placed on the Ji-hyun had been waiting for Cheon-su at the restaurant for a very long. She waited from afternoon until late at night. Even the staff announced, we apologize, customer, but our restaurant is now closing. This left her completely helpless. Yes, she had tried calling Cheon-su many times, but it was useless. This side, the phone rang, but the ground was covered only with splatters of the dream. Cheon-su, still in a daze, pleaded aloud, Mom, please let me see your face. This He didn't care about anything that had happened to him. I miss you so much. Time continued to pass. Just like that, a week went. Ji-hyun's hand quickly pounded against the large, continuously called out to Cheon-soo. Open the door. Park Cheon. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, screaming in fury. I know you're in there. Open the door right now. Park Cheon. Cheon-soo slowly stepped outside and asked in surprise. Ji-hyun. What? Ji-hyun was extremely upset, continuously blaming him. How can you even ask that? Why haven't you answered my calls for a whole week? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. And what about you quitting your job at school? Do you have any idea how worried? But clearly, he didn't want to confront any of this. He just glanced in another direction.
I'm sorry.
I was just too tired. So I stayed home, and it's made her even more stunned and disbelieving. What? You slept? How can you even say such a... She thought he was still lying and reached out her hands to open the door. Even if you lie, you should find a more plausible reason. Do you think I'm a... Ji-hyun continuously screamed, causing a commotion. Get out of the... Even intended to go deeper inside Cheon-soo's room. I need to go in and see what you've been doing locking yourself up inside. Suddenly, he pushed her away with his... That was the first time he had pushed her to the ground. Her eyes were filled with disbelief at what was happening. You pushed me? He was helpless, not knowing how to explain. Ji-hyun helplessly shed trembling tears. She didn't know what to do about his current situation. Even if you break up with me or abandon me, her voice seemed to be pleading with Cheon-soo. But please just go back to being the old Park Cheon-soo. Please. At hearing this, he also shed tears because he didn't know how to explain. You came. His eyes were filled with despair. Were all these past days spent trying to find your old self? Even so, he coldly slammed the door shut. Sorry. I'm very tired now. I need to go to sleep. Hyun continued to cry uncontrollably at her boyfriend's dizzying change. Park Cheon. She tried to awaken him, but it all seemed useless. I will wait. His eyes had changed to a strange degree. No matter what, I will wait. He slowly closed the door, ignoring her still standing there. Until the Park Cheon-soo I always loved returns. The door slammed shut right in front of Ji-hyun's eyes, leaving her completely helpless, not knowing what to do. No matter how long I have to wait, I will. Time continued to pass. Just like that, another month went by. Cheon-soo used the dream potion again to see his mother. Alright, this will be the last. On the ground, empty vials of dream potion lay scattered. Because I missed mom. I spent all my savings. He quickly injected this stimulant directly into his body. So his eyes became filled with eager anticipation. Please let me see your face, Mom. He slowly closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. The image that appeared was a mother and child, incredibly happy, holding hands and walking down a long road. There were 3 in the small house. Papa smiled, turning his head back and singing the line to his mother, and the little... She also smiled, turning her head back and chatting, Papa is healthy, and this time, her face was incredibly gentle as she continuously sang the warm melodies. Mama is gentle and warm. The little one is so adorable. Cheon-soo finally got to see his mother's face. In the dream of the lonely one, he hoped to meet his mother again. Finally, I can see your face. In dream, she continuously praised him. Sin is so clever. You've sung the whole... This time, she quickly took his hand and pulled him along. Now let's go eat cake. Okay? Do you like it? Seeing this, he nodded in understanding. Yes. When he looked back, it turned out the fake Sin had replaced him at some point. His trembling arm slowly reached out towards his mother. Mom, who are you leading? Everything had gradually changed as the fake Sin stole everything from him. I'm right here. That little boy isn't your... When he turned his head, his mother had also completely transformed into someone else. Recalling this dream made Cheon-soo helplessly scream loudly. Woke up from the dream. His tears continuously streamed down. I'm your real son. At the same time, Jiho stepped forward and spoke. You just had a nightmare. Seeing a stranger appear in his room made Cheon-soo hastily retreat in fear. Why suddenly? You, who remained silent, not saying a word. He suddenly recalled the scene when Duziak had offered him a cigarette. He still cautiously looked up at the man and asked, Uncle. Who? The man remained very calm amidst everything happening. He quickly introduced himself. I am someone back to reality. Jiho gently announced, and I also want to help. These words made Cheon-soo freeze in surprise. He stood in front of him and declared, Take back everything you've suffered. To that bastard who stole your mother and your name. This time, he extended his hand towards Cheon-soo, as if proposing something. Cheon-soo still didn't know how to act in this situation. Become my arrow. The scene shifted to a cemetery, where the ashes of the unfortunate were. Jiho led Cheon-soo to this place and informed him. During the time Kim Sin was in prison, Your mother had to live in a psychiatric hospital. He also recounted everything. Then, exactly 2 years ago when that bastard escaped from prison, was also when he murdered. Cheon-soo silently looked at the urn in front of him. Just thinking about his mother's passing made him even more desperate. Is this my... This time he slowly touched the cold urn here. This tombstone without even a single flower. He suddenly recalled his mother's warm smile when she took him for a walk around the... Cheon-soo hugged his mother's urn, shedding tears of despair. My mother. Is it like... He had made up his mind. He turned his head and slowly spoke. You mentioned that arrow, didn't you? His eyes had completely changed due to this hatred. No matter what it is, I will do it. As long as I can kill that bastard Kim Sin, I will do it. Seeing that his goal had been achieved made Jiho calmly nod. Excellent. Then listen close. He quickly announced everything to him. From now on, you are no longer an ordinary person, but a time of harsh training began once again. A large hand struck Cheon-soo's face. Seeing that it wasn't enough, the thug immediately landed another punch straight to his stomach, making him feel intense. Turned out he had provoked a drug dealer. The dealer even mocked him. This guy's been taking too many drugs, so he's gone crazy. The more he thought, the more contempt he felt. Are you, the weakest kind, not afraid, daring to charge at me like that? After a period of continuous beatings, Cheon-soo became extremely tired. He took off his helmet and looked forward, coldly declared, I already told you. If you want to do business, talk with money. If you don't have money, get lost. Don't waste my... He was too angry. The delivery man even kicked Cheon-soo's handsome face. After knocking him down, the man immediately got on his motorcycle and... Damn it, I'm already swamped, and I have to deal with this good for... After a long period of getting beaten, he became extremely tired and unable to... The watch on his wrist also chimed with Jiho's announcement. You held out for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is just the beginning phase, and the target will be that guy. Jiho stepped in front of him, quickly announcing, we don't have much time left. You must become strong as soon as possible. Hearing this, Cheon-soo's face was drenched in sweat. He asked back, bewildered and hastily, I've never fought anyone before. Can someone like me really become... Jiho, however, was very familiar with such things. He coldly announced and gestured, if you are an arrow, you absolutely cannot think such nonsense. Becoming stronger isn't about whether you can or cannot. It's something you are compelled to achieve, and I will personally make you stronger. He slowly took steps forward and announced. The training continued as large sacks filled with rocks were continuously... Despite his weak body, Cheon-soo was determined to lift these heavy objects. He even had to eat nutritious porridge so he could become strong. His fists were incredibly firm, punching straight towards these. Cheon-soo was determined to change, and Jiho continuously stood behind, teaching him. Jiho's eyes became filled with more hatred for Sin than anyone. Flashback to an earlier time, Jiho expressed his thoughts to Seon Min. Supposing we can get Park Cheon-soo to agree to become an arrow. But how can we infiltrate him into Utopia's inner... Seon Min heard this and chuckled softly, reassuring him you don't need to worry. He didn't forget to reveal the plans he already had in mind. I will make Utopia forced to accept him, but before doing that we must ensure he survives. His voice continuously echoed. Your job is to put all your effort into turning Cheon-soo into the strongest arrow. If he dies, he must die within Utopia. Jiho also became serious upon receiving this. A long time passed again. Cheon-soo had practiced boxing so much that his fingers were stained with, but he didn't give up and continuously trained with fervent dedication. Thinking about everything he had lost made him even more focused, continuously practiced until he met the drug dealer who had sold him the banned substance again. He directly punched him in the face. Cheon-soo also didn't forget to deliver a fatal kick to his body. He had completely transformed through Jiho's training. After just a few basic strikes from him, this guy finally lay rolling on the ground, and seeing the results he had achieved made Cheon-soo joyful, chuckling in surprise. I won. I finally won. He was still happy. A few other thugs quickly appeared from behind. Damn it, what the hell are you? Looking at the thin, weak Cheon-soo right in front of them made them even more contemptuous. So he called us to the park because of you, huh? How dare you hit our guy? You angrily continued to lecture him. You've been taking too many drugs and gone completely insane, haven't you? These words also made Cheon-soo bewildered, not knowing if all these recent actions had been observed by Jiho. Too arrogant to know what fear is. Cheon-soo gritted his teeth firmly, preparing to make his next decision. This time he was determined to defeat these thugs by raising his fists and attacking. This also angered them. Piercing screams continuously rang out, all clearly witnessed by... The scene shifted to another side. Delicious dishes had been prepared and placed on the... Woman quickly turned her head and called out to her son. Son? Mama's done cooking. Come eat. Sin stepped out, smiling as he asked, today's breakfast has soybean paste. He opened his mouth wide and spooned a large spoonful of stew in. After tasting this delicious dish, he became incredibly joyful and praised it. So delicious. Mama's soybean paste stew is the best in the world. It was unknown where he found these fake parents. But his adoptive father chuckled and nodded in agreement. Your papa decided to marry your mama because of this stew. Hearing this, she chuckled, turning her head back to chat with him. Now, I remember you said you fell in love with me at first sight. Didn't you? So you lied to me? You naughty old... The family of three laughed heartily and continuously chatted with each other. Well, I fell for both you and the soybean paste stew. If you keep talking like that, from tomorrow I'll only feed you 2 instant. Even suggested aloud. Oh dear. Then from tomorrow, I'll have to tape my mouth shut.
I'm so scared.
Sin then slowly spoke up. But he immediately informed the man who was still holding a newspaper, covering his face. You should hurry and eat breakfast too, Papa. Don't read the newspaper. And his eyes then continued to look down at these 2 people he called parents. And all turned out the man's hands were trembling with fear. Don't let your hands tremble like... Hearing these reminders made the man holding the newspaper tremble in despair. When he lowered the newspaper, his face was filled with tears as he pleaded. I am sorry. Please forgive me. Seeing this attitude made Sin extremely bored and sigh. Sorry, then forgive. Thinking of his play being ruined made him force an unpleasant smile. What kind of father would say that to his son, huh? Seeing that Sin was completely enraged, having no other choice, the man could only kneel on the ground. He shed desperate, trembling tears and pleaded, Kim Sin, I beg you, please give me another chance. His voice continuously echoed, I promise he'll do well this time. I won't make any more mistakes. Sin also angrily gripped the chopsticks in his, please give me. Before the man could finish his sentence, he directly stabbed these chopsticks into it. At the same time, his eyes became extremely cold as he declared, how annoying. A father begging his son for his life is unacceptable. He continued to glance at the fake mother. I'm right, aren't I, Mama? She shed tears of fear but still stammered and nodded along. Yes, Sin. Your papa shouldn't do. Hearing her say that, Sin chuckled, slowly pulling out the blood-stained chopsticks. His eyes were incredibly twisted as he continuously questioned, I killed Papa right in front of you like that, and you're defending me saying I did the right. This made her so desperate and trembling that she dared not. Just a few minutes later, this pitiful woman finally went to meet her. A subordinate quickly cleaned up the scene and reported everything to Sin. Sir, we will prepare a new family for you right. Hearing this, he nodded in understanding. He glanced at the woman's cold corpse being dragged away. Anyway, I don't feel happy. Now, his 6-fingered hand moved forward. He sighed and complained, I need a real... With malicious eyes, Sin looked forward, as if anticipating. Hurry and come to me. On this side, Cheon-soo was extremely tired from his training. Alone, he had directly defeated the thugs who had surrounded him. Ji-ho also stepped forward to praise him. Now you're starting to look more like an... Without letting him rest, he continued to give orders. Now we will move on to the next training. His voice continuously echoed, absolutely do not fail. Cheon-soo held the knife, trembling with fear. He looked at the man right in front of him but didn't dare to. This man angrily questioned loudly, damn it, who are you? At the same time, Ji-ho informed him the target is Yuzu Pil, 50 years. He continuously instructed him through the walkie-talkie in his hand. He is a man who brutally attacked a bar employee while drunk. Because he was found to have a mental disorder, he was released after 6. His voice continuously echoed. Now he's working part-time and living with an 8-year-old son. This also made Cheon-soo hesitant, not knowing what to do. He continued to instruct through the phone screen the combat skills you've learned over the past time. Now is the time to apply them and directly proceed to the next. His voice continuously echoed. Kill him. He suddenly recalled the scene where he had choked a man in the... At that time, he had seen the man's son, still hiding under the bed in fear, watching At that time, Ji-ho was extremely panicked, not knowing what... The little boy shed tears of despair, trying to stay back to reality. He resolved not to let this mistake happen again. Absolutely do not fail this. Yuzu Pil, seeing someone coming to attack him, became extremely terrified. What? What the hell? What is this? Ji-ho continuously urged. You absolutely must not become a worthless piece of junk like me. Cheon-soo's hands, holding the knife, trembled, not knowing what to do. His eyes looked like he was about to cry, hearing Ji-ho's words. You must be the most perfect arrow. Too scared, Cheon-soo could only tremblingly thrust the knife forward. Seeing that he still wouldn't act, Ji-ho grew annoyed and ordered, Why are you still just standing there? If you hesitate any longer, you'll be the one attacked. While he was hesitant, not knowing what to do, Yuzubail's large hand tightly gripped his. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. punching and kicking relentlessly. Damn it! You came here to kill me too, you bastard? He furiously punched the boy repeatedly, cursing loudly. You damn bastard. You're not the first person to try this. Do you want me to send you to your grave like those other Remembering all the events of that day made him rage even more. Damn you all. Be smart and leave me alone. All his pent-up frustration spilled out. Why do you always have to meddle in other people's business? Che Ansu silently endured all of his attacks. Can't you see him trying to atone for my mistakes and live a good life? His eyes widened with anger, ready to retaliate. He realized that Du Pil was pushing him down a deep. Seeing the cliff made Che Ansu so terrified that his eyes. I can't die in vain like this. Che Ansu quickly turned around, preparing to strike back. He swiftly pushed Du Pil backward, making him cry out in pain. Che Ansu successfully pushed him back, leaving him unable to. Feeling the pain spread throughout his body, Du Pil's tears flowed uncontrollably, and he screamed in distress. Che Ansu continued to pull out the blood-stained knife in his. He directly stabbed Du Pil in the stomach, causing him to clutch his chest and shriek in agony. Thank you watching for vid. After delivering the stab, Che Ansu froze in bewilderment. As he was trying to regain his composure, Du Pil urgently screamed, begging repeatedly. No, please. I'm trying to change now. His desperate voice echoed. I genuinely regret the mistakes I made in the past. Che Ansu remained silent, standing there. He didn't know what to do next when Jiho quickly urged him through his earpiece. End this now. Du Pil's tears streamed down as he helplessly pleaded. Don't kill me. Please. It was the first time Che Ansu had attacked someone, leaving him utterly helpless and unsure of what to do next. Must I really do? He quickly raised the knife, about to bring it down. I can't. Before he could lower it, Jiho's hands firmly gripped his. Do you know? The victim that day also begged this guy for her life. That girl was even more pitiful than he is now. A million times Jiho's voice urged him on. Do what an arrow is supposed to do. And with that, Che Ansu swiftly killed Du Pil. As Che Ansu still reeled from everything he had done, Jiho remained perfectly calm. An arrow must never let emotions interfere. Its only target is to pierce the enemy's. Jiho continued to pull the blood-stained knife from Che Ansu's hand. An arrow affected by anything in terminating its target. It seems you're familiar with all this. Is merely a defective. After suffering 2 fatal blows, Du Pil thrashed about in Che Ansu's hands were covered in blood, which continued to drip. He helplessly pulled down his mask and asked Jiho in confusion. But he's a human too. Jiho shook his head, reaching into his pants pocket to pull out something. Wrong. To me this time, he quickly handed Che Ansu a strange bottle of medicine, instructing now there are only 2 things. The arrow and the target. Che Ansu still didn't understand what he meant, so Jiho motioned again. Go back to base and get some rest. Today's training is enough. His voice resonated. Che Ansu looked at the bottle of medicine in his. And so, Che Ansu used up the medicine Jiho had given him, discarding the empty bottle on the. He quickly fell into a deep sleep, hoping to dream of good. Outside the secret base, Jiho coldly reported everything to Song Min. Although he's not perfect yet, he's met some of the requirements. He didn't forget to ask, has Park Che Ansu been brought into Utopia's inner circle? Song Min chuckled, lighting a cigarette in his hand as he replied. First, they'll make him a thorn in the side of those Utopia bastards, but in a way that they can't eliminate. Song Min's voice sounded comforting. The best way is to exploit the bottomless greed of those bastards. Still, Jiho found something perplexing. Song Min smirked, pulling out a new bottle of medicine and slowly announcing, someone voluntarily became my test subject. Thanks to that, I've developed. He quickly held the cigarette in his hand and shared his analysis. I've named it Splendor Dream. If Spring Dream can only allow users to relive beautiful moments of. He seemed very proud of having created the strange medicine in his hand. Then Splendor Dream will bring many times more happiness by helping users even fix their regrettable memories. Who in this life doesn't have regrets or wrong decisions, right? Splendor Dream will help them fix everything, which is why its addictiveness is many times greater than Spring. After hearing these bewildering explanations, Jiho coldly asked again, so, what exactly did you research that? Song Min chuckled, lit his cigarette, smoked it down and explained, I'm gonna have Park Che Ansu sell this. The corners of his mouth curved into a satisfied smile as he spoke all his thoughts. Those Utopia bastards will surely sniff it out and come looking for him immediately. Of course, if he's unlucky, he might get killed, or if he's luckier, they'll capture him to investigate the manufacturing formula. As he said that, Jiho angrily punched him in the. More Jiho thought about it, the angrier he became, cursing non-stop. How can you treat human lives so cheaply? You're going to gamble with Park Che Ansu. Feeling it wasn't enough, he punched Song Min in the face. All of Song Min's actions further ignited Ji-ho's indignation. And this deadly addictive substance? Do you know this drug could turn this world into hell? There's something in this world. While Ji-ho was still passionately cursing, Song Min's lips curled into a surprised smile. Treat human lives cheaply. It seemed Song Min had paid close attention to Ji-ho's words. What did you just say with your own mouth? Never let personal emotions interfere with a mission. He quickly raised the splendor dream medicine he had created. Isn't an arrow that's affected by anything regarding its purpose just defective? This statement also made Ji-ho freeze in. Time was running out. Song Min coldly ordered, now, cut out that hypocrisy. You and I are just bastards trying to kill an even bigger bastard. After sitting up, Song Min regained his composure and declared, if you don't accept this truth, you'll never be able to kill Jin Xian in your... The scene shifted to a secluded village, far from the city. Arguments constantly broke out there. Let go. You damn bat. The villagers furiously argued over a bottle of medicine. Give me back my spring dream. Damn you.
Don lit.
This is... One man even bit the other man's ear directly. Damn you. Give it back. The other man didn't back down, cursing angrily. You dog. How dare you bite me? Do you want to... The two sides argued, neither willing to yield. What? You think I'm scared of you? Try me. Here. Lots of blood. Feeling his opponent still challenging him, the man with the bleeding ear furiously drew a knife forward. This dog. You think I wouldn't dare? You. Today I'll teach you some... As the two were still fiercely arguing, a large hand quickly clamped down on one of the men's... Zhang Haoxing coldly questioned both of them. What are you doing? Seeing him appear made the crowd extremely frightened. Mr. He coldly gave an order. Give it here before I smash your... Seeing his terrifying attitude, the crowd couldn't resist and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, we know we were... His trembling hands slowly handed the bottle of medicine to Zhang Haoxing. Please, forget. After taking the bottle of medicine, Zhang Haoxing directly ordered the people inside. Seems your thick heads can't remember, so I'll have to remind you. In this manic dong, not even a single... His face became perfectly calm as he declared, or even a grain of sand belongs to any of you. Outside the secluded village, a luxurious car slowly approached. Song Min's voice resonated. Manic dong. This is a desolate village part of a resettlement project. This place has become a gathering point for spring dream addicts and out. Quickly observed the entire scene outside the village and explained to Ji-ho, that's why this is also where spring dream is most consumed. Besides spring dream, other psychedelic drugs are also widely sold. His face was calm as he looked ahead. And the leader of this manic dong, according to my investigation, the man leading the entire area was the large man from before. It was Zhang Haoxing coldly questioned, who are... This time, he quickly turned his head and asked, coming here in that ridiculous suit, making a fool of... And that was the target for Song Min and Ji-ho. He was the person for Park Chae-on-soo to sell Splendor Dream to. Though a bit scared, Chae-on-soo still introduced himself. I'm here to make a deal with Manic Dong, Mr. Inside the car, Ji-ho asked with a hint of worry, what if that bastard Haoxing doesn't agree to... Song Min chuckled as if he had calculated everything. That guy isn't stupid, so don't worry. Splendor Dream is a golden goose. Saying this, Song Min presented the medicine he had created with his own hands. Don't forget, this stuff is many times more addictive than spring. Inside the large room, Haoxing chuckled in surprise, asking Chae-on-soo, you say you'll sell this to us for a lower price than spring? Little nervous, Chae-on-soo still nodded, confirming it to Haoxing. Yes, that's... Seeing such a sweet deal come his way, Haoxing burst into surprised laughter. He didn't forget to compliment. Looks like this isn't bad at all. Well, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a strange smile, as if he had planned something in advance. But you know, Haoxing intended to monopolize the drugs Chae-on-soo had. He didn't forget to reveal his plan. Once you step into this manic dong, you'll never be able to take anything out. Hearing him speak so arrogantly, Chae-on-soo was a little unbelievably panicked. You... What? As soon as Chae-on-soo finished speaking, Haoxing's large foot simultaneously stomped directly onto his... Haoxing calmly stomped Chae-on-soo down to the... His eyes turned utterly vicious as he raised his fist forward. To make it clear, you're going to die here today, you... Haoxing attacked. Chae-on-soo immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the fierce... Chae-on-soo's quick reaction also made Haoxing exclaim in disbelief. You actually dodged my punch? You bet. Haoxing had anticipated what was about to happen. Looks like you're not just a simple drug dealer, are you? Chae-on-soo clenched his fists, preparing for the next shot. The more he watched, the more Haoxing chuckled in surprised interest. And you're not even running, he chuckled, looking at Chae-on-soo with anticipation. You're going to fight Zhang Haoxing one-on-one? Although he didn't want to, Chae-on-soo had no other choice. He appeared calm. Deep down, Cheon-su was more terrified than ever. He asked himself in confusion, what did I do wrong? Why is this guy suddenly? Haoshing stepped forward, interrupting Cheon-su's rambling thoughts. He quickly announced, it seems your life will be left behind in this manic dong. A white car parked on the side of the road. Inside, a voice chatted, I should go check it out too. What are you going? Jiho looked out with cold eyes. Leaving Park Cheon-su there alone makes me Song-min seemed to not have heard clearly. What? Uneasy? Are you worried about an? Jiho just kept looking outside, not bothering to. Song-min frowned, advising Jiho, you're letting personal emotions get involved again. Don't forget that. Jiho spoke in a low voice to Song-min. But isn't he our tool for revenge? Face became serious. Until the goal of revenge is achieved, we must at least preserve the. Song-min seemed to understand. So that before parting ways, he reminded Jiho a few things. Well then, be careful. This manic dong is a hotbed of psychedelic drug addicts. Jiho is getting involved with dangerous elements. Those addicts here have even less to lose than. Scene change, someone muttered disgusting things. In the red flames of hell, how can there be such a beautiful fairy?
Fairy, don't go.
Take me with you. This mortal world is too. And then ants swarmed his face, but he didn't even bother to shoo them. Another young man thrashed and screamed, get out of my head, get out. Then there was someone looking in a mirror, talking to himself. Mom, how many times have I told you? I didn't do anything. Strange person walked through the alley filled with lunatics. Chaos everywhere. Why are there so many spring dream? Jiho raised a question. But why are all of them lying aimlessly in the middle of the road like? Voice spoke from beside him. Because soon the sun will. The woman's face was hazy with drug addiction. And in this manic dong, few houses have electricity. So no light bulbs are turned. Her words were far from positive. Jiho looked at her with confusion. And shadows are the messengers that bring night. Suddenly, she grabbed Jiho's arm. You're new here. The woman was addicted to the point of madness. With her other hand, she pulled down her shirt. You must have a lot of spring dream with you, right? Share some with me and then you'll do anything you. Jiho looked at the woman with disgust. If Splendor Dream is sold by Utopia, then the number of aimless people like this will only increase. From the house on his right, a piercing scream echoed. Men were tied tightly to beds, screaming endlessly. Please, let me go. Please.
I'm suffering.
Their eyes were bloodshot and bulging, saliva drooling. I'm begging you. Please let me go. Through the window, Jiho looked in, horrified. What is this? What exactly are they? In another scene, a man smiled sinisterly. Your life. Cheon-su raised both fists in defense. It seems we'll be left in this manic. Haoshing excitedly jumped up and lunged forward. Cheon-su's two hands blocked Haoshing's insane. But how could he withstand it? Haoshing punched Cheon-su, sending him. Cheon-su couldn't believe it. He can knock someone flying with just one hand? What kind of monstrous strength is? Haoshing raised his foot, aiming to kick Cheon-su in the. Cheon-su quickly. It was time for Cheon-su to counterattack. His face turned furious. This guy is completely different from the opponents I've faced recently. He punched Haoshing directly in the. Haoshing, this punch had no effect whatsoever. Are you just tickling me? That felt. Haoshing returned the favor with a punch that sent Cheon-su's face flying. You're going to fight me with that little punch? Haoshing pushed Cheon-su's head down. Unbelievable. Thank you watching for vid. Cheon-su helplessly pondered. How can I defeat this? Haoshing slammed Cheon-su's face into it. Cheon-su recalled his arduous training, dripping with sweat. So, if I have to face an opponent with overwhelmingly superior physical strength, what should I do? Jiho's voice echoed in his memory. Don't worry. These training exercises aren't. Cheon-su carried a pile of sandbags. Jiho wanted him to know that combat strength wasn't the only thing he wanted to teach. If you want to live, you have to fight back. Jiho calmly told him, this is a fight, so if you want to win, you have to use every method. No matter how despicable that method may be. Remember, real combat is completely different from. Despite being tired and carrying a pile of sandbags, Cheon-su still had the strength to ask. I know all that. But I'm asking you what I should actually. Jiho uttered a key point. You must make your opponent think. I can't believe this guy would dare to go that. Jiho maintained his stance, giving Cheon-su resolve. That means you have to reveal as much madness and bloodlust as possible. Only then can you surprise your. Prompted Cheon-su to envision the enemy he had to face.
Imarin yo facing yin.
Back to reality. Even though Cheon-su had been beaten to a bloody nose, I have to try to show extreme madness and bloodlust? What kind of vague instruction is this guy giving? Damn it! Mockingly pointed to his own head. What are you mumbling about, you fool? Did I punch you so hard you lost your. Cheon-su stood up, still raising his fists. Haoshing maintained his contemptuous attitude as before. Oh, you can still stand up? You have decent endurance. To be honest, There aren't many guys who can take as many of my blows. Haosheng rubbed his head, preparing to continue. But I don't have much time to play with you. Let's finish this here. When Haosheng wasn't paying attention, Cheon-su threw his jacket at his. Haosheng quickly pulled the jacket off. What other stupid trick are you trying? But Cheon-su turned and ran away. Running away? Are you? Quickly lifted the suitcase with one, headed towards the door ahead. Haosheng clicked his tongue. You're disappointed. Haosheng shouted loudly, always provocative. It's useless. My men are all over this manic dong, you fool. Stay and fight and die like a man. Let me. Cheon-su didn't care what Haosheng did. He screamed loudly, calling people over. Attention. Keep in the suitcase full of drugs. Special event. Free drugs here. All free to promote a new product. Come on down. Indeed. Just as expected. It attracted everyone in the village. What? Is that spring? Eyes turned red. Blood vessels visible. Is it really all free? Short-witted. Still couldn't grasp Cheon-su's plan. Did I really punch your head so hard you broke it? What kind of childish game is? Instantly, Cheon-su tossed all the bottles of medicine out. They flew directly into Haosheng's face. Damn you! In getting annoyed, made Haosheng's face turn. Crowd rushed in, searching for drugs. As if possessed. It's all mine. Get out of the way. This drug is mine. Damn it. The minority, of course, couldn't defeat the majority. No matter how Haosheng screamed, they ignored him. Stop immediately. Damn it. Do you all want to? Sweat poured from Haosheng's body. He too was worried. These addicted dogs. Damn it. He was furiously cursing. A black cord tightened around his neck. If you don't want to die, get off me. Cheon-su used his tie, stomping on Haosheng's back to tighten it. Haosheng groaned. You used these dogs to sneak up. Cheon-su's eyes were filled with hatred as he acted. Haosheng could only struggle with the cord and curse. You filthy bat. He continued his threats. You think you can use a few childish tricks to kill the boss of this manic? But Haosheng's strength was greater. He easily broke free. Then the cord slipped from Cheon-su. Haosheng couldn't believe he had Only now did Haosheng realize Cheon-su's intention. He didn't intend to tightly constrict the cord to strangle me? So the real Cheon-su took advantage of Haosheng's distraction, rushing from behind. Could it be to break my center of gravity? Cheon-su slammed his head down with a painful blow. But why the hell would he do? Haosheng seemed to have a masochistic streak. Even after being beaten badly, he praised, not bad. I took that hit. That move made me lose face. Haosheng clenched his hand. But do you know something? He reversed the situation. What's about to happen? Then Haosheng's predictions all went wrong. What? Could it? Only now did he think of it. In the jacket, Cheon-su calmly stood in that corner and told Haosheng, that's right. I already put Splendor Dream in your jacket pocket. You buried your entire pig face in it like that, so the drug must have started to take a. Cheon-su's demeanor was calm, for he was the victor. Soon you'll fall asleep. At this moment, Haosheng could only scream, you, don't celebrate too soon. He bit his hand until it bled, trying to stay awake. If it's spring dream, I absolutely won't let myself fall. Haosheng's eyes suddenly turned red. Haosheng became lethargic, absolutely, and collapsed in front of
Cheon-su pante devili.
Someone picked up a bottle of medicine and the man trembled with emotion upon getting the medicine in his hand. Now I have something good to withstand the storms of life. I can dream. On the other side, fighting and cursing continued without end. Get out. This is mine. I saw it first.
Mine.
The curses and punches echoed in Cheon-su's ears. No, I saw you had a lot already. What a lot. Just then, Li Shanxing appeared, roaring. What are you doing? Put all the spring dream in your hands down. No one dared to fight or make a spectacle anymore. Everyone cowered. Chief of the village, we are. Cheon-su was surprised by this sight. These addicts completely ignored Jiang Haosheng's words when they saw the drugs. But they listened to this man. He unconsciously asked, who exactly? Li Shanxing introduced himself. I am the chief of this village. What are you doing? Cheon-su was slightly stunned. You all? Li Shanxing continued. I know there's more than just one. Li Shanxing's face was scarred. Although these eyes can no longer see the light, I can still feel the presence of a man holding a black bag in his hand respectfully reported. Chief of the village. I have collected all the spring dream here. Li Shanxing ordered, put it down. He gnashed his teeth in anger. You made this despicable thing and brought it here to. He cast aside his staff, stomping his foot repeatedly. You dead dogs. How much more of this world do you have to ruin to be satisfied? Shanxing lifted his scarred face. You should thank the heavens that I have sworn an oath not to kill anymore. Otherwise, none of you bastards would walk out of here unharmed. Cheon-su's eyes widened, watching all of Li Shanxing's furious actions. What? Even Jiang Haoxing? They seem to have some kind of grudge against Spring. Then, Li Shanxing turned and spoke to someone. Hey, you rat hiding in the shadows. You're the one who sent this guy. Indeed. Jiho was standing behind the wall, secretly observing. Li Shanxing raised his voice to warn. Never appear before me again. I'm only warning you this once. Next time won't be so. He uttered words full of murderous intent. Killing bastards like you isn't killing. It's just cleaning up.
Seong Min Li à cigarette.
You said Li Shanxing is in manic. Two men conversed in a chilling setting. What is Li Shanxing planning to do there? Is he going to lead the addicts there to create a new... Jiho clenched his hand slightly. He had misunderstood this place. Manic Dong. It's actually not a place like we imagine. As he witnessed the scene of the man tied limb to limb on the bed, screaming, "Please, someone untie me." A hand took the man's hand, encouraging him. No matter how much it hurts, you must endure. Manic Dong. Li Shanxing tried to suppress the man's addiction. You must overcome it.
Yun Yun cried out, "Chief."
Chief of the Jiho saw with his own eyes. It's actually a rehabilitation center. Li Shanxing encouraged the man to overcome himself. If it's too difficult, it'll give you a small dose. But try hard. Endure as much as you. Spoke from his heart. Only then can you escape this. The truth was revealed. The spring dream sold there.
Jiho exclaimed in shock. Li Shanxing.
A noble purpose was being acted upon. It's actually an ingredient to be diluted and used for therapeutic purposes. The hands of farmers planting green seed. Jiho stood silently watching from the gardeners looked truly happy planting their rows of plants. It's getting dark soon. Let's finish for today. All right, everyone, take a break. Let's eat a snack and go. Jiho bowed his head, feeling a little guilty. Manic Dong is not hell after all. Li Shanxing is turning it into a place for people. Song Min spoke to console him. Is that so? Well, then Manic Dong isn't going to work out. It's all right, we have plenty of other places to discuss. Jiho's hand was still clenched. His voice trembled. Is there no other way to get Park Chae-on-su into Utopia besides? Jiho seemed to have reached a dead end. Do we have no other Song Min offered a mysterious smile, still holding an unsmoked cigarette. Of course. So don't think about such nonsense. And he directed the conversation to the core issue. And don't pay attention to how much I'm making this world worse. You should only think about one thing, how to kill Gene X elsewhere. Two sides shook hands in the flash of a... Two men were reaching a reasonable agreement for their business. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to your help in the future. This will surely be the most outstanding hotel in Shanghai. The man with glasses offered a strange smile. Furthermore, the nutritional pharmaceuticals you sent us last time had a very good reaction. They are far more effective than other nutrients and can even improve the users. Made an attractive offer. If you grant us distribution rights, I will certainly expand the business market to a global... The man from the partner company humbly replied, that was just a small gift, a token of my sincerity. Thank you, Chairman, for your kind... The chairman politely responded, I will discuss this with the management. At this moment, an employee whispered in Sung Jin's ear, Secretary General, our new factory director would like to meet you for... Sung Jin found it strange. The factory director wants to... Sung Jin moved down to the factory. He politely asked, Director, what's the... Su Dong held a tray of items and greeted him. Secretary General, hello? We've just developed some new products and wanted to invite you to... Beautiful, shiny gummy bears on the tray with a good intention. We found that injecting Spring Dream in the usual way seems a bit troublesome. Therefore, we've developed these gummy and chocolate forms so that customers can use them more. She maintained her friendly demeanor. Not only that, but they also have aesthetic and flavor benefits. Sung Jin exclaimed upon hearing this. But this was what he wanted to hear. That's a very unique idea. But why do you want to show this? He humbly said, I'm just a regular Secretary General. Shouldn't you be talking to the chairman? Su Dong moved closer to him. Come on. We know every... She winked at Sung Jin, implying, in this utopia, who has more authority than the Secretary General? The chairman or director are just puppets. Sung Jin leaned close to her, his face filled with cunning. Please don't say such dangerous things. Who told you all? Su Dong held the so-called gummy in her hand. No, it's not that. I figured it all out. My small thing in her hand caused a terrifying excitement. What kind of place this is? Who the real strong ones are? Who are the weak puppets? And who will be the last to survive? Sung Jin's face shone with an unpredictable deviousness. How interesting. Truly the work of Han Sun-tae. The gummy in her hand suddenly shattered. Oh, you've investigated? Su Dong pressed the sticky substance onto Sung Jin's tongue. But it seems there are a few things you've misunderstood. Sung Jin felt like he had found gold. He quickly spoke. Thank you. Su Dong raised her finger, indicating denial. I am not Han Sun-tae's work. Han Suntae is my. On another side, there were 3 men three students whose tears streamed down their face, constantly cried out, wanting to escape. Brother, brother, please don't joke around anymore. Can you please open the door for us? Please open. When they couldn't take it anymore, they screamed, you want money? Open up, you dog. Damn you. A female student among them cried profusely. Su Dong's narration began. 7 years ago, I was just an ordinary high school girl. As the water bottle fell along with some, they fought for every last bit in the basement. Mine, get out of here, all of you. And Su Dong at that time was pushed aside without. How could she possibly fight against men? A weak, gentle girl couldn't resist. Su Dong was pushed until she collapsed. Let go. They'll kill all. She was a victim in that dark place. The weakest person in the hell created by Han Sun-tae. One of them held everything, cursing. Damn you all. Get out of here. He seemed possessed, holding all the drugs in his hand, ready to strike down anyone. It's all mine. Take one step closer, and he'll hack you all to pieces. The most notable thing was, the 3 strongest were the youngest in the group. The only one with a weapon. Everyone inside screamed and cursed. You degenerate. Are you trying to eat all that by yourself? You're the young. He still held the hammer, threatening, ready to risk his life at any moment. Damn it. What? If you like, come on in and try. At this point, I don't need to be a good person, and terrified everyone. Damn it. This bad. Then he called out, Sung-gyu. He's still extremely cautious. Before, only you were good to me. They'll share some peanuts with you. Thanks. Then he made a condition. But in return, when I wanted Sung-gyu to be his bodyguard. You have to stand guard and not let these bastards mess with me. What was destined to happen would happen. But the fortunate thing was that it was the rainy season. So the roof of that dilapidated house, drops of water trickled from the ceiling, and they had to look up to catch them. And to survive, only then could they survive. Thanks to that, we could drink water. Gulp by gulp, it was no one could endure forever. However, after a week of being locked in that terrible warehouse, the man in the green shirt wiped his mouth. Damn it. I'm starving to. I realized the true nature of that game. The plump peanuts. It wasn't about a few peanuts or a bottle of. The man in the green shirt suddenly noticed something. Because the amount of peanuts was so small. Even if you ate all of them, it would be no different from. His feet were still in athletic. Su Dong sat in a corner of the prison. His true nature, the man in the green shirt gulped, was to see who would be the first to reveal their animalistic instinct, and who was the prey. Who was the prey? He already held the hammer in his hand. You look so fair-skinned. He touched his rumbling stomach with his dirty face. You must taste delicious. Su Dong hugged herself, not understanding what was happening. And who would become the. He called out, trying to tempt her. Want some peanuts? They'll share some with you. Come with. Su Dong rose to her, gently approached and hugged the man in the green. He was still naive, thinking, this girl. She looks so innocent and pure. But she's already craving men. Su Dong whispered into the back of his neck. Uncle, you look delicious. Instantly, someone behind held the man in the green shirt's head back. At that moment, I understood everything. The 2 of them moved against the man in the green shirt, despite his curses. You damn dogs. What are you doing to me? Get out. They'll kill all. Until he frothed at the mouth and stopped breathing. And she smiled grotesquely after harming someone. That I inherently possessed the instincts of a predator since. Sung-gyu trembled, begging for mercy. Brother, brother.
I'm sorry.
I just had no other. The other person raised his sickle, screaming, shut your dog. At this point, the leader had already passed away, saliva drooling. Just for a few peanuts, you dared to side with him like. The other man struck Sung-gyu painfully on, spat and spluttered. You think you can live peacefully after betraying me? You kept striking with the axe repeatedly, mercilessly. And so, the killer who had just murdered the youngest of the group held the axe in his hand, and hammered the head of the one he considered to have betrayed him until he swung the axe repeatedly and mercilessly. Just like that, the murderer who had just killed the youngest member of the group held the axe in his hand and bludgeoned the head of the person he believed had betrayed him until he swung the axe repeatedly. The axe's impact on skulls rang out harshly, and blood flowed everywhere. Sung-gyu continued to beg for mercy. Please, please spare me. Along with pitiful, drawn-out pleas. Only now did he realize he had chosen the wrong side. I know I was. Such a scene fell into Sojong's eyes. None of it scared her. On the contrary, it made her heart pound. Just like the nervous excitement of falling in love for the first. Till Sung-gyu was beaten until his head was covered in blood. A hand took hers and called. Sojong's confidant spoke up. No matter what happens, I will protect you. I absolutely won't let anything bad happen. A love without sincerity. Kyujong was a guy who had loved her from afar for a very long time. Sojong murmured. But how can it? Her eyes shimmered with helplessness. Just look at the situation now. You're smaller than. Standing before his shoulders, his strength was also clearly. Sojong shed sorrowful tears. If he lays a hand on you, you'll be the one who struggles to survive. How could Kyujong resist a beauty in tears? No way. No matter what I have to do, I'll go to any lengths to protect. Sojong spoke in a pleading voice. Really? You won't break your promise, will you? You don't know if you can do it, but just agree first. Of course, if Sojong looked terrified. Then, will you help me? Kyujong didn't quite understand. Sojong bowed her head. That old man is all alone. She reached behind her back. You and Jonghyun are two people. She softly her bra. Thank you watching for vid. Handed it to Kyujong, giving instructions. Act when he falls asleep. Just use this to strangle. Sojong whispered at that time. Only the three of us will be left in this. He fell into a deep. Two shadowy figures slowly approached. The bra strap tightened around his. Kyujong and Jonghyun brutally attacked to seize their lives. You bastard! Screamed, tightening his grip on the opponent's neck. Meanwhile, Jonghyun from behind struggled to grab the. He grimaced, trying to pry it from the man's head. But he was faster. He struck Jonghyun in the head with the. The man quickly cut the bra strap around his. He elbowed Kyujong hard in the. He sat on Kyujong. Enraged, he prepared to deliver a blow. Motherfucker! You little brats are still wet behind the. His eyes were full of hatred. How dare you Kyujong reached out, crying, seeking help from his friend. Sojong. But he just sat huddled in a corner. Kyujong.
I'm sorry.
I thought you guys. Her eyes were still full of guilt. But it seems this is a bit too much for you. How foolish. You should have worked out more diligently. After finishing off the students, the man slowly began to realize. Damn it. What do you mean? At first, you were the one who asked me to kill the youngest. He questioned in a raised voice. Now you're instigating those brats to come after me again? Sojong remained in her corner and calmly replied. Old man. Sorry about. She looked up with empty eyes. But things aren't going to end so blandly like. The man hadn't even had time to understand. Someone from behind strangled him. Sungyu tightened his grip around the man's neck once more. You bastard. Go, he screamed. His face was no longer intact. I already explained that there was no other choice. Why wouldn't you listen? Sojong gave a grotesque smile. I didn't just strip those two. Pantyhose or bras. Everyone likes high school girls. As the man reached the end of his axe in his hand, Sungyu, after eliminating the man, was overjoyed. Serves you right. Who told you to treat me like? Just as he thought he was the victor, it was Sojong's turn to act. From now on, all the food and water will be. He even had the good intention to share with her. But no, kid. They'll share. Sungyu was ambushed from behind. She opened her round eyes and asked Han. Let me test if your legs can move well. Try to move them now. Only now did Sojong reveal her true face. The face of a demon. They say that if someone is strongly attacked in the spinal cord, they become paralyzed from the waist down. Sojong emphasized an old point. Let me remind you once again. The essence of this game isn't about fighting over food and. Sojong gave a murderer's grotesque smile. As promised, they'll give you all the peanuts and water. Eat it and live as long as you. The nature of being trapped here, rather, is a game to see who will be the last predator standing. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It's summer now, so I'm a little worried you'll get necrosis. The winner is always the most unexpected one. And quite literally, I have become the predator that preys on the. Scene change. Ji-ho was still in the secluded forest. Is there really no other way to get Park Cheon-soo into you? Song-min smiled, holding a cigarette. Exactly. So you shouldn't worry needlessly. He spoke in a sarcastic tone. Just ignore everything that happens in this damn. This made Ji-ho withdraw into thought. You just need to focus on killing Kim. Suddenly, someone walked up and cursed. No way. Damn. Sung felt disgusted. Are you going to turn this world into hell just for revenge? Motherfucker. How can you even say such vile? Ji-ho was stunned for a moment.
Yang Ho Sung.
How? Someone stepped out from the door. Called him. Park Cheon-soo held out a phone. Admitting when he was down, I conveniently took his phone and brought it. Man complained anxiously but still looked calm. You scared me. I haven't even finished paying installments for that yet. Give it back to me, you thieving bat. Ji-ho went mad, grabbing his collar. Are you crazy? Who gave you permission to act on your own like? Ji-ho lashed out at Park Cheon-soo. And you called him to our secret base. Do you even know what you're doing? He remained calm, even though he was about to be punched. Of course, I understand everything His conscience gnawed at him, not allowing it to happen. Because from the start, I didn't want to sell the drugs on your orders. But when I came and saw the people in Manakdong, I became even more certain of my. And Park Cheon-soo witnessed people's eyes light up because of the drug. There's enough medicine for me to use all week. I can dream of people fighting over them. Damn it. Give it back to me. I saw it first. It's mine. Give it back. I saw you already have a— Park Cheon-soo stood there amidst the curses. You bastard. His eyes gleamed with resentment. We must eradicate this greedy, evil thing from the world. No one else's life should be ruined like— Of course. Jiho couldn't accept it. He ground his teeth. Who told you to think such nonsense? What did I tell you when you decided to become an arrow? Jiho's eyes were clouded with indignation. If you keep thinking like that, you'll forever remain useless. Ho-sung grabbed his hand and said, don't get so agitated. He offered cooperation. He'll help Utopia find you on their own, without you having to sell light. Ho-sung stated, if Manakdong doesn't import any more drugs from them within 1 or 2 months, those bastards will definitely come to invest. He tried to persuade Jiho. At that time, I will deliberately let Utopia know about your light dream by pretending that I found a new source of— He was half believing, half doubting this. You'll help us? Even if it makes you a new enemy of Utopia. He grinned. Cooperation must be a win-win relationship. Of course, there are conditions. First, you absolutely must not sell the light dream you created to the— Stated the next condition. Second, the target for revenge will not just be Kim Sin, but also the destruction of all factories and workshops they use to manufacture. Ho-sung cheerfully stated the final condition. And the third condition is that you must let me participate with you in the plan to destroy you. Song-min immediately replied, I refuse. He also had his own reasons. It doesn't necessarily have to be Manakdong for the plan to be carried out. Why should we accept your condition? Ho-sung spoke softly again. Why? Because if you continue to use those dirty hands to sell light dream to the— He threatened the two of them. Then Village Chief Lee and I will personally kill you animals. Or if we can't kill all— He turned his head back horrifyingly, looking straight at Song-min. Then we're perfectly capable of destroying all the plans you've— Jiho clenched his— As Ho-sung prepared to defend against any unforeseen circumstance, he finally compromised. All right. Jiho held out his hand, wanting to cooperate. I'll accept this deal of yours, which is nothing short of a threat. He threatened back, but if there's even one mistake that affects our plan. Jiho's entire body radiated killing intent. Then not just you but everyone in Manakdong. Everyone will— Time passed. 1 month later. Slow footsteps. Cheon-sun stopped the white— Counted the minutes. There, he was forced into the car by a group of thugs. Despite the rice fields, Jiho secretly watched everything from the shed. Sojong held the drug vial in her hand, shaking it. You sons of bitches are using this to steal our livelihood. She spoke purely. Professional ethics? Sound principles? Where are they? Do you know who your mess— Sojong crossed her leg. Oh my, I didn't expect our disruptor to look this— She feigned being a beautiful young woman. Well, there's no other way but to give him a try. She acted seductively. Oh my, I didn't expect our disruptor to look this good. Well, there's no other way but to give him a try. Cheon-sun just watched without any reaction. Sojong shook the vial of medicine. But this treasure, light dream, is actually quite well formed. She pulled his tie. So I think we should make a try. Sojong offered friendly cooperation. Beside her was a knife, ready to stab anyone at any moment. Please come and work with my team. I don't mind spending money on capable— No, this was a terrifying threat. And of course, you are also perfectly free to refuse this offer to receive the gentlest. Cheon-sun replied softly. He laughed grotesquely. After all, my ultimate goal is money. As long as I have money, I can disregard everything. His attitude made Sojong very satisfied. What trash you are. But we only get along with trash. Sojong wanted the offer implemented immediately. Then we'll start work right now, shall we? As soon as she finished speaking, a sack was thrown over Cheon-sun. The car sped through the night.
Chanson.
Let's work hard and earn a lot of money together from now. Sojong gently explained to him. Pure spring dream doses are distributed from the factory to various areas with meticulous procedures. They're mixed in appropriate dosages, then bottled and distributed as legitimate goods. Afterward, they're delivered to affiliated organizations. Then, they're handed over to intermediary dealers. The next step is transfer to merchants at each point of sale. And finally, consumers contact those individuals to buy Spring Dream. After setting up those stones, Song-min planned step by step. Park Cheon-soo will utilize the light dream formulation. He knocked off the topmost stone to infiltrate the factory, using Cheon-sun as bait for the plan. And from there, he will gather information about Kim. Then he presented the second step. The next step is to coordinate with Jiho and Ho. Song-min continued to overturn another stone. Destroy the branch offices.
Ho Sung-soo
Stopped him. Wait, there's one more. He used his foot to kick the last stone. We must prevent the light dream formulation from being widely distributed. Song-min immediately objected.
That's impossible.
Don't you know that can only happen if the Utopia group completely collapses? Ho-sung made his decision. Softly, we will do that if necessary. In the end, they still had to risk their lives. Because if we want to get revenge on Kim Sin without turning this world into hell, that's the only. At this moment, Cheon's son had arrived. He was about to have the sack removed from his. The man pulled it off, allowing him to see. They welcomed Cheon's son like an honored guest. Welcome, Cheon's son, to you. He looked around. Such a systematic and large-scale production facility. The Spring Dream Manufacturing. Sojong pinched Taehyun's ear, subtly prompting him. What are you doing, Taehyun? Shouldn't you greet the newcomer? Or are you so dull you can't even open your mouth to say hello? Taehyun, his ear pinched, his voice trembling. But boss, isn't my position as a research staff member enough? Why is there a new? Sojong increased the force, crushing his earlobe. Oh my, since when did our Taehyun get so? She laughed a scornful and sarcastic laugh. If you could make this, I wouldn't have had to bother bringing Cheon's son here. But unfortunately, you're just a useless dog that only knows how to eat and bark. So there's no other. He endured the pain, flattering Sojong. Boss, you're right. I really am a useless dog. After she turned to Cheon's son, her attitude polite. Cheon's son, if you have any questions later, just ask this idiot. Although he's stupid, he's been around here long enough to show you. He obediently listened. Yes, just then Song Jin also arrived. Is this the Park Cheon-soo you mentioned? Sojong kept a smile on her face. Yes, department head. Please greet each. Extended his hand towards Sojong, greeting warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Park Song Jin, serving as the head of the secretariat. I've heard a lot about. Cheon's son was slightly surprised internally. Is this the damned priest Ji-ho mentioned? He kept his voice calm. Yes, they'll have to rely on you from now. Two shook hands in friendly cooperation. Song Jin seemed quite perceptive. Your hands have a lot of cal. He seemed to be probing Cheon's son. I heard you're a teacher, right? But your hands look like those of an ass.
Chanson cleverly replied.
I can't let them catch me. Yes. Actually, I'm an active person and enjoy sports. It seems they've investigated me before. Song Jin's demeanor grew darker. From now on, the production of Light Dream will heavily rely on you. Otherwise, sparing your life would be meaningless. A moment later, a subordinate came with an urgent report. Secretary General. I just received news that Seo Ji-ho has appeared in the Yeongsan branch. He wasn't in a hurry. He asked bit by bit, how many people are at that branch? The subordinate politely replied, if you count everyone, most of our staff there are currently at. He stated a number. Roughly 40 people, sir. Song Jin acted as if he had victory secured. I think we'll catch that bastard this. And Song Jin mumbled. That's not enough. He gave a devilish smile. Call that guy too. He'll surely be very happy to meet Seo Ji. Man asked sarcastically. You're that bastard Seo Ji-ho. Ji-ho stood still like a statue, axe ready in hand. I heard you've been harassing our people quite a lot lately. Behind the man in purple were numerous subordinates. This bastard, doesn't he know fear? How dare he come here alone? He continued to mock. Today, he'll break your teeth so you can't go around causing reckless trouble. And on Ji-ho's side, Ho-sung appeared. Too bad. Seo Ji-ho isn't alone. He was also extraordinarily battle-thirsty. And there's also a big, cunning dog here. Overwhelmed, the man in purple's voice trembled. You? Without another word, Ho-sung punched him squarely in the face. Don't think one more person can change another punch. He knocked down the man in purple. Do you know what will change? Lifespan will be greatly short. That ignited the subordinate's rage. Branch chief, brothers, prepared to charge. Ho-sung threw another punch. There are only two. It went straight into the second man. He cared more about food than this. What do you want to eat after this? Ji-ho, in the midst of fighting, also paused in confusion. Why ask that all of a sudden right now? He simply replied, village chief Lee taught. Ho-sung punched one person after another. To unleash maximum power, one must think about what they will do after the battle. His fighting stance was terrifying. You can kill and still conduct business. The desire and longing for those plans will bring a terrifying source of power to a person. Therefore, I always have a menu ready that I'll eat after each. Ji-ho was grabbing a head, preparing to strike. Jiang also had to remind Ho-sung, I think you should focus on fighting and stop rambling. That would be someone holding a sword from behind. It was too loud, so Ho-sung detected and dealt with the man with a punch. He reminded Ji-ho in turn, you should focus too. Otherwise, your dinner tonight will be plain. Ji-ho just turned around. He said, the story returned to last night.
Yiang Ho-sung.
Why do you want to confront you? Ho-sung asked back. Is the reason that important? Ji-ho immediately replied, I had a reason to know why. I can't trust idle people who like to play heroes. Ho-sung burst out laughing. He opened his phone to show a picture. This is my wife and Ho-sung recounted the tragic story that happened. My little daughter passed away 5 years ago in a traffic accident. This led him to fall into social despair.
Jiho listened silently.
Because she missed our little girl so much, my wife got involved with that damn spring. Then he asked a very strange question. Do you know what the world of dream-addicted people is?
Ho sung nostalgic Recap.
It's that if addicts have nightmares and die in those dreams, they'll be trapped in that nightmare forever. Conversely, with Spring Dream, you can die in a happy dream and enjoy that joyful feeling forever. Fortunately, something terrible had to happen. My poor wife believed that absurd story. Jiho continued, so that drug took Ho-sung's wife's life. She committed suicide in a locked room after using a large dose of Spring Dream, saying she couldn't bear to leave my poor daughter alone in the afternoon. Tears streamed down his face. You know, the very moment she accepted leaving this world, I was also intoxicated with Spring Dream in the next. Ho-sung was likely full of regret. My reason is no different from yours. It's revenge. I want to eradicate those utopia bastards and this damned Spring Dream from the... Back in reality, Jiho raised his... He looked around, wondering, are they all dead? Ho-sung had to complain a bit. This annoying crowd is really new. When they were done, Jiho recalled the earlier question. How about black bean noodles? Ho-sung turned around. He continued, I know a Chinese restaurant that makes that dish really... Jiho put on his hat, preparing to go to the noodle shop. They'll buy you dinner and pay you back for today's debt. He chuckled wryly, haggling further. Hey, 1 bowl of black bean noodles compared to me risking my life for you. Isn't that a bit cheap? It should at least be grilled. Person caught Ho-sung. Ho-sung wondered about the person standing at the door. What artisan gave a grotesque smile. Pleasure to meet you, complimented Jiho's blood-splattered face. You're quite handsome, aren't you? They'll have to come and The artisan was like a ghost returned. I've been very curious about you. Wondering what our tea shop's friend would look. The shop held an uneaten ice cream cone, sitting and talking about his father. I don't even know my father's face. When I was little, I heard people found me in a trash can and the hint of sadness crossed his face. Isn't that ridiculous? People could have chosen a gentler way, like leaving me at a church gate or an orphan. Jiho looked at Tae shop with sympathy. In a warm blanket, along with a letter addressed to the person who would rape, but his emotional state gradually declined. Yet all I got was a pitch-black plastic bag. I was thrown in there like leading to hatred and resentment. Why could they be so cruel to The artisan extended his hand, wanting to greet him. I've always wondered what my tea shop's friend would look. Jiho looked at the hand extended towards him. Nice to meet you, he stated an obvious truth. That name, tea shop, was given to him by the orphanage director. Jiho raised his suspicions as he stood before the other man. You're really tea shop's... The artisan's smile was grotesque. I'm the one who abandoned him so you could say, like a ghost returned to the mortal world. Tea shop is my child. Carrying my man who regarded his child cheaply. Or you could say, one of my creations.
Jiho wandered. Osung threw a punch. Okrisi
landed a hit on his... Ho-sung pulled Jiho away. Let's get out of here, he yelled. Hurry. Korean sign out. Thank you watching for vid. Both of them desperately broke free and jumped. Ho yelled, questioning what was that? Why did we have to retreat from... Ho-sung muttered. It's really... His voice grew increasingly shaky. The scar on his left hand and the snake tattoo on his fingers were deformed. The one village chief warned us never, ever to returning to when Sun Sen was talking to Ho-sung. Utopia doesn't just have ordinary thugs. There's one person you absolutely shouldn't mess. He was still vague. Absolutely not to mess with? I still don't quite understand. Sun Sen gently reminded him. Because confronting him goes beyond the realm of human-to-human combat. It's like offering yourself to a beast or throwing yourself into an... He was serious when he mentioned this matter. There's such a person in Utopia. He's nothing short of a beast, ready to devour people, and was beaten to the point people still often call... No longer in his original... By the nickname the artisan pushed up his broken glasses. He complimented, your friend is quick. Looked outside, watching the two of them escaping. It's all right. We'll meet again sooner or... Gave a grotesque and eerie smile. Next time we meet, I will turn you into a magnificent creation. COG. Vials of opium were neatly arranged on the conveyor belt. This thing called Light Dream is merely formulated based on the basic recipes of Spring. Taehyun's face became serious. It's nothing special. If I had time to research, formulating this wouldn't be difficult. Cheon's son, wearing a lab coat, scratched his head. Yes. Actually, I mostly formulated this out of luck. How dare I compare myself to knowledgeable seniors? Covered his mouth, laughing, composing himself. Although my intelligence and handsomeness are too obvious to miss. But it seems you're quite a good judge of character. He meekly and eagerly said, yes, I hope to learn a lot more from you, senior.
Taehyun nodded.
To be like me, you'll have to work very hard. Understand? Cheon's son suddenly spoke softly again. But I have something I want to ask. I see that such a large amount of spring dream is being posed a question. But in this factory, the quantity of finished products compared to the amount sold on the market seems too little. Do you know why? Taehyun was about to answer. He felt something was off. But why are you curious about that?
Chon son feignait d'innocent curiosity.
It's just a bit of curiosity from my end, sir. It's alright if you don't know, senior. I can ask the... Unexpectedly, he touched a raw nerve. Taehyun reprimanded him. Hey, who do you think I am that I wouldn't know? Do you know how many years I've dedicated to you? His voice gradually softened. The story began to unfold. This is a secret, okay? Actually, besides this place, there's another factory. That's the main headquarters. Hearing that, Cheon-sun's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, showing true admiration. That amazing? I thought the scale here was already beyond imagination. But do you know the address of that factory? Taehyun instructed him. He frowned slightly and tilted his head. That's top secret information. Only leadership members know about it. Do you think Utopia is some kind of pyramid? He exaggerated Cheon-sun's status. Besides you, no outsider has ever been allowed in here. His eyes shimmered with admiration. The more I hear, the more amazing it gets. This is truly Utopia. A moment later, an employee came to inform him of a special authorization. Park Cheon-soo, go out immediately. This is a special expedited case. You are permitted to return home to pack your belongings. The person there reminded him, go change your clothes quickly.
Chon son obède.
Yes, on the way back, the car drove smoothly. The person next to him warned Cheon-sun, your only task is to pack your bags. Don't even think about playing tricks. He sat up straight very earnestly. Why would I have any reason to play? As soon as the bag was pulled off his head, Cheon-sun's face revealed a cheerful expression. To work in such a high-paying place. What more could I ask for? The person next to him laughed heartily, satisfied. The car dropped him off by the roadside. They'll pick you up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Make sure to keep track of time. He politely replied, yes, Cheon-sun slowly walked down the road. His head calculating. So the main headquarters address is classified information. What should I do? Cheon-sun immediately opened his room door. I wonder if Kim-sin is... Soft voice came from inside the house. You're back. Cheon, just having returned, he saw Sojong sitting there with a birthday cake. Sojong, why are you... Her plump red lips uttered soft words. Thinking back, ever since we met, I've only known how to give you tasks. I haven't even given you a welcome. Sojong gave a welcoming smile. Do you like... The strawberry cake had 2 candles on. Flames flickered, one green, one... Sin sat before a pile of birthday. Song-jin cheerfully asked, there are so many cakes today. Spoke in a deep voice. Yes, because 2 years ago on this, a fierce fire stood before that horrific... He gave a grotesque smile. I accidentally killed a few too many. Song-jin still thought it was a joke. On this very... He held up the light dream vial in front of him. This is the gift that brings me some comfort. Then he brought it close to his face. This is it. Light dream. The gift that allows me to see what I want to see in my dreams. Popped open the cap of the... Song-jin kindly reminded him. Kim-sin. This addictive nature. But Sin's actions continued. He stared wide-eyed at the sky. I've always wondered one thing. What do I truly desire? Song-jin held his tongue. Addiction surged within Sin. Tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes. Tears flowed in 2 streams. Sin sank into illusion. Yes, that Sin was lost in a daze, surrounded by dozens of birthday cakes on the table. That's what I've wanted for so long. I wish this desire would come true right now. In the dark night, that apartment still had its light, and also in Cheon-sun's room. Half of the cake had been... He was forcefully kissed by She ravenously devoured Cheon-sun's, even savagely biting and tearing, leaving a red mark on his... Sojong licked her lips, looking extremely ravenous. You're much tastier than I thought, you know. Not killing you was truly a wise decision. Her hand caressed Cheon-sun's face, making him bewildered. What is this? What exactly does this woman in... She subtly pulled down her shirt a little. Utopia's leadership has given very positive feedback about your light dream. I always deal strictly with useless freeloaders. Sojong intended to use her beauty to restrain Cheon-sun. But for capable people, I also know how to reward them appropriately. Sojong appeared seductive in front of him. Utopia's high-ranking leaders highly praised and were very interested in your light dream. Don't think I only know how to punish good for nothing. Her shirt slowly pulled down, revealing her collarbones. I also know how to reward capable. She sat on top of Cheon-sun. Suddenly, someone outside touched the... Both of them looked toward... Sojong felt annoyed. Who is it? How rude. Cheon-sun stammered, Let me go. As he opened the door, he speculated. Who else could be coming here to find me? Could it be?
Yeho?
Or the direct. Cheon's son froze when he saw the person standing in front. A girl stood at the door, bowing her head shyly.
Yeheon.
Can we talk? He turned his head slightly to look at the person inside. Now. Right now. It's a bit inconvenient. Sojong buttoned up her shirt, now with a smug look. Just let her in, She even complimented the girl outside the door. Who is that girl? She looks. Hearing that, she questioned Cheon's son. Huh? Who is that? He didn't know how to explain.
Chanson spoke bitterly.
This matter. It no longer concerned. He uttered words that pierced her heart. We ended things a long time. Cheon's son turned away, saying, "Don't come looking for me here." The room door slammed. Sojong spoke in a voice dripping with green tea. Was that your girlfriend?
Chanson?
Well, her eyes weren't filled with laughter. Actually, you didn't have to be so heartless. Cheon's son kept his head down. Or are you afraid I'll kill that? Hand clenched tightly. No, it's not that. I just don't want anything to do with my ex-girlfriend. Sojong's words grew increasingly disgusting. Your face when you lie is so cute. Cheon's son. The more you're like this, the more I like you. Cheon. And the girl standing outside the door still refused to. She rubbed her belly.
Chanson?
I have something I wanted to. Tears streamed down her face from sorrow and hurt. This is really important, you know? Why are you treating me like... Sojong picked up her bag and said, let's end today's business here. Anyway, the atmosphere isn't suitable for discussion. She dressed properly and left. See you at the company. Park Cheon seemed to have caught a scent of something. But did you ask Tae-hyun about the headquarters info? Cheon's son turned, looking innocent. I was just a little curious. Sojong turned back, her face extremely cunning. I also have many things I want to know about that place. That's top secret. Even he made the other person feel scared. But I heard that a terrible monster is harbored. Sojong was referring to a terrifying person. He's a notorious figure brought in by the secretary. Cheon's son was puzzled, opening his eyes wide and asking, that confidential information, why are you telling it to someone like... She remained nonchalant, putting on her high heels. It's nothing. After all, it's just a... Sojong narrowed her eyes and told him, besides, I also really like you. Cheon. Then she finally said goodbye to Cheon's son. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. From the other end of the line, someone was monitoring them. Yes. Song-min was unsure about the answer. The words she just said, could they be? Ji-ho, however, confirmed it immediately, his face darkening. Yes. She's talking about that bastard. Kim Sung cracked his knuckles. The problem is, how do we find the location of that place? His hand flexed back and forth, checking its flexibility. Even she said she knows nothing about that. Song-min calmly spoke. I've already mapped out a... He showed his determination. As long as we destroy the factory where Park Cheon-soo is working, the staff there will definitely be relocated to the main headquarters. Because they are all important. Someone seemed to be arriving out. An honored guest pushed the door open and walked in. I've also invited an expert to help us with... The man spoke up. I've heard a lot about you all. I didn't expect our first meeting to be like... Made a request. May I join you in this game of Ho-sung ground his teeth. How to give Gang-gu a few punches right now. Wasn't that old scoundrel always trying to profit from Spring Dream? I've been waiting for you to show up. Looks like I'm lucky. Song-min stood up, trying to calm Ho-sung. Come on now. Kong Gang-gu is no longer the chairman of Utopia. He's an ally. Gang-gu took off his glasses. That's right. The enemy of my enemy is my... Now he only had one eye. I also want to strangle that bastard Kim Sin. Just like you.
Yehoflinhet.
Sin had once smiled strangely at Gang-gu. I told you, didn't I? I need a place spacious enough to have fun with my... He pressed Gang-gu down. Yet, when I'm having fun, why do you keep hovering in front of me? Don't you know how annoying that... His hand circled his eye.
Gang-gu cursed wildly.
Kim Sin. You're crazy, you bastard. Before he could... Sin poked Gang-jae's eye. How was like a demon from hell. I'm very curious. How long do you think you can keep singing? Back then, I couldn't even finish one.
Gang-gu recounted bitterly.
So he took... Sin had inflicted so many injuries on him. And his right arm... To this day, Gang-gu was confined to a wheelchair. Even his spine had been completely damaged by that bat. Gang-gu clenched his fist, remembering this enmity. Because I've had to live such a miserable life, I am determined to get my revenge. He wanted to join Ji-ho's revenge team. He'll use the employees who once worked under me to help you destroy that. Hated Sin more than anyone. You just need to help me send that bastard Kim Sin. Gang-gu was determined to risk his life against that brutal Sin. I'm just like you all. I have nothing left to lose. So he'll kill that bastard Kim Sin at any cost. Change. The car sped down the road. Director, what I'm about to ask might be inappropriate. The driver glanced back. But can we really trust that Kong Gang-gu? Song-min was scrolling on his phone, his expression quite calm. What if he just wants to use us to reclaim utopia? That's fine too. If he does betray us, it will have to be after Kim Sin is dealt. Now that we've committed, we have to see it through. It's all right. I just need that bastard Kim Sin to go. Song Min kindly instructed the driver. I've sent you your salary and severance pay. The driver didn't quite understand. Severance. I want to ensure that no problems arise for someone who has worked for me for so many years. You know how it is. We can't know what will happen next. So I sent it to you beforehand. After this is over, go abroad. The money I sent you is enough for you to manage and live a normal. Driver even invited Song Min, director, you should go abroad too. He'll buy you some Vietnamese hawthorn wine. Song Min asked curiously, is it really that? Song Min bowed his head, giving a forced smile. So, you're not tired of following me? Just live freely. Get married. Have children. He remembered something. Ah, that's right. After this is over, he'll find my freedom. Song Min mumbled. Just a little more endurance. Looked outside through the window. He told the driver, pull over here. I want to walk for. Song Min slowly walked, step by step, and he stopped at a place with a. It was pitch dark here. It seemed abandoned. He remembered the scene of himself holding a bouquet of roses in the falling. Song Min felt a pang of regret. Are they planning to redevelop this area? What a shame. After all this is over, will I be able to fly to paradise with everyone? Suddenly, someone from behind asked, are you Yusa? The artisan smiled bizarrely. Oh, that's right. It's good that you led yourself. Song Min felt an ominous premonition. He's the one Jiho said was Tsiob's. He chuckled once, then immediately grabbed Song Min's neck. I heard you used to be quite close to my Tsob. The artisan applied merciless force. But I didn't come here today to find you. I came to find my Tsiobs. Song Min's face was dripping with sweat and saliva from difficulty breathing. The artisan asked in a low voice, where is that Jiho? He tilted his head like a madman. Oh, I forgot you can't speak right now. Let me give you some. The artisan loosened his grip. Song Min's tears streamed down his face.
Namki.
He found it difficult to understand.
Namkiyank?
Quickly, tell me the address. Don't babble like. Suddenly, someone punched him in the head from behind. He squinted. Before he could react. Huh? His mouth just grew. Ji-young relentlessly punched his. Darkness obscured their faces, making them indistinct. Man was injured on one. Sun seemed to be sitting and cultivating his energy. Footsteps slowly approached. Thank you watching for vid. He immediately knew who it was. Long time no see. I've heard a few things about you. Sun-san asked Ji-ho. I heard you're planning to make Kim Sin pay for his crimes. Aren't you? Ji-ho kept his head bowed. Yes, that's right, Ji-ho said softly. I came here to seek your help for that very reason. Sun seemed to have known beforehand. Is that? Ji-ho clenched his fist. This game was always hard to win. With my current condition and abilities, defeating Kim Sin is impossible. I also cannot allow myself to enter the dream demon state again. He made a request. Please tell me how I can become strong. Ji-ho truly wanted to defeat Sin. No matter how difficult or painful it is, I can bear it. Please help me send that devil elsewhere. Ji-young was relentlessly punching the artisans. The artisan suddenly blocked a punch, then swiftly pulled Song Min far. The artisan chuckled mockingly. So drunk on Spring Dream that you've forgotten your humanity. Another slave you created with Spring Dream, the artisan spoke in a teasing voice. You Sung Min, your tastes turn out to be very similar to mine. He clapped like a madman. Truly a magnificent work of. Artisan kicked Song Min's thigh. Song Min screamed in pain. The artisan mocked Song Min in a light tone, as if he were a toy in his hands. He'll just break your leg first if you don't mind. Just in case you try to run away while I'm having fun with that other master. Screamed. Nam. Ji-young knew Song Min was worried about him. Just ignore me. He jumped up and kicked the artisan. Just kill this bat. Meanwhile, on Sun Sen's side. Ji-ho, you are actually very strong now. You even overwhelmed Kim Sin once. Have you forgotten? Ji-ho slumped down, pouring out his heart. At that time, it was because I fell into the dream demon state. I failed simply because I couldn't pile mistake upon mistake. That's why so many people had to die unjustly.
Ji-ho became furious.
Now I can't even use the dream demon state anymore. Everyone who cared about me was killed by that demon. Sun spoke, advising him. Ji-ho, don't misunderstand that the dream demon state gave you more power. It only made you unleash all the inherent power you already possess. He pointed out Ji-ho's inherent nature. Therefore, even without Spring Dream, you can still unleash that original. Artisan grabbed Ji-zhang. He twisted it slightly. Just one move like that made it difficult for Ji-zhang to escape. He threw Ji-zhang's leg to the side. Using a controlled leg to launch a counterkick, Artisan must truly be an art lover. Truly a magnificent work. Ignoring the limits of human joints, he bent Ji-zhang's knee joint backward. If it's a work of art, one shouldn't use too many additives to create. He didn't know what to do, only the artisan smiled sinisterly. And one thing that creates twists in every when Ji Zhang's body is no longer intact, is the praise will to Ji Zhang used all his might to choke him. Blows that a person pours their entire life into are the most wonderful. The artisan, however, happily retaliated. Zhang screamed in. He desperately bit the artisan's neck like a vampire. Jiho remained as calm as water. He sought Sun Sen's advice. So, what must I do to become as strong as when in the dream demon? Sun spoke frankly to him. You are haunted by the past and feelings of guilt. He seemed to read Jiho's mind. Is eroding your life day by day. If you don't even have a shred of the will to live, how can you become strong? And Sun pointed out the way to regulate himself. What you need to do now is to let go of the haunting guilt of the past and rediscover the value of life. That is the only way for you to become stronger, right?
Jiho mumbled.
Escape from. He had his answer.
Jiho frowned.
I don't have the right to do. It seemed Jiang was now in a vulnerable position. The artisan climbed on top of him. Looks like no unexpected twists broke Ji Yang's neck very simply, and the artisan turned to Song Min. We need to find Jiho's whereabouts. Let's get back to business. Tell me where Seo Jiho is now. I don't have much time. Song Min, even beaten, wouldn't utter a word. Ridiculous. Do you think he'll tell you? The artisan adjusted his disheveled clothes. Everyone says that his terrifying hands spread open. But after they become my masterpieces, they all tell me everything. And beg me to grant them a quick. Song Min twisted the bottle of Spring Dream. Drank it all in one gulp. I originally planned to die after that bastard Kim Sin. But the artisan guessed. Could it be? Song Min's eyes turned completely. Agonizing pain racked his foam frothed at his mouth as if he were having a. The eyes could no longer see clearly. Song Min's face grew increasingly terrifying. The artisan was truly a villain. He still hadn't guessed anything unusual. He just stood there rambling for a while. You Song Min. As a businessman, you should be a little more responsible. Shouldn't you? You only think about your own interests, yet you're qualified to be a director. He turned his head to look at the approaching car. Leaving such a mess behind. The driver trembled. Without hesitation, he floored the accelerator. You bastard. Go. The headlights shone directly on the laughed bizarrely. You chose a good subordinate, so the artisan lunged forward. A very loyal subordinate. The artisan kicked through the car window. An incredibly in a distant apartment building on it. Song Jin came to Sin's location. Did you call for me? Sin replied that. Sin's voice rose in questioning. It seems you're doing something without consulting me. Aren't you? I heard you sent someone to eliminate Jiho. Is that? Sin pressed on with his questions. That person is the artisan, isn't he? Song Jin obediently replied, yes, that's correct. He began to get annoyed. I hate it most when someone meddles in my affairs without permission. I thought you'd know. Sin's face darkened. Why are you still acting so foolishly? I'm honestly too lazy to. He easily grabbed Song Jin's. Sin aggressively lifted Song Jin high up. Song Jin groaned. I just wanted to fulfill your. The force was so strong that blood began to seep from his nose and mouth. To create a perfect family. That's why I sent the artisan to kill. Sin still listened patiently, bit by bit, though he was fuming inside. Because I thought that Jiho guy inherently wasn't qualified to be part of your family. If he could defeat the artisan, then it would prove he was worthy. Doing so would also bring the two of you close. Song Jin's words convinced Sin. He let him clutched his face in. Sin warned in a low, stern voice. If you ever act so foolishly again, you'll really. Song Jin screamed, clutching his face. Why does it always have to be that bastard? Why not? Blood flowed from his nose and eyes. No one is more worthy of becoming your family than me, Kim Sin.
Sin bluntly stated. No.
You're not suitable. Each of Sin's words made Song Jin tremble. Only Jiho and I can truly understand each other's empty. Elsewhere, Jiho was sitting in the. He used a knife to carve pieces, abandon feelings of guilt, and rediscover the will to abandon my loved ones? So many people have died in vain for me. Like pondered deeply. How can I do that now?
I'm sorry, everyone.
Suddenly, his phone rang incessantly. He picked up the phone to. Jiho's eyes widened as he read the messages. Huh? The door suddenly opened. Jiho was completely stunned. Isn't it beautiful? The artisan laughed at others' pain. I have to admit I'm a bit embarrassed to say this myself. But the photo the artisan showed was considered true art. These are masterpieces born from death that only I can crave. Jiho to the point of madness. And Jiho, you will be my next masterpiece for. Sun Sen had previously stated. He once stood at the pinnacle of fame. I used to be a symbol of Utopia's power. More accurately, that symbol was built upon strength and dominance. Facing the artisan standing here now. He's like a clown stepping out of a circus. Yet that bastard and I are completely different. If I was merely a symbol, he was the true executioner. He took on the responsibility of dealing with the filthiest individuals. Everything he did was incredibly neat and the artisan could do anything to turn people into works of art. He's a butcher who can kill women and children alike. As long as it's the assigned target. He's truly an extremely dangerous man. Sun Sen cautiously reminded him. Sooner or later hell come for you, Jiho. Currently, Jiho had to confront that man. A troublesome person like you could never beat Seob's. He pushed up his glasses, completely nonchalant. Tsob is indeed my son. The only reason I discarded him was simply because I didn't need. Jiho clenched his fist. You say didn't need and you can just discard him like. Jiho looked at him with eyes full of hatred. So why did you even bring him into the. The artisan blew on his glasses. He used that insane smile, wiping his glasses and scoffing. It's always been the best facade for me. Outsiders would never know that an uncle with such a normal family is actually a. The artisan tilted his head, treating it as obvious. Besides, creating a child is also very interesting to me. So I always want to create, he madly declared, just like my works of art. The mother lay in a pool of blood, still calling her child's name. Blood flowed everywhere. The artisan held the knife in his trembling hand. I'm just giving you back exactly what I had to endure. He believed, however, that Seob's story was an act. Tears fell there. All of this is your own doing. The artisan. He recounted, some foolish bastard came to me for revenge. The mother was killed not long after giving birth. He uttered, that idiot even killed. The door suddenly opened. The artisan walked in, greeting, honey. He spoke. Who are you? The other man's voice trembled. You are. The woman on the ground had long since stopped. The artisan's face went blank. What? She's. The man laughed madly. Perfect timing. Now you'll also have to endure the suffering just like me. The pain of losing. He immediately snapped the man's. The artisan grabbed his head. The pain of losing. And he neatly clamped the man's head. Too bad. This time you wasted your efforts. He subdued the killer in an instant. He bizarrely stated. But it's true, I do feel a little loss. I guess he'll have to go find a new family to replace. And he knocked the man out with his bare hands. What a waste of. As he held the knife in his. The baby in the cradle woke. His eyes slowly. The artisan smiled. Indeed, lifted the baby boy from the cradle. My Tsob is very intelligent. Do you understand? He'd already gone mad. Because if you cry and make noise now, he'll send you to join those two. The artisan bestowed a reward upon Tsob. That's right. Very well behaved. So this time he'll specifically spare your. He was about to continue. Furthermore, Jiho's face was stern and displeased. Did you really abandon Tsob in a trash can in the bathroom? In a plastic bag with only his name written on the outside? The artisan felt he was bestowing a favor upon Tsob. Doing that was already too kind of me to him. If it were other Tseobs, I would have killed them long. He revealed another secret. I forgot to mention. All my children are named Tsob. So sometimes I confuse one with an. The artisan's face remained impassive as he asked. Why are you suddenly taking off your. Jiho revealed his muscular physique. A scoundrel like you is absolutely not Tseob's. The artisan was emotionally numb. You can say whatever you want.
I don't care.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiho was already right next. The artisan simply dodged his attack. Quite fast. He also thought Jiho would be an easy target. Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll begin creating my new master. The artisan grabbed Jiho's. Immediately, Jiho landed a punch directly to his. The artisan was suddenly dumbfounded. What? Did he apply? Jiho struck, not giving him time to read. The artisan's hands still couldn't grasp Jiho's. He landed several consecutive punches to his. Jiho was sweating profusely. I've heard all about your fighting style from Village Chief Lee. If you can't grasp your target's limbs, you can't do it. His fist was filled with hatred. Even if you meet Tsob in the afterlife, don't claim to be his. Another punch landed on his, but this time it was slightly. It was the artisan's turn to counterattack. He landed an elbow to Jiho's. He maintained that smile, scoffing. Actually, breaking bones to shape a work of art is just the method I prefer. My punches are ready to attack. They've never been my only. The artisan immediately landed a blow to Jiho's. Immediately knocked him down. Jiho was sent flying back. Next was a kick from the He kicked his face repeatedly. Blood spurted messily from The artisan was so skilled and proficient, as if he had practiced countless times. He laughed cruelly. It seems you're the one going to the afterlife, not me. But you won't be able to meet Tsob.
Jiho questioned.
The artisan revealed another secret. Because Tsob is still alive. Kim Sin saved him to be a special gift. This made Jiho furious. The artisan gave him another kick. Looks like this gift won't reach. That one kick caused Jiho immeasurable. The artisan didn't care for his own child at all. But, if you die then Tsob will be useless to Kim Sin. He only saw Tsob as a stepping stone to be exploited. Just then, Jiho took out a knife and stabbed him directly in the groin. So, perhaps the two of you can still reunite, even if it's— His hand trembled, grabbing Jiho's hand. You bastard. How dare you? His face turned red with fury. Artisan could hardly do anything else. You piece of— Jiho began his counterattack. He grabbed the artisan's leg. He had just— Hope surged within him. Tisobi is still— Then he remembered Sun Sen's advice. If you want to regain your strength, you must first escape the shadow of guilt. Sun Sen closed his eyes. And then, Sun Sen's words echoed in Jiho's head. Find a reason to live. Jiho used his foot to kick the artisan's hand. He was sent crashing into the ceiling by that. Jiho gripped the wooden statue in his— Then he plunged it directly into the artisan's— Blood flowed freely down the artisan's face. He still had the strength to curse. You. He clutched his face, blood streaming down it. Just a few minutes ago, I beat you two within an inch of your— He still held the wooden statue, then crushed it in his— Jiho said in a low voice, because I found my— have to live to meet Tsob. To not die by your filthy hands. You Jiho questioned, his dominance clear. Speak quickly. Seop. Where is he now? Jiho released his hand, letting the shattered wooden block fall. His voice carried a hint of impatience. Seop. Where? Ignoring the blood still flowing, the artisan gritted his— Then he lunged forward again. His fist swung up. I already told you. You two can go meet— Before he could even touch Jiho, the artisan was met with a punch directly to his nose was deformed by Jiho's punch. Blood continuously streamed out. He was sent flying backward by the inertia. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! How is he so fat? Not giving him a chance to regain his footing, Jiho unleashed a hook to his— At this moment, the artisan began to sway. His eyes gradually lost focus. Taking advantage of this, Jiho spun. In an instant, Jiho's heel swung towards him. The artisan's entire face was struck and the artisan's entire body quickly fell to the ground. At this moment, his eyes were swollen shut from the beating, but he still tried to look at Jiho. Internally, he resolved, no matter what, I must grab his joints. As he thought this, the artisan's hand shot out like lightning, seizing Jiho's— The artisan wrapped both his legs around Jiho's thigh. Both his hands then clamped tightly onto Jiho's— At this moment, his face was filled with mad joy. His eyes wide open. A smile spread across his lips. Suddenly, Jiho brought up his other— Without hesitation, he stomped down on the artisan's face with great force, causing the ground beneath to— Jiho's footprint appeared on the artisan's face. His entire face was distorted. A few mouthfuls of blood spurted from his— At this point, the artisan released Jiho's leg. Jiho immediately unleashed a flurry of punches onto him. Seeing this, the artisan quickly clenched his hands in defense. As Jiho's fist swung down, he quickly used his arm to block. His face was filled with terror. I forgot. He still has his— After a moment of struggle, the artisan kicked Jiho in the— The force of his kick was so strong it pushed Jiho far away. The artisan's body also slid forward. Jiho hadn't yet recovered. The artisan turned and ran. His face showed only fear. I picked the wrong guy. My current strength is no match for this monster. No sooner had he thought this than the artisan was kneed directly in the spine by Jiho. Jiho fiercely grabbed his hair, causing him even more— The artisan endured his blows. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. His pupils constantly flew. After a while of fighting, Jiho coldly spoke again. I'll ask one last— Where is Tsob now? As he asked, Jiho slowly lifted the artisan's chin. In his eyes, there was now only extreme— However, the artisan only let out a few chuckles, then spoke up. I don't know about that. It's not something I care about, so I didn't— He trembled. But how did you manage to get so strong all of a sudden? At this, the artisan glanced at Jiho. His eyes were completely blood. Hearing the question, Jiho didn't hesitate to tell him. Because I have something I want to protect. Piece of trash like you could never understand. As he spoke, his voice grew colder. Next to the two struggling figures, the head of the wooden statue lay silent. The more the artisan listened, the redder his eyes became. His voice held a hint of madness. It seems I truly don't understand. Now, if you want to hack or kill, it's up to you, because I've already lost. However, Jiho only mumbled in response. That's right, but I won't let you die so easily. His hand forcefully lifted the artisan's chin, making him groan in— At this moment, Jiho seemed to be consumed by anger, overwhelming his reason. His gaze also grew colder. He'll let you experience this feeling just once. The feeling of becoming a master. Yet, upon hearing these words, he burst out laughing. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. His voice couldn't help but carry a hint of anticipation. Good. Excellent. Remember to make it truly beautiful. After a moment, the artisan's entire face turned pale. His eyes had lost focus. Lying in the dark room, his head was twisted back. Side. pair of feet slowly walked. Jiho's silhouette flickered in the dark night. He was now descending the steps one by. Jiho was beginning to pant. Yet, he was still calculating inwardly. The hideout has been discovered. I can't stay there anymore. I need to find another secret hiding place. Place where I can rest. As he thought this, his hand clenched tightly over his. Suddenly, Jiho's eyes became vacant. Where would a place like that be for someone like me? Standing halfway up the mountain. He vaguely looked towards the city that was still. At this moment, two young men were laughing and talking together on the street. Seriously, I'm 100% sure that girl likes me. Just because she smiled at you, one scoffed. Stop fantasizing. Got it now? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in the blue shirt burst out laughing. Suddenly, Jiho bumped into his. Looking blankly at Jiho, the other young man seemed angry. Hey, what the hell? The person next to him, seeing this, patted the other young man's shoulder and asked Jiho, hey, how are you walking? Is your head in your crotch or? However, Jiho paid no attention and vaguely continued. Jiho kept walking aimlessly without stopping. Until dawn. His feet suddenly halted. The sunlight shone directly on his eyes were still unfocused. At this point he seemed very tired. Those weary, aimless steps had led him to a. His eyes glanced to the side. His heavy breathing continued steadily. A place he hadn't returned to even once in 2 years. Before his eyes now was the orphanage. A place constantly illuminated by dazzling sunlight every day. A place he always tried to avoid whenever he unconsciously remembered. His solitary figure stood before the orphanage. His eyes remained fixed on that warm. Just then, a child recognized him and joyfully called his name. Look, it's Ji. Beside him was the director, gently stroking the child's head with a soft smile. Jiho is here. Quickly, come in, wash your hands, and rest. Next to them, two children excitedly told him, we ate fried chicken today. Jiho, let's play soccer later. His pupils gradually dilated. At this moment he unconsciously replied, let's play. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body swayed and he collapsed. But the orphanage was no longer as it was in his memory. Inside the orphanage now, there was only a scene of desolation. At this moment he was lying right in front of the orphanage gate. The hat on his head had fallen. 2 small wheels slowly rolled on the road. Besides the old man, there was someone else who had always tried to avoid this place full of memories for the past 2. At this moment, Jiho was sleeping soundly as if dead. Right in the middle of. Suddenly, a silhouette blocked the light shining on his face. The person had also lost his footing in the floor. The figure of a young woman stood there looking. Her hair was jet black. Her voice held a hint of surprise. Jiho. As she called his name, her eyes were elsewhere. The building door was tightly. Inside, someone was calling Cheon-su. Mr. Cheon-su. As he heard the voice, he turned around. Seo-young gave a standard smile. She seemed to gently request, please follow me for a. At this moment, both of them walked out of the storage room. After walking for a while, Cheon-su also felt anxious. He spoke in confusion, what's wrong? Did I make a mistake? As she heard this, she quickly denied it. A mistake? No, there's nothing like. Turning her head back, she smiled brightly. I just wanted to properly give you the reward I couldn't give you before. However, hearing this made Cheon-su astonished. Seeing the surprise on his face, she laughed cheerfully. I'm just joking. Look at you. How could I do something like that at the. In front of the drug containers, she explained with energy, I called you here because there's something I want you to know. When using the mixer to prepare medicine, there are a few special things to keep in. He turned to perform the operation. Seo-young explained and demonstrated for him. Basically, using this mixer isn't dangerous, but if we add double the required amount of water to the ingredients and then increase the mixer speed to maximum. At this point, she looked at the equipment control panel in front. Suddenly, she took a long, deep. When she turned her head back, that same smile still on her lips, the product won't be able to withstand the pressure. And Spring Dream will be released as a gas, and everyone in the factory will be exposed to gaseous spring. After hearing Seo-young's explanation, Cheon-su now understood clearly. He looked directly at her and voiced his thoughts. I see, but we would never add double the required amount of water to the ingredients, right? Unless someone intentionally did it with malicious intent. Suddenly, she smiled again, her words carrying a hidden meaning, that, who knows, it might be needed. Upon hearing this, he looked puzzled. Seeing his reaction, she drew out her words teasingly. I'm just kidding again. You're too trusting. So cute, really. I just said that to remind you to be careful because I don't want anything to go wrong with the person I like. Faced with her blunt confession, Cheon-su. At this moment, his heart began to stir with doubt. He clenched his hand into a fist. She told me that Kim-sin is at the main factory. Now she's also telling me the weakness of this formula, and could she have done all of that simply because she sees me as an ally? Is there another special reason behind it? As he thought, he watched her back as she walked. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed, "Boss," making Seo Young start. That man holding an axe stood below. His face showed anxiety. "Boss, please quickly lead the research team out. We're being attacked by enemies." Hearing this, Cheon-soo, standing behind, was also. However, her voice was strangely nonchalant at this moment. "Oh my, something big is happening. We also need to leave here quickly, don't we, Mr. Cheon-soo? Well, leave everything here to the factory staff." As she spoke, her eyes, full of hidden meaning, looked directly at him as if to pry. Outside, a scarred man was yelling loudly, "What? You bastard! Do you know where you are to have such nerve?" Before he could even finish his sentence, he was struck by an. Beside him, a person with a cigarette in their mouth spoke up. "Of course I know where this, because it all used to be mine." Gang Gu sat in his wheelchair. He was now surrounded by a group of subordinates. The group standing in front of the factory entrance were also astonished to see him. The Director Kong Gang. He slowly took off his glasses. Gang Jia's tone was full of sarcasm. "Looks like you haven't forgotten my face. Have you? You traitorous." Smile was on his lips. Yet, every word he spoke was enough to instill fear in others. "Listen to my words carefully. Enter the factory. Kill anyone you encounter. Then set fire and burn everything down." Man was leaning against the wall, his entire body covered in blood. His weak voice rang out. "Bear me, please. After all, we were once all part of Utopia." As he finished speaking, his pupils gradually lost. In front of him at this moment was a bald man holding an axe. One hand gripped the man's hair. Beside them was a chaotic scene of. This moment, the bald man also spoke. "Why didn't you say these words when you betrayed Director Kong?" As he spoke, the hand holding the axe was raised even higher. Blood still clinging to the axe blade dripped. After a period of killing, Gang Jia's men began pouring gasoline into the factory. The floor was littered with corpses. Below, dozens of liters of gasoline were being. After a moment of preparation, one of the men lit a lighter. He directly threw the lighter in. Just a few seconds, the fire erupted fiercely. Sitting in his wheelchair, Gang Gu was full of joy when he saw this fire. He even hummed, "Burn, burn even my factory." At this, he stood beside his remaining subordinates, admiring the result. The fire had now engulfed the entire factory. On Gang Jia's phone, he was now texting someone. "The work at the factory is complete." As soon as he confirmed the message had been sent, he threw his phone away and quickly gave an order. "Our work here is done. Retreat now." At this moment, he seemed to remember something and asked again, "What are our casualties?" Before he could hear the answer, a scream rang. A hand tightly gripping a katana swung up. Morgan was swinging his sword frantically. He violently slaughtered those in front. Beside him, another person was just as fierce. He quickly used a dagger to stab an opponent in the neck. The more Morgan fought, the more frenzied his expression became. He ruthlessly plunged his sword into another. The other person also quickly put someone in a chokehold. The knife in his hand was violently driven into the man's. Within minutes, the two had easily killed everyone around Jiang Q. Seeing them like this, he was quite astonished. Suddenly, another person appeared. He calmly greeted Jiang Q. "Long time no see, Director Jiang." Sung Jin's face darkened. He asked with an air of interrogation, "But why did you do this to?" Unlike Sung Jin's somber face, Jiang Q laughed joyfully. "Why are you guys so late? I burned this factory down a long time. Just you wait. I knew you'd sniff us out eventually." As he spoke, he quickly pulled a gun from his. As soon as Jiang Q pointed the gun at Sung Jin, he continued to babble. "You dogs of Kim Xian." Before he could finish, Morgan lunged forward. He swung his sword, slashing Jiang Q's hand. The sharp blade also sliced straight into Jiang Q's crippled. The sharp pain from his hand made him squint his eyes. His teeth were gritted. Watching Jiang Q scream in agony, Morgan sheathed his sword and wore a satisfied. Jiang Q's severed hand lay on the ground next to the gun. Seeing his hand, he shrieked again. "My hand, my—" At this moment, Sung Jin approached. His voice carried a hint of contempt. "Your old life only survived halfway because you knelt and begged like a dog. Why don't you know how to cherish it? Now you're a cripple among cripples." But despite the provocation, Jiang Q smiled happily through the pain. "A cripple among cripples? I don't like sitting still. I just want to mess with bastards like you." Hearing this, Sung Jin reached out and squeezed Jiang Q's nose tightly. His words sounded very impatient. "Then I have no other choice. But honestly, I didn't expect a coward like you to die for this factory." As he spoke, the smile on Sung Jin's lips. He covered both Jiang Q's nose and mouth with his hands, making it impossible for Jiang Q to breathe. Jiang Q's eyes began to roll back. I thought as you got older you wouldn't act so stupid. Bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. Physiological tears also began to. Suddenly, someone came over to report. Chief, all the research lab staff have been evacuated. Seeing this, Sung Jin breathed a sigh of relief, but his grip didn't loosen. I see, thank God. Sung Jin's brows furrowed, and his voice carried a hint of worry. Then where are all those people? The man replied, everyone has been evacuated to the main factory. Hearing the result, Sung Jin's eyes slowly. Standing before the raging fire, the man looked at Sung Jin with concern. Chief, what's. Hearing the call, Sung Jin snapped back to his senses. No, it's nothing. I was just wondering about that old dog who was so afraid to die, John. I find it a bit strange that he could do something like this just out of hatred. Furthermore, his expression when he died. At this point, Sung Jin's face turned, even looked quite content. As he finished his sentence, Jiang Qiu's face appeared clearly in Sung Jin's mind. Jiang Qiu's eyes were slightly open, a smile on his. Able to figure it out, Sung Jin let it go. Whatever, let's just wait and see what he was planning after. Meanwhile, Jiho was still fast asleep. His eyes slowly opened. His face looked beside him. Seiya quickly asked as soon as she saw him open his eyes. Jiho, how are you feeling? Turning his head to see her, Jiho was shocked. His eyes widened. He sat up abruptly and asked her, Why? Why are you here? Seeing his worry, Seiya hurriedly explained, I just returned from a. Suddenly, I remembered the old days, so I went back to the front of the orphanage. That's when I saw you fainted there. A look of sadness appeared in Seiya's eyes as Seiya clenched her hands on her lap. I thought calling an ambulance would cause trouble, so I brought you in. Seeing her like that, Jiho patted her shoulder. His hands were still trembling. Seiya, you shouldn't have appeared here like. Hurry back to America. It's dangerous here. His eyes widened as he spoke, fear evident in his. Tear ran down Seiya's cheek. Her voice held a note of resentment. Why? Is it because if I stay here, they'll be killed by you? End up on the news like everything I saw? She cried even more heart-wrenchingly as she can. Seiya looked directly into Jiho's eyes and emphasized, I don't believe it, Jiho. I believe you're definitely not the one who did those. Please tell me, what exactly happened? Faced with her painful plea, Jiho fell into deep thought. After a while, Jiho shared everything weighing on his heart with. Before the cross hanging on the wall, Jiho told Seiya everything. How he had intentionally gotten arrested to go to prison to take revenge on Kim Xian and failed. He also told Seiya how Kim Xian had killed everyone important to him. They both sat there, their faces filled with sorrow. Then, Jiho looked at Seiya with concern and urged her that Kim Xian might be targeting you too. So please return to America immediately. Her arms wrapped around her knees, Seiya lowered her head. Her heavy voice rang out after a moment. Then what about you? Aren't you the one in the most danger, right? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Seiya advised him sorrowfully, Jiho.
Revenge it's about killing Kim Sin and
Instead, create a proper family that Kim Xian could never have in his entire life. Then live a normal, happy life that is also a way to take revenge on him. Hearing these words, even Jiho was surprised. But he didn't know what to say. Seiya's eyes glistened, tears still clinging to her lashes. Light from outside shone on her back. So, can we run away to? Jiho had made up his mind. His lips moved as he said, Thank you, but as long as that bastard Kim Xian is still living freely like this, I can't live a normal life. Jiho grew more restless as he spoke. He tightly gripped his phone, which was still lit up with a notification. Jiho slowly stepped outside. His words were a display of determination and a promise. After I save Tesiab and end all of this, I will definitely come back for you. He looked back at Seiya, his eyes filled with Seiya remained sitting on the floor, tears continuing to flow. Her eyes looked at his plea, watching Jiho's back as he pushed the door open to leave. Seiya promised him through her sobs, I'll wait for you. You must come back. Jiho carried Seiya's promise in his heart. He quickly pulled up his hood. His gaze determined now that he had found the path he wanted to. Elsewhere, Chansu and Sojong were standing at the bow of. A smile played on Sojong's lips. She approached him to start a conversation. You really can't predict anything. You finally ended up working at the main factory, the place you were always curious. After hearing Sojong's words, Chansu looked intently ahead. I was also very surprised. Before them was an offshore island. On it stood a tall building situated on the mountain. When the boat docked, all three quickly headed in. Kiance's polished leather shoes stepped slowly onto the white. Looking ahead, Chansu couldn't help but think in shock. Is this island where Kim Xian? What about this building? Thinking this, Chansu scrutinized the towering building in front. Suddenly, a voice rang out nearby, catching Kiance's attention. Mom, let me take that. They'll carry. Mother and son were walking together. This is very heavy. Let's carry it together. It's okay, Mom. Seeing this, Chansu became even more bewildered. A mother and looking around for a while, Chansu spotted two elderly people sitting and sunbathing. There are old people, and Kiance's eyes fell upon a row of shops. Even shops and a security office. Right nearby, sunlight was shining into a security office. Chansu couldn't help but be suspicious. His eyes widened. What exactly is this place? What on earth is Kim Xian doing with this? Suddenly, someone spoke up to welcome them. You've traveled a long way. It must have been hard. Kim Xian stood at the entrance of the building, a friendly smile on his face. It's a pleasure. I am Kim Xian, the manager of the main factory on this island. He extended his hand as he introduced himself. Taking Kim Zin's hand, Sojong smiled politely.
Hello, Mr. Kim Sin.
I look forward to working with you. My name is Huang So. Looking behind Sojong, Kim Xian asked curiously, the people accompanying Ms. Huang are those two, right? Sojong quickly introduced them. Yes. I only brought those working in the research. At this moment, Kiance's hands were clenched so tightly they were trembling. He was continuously cursing in his heart. That bat, he the one who took everything from me? Kiance's gaze shifted as he thought this. His expression remained as silent as you. On this side, Kim Xian smiled happily. He politely added a few more words to everyone. Are you researchers? They'll be relying on you a lot from now. He passed by Chansu. Kim Xian spoke suggestively. But for some reason, I feel like the person on the right looks very familiar. I think I've met you somewhere before. Hearing this, in Kiance's eyes, Kim Xian seemed to return to his childhood appearance. You really look like a childhood friend of. Could you tell me your name? Chansu was stunned. His pupils dilated. Kim Xian, in the form of a young boy, wore a mysterious smile. You look a lot like a childhood friend. Could you tell me your name? At this point, Kim Zin's appearance returned to. Hearing Kim Zin's question, Kiance's lips moved as he replied. Yes, my name is Park Chansu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Although he was greeting him, Kiance's eyes remained. After confirming the name, Kim Xian smiled warmly. He quickly smoothed over the situation. Oh, then it seems I've mistaken you for someone else. How could that friend still be alive today? Hearing Kim Xian say this, Chansu pursed his lips. Ignoring Kiance's dark face, Kim Xian calmly turned to make arrangements. You must be tired from the long journey. Go inside and rest. Please guide these people and prepare their food and lodging. The person Kim Xian called arrived. He called out the name loudly. Tesiab. Hearing that name, Kiance's pupils fluctuated violently. Tesiab, in a simple t-shirt, was standing there. He smiled and replied to Kim Xian. Yes, sir. You've had a long journey, so you can just leave your luggage there. They'll take care of it. Looking at Tesiab's hand, Chansu noticed the missing finger. Chansu thought in shock. Is this the Tesiab that Jihome? He's still alive. At this moment, the expression on Kiance's face was uncontrollable. Amazement was evident when he saw Tesiab. Entering the building, the elevator was moving. Tesiab and Chansu stood inside, one in front of the. Then Chansu spoke up to start a conversation. Your name is Tesiab, right? Hearing the question, Tesiab replied, yes. Chansu then asked, so now, you're working at the Spring Dream production factory. Tesiab seemed surprised to hear the name of the drug. He was stunned for a moment but quickly realized. Spring Dream? Do you mean the dietary supplements we're producing? Yes, I work at that factory with my parents. Hearing Tesiab's answer, Chansu was even more shocked. With your parents? Since when have you been working? When the elevator arrived at its destination, Tesiab stepped out with a backpack and shared what he had been asked. I've been working there since I was old enough. I think it's been about 2 years now. I was born and raised on this. At this point, Kiance's hand was clenched into a fist. His mind began to blur. Born and raised in this. He have been brainwashed by that bastard? Just like what Kim Xian did to my mother? Chansu became pensive for a while. His eyes kept looking into. Leading Chansu to the room, Tesiab joyfully announced, we're here. You'll be living here from now on. You can call this. It might be a bit boring here, but if you stay long enough, you'll see it's not that bad. Everyone on this island is friendly and kind. A smile appeared on Tesiab's lips as he spoke, pride showing on his. A while later, Tesiab was chopping red. A man walked in. He asked Tesiab worriedly, Tesiab, what are you doing? Seeing him, Tesiab was also confused. Dad, you're back. I'm just preparing a meal for. But the man yelled, his voice a bit louder due to worry. Who told you to do this? Why did you do it on your own? What if you get. The hand holding the knife paused slightly as his father snatched it away. Seeing this, Tesiab advised, come on, Dad. I'm not a kid anymore. I can do some cooking. But his father immediately countered, no. Give it. Tesiab looked at his father's determination and could only feel helpless. Dad, I'm over 20 years old. You're acting like I'm too. If outsiders knew, they'd laugh at us. Tesiab's father was the careful type who always protected him more than necessary. He looked down at Tesiab's hand, which was missing part of the pinky finger, and frowned. I'm just afraid you'll slip and get hurt. Let me handle this. You must never touch a knife. Understand? Hearing his father's worried words, Tesiab scratched his head bashfully. Yes, I remember.
I'm sorry, Dad.
But Tesiab could understand why his father acted that. Quickly taking off his apron, Tesiab turned his head to say goodbye. I'm going to work now. Seeing him, his father smiled kindly. Be careful at work. Because 2 years ago, Tesiab had been in a horrific car accident that wiped out all his memories. Even now, the memory of those previous days was just a blank. Passing by a room, Tesiab called inside. Mom, are you feeling it? But the person inside seemed weary. Her voice trembled as she spoke. I still feel a bit tired. Be careful at work. Seeing her like that, Tesiab became worried. He quickly gave some instructions and said goodbye. Remember to take your medicine, Mom. Outside the shed, sunlight was filtering through the. Inside, Tesiab had put on full protective gear. Hello, everyone. Hearing his voice, the people below turned and greeted him. Oh, Tesiab is here. The man who seemed to be the manager standing below also spoke up. Your mother is off work again today. Hearing his question, Tesiab explained honestly. Yes, her headaches have worsened. Hearing Tesiab's words, the manager showed concern. Oh boy, that's serious. Next time a cargo ship arrives, I'll ask them to buy good medicine for your mother. Don't worry too. Seeing how sincere the manager was, Tesiab smiled back. That's great. Thank you so much. After Tesiab thanked him, the manager immediately became modest. Thank you for what? Helping each other is only natural. The residents on this island were all very decent and coming to leave, the manager didn't forget to remind him. Tesiab, don't overwork yourself. You're young, just take it slow. Tesiab smiled. Yes, you too. They knew Tesiab was someone who had lost his memory, so they always sympathized with and helped. Then Tesiab approached someone who was working. The person asked back when Tesiab spoke, you still have 15 minutes left on your shift. Tesiab saw the hesitation and comforted him with a prolonged tone. It's okay. Behind him, the manager kept glancing at Tesiab. If it wasn't for the kindness of the people here, Tesiab's life would probably have been very difficult due to his amnesia. But recently he had the door slowly opened. Tesiab's voice echoed inside. I'm home. His mother's behavior was very strange. Tesiab's mother was sitting in a chair. Seeing her, he worriedly asked, Mom, how are you feeling? Any better? But she only replied vaguely. She constantly complained of headaches and didn't go to the factory. Gradually, the pain worsened, making her more and more. Her pupils were pitch black. Fatigue was evident on her face. I've already prepared a meal for you. Jiho. Oh no, Tesiab. Hearing the mistaken name, Tesiab looked at her with concern. But he remained silent and didn't ask more. Moreover, she occasionally called Tesiab by someone else's. Tesiab lay in his bedroom. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling. Sometimes his parents would even argue with each other. They had never done that before. Separated by a wooden door, the voices of the two elders echoed inside, making Tesiab restless. Honestly, what's wrong with you? Calm down. I really can't take it anymore.
Im ex-house.
Remembering her bright smile from before, Tesiab had more questions. His warm, always smiling mother. What exactly had happened? Tesiab wondered. Her sad figure appeared before him. And right now she was staring at an old photo and seeing her like that, Tesiab was also surprised. Mom, are you crying? Hearing Tesiab's voice, she finally noticed him. She quickly put away the old photo and asked awkwardly, Tesiab, you're not asleep. Now Tesiab's face showed a look of sadness. Although he hesitated, he still asked that photo, what is it? It looked like. Knowing Tesiab had seen it, she avoided his gaze. She hurriedly urged him to leave. No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Go back to your room and. Tesiab was determined now. His lips moved slightly. Could it be? You really can't tell me what's happening? Are we a family? Although the last few words trembled a bit, the determination in Tesiab's voice was clear. Tesiab watched her intently, causing her to lower her head further to avoid him. But her silence only made him more determined. Mom, just say it. Maybe I can understand. I'm not a kid anymore. Don't be like this. Just tell me what's wrong. Hearing this, she fell into deep. After some thought, she decided to clarify everything. Tesiab. Looking directly into Tesiab's eyes, she spoke the truth that had been troubling her. I am not your mother. As soon as she finished her sentence, the entire room fell into silence. Tesiab was still in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. What? Mom, what do you mean? Suddenly, the man stepped out of the room. Seeing them, he rubbed his eyes and asked, "You two aren't sleeping? Do you know what time it is?" Seeing the man, terror was evident on her face. Though trembling, she still tried to finish. "Today, after work, come to the waste treatment site. I will tell you the whole side." The moon was high. Darkness enveloped the surround. Outside the factory, people had just finished work. So tired. "Good job today." Yes, everyone did well. After greeting the people around him, Tesiab fell back into thought. Worry was clear on his face. What exactly is going on? Mom, can I really find out the whole truth just by going to the waste treatment? Does it mean that I'm not actually her son? Thinking of this, the hand holding Tesiab's bag strapped. Suddenly, someone appeared and called his name. Mr. Tesiab. Hearing someone call him, he turned to look. It was strange. Kim Exine was standing there. Seeing him, Tesiab hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, director." Seeing Tesiab like that, Kim Exine smiled. "Are you free? Let's talk for." Hearing the invitation from Kim Exine, Tesiab hesitated but hurriedly apologized. "Yes, I'm sorry, director, but I have an appointment." A smile appeared on Kim Zin's lips. He calmly confirmed, "You have an appointment with your mother." Very quickly, Kim Exine hid that smile with a look of heartache. "Actually, I also wanted to meet you, Tesiab, to talk about your mother's problem. Could you spare some?" Meanwhile, the mother was waiting for Tesiab to arrive. Suddenly, another voice rang out, startling her with horror. "Tesiab won't." Beside her, the father had been standing there for some time. His face was dark. His voice was still trembling. "Why did you do that? I warned you about the danger, so why? Why did you put yourself in a death trap like?" Hearing the questions from him, tears streamed down the mother's face. "Honestly, I've reached my limit. This island, this apartment complex, the factory, the people, everything here makes me feel disgusted." Watching her cry, the father also shed tears. Now there was only pain in his voice. Who doesn't know that? Everyone here, either they were forced or they came here because they're addicted to spring, but everyone is trying to endure it just to survive. As the father spoke, his fists clenched. The mother didn't hesitate to let everything out. "That doesn't mean anything to me anymore. I tried to contact the outside and got news. My Jiho is dead. From using spring." Elsewhere, Kim Exine was talking to Tesiab. "Your mother's situation has been worrying you a lot lately, hasn't it? I can understand." The light shone on Kim Zin's back, making him look even more solitary. "Because my mother once had the exact same symptoms." Hearing Kim Exine say that, Tesiab was also surprised. The director's mother was like that. Sorrow appeared in Kim Zin's eyes. He continued to ramble about that fake story. "Yes, it had been a long time since we saw each other, and yet, my mother didn't recognize me. She even kept saying I wasn't actually her son, that her real son was someone." These are the symptoms of dementia. Having said this, Kim Exine looked at Tesiab and hesitated. Caught up in the story Kim Exine created, tears flowed from the corners of Tesiab's eyes. "I really didn't know what to do either. My mother's words confused me very." Seeing this, Kim Exine continued to act. His eyes looked soullessly at the ground. Every word sounded very painful. "I had no other choice but to take my mother to a better place to spend her old age. A place I know better than anywhere. So I also want to tell you this. If you, Tesiab, agree, I will also create conditions to help you take your mother to a better place." Now Kim Exine got straight to the point. Tesiab was even more worried. "Really? But wouldn't the cost be very expensive?" Having almost achieved his goal, Kim Exine smiled comfortingly. "Don't worry about the cost. Everyone living on this island considers each other. I already discussed this with your father. Early treatment will bring better results. So I told him to prepare in advance." After hearing Kim Zin's thorough preparations, Tesiab fell into deep. Elsewhere, the father was frantically squeezing the mother's neck, even though his hands were constantly. 2 lines of tears ran down the father's cheeks. He turned to her and spoke. "Then what do you plan to do? Just because of your sons, can you put all of us in danger?" As the father spoke, his hands applied more force. The mother was gradually losing consciousness. Her mouth was starting to. In the middle of the night, the father kept muttering his thoughts. "Just because of your stupidity, almost everyone on this island could have lost their lives. You're playing." Meanwhile, Tesiab's lips moved as he spoke to Kim Exine. "Director, I don't know if I should say this." Tesiab's eyes showed some empathy as he looked at Kim Exine. "The director and I, it seems we have many things in common. My mother and the director's mother both have dementia. Even the finger injuries are the same. At this point, Tesiab looked down at his. Hearing Tesiab, Kim Xian burst out laughing. The corners of his mouth instinctively curled up. That's at sea. An inflatable boat was moving. Kim Zin's gaze looked into the distance. The certainty in his words made the listener even more curious. But there's someone even more like me than anyone else. He'll be here, son I created. As Kim Xian spoke, he remembered Jiho's face. Jiho's hair was being blown by the wind. He must be looking for me too. As if he had known beforehand, Kim Xian calmly spoke. Near the island, Jiho was still looking at the lit-up building. The inflatable boat still moved. Sitting on the inflatable boat, Jiho looked toward the distant island. Only determination remained in his eyes now. Remembering a few days ago, someone wearing sneakers was standing near the rocks. Even if we kill Kim Xian, Utopia will still continue to produce Spring Dream. Then the world will hardly change at all. Hozung looked directly into Jiho's eyes. Hozung was full of determination as he gave the mission. If Park Chansu informs us of the headquarters location, you go and finish that bastard Kim Xian. As for dealing with the priest, let me handle that. Hearing Hozung's words, Jiho became even more Seeing Jiho like that, Hozung added, we will use a diversion. Elsewhere, a hand was repeatedly reaching into a throat. Chansu looked like he was struggling. He kept After a moment of effort, a small device was vomited. The small device sat in the wiping the water from his mouth. A thought occurred to Chansu. By now, Jiho must have received the GPS signal this device Now for the next step of the plan. Hyunsus's brows furrowed. Now his face showed only determination. Inside the factory, everyone was working diligently. Observing from above, Chansu looked down with eyes full of hatred. Most of the islanders and Kim Zin's gang were in this factory. Chansu slowly moved toward his destination, still calculating. Before he gets here, I must try to minimize the number of. Chansu pushed the door open and seeing Chansu, the two people inside were surprised. Oh, the researcher. Sorry, but this is a restricted. In an instant, Chansu kicked the man who had just spoken straight in the. One beside him was now terrified. He had just been grabbed by the hair and screamed. What are you doing? Chansu put him in a chokehold. He violently used his strength to squeeze, making it impossible for the man to. Having dealt with the two, Chansu grabbed a gas mask and put. Standing before the control panel, Hyunsus's hands were clenched. He was feeling restless. It seems there's no other way besides the one Hwang Sojong showed me. Thinking of this, Chansu became determined again. His hands quickly operated the control. Outside, a series of mixers began to vibrate violently. The people working nearby were surprised. What's going on? The manager was also worried when he saw this. He hurriedly ordered the person behind him. Why has the mixer pressure suddenly spiked? Quick! Contact the control. In a short moment, the drug from inside the mixers began to vaporize and leak out. Seeing the situation before him, the manager screamed in fear. Alarm! Spring Dream is. Everyone, evacuate before he could finish. The manager's pupils fluctuated and rolled. The manager's legs gave way as he collapsed. Dozens of people working inside the factory collapsed. Chansu's gaze was hazy. He was still amazed. So it was a success. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Chansu. As expected, Mr. Park Chansu is very capable. I told you before. I was sure the things I told you would be useful at some point. Hwang Sojong and Taehyun were standing there. Sojong was praising. Given the current situation, Chansu was even more wary of Hwang Sojong. Why did you want to help? Hearing the question, Hwang Sojong only smiled calmly. Her voice was a bit softer. I've already spoken about this. It's just because I like you, Mr. Ch. Seeing Hwang Sojong being so evasive, Chansu lost his patience. He shouted, stop talking nonsense. What is your real purpose? Are you an ally or my? The corners of Hwang Sojong's eyes crinkled. Her voice was full of contempt. Han Suntae used to say that too. He even said he had met his. Remembering the meeting with Han Suntae earlier, Han Suntae had been a bit surprised to see Hwang Sojong. I didn't expect you to come all the way here to see me. Did you come to complain and Hearing Han Suntae's questions, Hwang Sojong only slightly curled the corner of her lip and spoke calmly. Resent you? Why would I do that? Coming back to complain and resent someone is only for weak. For me, I came to see you because I have a small question. I thought you had satisfied your curiosity about humans after creating that goddamn. Hwang Sojong looked at Han Suntae with contempt as she spoke. But her next words were the real provocation. So why don't you just die instead of living so miserably? Sitting inside, Han Suntae only silently pursed his lips after hearing these insults. After thinking for a while, Han Suntae's lips moved. No, I'm no longer interested in because here, I have met a god far beyond humanity. From now on, I will use my entire life to serve him. As Han Suntae said this, his eyes were filled only with determination. Hearing Han Suntae's words, Huang Sojong narrowed her eyes. Huang Sojong calmly stood up from her chair. Her mocking words still echoed in the space. You will never achieve what you... Even when you forced us to participate in that game, you could only watch from afar. If you were really that curious, shouldn't you have directly participated in the game yourself? Huang Sojong uttered sharper and sharper sentences. But Han Sante still sat there calmly. At this point, Huang Sojong laughed. She continued to belittle Han Sante mockingly. It's just like how you only know how to worship someone else as a god. You can never even think about becoming a god yourself. You know why? Because you're just a coward. When Han Sante heard this, the expression on his face changed. From a calm face, he looked at her with eyes full of hostility. Seeing Han Sante's expression only made Huang Sojong more excited. But I'm completely different from you. I'm strong and smart enough to become anything I... Ending the flashback, Huang Sojong was happily raising both hands to cheer. Her eyes crinkled. So, Mr. Chansu and Mr. Jiho, please try to work together to kill that Kim. Now agitated, Chansu urgently asked for clarification. In the end, what is your Suddenly, Huang Sojong let out a loud scream. She pretended to be terrified and yelled. For Kiance's bewildered face, a group of people wearing gas masks rushed in. Thank goodness. Everyone, very quickly, a leader in the group swung an axe at Chansu, but he quickly blocked. Chansu glared angrily at Huang Sojong, who was standing there. Huang Sojong was calmly leaving now. Hearing Kiance's voice, she said a few words of parting. The past time has been really interesting. Goodbye, Mr. Ch. On this side, the axe-wielding man swung his axe again. He shouted loudly. However, Chansu easily grabbed the man's wrist and held it. With a powerful shoulder throw, Chansu easily tossed the man over. The man's head hit the ground quickly, leaving him unable to continue the turning around. Chansu lunged forward again. The knife in the next opponent's hand stabbed straight. Chansu nimbly dodged the knife and landed a punch straight in the man's. The painful screams of those Chansu hit rang out. Chansu quickly lunged forward. Chansu punched another man in the face, shattering his. In just a few minutes, Chansu had fought nearly a dozen people. He was starting to lose his breath but still used his strength to knock down another one. Damn it, there are too many. Letting no one stand in his way, Chansu delivered a kick to the stomach of a man blocked. Kiance's gaze was firm. He quickly comforted himself. But I must keep fighting until Jiho arrives. Just as Chansu thought this, a knife plunged into his stomach, stopping his. The pain made Chansu cry out. His eyes looked over at the man who had just stabbed. Seeing that Chansu was no longer moving, a man standing behind him rushed forward with a knife. Your time is up, you bastard, he yelled as he stabbed down. But suddenly a hand stopped his. Behind him, someone was clenching a fist and striking. Struck him squarely, as if twisting through his flesh, and to Kiance's amazement, the man's body seemed to break into pieces. The place that took the blow was bleeding. He quickly collapsed in front of Chansu. At this moment, Cheonsu was still in a daze. His mind was a tangled mess. What was that just now? A single punch had made that guy's body look like it exploded. Suddenly, the man from earlier spoke. You've struggled enough on your own. Leave it to me from now on. They'll send that bastard Kim Shin to hell. As he spoke, Jiho's gaze remained fixed on him with unwavering determination. Elsewhere, a car was speeding down. Sitting inside, Sungjin was deep in front. His close subordinate was smiling teasingly. Are you still thinking about Kong Guangqiu? Don't overthink. When resentment is too great, people will disregard all consequences for the sake of revenge. That includes throwing away their own lives. He seemed very certain as he said. Beside him, Mogan spoke up while playing with a Rubik's Cube. That's right. Besides, everyone's expression when they die is so strange. I've even seen someone stick out their tongue like they were mocking me as they died. It looked hilarious. Sungjin was comforted by the words of the other two. Is that so? It seems I was worrying too much. Suddenly, a bright light shone directly onto his face. In an instant, the car windows shattered. His face twisted from the powerful impact. Looking outside, a truck had just slammed into the car he was in, crushing one. Stepping out from within, a foot planted itself firmly on the. Looking toward the overturned car, the shadowy figure spoke. You damn dogs won't die that easy. Stop pretending. Show yourselves. As he spoke, Ho Sung's gaze was bone-chillingly. Sungjin struggled to crawl out from inside. He was slightly injured. Despite his faltering voice, he managed to ask, Are you Jang Ho Sung? From Manic. Soon as he saw Sungjin, Ho Sung rushed forward. He laughed maniacally and swung a punch. Am I really that famous? Even pieces of trash like you know who I. Seeing this punch coming, Sungjin reflexively closed his eyes. Immediately, a sword appeared and thrust outward from beside. Mogan leaped out from the car. He swiftly tried to stab Ho Sung, but the man managed to. Looking at the gleaming blade before him, Ho-sung burst out laughing again. I knew it. A rollover accident couldn't possibly kill you bastards. It's true that the more wicked someone is, the longer they. Hearing this, Mogan suddenly laughed. Well, he swung his sword and charged again. His eyes filled with nothing but mockery and contempt. The wicked live long, while the fools who don't know their own must die early. As he finished his sentence, he slashed down with force, but he couldn't land the hit. Ho-sung used one hand to block the. Ho-sung's other hand clenched tight. He pressed his lips together and exerted his strength. In an instant, a punch swung directly at Mogun's face, but Mogan used the hilt of his sword to block. Ho-sung poured strength into the strike, sending Mogan flying. He crashed heavily into the car behind. Without giving Mogan a chance to catch his breath, Ho-sung threw a kick, forcing Mogan to tilt his body to a. By now, Mogan had realized something. He smiled with genuine interest. Not only are you wearing iron protective gloves, but you're even wearing body. It seems you've researched me quite thoroughly, old man. As he spoke, he swung his sword in a horizontal. Ho-sung watched the strike and stepped back to. His hand brushed against a piece of broken glass, and he quickly picked it up. How could I possibly overlook one who used a sword to take the lives of 15 classmates? Having said his piece, he hurled the glass at Mogan, forcing the boy to hurriedly block it with his sword. Only killing intent remained on Ho-sung's face. He clenched his fist once more and charged. Only a monster like you could do something so. However, as he swung his punch, Mogun's sword thrust forward, keeping Ho-sung at a Damn it, I'm at a disadvantage when it comes to. Mogan returned to a sword-fighting stance. A bizarre smile played on his lips. You know that much about me, yet you still dared to come here to. Dumber than I thought, old man. The cold blade reflected the light. Mogun's dark eyes were fixed directly on Ho. 7 years ago, the student Kim Mogan, wearing thick protective gear, stood in a stance with a wooden sword in his. As soon as the match began, he charged forward with an attack that left his opponent with no time to react. He had once been an outstanding kendo practitioner with a very promising. His padded hands tightly gripped the hilt of the wooden. Mogan swung the sword again. He was a prodigy in the world of swordsmanship who drew everyone's attention. Trophies were piled high on the shelves in his home. Not only did he have innate talent, but he was also a bookworm who practiced diligently. Looking closely at Mogun's eyes through the protective mask, one could see a look of excitement. However, an exceptional person like him would always sit and mutter to himself after every. Sweat continued to pour off him. This, really, is still not a. The thing can't satisfy me, Mogan muttered while staring at the wooden sword. People always thought his mutterings were just self-reflection to push himself to keep trying. However, on one summer, a crowd of police officers stood in horror inside a classroom. Drop the weapon immediately. We told you to drop the weapon, do you hear? From the corner of the room, Mogan looked over with a bored expression. Blood splattered across his face. Good grief. Couldn't you all have come a little later? There are still many sword techniques I haven't been able to practice yet. Mogan had brought his father's real sword to. With the real sword in hand, he stood dazed among the bodies of his classmates, making the police even more agitated. They'll shoot. Drop the weapon. He had murdered 15 of his classmates in a truly brutal fashion. Gripping the sword in his hand, Mogan spoke with pride. There are some feelings of satisfaction that a wooden sword can never provide. I only blame heaven for being born in the wrong time and place. If I had been born in an era of war, I definitely would have become a hero. The more he spoke, the more excited he became as he looked at Ho-sung, a crazed smile on his. Hearing these words, Ho-sung ground his teeth. You're dreaming a bit too much, kid. What kind of hero is a beast who lays hands on unarmed people? You're just a sick, miserable devil. Screaming, Ho-sung charged again, his face now filled only with determination. Blade slowly moved down, then it thrust directly at Ho-sung, forcing him to quickly use his hand to. The corners of Mogun's mouth curled up, his voice dripping with contempt. You're acting awfully arrogant for someone with just a little protective. His eyes were glued to the man, his gaze like a wild animal examining its prey. Armor can only stop the sharpness. It can't completely stop the impact force. You've definitely broken a few ribs, haven't you? Ho-sung touched his chest, quickly calculating his next move. I have to close the no matter the cost. Just as he thought this, the sword tip pointed directly between his eyebrows. His eyes stared straight at the. Ducking low, the sword quickly brushed past Ho-sung. He had to get within range where he could land a. But seeing this move, Mogan mocked him. Stupid. You think he'll just let you get. As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed the sword straight into Ho-sung. In just a few seconds, the sword that was pinned into Ho-sung's leg swung up again, its tip easily slashing across the man's. One of his eyes was now injured, and the pain made him cry out several times. 2 more slashes appeared on Hosung's. One of his arms was also blood was now spraying continuously from Hosung's body. Sharp sword strikes continued to slash into him, forcing him to use his arms for protection. Despite this, Hosung's feet kept moving forward. He ignored the blood continuously flowing from his body. Just a little. Mogun's eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. What? He's slowly getting closer to me. Sensing this, Mogun used more strength to swing his sword faster. The entire space filled with the stench of
Hosung suddenly screamed.
In his eyes was only determination and a look of desperation. His iron-armored fist swung up. Suddenly, the sword thrust straight into Hosung's. His footsteps faltered due to the pain radiating from his shoulder. Mogun also took a step back to avoid the. Seeing that he had stabbed Hosung, Mogun exhaled, a look of relief on his face. You surprised me, old man. It seems the armor can't cover the. Yet, in the face of the provocation, the man only smiled calmly. That's right, because the joints can't be covered with iron, so a sword can easily pierce through, right? With that, he used his hand to tightly grip the. Mogun's hands were trembling violently. He was shocked. Won't let me withdraw the sword. His gaze remained glued to the blade being held. Suddenly, the sword pierced through Hosung. Blood from the wound continuously flowed, staining his shirt, letting out a few low moans of pain. He swung his fist and charged, ignoring the fear in Mogun's. In an instant, a violent punch connected, distorting the boy's. Mogun lost his balance and was sent flying by the sheer force of the. Seeing the boy's pathetic state, Hosung violently pulled the sword out of his. Mogun burst into tears from the agony. His eyes were filled with tears as his hand hesitated to touch his cheek. My jawbone. It hurts. Without giving him another moment to cry, Hosung threw the sword, pinning it straight into Mogun. Panting for breath, he muttered, I've finished off the talkative. Now I have to deal with the rest of the shameless old bastards. As the Secretary General finished speaking, Hosung's murderous gaze shifted, looking at Sung Jin and the remaining subordinate who was clutching his shoulder. He corrected himself mockingly. That's not right. I should be calling you father in. Suddenly, Sung Jin took out his shattered phone and turned it on. Wait, take a look at this. While you were fighting, I sent my most elite subordinates to Manic. One word from me, and your Manic Dong will be razed to the ground. His face remained calm as he looked at but Hosung laughed in contempt. What did you say? Raise Manic Dong? Your stupidity truly surprised. Do you even know who the monster guarding Manic Dong is? The more he spoke, the more he couldn't help but. Elsewhere, many pairs of feet were. A group of men with an imposing aura walked through a narrow. The leader looked at his subordinates and spoke clearly. The boss has given the order. Kill everyone you encounter. We will completely wipe this place off the. Suddenly, a figure appeared, taking everyone by surprise. What did you say about wiping something out? I didn't hear you. Standing in the shadows, Lee Sunsang's face was obscured as he appeared. Who are you people? Why are you sneaking around and disturbing the neighborhood at this time of. Seeing him, the leader smiled calmly in greeting.
Lis son sang.
I didn't expect you to be living like a dog in hiding in such a dump. But now that your eyes can't see anything, you won't be able to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the alley went out, leaving the groups. Sensing the confusion in the air, Sun Sang only smiled slightly as he explained. This Manic Dong only has the sun and streetlights. Almost no house here has electric. That means whether it's me or you, all we see right now is black. His aura intensified. His bloodshot eyes made his opponents even more frantic. Sun Sang quickly swung his fist. His massive punch landed swiftly. One man in the group took the blow involuntarily, one side of his face becoming Not only that, but he unleashed a continuous flurry of punches. The group standing in the alley began to groan in. Seeing that it wasn't enough, Sun Sang lifted a leg. He kicked the man in front of him with great force. In an instant, the group was crushed. The people in front were being used as punching bags. Those in the back were panicking because they couldn't see it. What? Why are you all back? I can't see anything. What's happening over there? Hearing the wretched scream like the squealing of a slaughtered pig, the people in the back frantically questioned. All by himself, Sun Sang leaped into he stomped down on a man lying on the ground, making him cry out. Not only that, but he suddenly spun a spinning kick sent the group being pushed. One of them realized what was happening and quickly took command. Everyone scatter now. If we fight in a narrow path like this, well, just be prey. Sun Sang was cornered all the enemies into a single direction. He clenched his fists once more. Taking a breath, he swung his punches in a disciplined stance, driving back those who took the hits. He was like a wolf herding a flock of sheep into a single. Sun Sang's expression was calm as he charged forward. Amidst the wretched screams and cries of that flock was the sound of an old wolf tearing apart its prey. He punched those in front of him relentlessly, taking a punch straight to the bone. The victim's face twisted in agony. These weren't calculated strikes aimed at the opponent's vital weakness. Another punch landed on the arm of someone trying to strike back, making him howl in pain. On the contrary, these were just crude punches thrown without any formal technique. Another punch was about to be delivered. The man who had just taken command took a direct hit to the solar plexus, making him cough up blood. Yet, the owner of those crude punches was the legendary butcher of his time, Lee Sunsang. On the ground were the people he had beaten down. Before him were sandbags that continuously took his blows. In the silent night, the sounds of punching and kicking from one side echoed. Even though his pupils were clouded, whenever his fist swung, any place it touched became a fatal. On this side, Ho-sung was standing tall. His entire body was covered in blood. Get the hell. Do you intend to pressure me with that wretched body of yours? Looking straight at the person trying to resist with only a dagger, Ho-sung spoke mock. Hearing these words, the man ignored the blood continuously flowing down and spoke through gritted teeth. A wretched body? Where was I wrong, you bastard? With that, he rushed forward. The gleaming dagger was inches away from Ho. Looking at his attack method, Ho-sung easily dodged it. His fist swung up at the same. One of the man's hands was held tight by Ho-sung. However, the man quickly used his other hand to block the. Suddenly, the hand holding the dagger went limp, causing the weapon to. Very quickly, his other hand, which was wearing a ring, snatched the. In seconds, he thrust the dagger again, but Ho-sung managed to block. Looking at the man, Ho-sung suddenly laughed. Agile. It seems you've had some formal training. Seeing him like that, the man spoke quite calmly. I learned these things in a place just like you. Special Forces Unit 909. Senior Jang Ho-sung. As soon as he finished, the man rushed in and headbutt Ho-sung. Hearing about his background, Ho-sung only smiled slightly. So that's how it. The two looked eye to eye. Ho-sung just calmly mocked him a bit more. No wonder from the start. I could smell the strong scent of the training grounds coming from your scrawny. Just as the man wasn't paying attention, Ho-sung immediately raised his knee and kicked him in the. The man's face twisted in. Being overwhelmed by Ho-sung like that, he became agitated and charged. Damn it! His hand continuously swung the dagger, slash. As soon as he saw an opening, Ho-sung rushed in. One of his punches hit the man's face. His voice echoed right in the man's ear. So, do you remember anything? That upon finishing training, a Special Forces soldier must possess superior assassination skills. His footsteps stopped right next to the man's. Another punch landed. Ho-sung spoke loudly to remind him. That is the standard of the Special Force. The man's face was distorted by the punch. Blood also continuously flowed, yet he did not give up. The dagger in his hand spun he quickly slashed horizontally, but Ho-sung easily avoided it by. Now, a contemptuous smile remained on his lips. You're too predictable. Because you're worried about my armor, you can only aim for my. A powerful punch hit the man's ribs, causing him even more. Not only that, but Ho-sung rushed in. His eyes filled with determination. It's all over. They'll show you what true Special Forces level. The hand holding the dagger let. A violent punch landed straight on his face. At that moment, he also swung his hand and punched the wound on Ho-sung's. The ring on his hand dug straight into the bleeding, resisting until the very end. He stood firm and looked straight at the man who was ignoring the bloodstain on his shoulder. He was more curious about that last punch. That last. You used your fist to hit my wound? Why didn't you use the dagger? Covering the wound, Ho-sung asked, seemingly very curious. Suddenly, Sung Jin stepped forward. He calmly reached down and picked up the dagger. That's because if a dagger is used, a single stab to the shoulder wouldn't be enough to take an opponent's life. Touching the dagger with his fingertips, he calmly explained to Ho. Seeing him like that, Ho-sung became agitated. So you're ready to die now, you intend to fight me with that dagger? As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body seemed to lean. Seeing this, Sung Jin smirked. Not at all. I hate truth, I only like killing. Watching Ho-sung helplessly fall to his knees, Sung Jin's eyes opened. Ho-sung's gaze was full of hatred as he looking over to where the man he had just defeated was lying. Ho-sung realized. Could it? Sung Jin had a calm smile on his face. His voice sounded like a devil whispering from hell. That's right. That's the thing you like so much, Jang Ho-sung. It's a ring laced with Spring Dream, taken from one of Seo Ji-ho's victims. It's quite useful, isn't it? As he spoke, he looked at the ring still worn on the man. Holding the dagger, Sung Jin slowly sat down. He placed the dagger against the back of Ho-sung's neck. You've also been able to enjoy what you. Now it's my turn to enjoy my favorite work. As he spoke, he pressed the dagger in with force. A stream of dark red blood immediately flowed. Ho-sung's consciousness began to fade into a daze, but he still tried to resist. I can't let Spring Dream defeat me. Not again. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became. His eyes slowly closed. Within seconds, Ho-sung lost consciousness. In his mind, Ho-sung was now remembering the small figure of his daughter as she showed off a painting she had just. As soon as he saw the painting, he smiled gently. Ho-sung's large hand gently stroked the girl's head. My daughter has a future as an artist. But what happened to my shirt? Stained with. Hearing his question, the expression on the girl's face changed. She explained with frustration. It's not like that. It's a pretty shirt. That's a pattern. You don't know anything. Seeing the girl jump up and down, Ho-sung couldn't help but continue teasing her. Is that so? What kind of pattern looks like mud? Hearing this, the girl retorted. It's not. Daddy, you're so silly. In the background, his wife saw this and burst out laughing. You two stop teasing each other. A bowl of black bean noodles was served on the table along with side dishes. Ho-sung saw it and couldn't help but exclaim. It looks so delicious. As soon as the girl sat at the table, she ate like a starving tiger. In no time, she was covered in food. The noodles are so good. Sitting next to her, his wife saw this and laughed. She quickly used a cloth to wipe her face. If it's good, you should eat carefully. Why are you being so? Ho-sung, sitting opposite them, also laughed and teased her. You have good food and you're just playing around instead of eating. Miju is the silly one. He had just lifted a spoonful of soup when suddenly a few drops fell. Seeing this, the girl teased him back. Daddy is spilling food. Seeing the embarrassment on his face, his wife also couldn't help but tease. Good grief. Look at the eating habits of you two. You're both equally clumsy. The girl sitting next to him laughed and pointed at him. Daddy is a silly head. Smiling happily at the two of them, Ho-sung heard the girls teasing and didn't hesitate to tease back. Well, I'm silly because I caught it from Miju. Blay. But hearing him say that, she retorted. No way. I caught it from you. The smile in his eyes was clearly visible. Is that? This was the story people often rumored. That if you die while using Spring Dream, you can stay in that beautiful dream forever. Standing up from the dining table, Ho-sung pulled at his shirt as he spoke to them. This won't do. I have to go wash my. He walked quickly toward the room. In that case, such a wonderful could also be seen as a form of release. A bright smile remained on Ho-sung's lips as he was with the two most important people in his. Suddenly, Ho-sung's eyes flew wide. From the corner of the room, another Ho-sung, in a battered and wretched state, was sitting leaning against. Stubble covered his face. His hair had grown long and had not been neatly. Lying on the ground were a glass vial and a syringe. Seeing this version of himself, fear immediately appeared on Ho-sung's. He hurried to turn his head back to the dining table. His wife and daughter were still happily eating. But behind them, a figure was. At that moment, the smile on his face vanished. Shock was clear in his. From the ceiling, a rope was stretched taut. His wife's voice sounded somber. Honey. At the other end, the rope was tied around his wife's neck. Yet that voice still echoed. You understand too. None of this is. Mustn't forget. Our promise of happiness. Hearing this, the tears hidden deep in Ho-sung's eyes over. Returning to reality, his eyes were blood. His hand gripped the blade that was still against his. Sung-jin looked at the scene in confusion. His hand trembled as he tried to keep the knife. That was pure Spring Dream. How can you? Slowly sitting up from the ground, Ho-sung's determined words rang out. I swore to myself. I won't let Spring Dream defeat me ever, and I must live to wipe you trash off the face of this earth. As he spoke, 2 lines of tears ran down his. Suddenly, a valve began leaking from within the control room. Through the manipulation of valve was promptly closed. A lab employee removed his mask, revealing a sweat-beaded face as he spoke. You can take off your mask now. I've locked the gas valve for the drug. Now, inside the laboratory, the employees were all lying scattered across the floor. The employee then asked, all right, so now the only thing left is to kill Kim Shin. But Ji-ho denied it. No, killing Kim Shin is something I will do. Hearing this, the employee couldn't believe his ears. His face immediately darkened as he questioned. What? What do you mean by that? All of us? Referring to the employee's bleeding wound, Ji-ho stated that in his current condition, he wouldn't be able to fight. Leave this place on the canoe. He advised the man to go back and live the life he was meant to. Seeing this, the employee couldn't hide his disappointment, clenching his fists in protest. I did everything to get to this point. Why are you saying this now? He asserted, these few surface wounds won't affect me. The employee's expression suddenly hardened. His eyes filled with murderous intent and determination. If I'm going to die, I'll die fighting. I want to take revenge for what he did to me with my own hand. Hearing that, Ji-ho recounted someone once repeated the words. Revenge doesn't necessarily have to be killing Kim Shin. This left the employees. Ji-ho believed that, instead, live the life that Kim Shin could never have, no matter how hard he searched for it. An ordinary, thinking of his tears, Ji-ho offered his view. A happy life. That is also a way to take revenge. Placing a hand on the employee's shoulder, Ji-ho mentioned, your girl. He informed him she's pregnant. With your child. This left the employee completely. Ji-ho advised him, go back and give her a proper family. Help me take revenge on Kim. For a moment, the employee was lost and then he asked, then, what about you? What do you intend? Hearing this, Ji-ho looked a bit somber, but still gave a promise. When it's all over, he'll return. I definitely. At the same time, with his fists, Sun Sang was pummeling the Utopia employees into a. Even though he couldn't see, he still gave his all to fight. One after another, those who carried daggers for self-defense were all beaten down by Sun Sang. Seeing this, the rest were a bit hesitant. Out of the nearly 60 Utopia employees, only about 10 were. Now Sun Sang had to face the 10 men armed with knives and weapons, with several stab wounds already in his own body. However, along with the number of enemies Sun Sang's breathing was becoming irregular due to the intense exertion and fatal wounds. Now, the burden on his shoulders was also the fatigue and the slowing of each of Sun Sang's punches. But despite that, Sun Sang still tremblingly clenched his fists. Because he couldn't see anything, he had to put his entire being into every attack. Looking at Sun Sang with bloodstains and heavy breathing, everyone understood that his body had reached its.
Son sang spoke up.
What are you doing? Why aren't you charging? And more importantly, the first light of dawn began to appear, welcoming the brilliant sunlight of the morning scene. Sun Sang weakly ordered. When the employees charged, he was the only one left enveloped in dark. In an instant, Sun Sang suffered a painful. Behind, another employee, with intense murderous intent, tried to drive the knife deep into him while pleading, please, just. But Sun Sang immediately delivered a punch straight to his. Another knife was lodged in his body, his breathing becoming increasingly. In this situation, slightly opening his lifeless eyes, Sun Sang weakly reminded himself, not yet. It's not time. But as soon as the words left him, Sun Sang's entire body could no longer hold up. He immediately collapsed to his. Seeing this, the employees recognized the opportunity. The leader announced, so it's over. Now we just need to finish him. Raising their weapons with surging murderous intent, the group believed they had defeated Utopia's strongest. Faced with this, Sun Sang only weakly muttered that this was the final punishment meant for him. Is this it, Lord? Then I shall accept it. He prayed, Lord, I beg of you, please grant your blessings to the people here. Even if a sinner like me is burned 1,000 times in the fires of hell, I will accept. Sun Sang's hands were now full of calluses and stained with mud. He continued to pray sincerely. I beg of you, give the people of Manakdong a peaceful. Seeing this, an employee smirked mockingly and asked, what are you muttering? You look like a devil, Lee Sun. Just as he taunted, now you can die. Goodbye, and prepared to finish Sun Sang. He was suddenly hit in the face by a. Looking at the situation before him, he widened his eyes and cried out. The simple village people came swarming in. In their hands, they carried long water pipes and shouted to one another, hurry, charge and protect village chief. Seeing this, the leader of the employees couldn't hide his shock and cursed. These damn The villagers rushed in, beating the employees relentlessly while screaming, you people are trash. Get out of Manic Village immediately. The leader was beaten until his head bled, but he couldn't resist because of their overwhelming numbers. The people continued to protest, we don't need your spring dream, and did not hold back, venting all their anger on the employees while cursing them. We are no longer afraid of thugs like you. You bastard. Beside them, Sun Sang spoke slowly. Worriedly reminded them, I told everyone to hide. You shouldn't be fighting. Hearing this, a villager approached and supported Sun Sang's shoulder, firmly stating, we aren't running away anymore. Chief, we will definitely protect. They believed that, just as you have always protected us. And so, Sun Sang was guided by his. But Sun Sang still stubbornly tried to stop them. Everyone shouldn't sacrifice themselves for someone who deserves to be punished. Beside him, another villager spoke up. Village Chief Lee is not someone who deserves punishment. He affirmed that he was the great man who had guided them toward a better life. In their eyes, he was their. At the same time, while his hand gripped the knife that was lodged in his chest, a voice rang out. Because I promised that I wouldn't be defeated by Spring Dream ever again. Bloodshot eyes full of hatred, Ho Sung growled a threat. He'll wipe you trash off the face of the. He immediately surged up and delivered a punch that broke the man's, leaving the other man's face. Not stopping there, Ho Sung grabbed his head and mercilessly slammed it into the. He repeatedly kicked the employee in the stomach. Ho Sung put all his strength into his. Then he delivered a finishing blow directly to the opponent's, leaving him clutching his face and screaming in. The employee, with his face no longer intact, cried out in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. I was wrong. Please spare my... Hearing that, Ho-sung only gave a mocking smile. You, after only a few hits, you're already crying and begging like a... He pushed down the head of the terrified, wide-eyed employee. Then he raised his fist and taunted. I thought you were always so arrogant, acting like some great demon king. Turns out you're just trash, nothing. Hearing this, the employee's tears and snot flowed as he pleaded. Spare me. Please, I don't want to die. I promise I'll do anything you ask. But Ho-sung, with a surging aura, refused. Seeing your pathetic state like this makes all my pain feel repaid. It's truly satisfying, so I want to let you enjoy the pain even. Clenching his fist, he said, but since I'm different from trash like you, I'll grant you. Then Ho-sung quickly delivered a punch aimed straight at the employee's temple, making his eyes roll. When it was done, with slightly ragged breathing, Ho-sung muttered, He excitedly speculated, now, as long as Jiho kills that bastard Kim Shin, all of Utopia and Spring Dream will vanish from the... Ho-sung told himself that his promise would finally be fulfilled. Suddenly, a voice called out, Honey, leaving him. Before Ho-sung stood his wife and his small daughter. Looking at Ho-sung with gentle and loving eyes, his wife comforted him. You've worked hard. From now on, you don't have to fight. And seeing the figures before him, Ho-sung couldn't hold back his shock and emotion. Honey, Miju, how is this possible? His wife advised him, you don't have to suffer for things like revenge anymore. Now just come back and live happily with... Hearing this, Ho-sung's tears flowed. He couldn't find the words and could only... But suddenly, within those tears, his eyes became bloodshot and so... Ho-sung's eyes bulged in pain. Flies from nowhere began to swarm, crawling over his... Holding a blood-stained knife in his hand, a person asked, You must be having a very beautiful dream, right? Noticing the ring on Ho-sung's hand, that person explained, that ring wasn't Spring Dream. It was radiant. Sung-jin let out a devious smile and spoke. Even if it's only in a dream. He looked at Ho-sung, who could now only lie still, his eyes wide and Sung-jin believed that, perhaps you have experienced the most blissful emotions already. And then, in the dark night, Ho-sung was left behind on the road. In the bathroom, a song was being sung. There were three. While bathing, Kim Shin hummed, Living in a House, Daddy Sheep, Mommy Sheep, and Baby. The song went, Daddy Sheep is strong and, with the words, Mommy Sheep is warm and gentle. The song sounded very bright. But Kim Shin himself, a man with devious and wicked eyes, was grooming himself while happily singing this. Just as he finished the line, and Baby Sheep is so cute, a man came running in frantically to report. Mr. Kim Shin, something terrible has... As the employee was explaining Seo Jiho, he has arrived on this island. Kim Shin snapped the comb in his... Before the man could finish, furthermore, the Spring Dream production factory has also been... The ugly employee had the broken piece of the comb thrust straight into his... Now the employee clutched his wound in pain, groaning. But Kim Shin still maintained a calm face and casually requested, Please be quiet for... He continued to comb his hair with the blood-stained comb. He leisurely stated, It's been a long time since I've been in such a good mood. Don't ruin... Jiho walked toward a certain... Looked around and wondered, Where's that bastard Kim? Suddenly, Jiho realized something that made him open his eyes and he looked around at the restaurants and shops near. Jiho wondered, This place, a restaurant? What's with the residential? This place looked like a crowded city district where many people lived. Jiho couldn't hide his shock and wondered, why did such things appear on the island? Could it? Suddenly, his attention was caught by a nearby swing. All of a sudden, childhood memories of him playing with his father came rushing back, vivid and life. Jiho wondered, he's trying to be like me. But then, as he looked up, he was even more surprised. Seeing the building before him, he froze. He immediately recognized it as the building where he and his father used to. Witnessing this scene, every vein on Zaheo's face became visible. His eyes were filled with hatred and disgust. Jiho remarked, Jinshin, Truly, he's lost his... Looking down from the glass window above, Jinshin said, I've missed you so much. With a distorted, amused smile, he thought, You must be quite surprised. But I still have many more gifts. At the same time, a car stopped by the side of... Stepping out of the car, Changjin's subordinate asked anxiously, Section Manager? Are you... He spoke respectfully, We were too late. Please forgive us. Hearing this, Changjin only replied, He loosened his tie and asked tiredly, Is there anything to drink in the... Changjin explained, Exerting myself for so long has exhausted my body. They were traveling in a luxury. After drinking a lot of... Changjin asked, What? That guy Jiho has arrived on this island? The subordinate replied, Yes, sir. He's also the one who destroyed our production factory. Hearing this news, Changjin angrily crushed the water bottle in his hand. He wondered, Did those bastards use a lure the tiger from the mountain tactic to attack both me and Changjin's face darkened. He immediately ordered, Call for reinforcements to the island immediately. I need about 100. Subordinate replied, yes, sir. They'll do it right. Suddenly, Chengjin realized something. By the way, what department are you from? I don't think I've ever seen you at the company before. Hearing this, the man claiming to be a subordinate replied, I'm an employee working in the research. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he asked, but doesn't the chief secretary feel any stomach pain? The drug should have taken effect by now. Startled, Chengjin exclaimed. He immediately felt a surge of Chengjin's whole body contorted. He was in such Chengjin weakly questioned, you. What did you put in the now? The imposter breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's, he'd been worried. I thought I'd make Xiaojing angry again. After a while, another car approached Chengjin's stepping up with a welcoming smile. Xiaojing greeted, Chief Secretary. Good morning. Honestly, I was conflicted about how to kill you. As expected, the stomach is the fastest way to the grave, she remarked, poisoning food and drink. Isn't this the Chief Secretary's favorite? Now Chengjin, with a distorted face and veins popping, could only gasp out a question. WH. Hearing this, Xiaojing simply replied, why what? I told you at our first meeting. I always know who will be the survivor in the... She wondered, aren't you curious how I knew? Now Chengjin's eyes turned white, filled with hatred. He struck, but it seemed Xiaojing didn't care. She flashed a distorted, excited smile and claimed, because the one who can survive until the end and take everything has always... Meanwhile, Jihao was facing a scene filled with childhood memories. Clenching his fist, he thought this building was recreated exactly like the place where he used to live. That, Jihao speculated, Jinshin is in there, wondering is Taixi in there with him? He walked, then a voice rang out, keeping a knife in his hand. A trembling man spoke. He asked fearfully, is it Shen? Before Jihao could react, the man lunged at him with the knife. Fortunately, Jihao managed to dodge in time. He wondered, is he from the Utopia organization? Looking at the man's movements, Jihao realized, but why isn't he professional? Swinging the knife, the man screamed, but he was immediately subdued by Jihao. Along with that, he gave the man a punch. Jihao thought to himself, he looks like someone who's never fought, but even after being beaten until his face was swollen, the man still tried to beg. Just as he shouted, die, Jihao quickly forced the man to point the knife at him. Thinking it doesn't matter who Jihao didn't hesitate to stab the knife straight into the man's. He told himself all the bastards on Jinxin's side are dying. Before him, the man cried out in shock. No, he struggled to speak. Kill you? Then, my family. With his final words live, the man, staring at the man he had just defeated for a while, Jihao felt conflicted and wondered. What did he mean? What exactly happened? Suddenly, from a distance, a shout rang out. Dad! This caused Jihao to freeze completely on the spot. He rushed forward with tears streaming down his face, screaming in frustration. No! Jihao was stunned to realize it's... Seeing this, the people next to Taixi tried to stop him. Taixi, don't go over there. But he still struggled and shouted. Let go. Taixi felt bitter, thinking that bastard killed my father. Beside him, someone pointed at Jihao, telling Taixi he's a cold-blooded murderer. A demon. Jihao could only stand there in a... Just then, Taixi angrily shook off the group and cursed. I don't care who he rushed forward with extreme rage and resentment. Determined. They'll kill him. Clutching his fist, Taixi affirmed. I will have my revenge. He swung his hand and punched Jihao right in the... While punching him, Taixi asked in pain. He kept hitting Jihao and questioned. Why did you do that to my... Taixi repeatedly threw angry punches at Jihao, cursing. How can you be so cruel? You Jinshin muttered, to kill me, you've turned yourself into a monster too, haven't you? Looking at the scene below, he thought, the things I did before are now being recreated by you without missing. Jinshin smiled contentedly and remarked, it's truly a perfect resemblance. You're very worthy of being my... Picking up the knife near... Taixi held the knife high, his eyes full of tears as he screamed, Illinois, give everything back. And just as he plunged the knife down at Jihao, Jihao caught it with his bare hand. Jihao spoke up. Taixi, it's me Su Jihao. Please try to remember He reminded him, this guy is not your... Jihao tried to trigger his memory. Remember your real He also stared back and said, and the one who took away that wonderful family was Jin. Hearing this, Taixi only asked in pain, why should I believe your... He cried with tears streaming. Die, you... From the sky above, raindrops began to... Blood from the man's body also began to spread with the rain. Jihao called out, Taixi, gripping the blade even as his hands bled. Jihao reminded him, right now, you're just being manipulated by that bastard Jinshin. It's me, he recalled, I'm the one who grew up with you in the orphanage. Jihao tried hard to make him remember. We were once best friends. Hearing that, Taixi only asked we were best. With eyes full of sorrow and resentment, he thought, you bastard. If you want to trick someone, There should be a pulling the knife out. Taxi criticized, you killed my father with your own hand. He prepared to stab Jihao again, shouting in rage, and yet you say we're fortunately the knife missed Jihao. It stabbed into the ground near his head, breaking the tip of the... But Taxi didn't stop, frantically swinging the knife and cursing. Die, you demonic bat. Right then, Jihao knocked him, causing Taxi to be thrown far. Jihao asked worriedly, Taxi, are you... But then Taxi grit his teeth and said, Don't call my... He decisively slashed the knife at Jihao, ordering, stop calling my name and acting close, you bastard. Fortunately, Jihao dodged. Without stopping, Taxi frantically lunged with the knife in hand, screaming. Seeing this, Jihao quickly grabbed his hand holding the... and locked Taxi's arm behind his... After subduing Taxi, Jihao tried to persuade him. Calm down, Taxi. Please just listen to me for a... But Taxi was now blinded by hatred. He slammed his head back against Jihao, shouting. Suddenly, Taxi noticed, ahead, another resident was also gripping and... Seeing him, Taxi recognized the opportunity and shouted joyfully, Mister, you're just in... He screamed an order. Take this chance. Stab this demonic bat. Then, immediately, a knife was thrust straight into Taxi's... caused him to gasp in shock. Behind him, Jihao also widened his eyes in horror and screamed. After stabbing him, the man quickly ran away, muttering, I did it. I finally... Enduring this, Taxi wondered in pain, what? WH, couldn't believe it, staring at the knife in his stomach. Taxi staggered and fell into the arms of Jihao, who was calling out in shock. Holding the wound tight to stop the bleeding, Jihao advised, Don't... He kept reminding him, you absolutely must not sleep. Stay awake. Please don't sleep. But now, Taxi's eyes were slowly becoming... He rolled his eyes and gasped. It's... So, Taxi groaned in... But right then, he used his last bit of strength to kick Jihao despite the pain. His mouth was filled with... Faced with Taxi's repeated attacks, Jihao still tried to stop him. If you move, you'll lose more. As soon as he finished, Taxi arched his body and kicked Jihao. Due to the intense movement, Taxi's wound began to bleed even... Seeing this, Jihao anxiously tried to persuade him. Please, stop struggling. Just listen. But Taxi wouldn't listen, trying to lunge with his fists. He used all his strength to throw a punch at Jihao, but Jihao caught it in. Now with hatred filling his mind despite the fatal wound, Taxi frantically threw attacks at Jihao pleaded. Please. Feeling helpless, Jihao had to use a final move, punching. For a moment, Taxi faded, but he immediately regained consciousness, his eyes full of murderous and he responded with a decisive blow to Zaheo's. Just as Taxi was about to punch, Jihao stopped him. Not only that, he used his leg to restrain. In the pouring rain, Jihao said, I'm sorry, Taxi. He thought to himself, by cutting off oxygen to the brain. Jihao tightened his grip on Taxi's neck even as the boy struggling to raise a... Taxi tried to hit Jihao one more. Enduring it, Jihao told himself, hold on. Just a bit more. Just a bit more and he can escape the... Looking at Taxi growling like a restrained wild... Then, with Zaheo's method, his clenched fist slowly loosened and dropped completely. But it turned out Taxi used his hand to pull the knife out of his... He growled in pain and endured it as he pulled the knife. Seeing that, Jihao immediately screamed, Don't do that, Taxi. If you pull the knife out, you'll lose more. But Taxi ignored him and yanked the knife out, causing blood to spray. Blood from his mouth also spilled out. Taxi didn't care and just frantically wanted to kill. As Taxi tremblingly raised the... He only managed a few gasps, and then his eyes became completely lifeless. The knife in his hand was also released. Seeing his friend lying in a large pool of blood, Jihao couldn't contain his panic and called out. He painfully crawled toward Taxi, tears flowing as he screamed, No, please. Now Taxi could only move his lips. 127 out of 130. He uttered one word, Dad. Taxi tried to reach for the man's Dad, but soon Taxi went. He took his final breath. Facing this scene, Jihao tremblingly No. His tears merged with the rain. He spoke, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's my fault. Jihao blamed himself. Collapsing by his friend's body, he thought, it's because of me. I'm the one who made you like... Dragging his steps up the stairs. With soaked and broken body, Jihao muttered, Everything, I caused it all. It's all my... He believed he had harmed Jihao hummed. Step 1. Mother's smile. His father's image painfully wondered, Dad, why did you save my life? Back then, it would have been so much better if you'd let me die. Standing before the house door, he was greeted by the tragic image of his father. Along with that, voices rang out. Step 2. Father's smile. This made Jihao speak even more tiredly. If it were like remembering that hand, he thought, then I wouldn't need thinking about Doshi, Jihao told himself, I wouldn't have turned myself into an arrow. He spoke weakly, all the people I love wouldn't have died so unjust. Jihao secretly blamed him. Why did you try so hard to keep me? Opening the door, Jihao stepped in. Thank you watching for vid. Greeted him was Jinshin speaking joyfully. Welcome, he remarked, now you're completely like. Jinshin flashed a distorted smile and said, both are just people who bring calamity and misfortune to. He remarked so truly. Jinshin commented like father and son. Just then, as he brushed back his hair, Zaheyo's eyes, filled with pain, briefly took on the appearance of Jinx. In the rain, Tianxiu was struggling to push, but then his face showed an indescribable emotion. Looking at the inflatable boat before, Tianxiu recalled Zaheyo's words. Your girlfriend is Jihao advised, when you return, try to have a real family for yourself. Help me get revenge on Jinshin. At that time, Tianxiu replied in confusion. How can I? I've come all this way. I can't run away. He looked at Jihao with a complex gaze and affirmed. You'll fight him too. I can't let you fight him alone. Just as Tianxiu was about to continue, Jihao refused. You don't need to do. Bowing his head, Jihao said, because actually, I'm just a bastard you should. He confessed, the person who injected you with Spring Dream at the park that night was me. This left Tianxiu utterly. Jihao regretfully admitted. I'm the one who took away your beautiful life. Just to drag you into this damn revenge. Hearing this, Tianxiu couldn't hold back and furiously punched. He asked in rage, was it you? The one who pushed me into this miserable. Seeing this, Jihao replied, that's right. He persuaded him, so don't worry about my safety. Go back to the life that was originally you. Jihao looked up with a sincere gaze and advised. Go back and find that girl. Create a small family and live happily. Enjoy the life that people like me and Jinshin will never. Now, standing in the rain, Tianxiu clenched his. He looked into the distance sadly and cursed. That damn bad. But then he also wondered, if you used me, why didn't you do it until the house with the distorted family photo where faces were cut and painted. Jihao, with bitter tears and eyes full of hatred, cursed, son? You sick bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? Opposite him, Jinshin calmly explained. After leaving that prison, I followed and watched you, Jihao, all the time. Exactly the way our father did for the past 10 years. He recalled Zaheyo's old memories. When you were from scenes like when you were in or when you went crazy. Jinshin claimed, the truth is you only thought of me, and gradually became a monster no different from me. Recalling his past self, Jinshin remarked with delight, I saw all of that. That time was truly happy. Facing Jihao, who was being increasingly attacked by Jinxin's words and grit his teeth in disbelief, Jinshin calmly said, the one who made you, Jihao, into the person you are today is not our father or your late. He smiled with satisfaction and claimed, it was me. I'm the one who made you resemble me so perfect. Staring at Jihao with white eyes full of murderous intent, Jinshin announced, and now is the time for me to eat the sweet fruit I've cultivated. Looking at the family photo with Doshi as the father, he thought, to make father feel unable to take it anymore, Jihao lunged and punched Jinshin. But Jinshin quickly, with eyes full of bitterness and extreme rage, Jihao growled, don't talk nonsense. Ignoring that, Jinshin just remarked, throwing a mindless punch, yet the speed is already so fast. Aren't you this strong? Thanks. This made Jihao even more impatient. He lunged to punch Jinshin again, screaming. Then in an instant, Jinshin easily caught Jihao. He whispered, but it's a pity. This still isn't an. And then without mercy, he threw Jihao back, causing him to hit the. Without stopping, Jinshin raised his leg high, intending to follow up with more. But fortunately, Jihao managed to block and he also took the opportunity to kick Jinxin, causing him to lose balance. At that moment, Jihao threw up. With Jinxin's reflexes while he took the blow, he also quickly punched Jihao. Punch made him. Right then, Jinshin grabbed a nearby vase and shouted with delight. It's truly worth my expectations. As expected, you're still very interesting. Then he hit Zaheyo's head hard, causing him sharp. Conveniently grabbing a nearby, Jihao quickly counterattacked. He smashed the chair right onto the head of the smug Jin, but it seemed that only made him more insane. Even though his head was bleeding profusely, Jinshin still excitedly remarked, so interesting. You feel it too, don't you? Jihao immediately lunged, grabbing Jinxin's collar and ordering, shut your. He threw Jinshin down and cursed, go to hell you bat. Jinshin was slammed onto a nearby table, causing the wooden table to. Then Jinshin didn't stop and even provoked him. How can it be like this? Do you know how long I've waited for? Jinshin picked up a nearby. He stabbed at Jihao, remarking, the feeling of devouring the product I created. Fortunately, Jihao quickly blocked with his. Taking advantage of his distraction, Jinshin swung his leg from behind along with praise. Truly in an instant, Jihao was subdued by. Right then, he quickly used the large cabinet. Then he pulled it down onto the table to crush Jinshin. But then he was like a rat. Jinshin was one step ahead and jumped off the table with a delighted. As he was being smug, saying, "Whoops, I almost got flattened by the cabinet." A foot came. Jihao used all his strength to stomp on Jinxin's face as if wanting to crush an annoying. Throwing a punch, he screamed in rage, "Die! You!" He immediately spat out. Right then, Jihao realized it was a looking at the man who was as persistent as a leech now reeling from a punch to the chest. Jihao thought the injury he sustained in the prison battle was still throwing a punch. He thought that, just as Jihao was about to throw another punch. Thinking I can finish him, his punch was caught by Jin. Zaheyo's hand was held tight by Jinxin's. Seeing this, Jihao tried to pull away with all his might but couldn't. He used his other hand to try and hit Jinxin, but then Jihao was immediately thrown back by Jin. Even though he was injured by Zaheyo's fatal punch, Jinxin struggled to bounce back up using it. Then, in a handstand position, he left Jihao stunned and unable to. He quickly lowered himself and used his knee to hit Jihao, making his mouth. Tidying up some loose hair, Jinxin said, "What a pity." He raised his fist with eyes full of murderous intent and commented, "You failed again this." Then Jinxin punched Jihao right in the. He even taunted, "We still have enough time to sing one more song. You met your girlfriend Zia not long ago." Then he kept punching Zaheyo's face, mocking him, "If you sing a whole song, I won't kill that." Jinxin expressed, "I'm really curious." Like a demon in human form, Jinxin radiated a terrifying aura. He looked at Jihao with overwhelming bloodlust and wondered, "I wonder what song Jihao likes these." In his daze, Jihao shouted, "Don't touch." Hearing that, Jinxin made a bizarre offer. "Then hurry up and sing. If you can sing the whole song like." Then, a knife stabbed into Jinxin's. Then Tianxiu took the opportunity to kick him right in the face, making Jihao look up in surprise. Tianxiu asked worriedly, "Jihao, are you?" Hearing this, Jihao asked in shock, "Why did you come back?" Slowly getting up, Jinxin spoke, "You blind bastard. Don't you know the two of us were having a lot of..." He pulled out the knife with an angry face and stared threateningly. "And yet you do this?" Piao Tian. Hearing this, Tianxiu growled, "My name isn't Piao Tian." He said, "The real name my mother gave." Tianxiu looked up with eyes full of anger, resentment, and strength, and introduced, "It's Jin." The image of Jin Xiu returned to his memory. A mother who was somewhat fierce but always cared for her child. "The name my mother originally gave me." As he spoke, Tianxia's face became. His eyebrows furrowed intensely, as if wanting to devour the person before him. Meanwhile, Shin remained calm and composed. His hand gripped the knife that had just stabbed his shoulder. His tone was mocking. "I already knew everything." But quick as a flash, he threw the sharp knife straight at Tianxiu. Along with it was a playful and savage face that made people tremble. "Your name is Piao Tian." Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, so he dodged that fatal attack. His eyes were full of caution. He immediately tilted his head to one side to avoid. Partly due to that sudden attack, his pupils contracted sharply. His eyes shone with horror mixed with panic, as if encountering a ghost. Right in front of Tianxiu was Shin's haunting face, with a creepy smile. Insidious and crazy, his brutal eyes stared at him. "What is Piao Tianxiu doing here? You should have stayed as far away from me as possible." After speaking, his hand quickly grabbed Tianxia's neck and lifted him into the air cruelly. His muscular arm had veins. Along with that was a morbidly delighted look, and he was suspended, writhing in pain. His body shrank with a stifled. Not only that, feeling it wasn't painful enough, his fingers crept to the wound on Tianxia's side. Then he pressed hard into the wound that was still bleeding through his new wound on top of the old one made him ache. His eyes were closed tight, trying to endure the pain. He kept screaming in. Facing his intense reaction, Shin was very excited. His mouth twitched and his eyes rolled back looking at Tianxiu. Along with it was a taunting tone. "Did Jihao lure you here? To find your original name?" Not stopping there, he added fuel to the fire. "Or to avenge your dead mother?" Just as he finished speaking, Jihao rushed to him. Witnessing Shin choking Tianxiu, he couldn't help but shout, drawing his attention. Jihao clenched his fist. He lunged, preparing to land a blow straight to his face. His eyes were bloodshot. Each dried blood stain on his face made him even more determined. "This is a battle between me." Without fear, he skillfully turned around. He easily threw Tianxiu in his hand toward him, making Jihao get pinned. Losing his balance, he fell, and he still kept a joyful and mocking face. It seems Jihao made another mistake. Not yet. Shin took the opportunity, while the two were unable to react, to use his strength to kick Tianxia's stomach hard. It made him wince in pain, and Jihao, being hit hard from behind, was equally hurt. Your goal was just to kill. After that, he continuously attacked. He rained down powerful punches. His face carried excitement and thrill like a bloodthirsty killer. Other people's lives don't matter. Having said that, Shin punched Tianxia's stomach hard and then pushed the two down to the. Both were severely injured, One was continuously attacked in the stomach. The other had a strong impact on his. After taking such a damaging blow, Tianxiu spat out a large mouthful of blood, along with his eyes rolling back from dizziness. Instead, Jihao was alarmed. Although pinned behind, he was still worried about him. Piao Tian, seemingly having no intention of sparing their lives, Shin kept using his strength to stomp on Tianxiu. At the same time, the force reacted on Zaheo's body. A horrific and brutal scene took place. Until he was temporarily satisfied with his violence, he stopped. At the same time, he leaned in and whispered mocking and playful words. How pathetic. Piao Tianxiu, you were just being used from beginning to end. Even in death, you are only used as a shield like. His words made Tianxius' rage soar to the peak. His teeth were gritted. Each word was emphasized, growled, and gasped. You're not wrong, I was used. And my whole life was. His eyes opened wide, staring at him, with resentment and anger clearly shown on his face. It was as if he wanted to perish with him. But so what? As long as you pay with your life, you bet. Immediately, Tianxius' hand grabbed his collar. Veins bulged fiercely on the back of his hand, bringing both hatred and a murderous intent to. Very quickly, he used Shin as a point of support and stood up. He wrapped his arms around his neck and squeezed tight, not letting go despite his suspicious and shocked look. He didn't understand what Tianxiu was. After a moment of thinking, a familiar scent wafted out, leaving him in doubt. His eyes looked at him with a bit of fear. The smell of gas. Meanwhile, Tianxiu next to him spoke. The fresh blood on the corner of his mouth hadn't dried yet. He whispered words from deep in his heart. Then everything I did is considered reward. And then he pulled out a lighter from somewhere. His finger slid down the ignition wheel. Very quickly, a bright red fire flared up, bringing the murderous intent clear in his eyes. He looked at Shin with hatred. Because I am as if beyond Tianxius' expectation. Suddenly Jihao rushed out. He knocked the lighter in his hand into the air. His face was urgent. He immediately prevented him from doing something. Seeing that, Tianxius' eyes were stunned. In that moment, he seemed unable to understand Jihao. His desperate and angry eyes turned to him. Annoyed because his plan was ruined, he growled and blamed Jihao. You, what the hell are you? Having no time to answer Tianxius' question, he immediately turned his foot to brake suddenly while preparing a stance ready to attack. Although the two joined forces to attack, it was not easy to defeat Shin. He pushed Tianxiu to one side. The other hand timely stopped his punch. His face had bulging veins, very fierce, and the hand blocking that attack slightly squeezed Zaheo's hand. His fingers gradually closed. He used his strength to squeeze hard. At the same time, he taunted with a mocking tone and a contemptuous smile. I also don't understand what Jihao just did. That was clearly an opportunity to kill. The veins were more and more visible on his forehead. His face was more fierce and brutal, warning. He threatened him. You are only allowed to think about me. How dare you think about something? Responding to Shin's words was a very determined and resolute sound. Jihao gathered all his courage and spoke up. Piao Tianxiu, you must live at all costs. Hearing this, still holding Shin's hand that was squeezing his neck, he struggled to follow the sound Jihao made. Sweat was dripping all over his face. And return to the life you should have. Speaking here, Zaheo's pupils were bulging. Along with that, tears were still in his eyes. Absolutely do not lose your life because of this dead. Instantly, his other hand tried its best to counterattack. Jihao used his elbow to land a painful blow to Shin's chest, making him grit his teeth to it was his own subjectivity that dug a hole for himself. His eyes showed clear panic mixed with shock. Drops of bright red blood spat out from his mouth in streaks. That arm was already without giving Xian a moment to recover or react. He continued to unleash a flurry of consecutive attacks, making him unable to react and fall backward. His face still shone with hatred and determination to take revenge. Launching the attack, Zaheo's tears couldn't be held back and flowed down in streaks. Blood mixed with tears. Also, of blood continuously shot into the air. Witnessing this aggressive face of his, Shin's eyes were a bit bewildered and surprised. I won't let anyone else die because at that moment, Jihao was exactly like in the past, with tears flowing profusely on his face. With that same determination, he also took all his courage to punch the opponent's face. Because I'm not a demon like. Before Jihao could attack again, the hand squeezing Tianxius' neck immediately let go, making him released in a. Unfortunately, his key attack was quickly blocked by Shin. His two arms were timely brought in front of him to defend, creating a fierce shock. As expected, Shin's body was very durable. Taking that punch, the corner of his mouth still rose with an excited and thrilled smile. Not forgetting to tease him. What a pity, Jihao. That precious opportunity has passed. Jihao seemed not at all panicked when he dodged his attack but was very calm. Only his eyes still didn't fade with excitement and rage. It's okay. Because at least Piao Tianxiu didn't have to die because his words made Xin suspicious. As if not understanding the meaning Zhihao wanted to say. His eyes were very stunned and questioning. Instantly, Zhihao quickly lunged at him. His steps became urgent and intense. He ran toward Xin while Xin was struggling to understand what he was calculating. Suddenly, Zhihao rushed to hug him tight, while using force to push both of them. Perhaps Tianxiu saw his intention and hurried to prevent it. His face showed clear panic mixed with fear. He tried to reach out and grab Zhihao's. After carrying out his plan, he turned to look at Tianxiu one last time. His eyes hollow and calm but like they were being in the moment before the end of life, the memories of the past kept pouring in. The image of Sun Sin closing his eyes. Sitting upright and seriously advising Zhihao gradually appeared. If you want to achieve the greatest strength, the first thing you need to do is erase the feeling of guilt. And the next, though the scar covered half of his body, very thin and scary, his words showed gentleness and care, is to find the reason why you want to. Shurya appeared in his mind before he passed away. Her small face streaked with 2 lines of bitter tears mixed with compassion. She constantly reminded him that revenge did not necessarily mean taking a light filtered through the cracks in the door, illuminating her delicate yet pitiful face. Shurya's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she whispered her final message to Zhihao from the bottom of her heart. Live a life that murderer can never dream of. Living happily and peacefully is also a form of revenge. And the silhouette of Do Shi flickered. Though they were once rivals, when the time came to act, he still hesitated. With a tone tinged with regret, he said, I can't kill you. That, finally, Do Shi decided to spare him. His eyes shone with a firm yet gentle gaze, and his tone of concern was something Zhihao would never forget. Even if I have to sacrifice the lives of everyone here, I cannot bring myself to lay a hand. And the other person remaining in Zhihao's memory was a blurry figure. His wrists were tied tightly to a wire mesh wall, his arms covered in crisscrossing scars. Stepping forward, he saw his father under the golden hue of the sunset. His entire body was imprisoned against the iron mesh, his head drooping. Just like Jesus nailed to the cross, he groaned weakly. Taking 2 steps forward, he saw his mother's smile. The whole family would beam just at the sight of their. The reminiscence gradually ended. Before him was still the panicked and terrified face of Chen Xiu, who was still trying to grasp the hope of saving Zhihao. Instead, he thought to himself, all the things people told me, now it's my turn to tell someone. Ultimately, Zhihao decided to say his final words to Chen Xiu, his eyes shimmering as if about to burst into tears. Filled with care and expectation, he said, you must live. You must not forget what I've told you. Live happily, live in. After finishing his message, both Zhihao and his enemy fell from the skyscraper window, shattered glass spraying everywhere. He resolutely chose mutual destruction with him to save Chen Xiu's. By the time the enemy realized his intention, it was too late. Jean Exine had tumbled down, suspended in midair, facing death approaching from below, his face filled with shock and astonishment. Beneath a sky dark with gray clouds, a few small rays of light peeked through to the ground. Chen Xiu quickly ran to the window that had been shattered into pieces, looking down with worry and fear to observe the situation. He could only see them falling continuously from the highest room of the building, accompanied by Zhihao's expression of relief, mixed with excitement, at finally being able to destroy the man. In contrast to his excited expression, Chen Xiu's face was filled with horror and terror as he witnessed Zhihao sacrificing his life for him. He gasped and screamed loudly. Then, his eyes held only emptiness and shock, as if the life force had been drained from the depths of that gaze, overflowing with despair and helplessness. The sky began to turn brighter and clearer as brilliant rays of light pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the space over the long, white. Most prominent were the 2 bodies lying motionless in a pool of bright red blood, signaling that the end of 2 lives was the beginning of better. Chen Xiu's footsteps became heavy as he tried to approach the scene of the tragedy. The shattered glass and deep red bloodstains only added to his immense. A surge of choking grief welled up, and he couldn't hold back his tears, sobbing loudly. His words were full of sorrow and compassion. You promised that you would definitely come. Sobbing, he dragged his battered body toward Zhihao's motionless remains, his hand covering the wound on his side that was bleeding incessantly. You said you wouldn't let anyone else die unjust. Tears fell steadily down Chen Xiu's pained and desperate face, his eyes shimmering with sorrow and compassion. Looking at Zhihao through his sobs, he cried, you clearly said that. How can you break your promise like? The only response to his lament was a motionless body on the ground, covered in wounds. But the most severe injury was a heavy blow to the head, where blood flowed out like a stream. You shameless bastard. Then, Chen Xiu reached into his pocket and fumbled for a long time, seemingly searching for. Then, He carefully pulled a small, clear bottle of liquid from his pocket, speaking with a tone of deep regret and tenderness. Ji Hao, this is the only thing I can do. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his body that was draining his strength, Qian Shou gently knelt before Ji Hao's body, bowing his head slightly to whisper his final words. His hand gently separated Ji Hao's blood-stained lips and slowly poured the liquid into his. Having completed everything, Qian Shou gazed intently at his face one last time. His face was now covered in scratches and mixed with blood, yet it exuded a sense of liberation and happiness, even if only in it. Before that lifeless body, Qian Shou's heart ached. He tried to suppress his tears, feeling both regret and sorrow as he bid farewell to that precious person. Sleep peacefully. Suddenly, a faint cough rang out. Jean Exine had not yet passed away. He was still gasping for air, his face a bloody mess and his teeth shattered. He whispered to Qian Shou, "Oh." Witnessing this, instead of being afraid, Qian Shou's eyes showed clear resentment and rage. He furrowed his brows in anger, his fury reaching its peak as the man shamelessly muttered. Having fallen from the highest floor to the ground, besides trying to whisper, he was completely unable to move. Jin Zin's bloodshot eyes looked up at the sky, using all his strength to beg him, "Please, give me." His grew smaller and smaller, but those eyes still shone with an intense desire, as if desperately begging him, "Also have someone." The blood vessels in his eyes became dense, and his complexion turned dark and gloomy as he constantly repeated his wish, "See." On his tear-stained face, the corners of his mouth quirked into a mocking and sarcastic smile. His tone was momentarily refreshed yet excited. "Luckily you're still breathing. Finally, heaven has eyes." Qian Shou approached Jin Zin's gasping body with a face full of murderous intent and a demonic smile on his lips. His gaze seemed as if it wanted to swallow the other person whole. "What's your favorite song, you bastard?" The injuries had left his face deformed, his body looking more like a zombie than a human, with disheveled hair and half his face covered in blood. "They'll let you see him if you can finish the whole." An old hand gently stroked young Ji Hao's head. "It seems like it's been a long time since we've spent time together, hasn't it?" He looked at him affectionately and said, "I've been too busy lately to play with you."
"I'm sorry."
Ji Hao happily held his cotton candy and replied, "It's okay, Dad. Playing together now is fun." Hearing that, he smiled happily. "My Ji Hao, I thought you were just a little boy, but I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Seeing you so mature makes my heart." Seeing his father happy, Ji Hao felt happy too and asked, "Then I won't grow up anymore. Can I stay small like this forever and be your Immediately afterward, both of them entered the amusement. The first ride was the roller coaster. Ji Hao screamed in fear. Seeing that, his father teased him, "My future pilot is already scared after just one roller coaster ride? That won't." Very quickly they switched to the bumper cars. Ji Hao mischievously shouted, "I'm going to hit you, Dad." He laughed heartily and cried out, "Oh my God." Next, the father and son played the spinning teacups. While playing, Ji Hao laughed with excitement. "This is so much fun," his father reminded him. "Hold on." Ji Hao had once smiled happily like that during his childhood. Playing games with his father created an unforgettable. Afterward, the two walked hand in hand around the amusement. Looking at the 3 elephants before them, he said, "Look at that elephant." Ji Hao pointed mischievously. "There's a tiny baby elephant, Dad." He laughed and said, "It looks so cute." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, and his gaze shifted this way. "But Dad, will the elephant family be locked up here like this forever?" The father replied, "Yeah, I suppose." The little boy sitting on his shoulders sniffled. "If they're locked up like that, the elephants must be very sad." The mother beside them heard this and praised him. "Oh my, our Zhengshu is such a kind boy. You really care about the elephants." The grandfather standing next to them chimed in, "It seems Zhengshu takes after his mother more than his father. That's why he has such a kind." Ji Hao spoke up, making them turn to listen intently. "Even though they're locked, since the whole elephant family is still together, they won't be that sad." After speaking, he flashed an adorable smile. Hearing this, the little boy's father looked up and told his son, "That older brother is right. Zhengshu, as long as the whole family is together, no matter how hard things get, will be." At the same spot, a little boy with wide eyes and an open mouth shouted in excitement, "Look, an elephant. His legs are as big as." An older-looking man stroked the boy's head and reminded him, "Zhengshu, calm down. You'll startle the elephants." The little girl standing beside him crossed her arms and added, "Don't you know it's rude to be noisy in public?" The boy didn't listen, his voice still loud. "Sure ya, look, that elephant is taking in water with its trunk." The girl helplessly yelled back, "I see it. Please shut your mouth for a bit." Ji Hao looked at his friends. the corners of his mouth curling into a... It was such a warm scene, happy families, where love is a... Ji Hao also smiled happily, an innocent and adorable... Suddenly, a whimpering sound caught his attention. There were 3 sheep. Inside, thank you watching for Mother sheep, father sheep. In the darkness, a boy's voice cried, and the baby sheep, the father sheep, was strong. The mother sheep was... Ji Hao stared intently at that young... His voice changed instantly, filled with resentment. You are not allowed to be here, you bad... Go to hell, Jean Xian. It turned out the person locked in the darkness was Jean Xian as a Turning to reality, Jean Xian, with his face covered in blood, was gradually losing his last... Recalling those memories, his eyes welled with tears, and the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied... Blood had pooled into a large puddle. Chen Shou watched Jean Xian on the cold ground draw his final breath and paused. His voice was filled with sadness. Ji Hao, it's all over. Now let's go home. As he spoke, Chen Shou carried the now cold Ji Hao on his... He looked down at the ground, his eyes full of sorrow. You told me to live a normal... When he was alive, Ji Hao had once said, build a family and live a normal, happy life. Help me take revenge on Jean Xian by having the things he could never... Until now, he hadn't killed anyone. Chen Shou was very angry at that time. He gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly... Another scene flashed in his mind. Ji Hao had reminded him to be careful, to return and not let his hands be stained with dirty blood. Even the man he had stabbed was not by his own intent. The image of him with a serious face appeared. Remember, don't let yourself become a demon like me and Jean X. Those images flowed out of his head one by one. Chen Shou said nostalgically, thank you, Ji. I promise I won't let myself... I will return to my normal... 5 years later, Ji Hao was still a wanted. Therefore, Chen Shou and Li Shangxian decided to put the name Jean Ronghua on the urn. The urn for Jean Ronghua was placed neatly in a glass cabinet. Zhang Shu and the people from the orphanage. Everyone was placed near Ji Hao as a form of... Shurya placed her hand on the glass cabinet and spoke. Finally, everyone is together. She whispered, tomorrow is my first day of work. I chose the orphanage. Do you remember the wish list I wrote in my senior year of high... Quietly spoke her inner thoughts. I wrote that I wanted to become someone like the director. As she spoke, she remembered the group photo at the orphanage. Dedicated to the orphanage and caring for pitiful children like... And watching those children grow up day by day, watching them fulfill their own ambitions, meeting and marrying the people there. At this point, Shurya's voice choked. She cried bitterly, her voice trembling. Watching them live in peace, live happy. In another residential area, Li Sheng walked over carrying a bucket of water and called out, everyone, come and have some water. I've brought cold drinks for you. Farmers working there saw him and replied brightly, goodness, we told the village chief not to go to such trouble. Wait a moment, my throat is as dry as a desert. In this heat, nothing beats the rice water made by village chief. They quickly took a break, picking up golden bowls to drink. After drinking, they all happily exclaimed, wait a minute, if village chief Li sold this rice water, he'd make a... Shangxian replied politely, a half-blind man like me can't do manual labor, so I should at least do something for everyone. A woman cried out, oh my, the village is being polite again. Without village chief Li's help, how could the people of Maniksong village have the life they have? As he poured the water, he said, no, it's the villagers who saved me, Li Shangxian. You helped me not have to live in a hell of... Afterward, Shangxian placed a bowl of rice water on the ground. Man saw this and asked curiously, why are you pouring another bowl, village chief?
Dont un des restimat US.
He laughed briefly and replied, this bowl of rice water has an... As he spoke, Shangxian's face filled with sadness. I'm drinking rice water with everyone, but I can still feel you. Sit down and relax and have this bowl. Haocheng. The bowl of water remained there, but no one drank. Inside a shopping, Chen Xiu and his wife were grocery shopping. Ji Xian looked at the price of carrots and gasped in shock. Oh my god, why are carrots so expensive? Prices these days are a real headache. Should we buy Chinese vegetables instead because they're... He spoke up. Come on, honey. Just buy the vegetables imported from Vietnam. I can take care of you and our child. She smiled happily and replied, I was just saying. They'll take 1 carrot. We have to buy high-quality vegetables for our little treasure to eat, right? Hearing this, Dao Xian pouted and groaned. I hate eating. Chen Shou smiled and reminded him, even if you hate them, you still have to eat a balanced diet. Son, that's the only way you'll grow up tall and strong. The boy said coaxingly, I want to eat cake. Ji Xian joined in the teasing, he's just like his father. Cake all day. Chen Shou laughed heartily. Then we'll go eat carrot cake. Okay? Deal? She asked curiously. Where? You're kidding me. Meanwhile, the boy cheered happily. Yay! Dad is the best. At that moment, they passed a TV that was broadcasting. The tourism industry is seeing strong development in corporations specialized in tourism are showing extremely high potential recently. Specifically, leading the way is the Utopia. It can be said that the core of this outstanding growth lies in the leadership and brilliant moves of the new chairwoman who took over the group 3 years ago. Today, we are honored to invite to the studio the highly respected chairwoman of the Utopia Group, Ms. Huang Shu. The MC smiled warmly and said, "Hello, Chairwoman Huang." Shuqing quickly replied, "Yes, hello." The MC started, "May we ask a bit about the secret behind Utopia Group's strong growth? Does Chairwoman Huang have any special business philosophy?" It was Shuqing's turn to express herself. "My only wish is to provide the most comfortable and relaxing services to our customers." She elaborated confidently, "To be more specific, we want customers to be able to immerse themselves in happy memories that they have long forgotten. In this fast-paced life, sometimes people need to sit back and gaze at things that have passed by in silence." Hearing this, the MC praised her, gazing at past memories in silence. "Chairwoman Huang, besides being a good businesswoman, you are also quite poetic." She replied politely, "This is probably my first time on air, so I might be getting a bit too enthusiastic. Alright, I'll return to the demeanor of a businesswoman now." Chen Xiu was walking when he suddenly noticed the conversation. He turned his head to continue listening. Utopia's business goal is always aimed at customer satisfaction. Shuqing smiled brightly and emphasized, "We always use the best services so that customers can relive their beautiful memories." Xian, as if sensing his sadness, squeezed Chen Xiu's hand tightly. "Honey, if late, the shop might sell out of carrot cake." Her face was also tinged with sadness. He replied somewhat distractedly. Dao Xian suddenly spoke up. "Oh, Mommy, I have something to..." He reported, "In my kindergarten class, there's a boy named Min Kue who always bullies others. He even pulls the girl's hair and teases." Xian asked curiously, "Is Min Kue that big kid who lives in building 106? The boy replied, "Yes." She asked further, "Does the teacher know about this?" Dao Xian replied while staring at his iPad, "Yes. Even if the teacher gets angry or does anything, he's not afraid at all. If he bullies someone else later, it'll teach him a..." He unhappily reminded her son, now, you shouldn't be like..." The boy looked up, puzzled. "Why? He clearly deserves to be punished." Xian explained, "He is indeed to blame, but if you do that, then you'll become someone to blame just like..." Hearing this, Chen Xiu's brow furrowed in deep, just like back then. Carrying the gradually cooling Ji Hao on his shoulder, he heard Jean Xian whispering a song. The baby sheep. Extremely adorable. Chen Xiu turned his head in surprise, seeing him opening his mouth to hum. "Grew up. So." Every word rang out. "Grew up. Fast. I've finished." His eyes were bloodshot and filled with red vessels. Tears. Chen Xiu's tears fell in streams, his voice trembling. "I want keep my promise. A bastard like you doesn't have the right to die happily." He raised a brick high above his... He screamed in fury. "Die. You..." Jean Xian smiled and groaned. "How? Finally. You..." Before his voice could even fade, the shadow of the brick had completely covered his... Chen Xiu wept. He smiled in agony and replied with a trembling voice, "Now you're..." Just like that, a life ended. The ocean out there was still vast and, breaking away from the old memory, he called out, "Ji Xian. Dao, promise I will protect both of you. I will protect this family. No matter what I have to sacrifice, I am determined to preserve this warm family life until the end." Chen Xiu said this while flashing a happy smile. He walked away, his voice gradually fading. "Because, I'm a